Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 78. Use the barrier. The examiner was horrified when he saw Sasuke and Tenten throwing a lot of ninja tools. The competition venue was not large, and many of the shurikens they threw flew by everyone's scalp. If these two guys continue like this, the ninjas outside the venue will be injured or killed sooner or later. The Konoha examiner immediately jumped to the surroundings of the competition venue, formed seals with both hands and cast a barrier technique to cover the two. Naruto stood on the second floor and saw the two people competing for financial resources below, which made him excited. He grabbed the railing and started shouting. "Damn it! Don't underestimate Sasuke's 9 clans' power." Kakashi and Sakura were speechless and quickly moved away from this embarrassing guy. Only Hinata blushed and looked at Naruto tenderly. Sakura glanced at Hinata and suddenly remembered the matter between Naruto and Sasuke. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she walked to Hinata and started talking to her in a low voice. Naruto noticed the conversation between the two, but the distance was a bit far, so he didn't hear what Sakura and Hinata said clearly. Hinata, who was talking to Sakura, exclaimed from time to time, her face full of shock, and looked at him from time to time. When Naruto saw Hinata, he thought she was worried about him, so he immediately winked at her and smiled. Just as Naruto and Hinata were flirting in the spectator seats, Sasuke and Tenten below took out the scroll again. "Hey! How come you, a member of the Uchiha clan, have so many seal scrolls on you?" Tenten was stunned when she saw Sasuke take out the scroll again. "The shuriken of the Uchiha clan is very powerful. But why do you feel that you have thrown more shuriken than me?" You, average," Sasuke said in a very pretentious way, and threw out 10 scrolls in front of him, forming seals with both hands, and then continued to throw ninja tools to the position where Tenten dodged. Tens of thousands of shurikens appeared in the air like raindrops. Sasuke emptied the seal scroll, crossed his hands at the same time, and then clenched his fists and pulled them behind him. Many projectiles wrapped with steel wire suddenly changed their trajectories. Originally, those shurikens only covered the front, but under his operation, countless shurikens changed their attack trajectories and shot in all directions of Tenten. At this moment, the ninja tools thrown by Sasuke were enough to rival the simultaneous attack of a 1,000-man army. Naruto, who was in the audience, even imagined that Sasuke was leading the entire clan to fight Tenten. "You! What on earth are you doing? How can an Uchiha fight like you?" Tenten, who was under attack, did not forget to complain about Sasuke while struggling to escape in the rain of shuriken. Although her skills were not as agile as those of Niji and Lee, she was still one of the best among the genin. Even so, Tenten could not remain unscathed in the thousands of shurikens. After just one encounter, she had many scars on her body. And Sasuke? He was still taking out the seal scroll. He did not give her any chance to breathe. It was difficult for Tenten to dodge now, let alone take out her own scroll to fight back. There was another thing that made Tenten speechless. Her dodge range was getting smaller and smaller. If she continued like this, the entire venue would be full of Sasuke's shurikens in less than 2 minutes, and she would not even have a place to stay. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Tien was running around, she suddenly heard several sounds of breaking through the air. She subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that these shurikens were not aimed at her at all. Sasuke stood there, his hands were already wrapped with steel wires. "Give up. You have nowhere to escape." As Sasuke's voice fell, Tien stopped moving just as she was about to dodge. Gaara glanced at the scene, his eyes revealing excitement. Interesting. Under the illumination of the lights, it was not difficult for everyone to see that the entire venue was covered with steel wires. Now as long as Tien moved, those steel wires would take her life. Sasuke's operation really surprised everyone present. However, they were more silent. It was all because Sasuke had just thrown nearly 100,000 shurikens. This doesn't even include the detonating tag he threw just now. The ninjas of Takigaku all had complicated expressions. That Uchiha Sasuke threw more ninja tools in this battle than the ninja tools equipped by their entire village. The third Hokage saw the scene full of shurikens, and he trembled as he took out the medicine bottle. Such a wasteful fighting method. It must have been taught by Naruto. He has begun to worry about the future of the village's ninjas. If everyone learns Sasuke's fighting style, it won't take long for Konoha village to be defeated by everyone. Hiss. Thinking of this, the third generation felt his blood pressure rise again. I give up. By the way, how many scrolls do you have left? After giving up, Tian complained to Sasuke immediately. She always felt that she saw her own shadow in the other's fighting style. Sasuke snorted coldly, opened his clothes, and revealed the densely packed small sealing scrolls inside his clothes. From the sides of his shirt, it can be roughly estimated that there are still dozens of sealing scrolls. Hey! What's wrong with you? You are not fighting me with your family assets. Tian was numb. She thought that it was outrageous that she had more than a dozen sealing scrolls on her body. But the kid in front of her, including the scrolls he just used, he has at least more than 100 on him. Could it be that he exchanged all his family assets for ninja tools? Sasuke's move silenced the crowd. We are all ninjas. Do you have to be so cruel? Doesn't this kid save some money to live? No one could imagine how much money this kid spent on buying these ninja tools. Naruto was also a little annoyed. He had asked Sasuke how many seal scrolls he had before. But this kid was stubborn. No matter how he asked, Sasuke said not many. He was just joking about the power of the 9 clans. But it seems Sasuke probably sold all the family property in the clan. It really is the power of the 9 clans. Ahem. In the second battle, Uchiha Sasuke wins. Moonlight Gale came to the competition venue in an instant, found a place to stay and announced the result. After that, he also kindly helped Tian remove the surrounding steel wires. After the game, Sasuke did not leave the scene, but lowered his head and bent down like an old farmer to pick up his ninja tools. Unlike the high-spirited Sasuke who threw the shuriken just now, Sasuke looked embarrassed when he was collecting the ninja tools at this moment. Naruto stood by and looked at him in such a messy way when he was collecting the ninja tools. He couldn't help laughing at this guy. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, you looked so cool when you threw the ninja tools just now. Shut up. Sasuke turned his head away, and his expression was a little embarrassed. He felt a little embarrassed to collect the ninja tools in front of everyone. But there was no way. There were too many ninja tools thrown this time, and they had to be collected. Seeing that the collection work was not so fast, Moonlight Gale coughed twice and asked the candidates to rest for an hour before continuing the third competition. Just after he announced this, Naruto quietly came to Moonlight Gale and whispered. Uncle Gale. Yesterday I saw a man and your girlfriend go home. Ding dong. Moonlight Gale was stunned for half a second, and the 1,000 books in his mouth fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His expression began to change constantly, and then he seemed to wear a mask of pain and wrinkled his expression, and tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. Moonlight Gale cried and shouted in anger. I knew it. Uzumaki Naruto, hey! Chapter 79. Moonlight Gale's violent reaction instantly made Naruto unable to react. No. I was just kidding. Don't really tell me there's a big secret here? Naruto wanted to make up a reason to let Moonlight Gale go home and avoid the limelight for the next 2 days. But looking at Uncle Gale's appearance, it seems like there's something else going on no matter how you look at it. Could it be that his girlfriend Xian dislikes Uncle Gale? And then ran out to cheat on him? Hiss. Thinking of this, Naruto leaned back and took 2 breaths of cold air. Moonlight Gale covered his face and cried, coughing from time to time. "With you, cough cough." Naruto saw that he looked so pitiful, and immediately put his arm around his shoulder to comfort him, but Naruto spoke too quickly and didn't think about it for a while. "Uncle Hayate. Flowers can bloom again after they wither. If you had left earlier, she would definitely have left." "Wow. With you. It would have been better if Naruto hadn't said anything. As soon as a certain keyword was mentioned, Uncle Hayate cried even louder. "That. Maybe it's a misunderstanding." Realizing that he was quick-witted, Naruto really didn't dare to continue to provoke Hayate. Otherwise, even if the tuberculosis ghost wasn't killed later, he would have been pissed off to death here. "Naruto, why do you say that?" I. The sad Moonlight Hayate said a lot, and Naruto didn't know how to respond. After all, it always felt weird for a yellow-haired man like him to talk about such things with Uncle Hayate. In the end, Moonlight Hayate wiped his tears, ran to talk to the third Hokage, and then quickly left the Chunin exam site. Naruto was in a very subtle mood. Gecko Hayate is unlikely to die. But why does he feel worse than death now? I just hope Sister Xian didn't cheat. An hour later, the third match was held as scheduled. The match was between Gaara and Li. Because the examiner Gecko Hayate left temporarily, suspected to go back to catch the adulterer, their examiner has now been replaced by a scarred Konoha Jonin. Naruto said he had seen this battle and it was completely uninteresting. Li's only cheating moment was at this moment, and then he was banned. Naruto looked at the two people fighting fiercely in the competition field and felt very bored. But Brother Sakura pulled Hinata away, so he had to sink his consciousness into the sealed space to tease the vixen in his body. "Ah! I miss it so much." Jiraiya walked on the streets of Konoha with a nostalgic look on his face. Every time he passed a familiar intersection, his mind would flash back to the days when he spent time with Orochimaru and Tsunade. "It's Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama is back. Thank God. Ha 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 ha, that's great." Many of the older generation of villagers saw Jiraiya's iconic white hair and started shouting excitedly. There is such a legend circulating in Konoha village. As long as Jiraiya-sama returns to the village, he will be able to discipline the yellow-haired man. It is no exaggeration to say that before Jiraiya-sama returned, Konoha village was dark because of the various actions of a certain yellow-haired man in the village. And now that Jiraiya-sama is back, the sky of Konoha is bright. The passing ninjas saw Jiraiya trembling with excitement. They lined up one by one, came to Jiraiya, and bowed in unison. "Jiraiya-sama, you have worked hard all the way." Seeing this, the surrounding villagers took things from their homes and stuffed eggs, fish, meat, etc. into Jiraiya's arms. Of course, during this process, everyone tacitly did not mention the name of a certain yellow-haired man. Faced with such enthusiasm, even the thick-skinned Jiraiya felt a little overwhelmed. "No. Is it because I haven't been back for too long? Why do I feel that the enthusiasm of the villagers is a little scary? Enough, enough. I can't take it anymore, everyone go back quickly." Jiraiya pushed the things in his arms to the villagers and was forced to accept everyone's gifts. At this moment, Jiraiya felt that the old man was not as popular as himself among the villagers. And those ninjas had already done their homework in advance. "Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. It is a great honor for everyone to meet you." "Yes. I have heard about your deeds since I was a child. And, I also like your works very much." Everyone surrounded Jiraiya and praised him without hesitation, and he was flattered in a few words. "Ha ha 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 ha. I didn't expect I was so famous in the village. Ha 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 ha." Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed, looking very proud of himself. However, he had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. After more than 10 minutes, Jiraiya couldn't stand the praise and waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse and not to block the street and affect others. Then he quietly walked towards a bathhouse. Well, I haven't been there to collect materials for a long time. But speaking of which, I haven't been back to the village for many years, and the people of Konoha village are still as enthusiastic as before. Jiraiya sighed, chuckled, and then took out the Zyuchen telescope from his arms. When looking at the bath, he laughed strangely. Originally, he wanted to see the old man first, but when he heard that the old man was in the death forest, he decided to see him later. Anyway, he has returned to the village, so this little time is not a big deal. The 7th match, Hyuga Hinata wins. Naruto looked at Hinata below and almost popped his eyes out. The individual duel of the second exam was coming to an end, and his wife was not surprisingly facing off against his brother-in-law. Then, brother-in-law Ninkai glared at him before the battle, just like in the original book, and then started to nag. And when the two began to fight, brother-in-law Ninkai was pinned to the ground by Hinata and beaten with the 8 diagram 64 palms. Naruto was not too surprised by these. After all, although the little girl was not as good as him and Sasuke under his training, her strength could be said to be the strongest in the same class. However, when Hinata beat up her brother-in-law, Naruto noticed that the little girl's left eye was faintly blue light. That look is a bit like Boruto opening his eyes. Naruto has begun to worry whether he will be beaten by his wife after marriage. He looked at Hinata, who was panting slightly, again. The blue light in her eyes had disappeared. If others did not observe carefully, they would think that the blue light in Hinata's eyes just now was the reflection of the light. Naruto looked for a while and felt that Hinata should not have really awakened yet, but judging from the situation, it would probably take no time for her eyes to open. At this time, Sasuke suddenly walked to Naruto and whispered, "Hinata's eyes." Others did not notice, but Sasuke opened his eyes and found the abnormality immediately. "It's similar to your Mangekyo. Don't tell others." "Okay." The two of them talked quietly with their shoulders against each other, not noticing that Sakura and Hinata had come behind them. Chapter 80. Impossible. There are no strange fires in the ninja world, so how can I make a real burning art for you? What? Do-di? Is the six-path sage qualified? The topic of the two suddenly changed from beauty contact lenses to discussing the plot of X Breaking the Sky. Sasuke also expressed his conjecture about the burning art and asked how strong Do-di would be in the ninja world. Naruto was very disdainful. The combat power of X Breaking the Sky is many times higher than that of the Hokage. How can a ninja with high attack and low defense compare with the people in X Breaking the Sky? Naruto expressed his own opinion and asked Sasuke not to be too obsessed with it. His own vixen could no longer persuade him. Kurama has even started to meditate and practice, calling it closed-door practice. Naruto was very speechless. Obviously, when he was meditating and refining chakra before, the big fox had complained about him. However, when Naruto looked into Sasuke's eyes, he couldn't help but be dazed. The Mangeki Sharingan is also known as the wish-making machine in the ninja world. Don't let Sasuke really do anything then, right? Just as Naruto was talking, he suddenly felt the temperature around him drop sharply. He and Sasuke shuddered. Strange. There's no air conditioning here. Why did it suddenly get cold? Naruto muttered a few words in a low voice, and looked at Sasuke, and then the two of them caught a glimpse of Sakura and Hinata standing behind them. Hinata lowered her head, the light hit her face, and her face was mostly covered in shadows, and her expression could not be seen for a while. Sakura frowned and clenched her teeth. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Naruto seemed to see a burning flame in her eyes. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata pulled Naruto away, tilted her head and smiled. Her tone was gentler than usual, but Naruto felt that the temperature around him had dropped a few degrees. Sasuke swallowed his saliva subconsciously when he saw Hinata's expression. Somehow, he felt guilty and stepped aside unconsciously. He saw a hint of murderous intent in Hinata's eyes. I was just chatting with Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head and smiled, not noticing the flash of murderous intent in his little girl's eyes. Is that so? Naruto-kun and Sasuke are too close. Hinata's white pupils lit up blue light again. Just now, she learned about the mist-hidden mail pass from Sakura's communication, which caused a great shock to Hinata's young heart. What followed was vigilance. Hinata recalled that the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke seemed a little too close over the years. She thought she had every reason to suspect that Uchiha Sasuke was going to snatch a man from her. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Naruto's smile froze when he heard Hinata's words, and then he glared at Sakura. He finally understood. Sakura must have said something to Hinata just now. Otherwise Hinata's reaction wouldn't be so intense. Okay, okay. Sakura, I'll remember this grudge. Naruto hooked Hinata's shoulders and dragged her away. Hinata, who was about to get angry, was interrupted by Naruto's action. Her face was blushing, her head was dizzy, and it was difficult to think. Hinata, I'm telling you. Sasuke is a big. Naruto pulled his girlfriend and began to explain patiently. Sasuke looked at Naruto and Hinata in the corner, turned his head and looked at Sakura and asked in confusion. Is Hinata angry? Should be. Sakura's eyes were evasive, she didn't dare to look at Sasuke, and she was still persuading herself in her heart. Hara no Sakura. You are right to do this. We can't let them continue to develop, forbidden love will not have any result. Sasuke didn't understand why Hinata was angry, and his mind was full of what Naruto said to him. Feeling that it was still a bit difficult to figure it out, Sasuke looked at the competition below and felt that there was nothing to watch. Anyway, he had finished watching the Battle of Gaara in the Sand Village, so he didn't plan to continue watching. Then he walked to Kakashi who was reading a book, took out his book, and read it quietly. Hiss. As soon as he took out the book, Sasuke felt a dull pain in his neck. He raised his hand to cover the wound, and this action happened to attract Kakashi's attention. Sasuke, your neck. It's okay, I was bitten by a snake. Sasuke put down the wound he was covering, and his tone was very calm, as if it was really as he said. He didn't tell Kakashi about the previous battle. In his it seems that this matter is not a big deal. But Kakashi is highly alert. When the Chunin exam was halfway through, Mitarashi Anko had met the Konoha rebel Orochimaru, which made everyone in the village highly alert. And the curse seal on Sasuke's neck. It was obviously Orochimaru's work. Really? Kakashi said as he pulled up his eye mask and used his Sharingan to observe Sasuke's situation. As soon as he pulled open his Sharingan and took a look, Kakashi was shocked. He found that a cold chakra appeared on Sasuke's body. This chakra could cause the chakra in Sasuke's body to run wild at any time. If an ordinary person had this situation, he would feel like lying on the ground and unable to move. And Sasuke was like nothing happened. Still sitting next to him reading a book? How big is your heart? Sasuke, come with me. Really worried, Kakashi stood up and shouted to Sasuke, then led him to a deserted place. With the last battle, the Chunin exam also came to an end. The list of opponents for the last Chunin exam will be announced below. Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara. Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. The third exam will start in a month, and candidates whose names are called should not be absent at that time. The couple who were in the corner were shocked at the same time when they heard the list of opponents. How can we fight this? Third generation old man, I protest. Naruto vented his dissatisfaction to the figure of the third generation, and said that there was a shady deal with the list of opponents. He wanted to deal with his brother-in-law at first. Who knew that he would have to fight Hinata in the end? Naruto. Naruto-kun. Hinata's face was also tangled. Protest is invalid. Disband. The third generation turned around and left Naruto with his back, and walked away from the scene with a vigorous pace. Speaking of Hinata vs Naruto, it was Hyuga Hayashi who proposed it. The Hyuga family felt that Naruto was too much. He went to the Hyuga family to provoke everyone whenever he had nothing to do, and he was flirting with Hinata in front of Hayashi. But no one in the village could deal with this kid, so Hayashi finally let his daughter fight Naruto. It can not only test Hinata's strength, but also make the yellow-haired man timid, and by the way, it can also dampen his spirit. Seeing the old man of the third generation fleeing in panic, Naruto was more convinced that he had something to hide. Damn it! He couldn't do anything to Hinata. Who came up with this damn idea? Naruto thought about it for a while and couldn't figure it out, so he simply put the blame on Danzo. Thinking of how Danzo reacted when he saw him, Naruto planned to go to the hospital to see the elderly old Deng. And visit the Hyuga family. Chapter 81. The next day. Naruto Uzumaki's exclusive training ground. What? You let me practice on my own. Naruto looked at Kakashi in front of him with an angry look. He waited for his teammates at the training ground for a whole morning, but did not see Sasuke and Sakura until noon when Kakashi came. This white-haired Chunin said he would take Sasuke to special training. As for Sakura, she went to Konoha Hospital to practice medical ninjutsu. Well, you practiced well on your own before. Naruto gritted his teeth and had a lot of opinions about Kakashi. Although it is true to say so, you, white-haired Chunin, are too biased. And why Kakashi attaches so much importance to Sasuke is 100% because of Obito. Thinking of this, Naruto found that he had another reason to kill Obito. Don't worry. Someone will take you to train. Kakashi stared with dead fish eyes, and the figure of Jiraiya flashed in his mind. Oh, by the way. Naruto, do you still have the steak I ate last time? That thing should make the eater dream of the deceased, right? Uzumaki Naruto? Is there a possibility? You died on the spot last time because you ate that steak, and then you went to the Pure Land to see the deceased? Naruto's expression was very distorted after hearing what Kakashi said. However, in order to honor his beloved teacher Kakashi, Naruto still took out the colorful steak and thoughtfully took out an immortal totem. Kakashi was happy to see the colorful steak again, but was dumbfounded when he saw Naruto take out a weapon. Naruto, what are you doing? Teacher Kakashi, if you want to see the deceased, you must hug this statue and then eat the steak. What is the principle? Naruto said it seriously, and Kakashi believed it. But, why is this statue so versatile? It can be used as a weapon, and it can also help you see the dead. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe the souls of the dead will be guided by the statue. Don't ask so many questions, just do it. I guarantee you will see the dead. Naruto couldn't believe the reason he made up, so he simply didn't make it up. Anyway, he told Kakashi that if he wanted to see the dead, he should just do what he said. Kakashi was stunned for a while, and finally accepted Naruto's outrageous statement. There was no way, because he had seen his father last time. When he was holding the statue, his mind was full of images of Obito, Rin, his father, and his teacher. I wonder who he can see this time. Finally, Kakashi put the steak in his arms, held the statue, and walked home with expectation. Naruto saw the departing figure of Bai Mao Zhongdeng, silently made a cross on his chest, and mourned for him for a second in his heart. Well, Teacher Kakashi, I forgive you. Still like this, Naruto was still a little angry when he thought of Kakashi's partiality to Sasuke because of Obito. Since Bai Mao Zhongdeng took the initiative to die, he would go to Obito to collect some interest. Naruto showed a presumptuous smile, opened a space door, and came to the cemetery of Uchiha Obito. As soon as he arrived here, what caught his eyes were rows of neat tombstones. All the heroes who died in Konoha village will be buried here. Naruto felt disdainful of this. However, it is no problem to say that Obito has passed away. When he was young, He had already died in Kakashi's heart along with the rocks. Now Obito, who is making trouble behind the scenes in the ninja world, is just the shadow of a long-haired hedgehog head. Looking at the tombstone, there was a smiling photo of Uchiha Obito when he was a teenager, and in front of the tombstone, there were fresh fruits, a few strings of meatballs and flowers. Next to Obito's tombstone, Naruto also saw the tombstone of Harano Rin, which was also decorated with flowers and fresh tributes. From the water droplets hanging on these flowers, it is not difficult to see that these tributes should have been delivered by Kakashi today. Moreover, the cleanliness of these two tombstones is much cleaner than that of other people's tombstones around. Could it be that Bai Mao Zhongdeng came to see Obito every day? Kakashi hasn't found a girlfriend for so many years. Could it be that he never married for Obito? Naruto looked around furtively, and after making sure that there was no one around, he sat down in front of Uchiha Obito's tombstone. He picked up an apple, wiped it on his clothes, and took a big bite, as if the fruit in his hand was that damn Uchiha Obito. After stealing Obito's tribute, Naruto looked at the flowers in the vase, his eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. After confirming that there was no one around, he took 2 steps to the vase and poured water. During the process, Naruto even closed one eye and tried his best to aim at the vase. Still, he splashed all over the floor. Hey! Did you get irritated these 2 days? With 2 shakes, Naruto finally completed the task of fertilizing the flowers. He didn't have any bad intentions, he just wanted the flower to live a few more days. Hey! That kid! What are you doing? At this time, a full-bodied voice sounded in Naruto's ears. Naruto, who was guilty of being a thief, immediately put on his pants and ran away. He just ran 2 steps and planned to open a space door to leave, but he suddenly reacted. Hey! What am I afraid of? It won't matter if I get caught. There is no one in the entire Konoha village who can cause trouble for him. After realizing this, Naruto turned around, put his hands on his waist, raised his head proudly, and looked at the person who came. Then he saw a hedgehog-headed old man, wearing a forehead protector with the word oil on his head and wearing wooden clogs running towards him. Naruto knew who this white-haired old man was by picking out any of the above characteristics. It was obviously Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. It is worth mentioning that this white-haired old man also held an apple in his hand. Damn! White-haired old man also came here to steal tribute. Hey! Little devil! What were you doing just now? You actually did that to the hero of Konoha, don't you have any awe at all? Jiraiya walked in front of Naruto, accused him, and took a bite of the apple in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto! White-haired old deng! When you say this, should you put down the tribute in your hand first? Naruto thought about the scene of meeting Jiraiya countless times. But he really didn't expect to run into him when he was stealing tributes in the cemetery. It doesn't matter. The tribute is just the grief and mourning of the living for the deceased. Instead of letting it rot here, it's better for a young man like me to eat it. Wait. What did you just call me? Jiraiya was talking seriously, and suddenly realized that the yellow-haired boy in front of him actually called him white-haired old deng. He is known as the white-haired boy. How can he be that old? White-haired old deng. For fear that the old man in front of him didn't hear clearly, Naruto spoke again in a clear and slow tone. After hearing this, Jiraiya's forehead veins throbbed and his fist hardened. Listen to me, little brat. But I am. Jiraiya did a hand dance with Naruto without saying anything, but Naruto didn't give Lao Deng any chance and turned to leave. Jiraiya, who had just prepared his words, got stuck in his throat and his expression twisted. He had traveled in the ninja world for so many years, but he had never met such an impolite brat. Wait a minute. Little brat, you don't want the Hokage to know that you did such a thing in the resting place of Konoha heroes, right? Naruto ignored the white-haired Lao Deng, and his pace of leaving gradually changed from slow to fast. Jiraiya, who was behind, saw that the boy ignored him, and rushed up on the spot in anger, intending to give him a good beating. Impolite brat! Can't you just listen to what you say? Two figures ran out of the cemetery one after the other. At this time, the space in front of the tombstone of Yuan Yelin was distorted, and then the masked man Obito came here. He held a bouquet of flowers in his hand, looked at Lin's photo for a few seconds, and then leaned over to place the bouquet in front of Lin's tombstone. Just as Obito was about to say something to Lin, he suddenly noticed the flowers with water stains next to his tombstone. Kakashi! Obito gritted his teeth, disgusted by Kakashi's behavior of giving him flowers. That guy killed Lin himself. He actually had the nerve to come here. Obito walked to his tombstone dissatisfied, grabbed the bouquet in the bottle, and threw the flowers aside with great disgust. After shaking off the water stains in his hand, Obito moved his nose and suddenly smelled a strange smell on his hand. This smell is... Raising his hand and smelling it carefully, Obito was so angry that he threw the mask on the ground and stomped it hard. She. What the hell are you doing? Chapter 82. Fu. The third generation blew out a smoke ring, looking at Jiraiya and Naruto who were slacking off in front of him. The wrinkles on his face were enough to kill a mosquito. 10 minutes ago, he learned from the Anbu that the two guys, one big and one small, had nothing better to do and went to the cemetery to steal the tributes of the heroes of Konoha. When he heard the news, the third generation almost fainted on the spot, so he went to the hospital with his old friend Danzo. What is a cemetery? That's where all the heroes who died for the village rest. These two guys are so good. Not only did they go to the cemetery to make a lot of noise, but they also went too far to steal other people's tributes. What if the family members of the deceased knew about this? And many of the families in the cemetery died in battle. When he thought of those families who died in battle being disturbed by these two bastards, the third generation's blood pressure soared rapidly. Naruto is fine, he has been causing trouble in the village for a long time anyway. But Jiraiya, who is already an old man, can still do things that really make the third generation angry. What on earth are you two thinking? How can such a ridiculous thing happen in the habitat of Konoha heroes? Faced with the third generation's questioning, Jiraiya turned his head to the right, and Naruto turned his head to the left. Both of them had an attitude of you can say whatever you want, but I just don't intend to admit my mistakes. Seeing this, the third generation trembled and took out the medicine from the drawer, took it quickly, and took a few deep breaths before he didn't fall over in anger. That's a tribute. What on earth are you thinking? The third generation pulled a hoarse voice, sounding like an old man who was about to die. Naruto picked his nose, his eyes were erratic, and he argued before the white-haired old man. The tribute is just the living's grief and mourning for the deceased. Rather than leaving it to rot in the cemetery, let me, a young man, eat it. This is what this uncle taught me. Naruto directly put the blame on the white-haired old man, and the third generation immediately glared at Jiraiya. Even the thick-skinned Jiraiya felt a little embarrassed when he heard these familiar words. He turned his head and glared at Naruto. Boy! When did I teach you? Old man, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I am so wronged. Jiraiya moved and dodged the big black pot thrown by the yellow-haired man on the spot. Oh! White-haired old man, just tell me if this is what you told me. You kid! Naruto's two words instantly aroused Jiraiya's anger. The atmosphere at the scene was also full of gunpowder. It seemed that the two would fight in the Hokage's office in the next second. Bang! The third generation slammed the table angrily, stood up, and scolded the two. Nonsense! Do you still take me, the Hokage, seriously? If you want to fight, get out and fight. The two people who were on the verge of a fight shrank their necks at the same time when they saw the third generation so furious. The two sides looked at each other, snorted coldly, and turned their heads to look to the side. Jiraiya felt that this kid was not on good terms with him. If it wasn't for the old man's face, he would really teach this yellow-haired kid a lesson, so that he would know how to respect an elder. The third generation was silent for a long time, looked at Naruto's figure, rubbed his head and said, "If you make trouble like this again, forget about the ceiling scroll." The third generation tried to use this method to make Naruto quiet down for a while. However, Naruto glanced at the old man of the third generation, and he didn't care. Anyway, after the Chunin exam, he will have to eat the third generation's meal. Whether the next Hokage will recognize him or not is another matter. However, considering that the third generation will not have much time left, Naruto finally nodded obediently. Well, let the third generation live a few days in peace. And you, Jiraiya, didn't I ask the Anbu to notify you to see me? Why haven't you come to the Hokage building yet? If you are not caught by the Anbu today, do you plan to see an old man like me? The third generation turned around and started to attack Jiraiya. I was looking forward to Jiraiya's return to the village. I finally waited for him to come back. But this kid is so good. He goes to the custom shop to drink every day, or goes to the female bathhouse to peek. When the Anbu found this guy, he just shook his head and waved his hands, saying that he was busy and would go to the Hokage building when he had time. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since you came back. I really want to see how the village has changed over the years. Jiraiya laughed, and then suddenly remembered that Kakashi had looked for him in the morning. Kakashi said that the Hokage wanted him to teach Minato's son. He thought that if he took the initiative to talk to the old man about this now, he might be able to calm him down. Oh, by the way, I heard that I was asked to return to the village this time to teach Minato's child, right? Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious when he said this. Minato. After so many years, his child should be about the same age as the annoying kid next to him. Indeed, as Jiraiya thought, the expression on the face of the third generation eased a lot when he heard this. He did not speak, but looked at Naruto, who was standing there in a daze. At this time, the scene suddenly fell silent for a while. Jiraiya looked at the yellow-haired man next to him, and then at the serious old man, and opened his mouth with difficulty and said, "Old man! You, don't tell me!" Jiraiya saw that the third generation's eyes were always on that kid, and he began to feel bad in his heart. Impossible! How could Minato's child be this annoying brat in front of him? Absolutely not! Yes! He is Minato's child, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya. Upon hearing this bad news, Jiraiya was petrified on the spot. After a few seconds, he accepted the fact, rubbed his face, and pretended to walk towards the gate as if nothing had happened. Jiraiya. If you dare to walk out of this gate today, don't come back again. The third generation was really angry. He had waited for Jiraiya to return to the village to discipline Naruto for so many years. After waiting for so long until today, Jiraiya wanted to give up without saying a word. He couldn't accept such a result. The entire Konoha village couldn't accept it either. Jiraiya turned his head and said with a look of surprise, "There is such a good thing." The third generation was so angry that he sat down on the chair with his hands tightly grasping his chest, and his breathing became like a bellows. "Old man! Calm down first." Jiraiya still knew the severity of the situation, and stepped forward to the third generation to ask. Naruto was very skilled. He had watched the third generation take medicine for so many years, and he already knew where the old man put the medicine. Naruto skillfully opened the drawer, poured a handful of speed pills from the medicine bottle, and put it into the third generation's mouth. The third generation was happy to see that the child cared about him. But, are you taking a handful of medicine because you are worried that you will not die quickly enough? The third generation glanced at the well-behaved Naruto, pushed the child's hand away, and took 2 pills from him and swallowed them. But after taking the medicine, he still looked like he was dying. He held Jiraiya's hand, as if a dying man was about to tell his disciples about his future. Jiraiya. I don't have many years left to live. I just want to hand Naruto over to you to teach. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, then at the aging Sandai, and hesitated for 3 minutes before nodding and agreeing. Okay. I promise you. When Sandai heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up suddenly and grabbed Jiraiya's collar tightly. Don't regret it. Jiraiya's face changed slightly, and he felt like he was fooled by this old man. In order to eliminate Jiraiya's worries, Sandai even said the most unsatisfactory words in his life. Don't worry, Jiraiya. Naruto is a very, very well-behaved child. Naruto was shocked. Even he felt embarrassed after hearing it. How on earth did the third-generation old master have the nerve to say such a thing? However, when he saw the third-generation old master staring at him, Naruto immediately understood the deep meaning. He scratched his head and showed a simple and honest smile. Well-behaved.jpg. Chapter 83. Finally, Jiraiya agreed to teach Naruto under the coercion and inducement of the third Hokage. In order to make Jiraiya agree, the third Hokage even lent his crystal ball for 2 days. At first, Jiraiya felt that he was cheated by the old man. But the moment he saw the crystal ball, he had thrown all his concerns behind him. The next day, Jiraiya and Naruto agreed to train at the east training ground of the village head. He. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the stone, holding the crystal ball of the third Hokage in his arms. When he showed a lewd smile, saliva was still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Can you stop for a moment? Old Deng, at your age, can you really? Naruto stood on the side and complained, and he was interrupted by him when he poked the pain point of the white-haired old Deng just now. Asshole! What nonsense are you talking about? How can a kid of your age say such dirty words? I tell you. I'm very strong at my age. Jiraiya got anxious when he heard Naruto's words. Are you kidding? This is a man's dignity. How can it be smeared at will? Uzumaki Naruto. Why are you so anxious when I haven't finished speaking? It must be no good. Naruto stared at Jiraiya's old face, his eyes full of doubt. He said nothing, but he said everything. Jiraiya was furious when he saw the boy's appearance. The most important thing is, when this kid is in a good mood, he always takes out some weird cards and waves them in front of him. He even met Joe from the sand village. And he was wearing a swimsuit. The most outrageous thing is that there is also the fourth rakeage. He just glanced at it and felt a chill all over his body. He had no interest in looking at the crystal ball again. Jiraiya looked at the cards on the ground, full of resistance. This was not the most frightening part for him. Jiraiya was really afraid that Naruto would refer to these cards and then use the transformation technique to appear in front of him. Naruto. Can you find a place to stay by yourself first? And I have promised the old man to accept you as a disciple. Can you respect me as a teacher? Do you want to call me teacher? Now, immediately, right away. Put away those strange cards of yours. Naruto lowered his head and said nothing, and continued to take out the exclusive cards for quitting porn from the system. These cards were drawn by Uzumaki Naruto, and they contained various women's clothing cards. What white silk Li Kui, fishnet stockings Zhang Fei, J.K. Danzo. If it weren't for the fact that the third generation of Lao Deng was still there, Uzumaki Naruto would even want to draw a stepfather skirt Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anyway, the mental pollution level of these cards can be said to be full. Even Naruto didn't dare to look at them. When he placed these cards in front of Jiraiya, he always recalled Hinata's appearance at the age of 18 in his mind to resist the serious mental pollution. Stop, stop, stop. Can I teach you a powerful technique? Jiraiya was very confused. Now he would never believe the old man's words even if he was beaten to death. Still well behaved? Naruto, this kid. How is this fucking well behaved? Even he himself, when he was a child, could not cause trouble like this kid. Naruto, who was taking out the cards, paused when he heard that Jiraiya was going to teach him something. Powerful technique? Rolling balls? Or summoning technique? Naruto quickly threw the cards on the ground into the system, and he raised his head and showed a well-behaved expression again. Haku. Teacher Jiraiya, what powerful technique are you going to teach me? Jiraiya's eyes twitched. He felt that the child wanted to call him white-haired old dang just now. Looking at Naruto's yellow hair, Jiraiya thought of Minato. Minato was such a well-behaved person when he was a child, how could he give birth to a child like Naruto? Or, this child is like Kushina? A red pepper flashed in Jiraiya's mind, and he showed a lingering fear expression. It seems that it is indeed a bit similar. Ahem. Jiraiya, who was thinking about it, coughed twice, carefully put the crystal ball in his arms, and stood up to tidy up his clothes. Naruto, watch out! Jiraiya bit his thumb, smeared the blood on his palm, began to make seals with both hands, then pressed one hand on the ground, shouting, summoning technique. Bang! After a burst of smoke, an orange toad about 2 meters long appeared on the spot. It opened its mouth, rolled its tongue, and spit out a scroll. Jiraiya took the scroll and threw it at Naruto in front of him. Sign your own name on the scroll. As he spoke, he opened the scroll and revealed the text inside. It was written with the names of people who had signed contracts with Miyaboku Mountain in the past. Naruto picked up the pen and wrote his own name after his adopted father. After completing this ceremony, Jiraiya began to teach the essentials of the summoning technique. How is it? How much of the summoning technique have you remembered? Jiraiya asked casually, and was ready to send Naruto aside to figure it out by himself. However, after he finished this sentence, he found that Naruto did not speak, and stood still. It was as if his time was forbidden. What are you doing? Master is asking you a question. How much of the summoning technique have you remembered? Jiraiya shouted for 2 minutes before seeing Naruto move. Half. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, with clear stupidity in his eyes. It's not because the summoning technique is difficult. It's mainly because Jiraiya talked about a lot of knowledge points about the sealing technique during the teaching just now, which is very easy to understand. Naruto remembered the flying thunder god he had memorized in the sealing scroll before, and his consciousness sank directly into the sealed space to study flying thunder god. As a result, he found that after understanding a few knowledge points of the sealing technique, studying flying thunder god was still like doing a math problem. The good news is that he has found a little clue. As for the summoning technique that Jiraiya just talked about, naturally, he forgot to listen to the rest of the half. You. Jiraiya was choked with anger, and his fists hardened again. However, he still explained the essentials of the summoning technique again. This time Naruto listened very seriously. Okay, go practice on your own. Jiraiya pressed Naruto's shoulders with both hands, pushed him to the side, and then waved his hands to drive him away. From what Naruto had just said, he couldn't remember the essentials of the summoning technique all at once. It is not difficult to infer that it will take a long time for this child to master this technique. It is estimated that Minato's talent was not inherited by this child. However, this also means that I can have a quiet life for a while. Thinking of this, Jiraiya found a corner and took out the crystal ball. He. The flower season girl is good. Jiraiya's eyes almost drilled into the crystal ball. Boom! Boom! Just at this time, there were several loud noises around, and Jiraiya was so scared that he almost threw away the old man's precious crystal ball. Earthquake? Jiraiya turned his head with doubts. He almost fainted on the spot. Traitor! Stop it! That's the big toad sage. Chapter 84. The giant toad sage, who was nearly 100 meters long, sat cross-legged on the spot, his head lowered, and a deafening snoring sound came out of his mouth. Of course, this was not what frightened Jiraiya. The main thing was, dozens of yellow-haired people were holding iron chains at this time, and they appeared on the limbs, shoulders, and head of the toad, and kept wrapping iron chains around the giant toad sage. As for Naruto's body, he stood in front of the giant toad, holding the iron chain that bound it in his hand, carrying it on his shoulders, and struggling forward. If you don't look at the toad behind him, you might think he is an experienced boat puller. In Naruto's impression, he is only familiar with the toad holding a machete in Myaboku Mountain. In addition, the two-dimensional and three-dimensional animations are very different. In reality, the toad he summoned himself and the toad Jiraiya summoned before are different in size, and there is no other difference. In addition, this toad is sleeping as soon as it comes out, and it can't be woken up even if you call it. Seeing this mountain-like body, Naruto couldn't help but feel itchy, wanting to try whether he could drag this weight in front of him. In the distance, Jiraiya's shouting did not stop Naruto from dragging the toad. His mind was now full of the toad's snoring, and it would be strange if he could hear the white-haired Lao Deng's words. Naruto! Traitor! Stop it now! Jiraiya was sweating profusely when he saw the big toad sage appear here. Over the years, he had repeatedly asked to see the big toad sage, but the response he got from Myaboku Mountain was, the big toad sage was sleeping and would not see outsiders. Jiraiya had never thought that he would see the big toad sage in this situation today. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he ran to Naruto in 2 steps. Hey! Lao Deng, why are you here? Naruto stopped dragging the big toad for a while, turned his head and looked at Jiraiya with a panicked face. You! Take those chains off for me. That's the great toad sage of Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya snatched the chains from Naruto's hand, pointed at the toad sage behind him, and started to curse. He was really going to be pissed off by this kid. Although he didn't know how Naruto summoned the great toad sage, according to the current situation, Jiraiya was really worried that Mount Maiboku would unilaterally terminate the contract they signed because of this. Hey! Naruto stopped what he was doing, looked at Jiraiya in confusion, and then turned back to look at the snoring great toad. The moment he learned that it was the great toad sage behind him, he was really a little confused. Shouldn't the toad sage be hiding in Mount Maiboku to sleep, and then wake up to give Jiraiya some prophecy? But why was it summoned by himself? What are you talking about? Hurry up and move! Jiraiya was angry and anxious. It was already so late, and you were still standing there in a daze? What if the big toad sage woke up at this time? He found himself tied up with chains. There was no need to think too much, and he knew the consequences would be very serious. Jiraiya growled on the spot, and angrily used his shadow clone to run to the feet of the toad sage first. He planned to remove the chains by himself. Bang! When Jiraiya just stretched out his hand, smoke surrounded him, and with the sound, the figure of the big toad sage also disappeared on the spot. It's over, it's over! Jiraiya pressed his head with both hands, his face full of panic. There was only one possibility for the sudden disappearance of the toad sage. That is, it just woke up from its sleep and found the chains on its body, so it took the initiative to remove the summoning technique. Jiraiya's brain was about to explode now. Traitor! Look at what you have done! He really couldn't figure out what was going on in this kid's mind. Wouldn't a normal person who learns summoning first marvel at his powerful summoned beast, or praise his teacher? For example, Minato was like this. But Naruto is so good. Not to mention summoning the sage of Myaboku Mountain, he also took out a chain to tie it up, and then started to drag the summoned beast. That's a summoned beast. A ninja's fighting partner. Not a weight. When Jiraiya thought of the sleeping big toad sage being dragged by this kid for weight training, his blood pressure rose. Thinking back to the old man's drawer of medicine. Jiraiya seemed to understand a little. And how can this kid be considered as a well-behaved child? Teacher Jiraiya, I learned the summoning technique well, didn't I? Jiraiya. Naruto didn't take the fact that he treated the giant toad sage as a burden to his heart. When he summoned the giant toad before, he ran to its ear and shouted, but the toad slept like a dead body. That's why Naruto treated the giant toad as a burden to his body. Jiraiya's face darkened, and he raised his hand to hit the child, but Naruto saw the white-haired old man raising his hand, thinking that he was going to touch his head, and dodged quickly. You kid! Do you know what you just did? That's the sage of the three holy places, an existence comparable to the six paths sage. Oh! Facing the angry Jiraiya, Naruto's expression was very calm. Isn't it just living for 1,000 years? He understands. Old but not dead is a demon. Old deng demon deng. I will know how to greet the great toad sage and the six paths sage politely when I see them in the future. Hee. Jiraiya was so angry that Naruto laughed on the spot. He is so stupid now, really. He should have left directly when he was in the Hokage's office before. Why did he agree to that old man? Jiraiya felt a headache when he looked at Naruto now. After a long pause, Jiraiya still put himself in the position of a teacher and continued to teach Naruto. Naruto, use the summoning technique again. Control the chakra a little. Don't use too much. Jiraiya thought about it just now and found that there was only one possibility for Naruto to summon the great toad sage. That is, the child carries a lot of chakra. By chance, the great toad sage was called out. Oh, I see. Naruto was slightly stunned, and nodded to show that he had listened. When he was using the summoning technique just now, he thought that the more chakra he used, the bigger the toad would be. But he didn't expect that he would summon the big toad, the demon of the sage. Biting his fingers lightly, Naruto made seals with both hands again. Summoning technique. Bang! At this time, before the two of them could see the figure of the toad clearly, a ruffian voice sounded in their ears. Little Jiraiya, what do you want from me? Who are you going to do next? Jiraiya. This one is better than the one just now. Chapter 85. Isn't that the summoning technique Jiraiya used? Gamabunta grabbed the pipe and blew out a huge smoke ring. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's neck and said in a low voice with gritted teeth. Naruto, remember. The summoned beast is our partner, don't do anything like that to your master again. Do you know? Speak. I know. Naruto, who was controlled, looked at the toad scoundrel in front of him, his eyes full of regret. What a pity. This toad is bigger than the one just now. If it is used for training, I will definitely become a lot stronger. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Naruto's words. Fortunately, this kid Naruto still listened to his words. Bunta, this kid summoned you. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto. Gamabunta looked at the yellow-haired boy, and the image of Minato flashed in his mind. So it's Minato's kid's child. It was a little surprised at Uzumaki Naruto. You know, even Minato couldn't summon himself at Naruto's age. Jiraiya then chatted with Bunta for a while, and warned Naruto. After making sure that he would not do anything ridiculous again, he threw Naruto to Bunta and ran away. If he continued to stay, Jiraiya estimated that he would make Naruto wrinkle. Moreover, he had to settle accounts with the old man. It's not that Jiraiya was unwilling to accept Naruto as a disciple. But why didn't you explain Naruto's situation to me, you old man? Rough. After Jiraiya left the training ground, he ran to the Hokage building as soon as possible. But before he even entered the gate, he was stopped by two Anbu ninjas. Jiraiya-sama, please stay. The third Sama said that he is busy with official duties these 2 days. No outsiders for the time being. When the Anbu ninja said this, he couldn't help but sympathize with Jiraiya. You know, Jiraiya-sama is now responsible for teaching the yellow-haired man of Konoha. It is not an exaggeration to say that the future of Konoha is entrusted to Jiraiya. Damn! This old man! Jiraiya was stunned on the spot. What do you mean by busy these 2 days? He felt that the old man was simply guilty and didn't dare to see him at all, for fear that he would quit, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Come out. If you have the guts to lie to me, come out and see me. Jiraiya directly called out the name of the old man Sandai, which was enough to show how angry he was. The Sandai hid behind the curtains in the office. He pulled the gap in the curtains and observed Jiraiya cursing downstairs through the gap. No matter how badly Jiraiya cursed, he didn't say a word, and even felt a little happy. That's great. Finally, I don't have to face Naruto. Jiraiya. As my disciple, you can only work hard to help me solve problems. He now wants to throw the pile of medicine in the drawer into the trash can. Maybe. With Jiraiya, he doesn't need to eat these things anymore. Jiraiya-sama. Go back. Sandai-sama won't see you. Finally, the Anbu ninja saw the furious Jiraiya, and felt sorry for him, so he secretly reminded him. Damn it! I knew it was no good to ask me to go back to the village. Unable to see the third Hokage, Jiraiya could only stand under the Hokage building in impotence and fury. After cursing for nearly half an hour, he left in wooden clogs with a sullen face. However, when he left, he was still muttering. Old man, don't even think about taking the crystal ball back. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto's exclusive training ground. Naruto and Gamabunta get along very well. The Big Toad said that Minato was his younger brother, and Naruto was his son, so if anything happened, he would definitely protect his younger brother's son. Hearing that Gamabunta wanted to protect him, Naruto felt very subtle. I don't know why. Naruto always felt that he got along very well with animals, but it was very difficult to get along with other people in the village. Let's not talk about anything else, just take his own brother-in-law for example. He still hates him now. It was his brother-in-law who made him vomit. Uzumaki Naruto was very generous to his family by not holding a grudge. Besides, this met after a few years, how come Nisi is more vindictive than him? Thinking of this, Naruto felt that he should get along well with the people around him. He glanced at the mountain-like Gamabunta in front of him, and a golden light flashed in his mind. Got it. He can help Konohamaru and Sakura with special training. Naruto remembered that they had expressed their desire to become stronger to him several times. Thinking of this, Naruto said a few words to Bunta, then lifted the summoning technique, and then transformed into a clone, passed through the light gate, one went to find Sakura, and the main body went to find his younger brother Konohamaru. At noon, Konohamaru and Sakura appeared in the training ground. The expressions of the two were very confused. They were all dragged here by Naruto, saying that there was a way to make them stronger. Of course, the two still had expectations in their hearts. Especially Sakura. As she practiced medical ninja, she felt more and more the gap between her and Sasuke and Naruto. After all, Naruto can take out a lot of things to recover injuries. This makes her who practice medical ninjutsu even more useless. Konohamaru originally wanted to learn the door technique from his elder brother. He has recently replaced the hollow wooden door with a solid wooden door. Although it is still a little difficult to lift it, Konohamaru found that he has become stronger. Especially since the fear shown by his grandfather after seeing him is enough to prove that he has become stronger. Brother! Let's get started. Are we going to practice the door technique today? Konohamaru looked excited and seemed to be impatient. When Sakura saw the child mention the door technique, her head was buzzing. No. Isn't it? I don't want to learn Naruto's door technique. Naruto. How about forget it? I don't think I'm suitable for learning your physical skills. Sakura hesitated for a moment and felt that she should go to the hospital to continue learning medical ninjutsu. Mainly, she was always feeling uneasy when she saw Naruto's familiar smile. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, Sakura. This special training is not about that. Naruto showed a reliable smile, which made Sakura even more uneasy. She remembered that the last time Naruto smiled like this was when Sasuke was wearing women's clothes and almost became a traitor, right? Watch out! Naruto didn't notice the abnormality of Sakura's expression, bit his thumb, and began to make seals with both hands. The two people next to him were suddenly shocked by Naruto's hand. Especially Sakura, she knew that the only skill Naruto could seriously know was the multiple shadow clones, and it was the kind that made a seal. Now there are so many seals. Is he going to teach them ninjutsu? Naruto seemed to be finally reliable for once. Summoning technique. As Naruto pressed the ground with one hand, the huge figure of Gamabunta appeared in front of the two. Sakura and Konohamaru raised their necks stiffly and looked at the huge toad in front of them. They were shocked and looked forward to it. Brother Naruto! I want to learn this! Konohamaru lowered his head and shouted excitedly, but found that his brother who had just stood beside him was gone. Hey, where is brother Naruto? Naruto, why did you run up there? Sakura looked up and noticed Naruto suddenly appearing on top of the big toad, and her uneasiness became stronger. Isn't it to learn this technique? Why did Naruto run up there? Naruto stood on Gamabunta's head, with his arms folded. At this moment, he felt that he was just short of carrying a scroll and putting on orange eyeshadow. After a brief distraction, Naruto looked at the two people on the ground and shouted to Gamabunta very seriously. Brother Bunta! Brother! Attack them! Gamabunta? Hearing Naruto's words, Gamabunta was stunned for a full minute. No, Konoha doesn't seem to have been around for many years, right? Why do I feel like I can't keep up with the thinking of young ninjas now? But Bunta didn't think much about it, he raised his foot and stepped on the two people below. Boom! The huge toad's foot suddenly attacked Sakura and Konohamaru, bringing up a large cloud of dust. Just when Sakura reacted, she grabbed Konohamaru's collar and ran out when she was about to be stepped on. But she suddenly found out. The huge toad was still chasing them. Naruto! What are you doing? Ah, what? Come for my summoning beast. Naruto's tone was very serious, but from the constant rise and fall of his mouth, it can be seen that he was very hard to hold back. Brother Naruto! I don't understand. This is too dangerous. That's right. Naruto! Are you going to kill us? Chapter 86. Konohamaru and Sakura truly experienced the true meaning of death under Naruto's high-intensity training. If Naruto hadn't taken out the healing props in time, they would have had to stay in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. However, because Naruto drove the summoned beast to wreak havoc in Konoha village, the Anbu ninja brought Naruto and Jiraiya to the Hokage's office again. As a master, Jiraiya certainly couldn't escape the blame, and the third generation had no choice but to meet Jiraiya. In order to punish the two, the third generation asked them to restore the damaged site. And without using the shadow clone, let the master and apprentice clean up the men's bathhouse in Konoha village as a punishment. Traitor! I haven't been here for half a day. Look at what you did. Jiraiya suddenly threw the mop in his hand to the ground, pointed at Naruto and started to scold. Although he likes places like bathhouses, it doesn't mean he likes to come here to clean. And it's a men's bathhouse. Jiraiya felt so wronged. He had honestly found a place to take a nap in the afternoon, and didn't even take out the crystal ball to look at it. He followed Naruto to the office and was scolded by the third generation. I was training Sakura and Konohamaru. And it was in my own training ground. What did I do wrong? Naruto spoke righteously, his expression serious but also a little proud. To be honest, he was in a good mood after his revenge. Things like the bathhouse should be regarded as daily training, anyway, it is easier than dragging trees. You still have the nerve to say it. Then why did you let Bunta draw his sword? Do you know how many houses in Konoha village collapsed? Jiraiya was so angry that he couldn't stand steadily. He found a wall to sit against. He saw that Naruto was having a headache. If he didn't keep an eye on this kid, he was really worried that Naruto would cause trouble again and implicate him. He really wanted to ask the Minato couple. Why is Naruto even more difficult to deal with than Kushina? Just a few houses. I paid for them to get a new house out of my own pocket. Naruto put his hands on his hips, not realizing his fault at all, which made Jiraiya's blood pressure rise. You. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word for a long time. He really wanted to make trouble for Kakashi and the third Hokage. Especially Kakashi. He kept avoiding him just like the third Hokage. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, exhaled, and said, "Let's forget about this matter. I will be punished with you this time. I hope you can learn from this lesson and don't do it again next time. Also, don't use the summoning technique in the village next time. Got it?" "Oh, I will definitely do it next time." Naruto nodded obediently and said that he would not do this again next time. "Okay, let's hurry up and try to finish the cleaning tonight." Jiraiya smiled with relief, and suddenly felt that Naruto was still savable. At least he could still listen to what he said. At night, the lights shone on the master and the apprentice, reflecting two shadows, one big and one small. The laughter of the master and the apprentice could still be heard outside the bathhouse. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Do you know summoning techniques? I want to learn this." Late at night, the third Hokage just returned to the door of his house after finishing his work, and saw his grandson Konohamaru running to him and yelling. When he heard the three words summoning techniques, his eyes went dark. Naruto has learned the summoning technique and destroyed a large area of forest in the village, 8 houses and 7 stores. It was only in the afternoon that these people were not at home, or they reacted in time and did not cause any casualties. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to clean up Naruto's ass. Now, Konohamaru also started to clamor to learn the summoning technique. The blood pressure of the third generation rose again, and he quickly took out the remaining medicine from the afternoon from his pocket and swallowed the pills tremblingly. Then he looked at Konohamaru and said earnestly, "Konohamaru, it's too difficult for you to learn the summoning technique at your age now. I don't think I'll live for many years. When the time comes, I'll hand over the summoning technique and the ninjutsu of my family to you," the third generation said with a kind smile. Recently, for some reason, he always had a premonition that he would die soon. "Okay. Grandpa really loves me the most." Konohamaru wiped his nose happily after hearing this, and kept jumping around the third generation. The third generation stroked his beard, with a loving look on his face, and he sighed in his heart. Konohamaru is still very sensible. Just a few seconds after sighing, the third generation heard Konohamaru say something that made his blood pressure soar. "Grandpa, when will you die? You stinky boy!" The third generation laughed, and was immediately amused by Konohamaru, and raised his hand to knock on his head. Then he put his hands behind his back and walked home. Konohamaru rubbed his head and grinned. He knew that his grandfather loved him the most. Looking at the old figure of his grandfather, he chased him again and jumped to the feet of the third generation. "Grandpa, let me tell you. Brother Naruto is amazing. I have become much stronger under the training of my brother recently." In the late-night bathhouse, Naruto and Jiraiya spent a whole night to finally clean all the men's bathhouses in the village. Jiraiya looked at Naruto sitting next to him and stood up with his knees. "Hey, Naruto! Do you want to eat popsicles?" "What? Wait for me here." Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder, showed a hearty smile, stepped on wooden clogs, and swaggered out of the bathhouse. Naruto was slightly stunned when he saw the back of the white-haired old deng, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth without knowing when. Where, way, more. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in the corner of the wall and called his name. Naruto looked at the corner of the wall speechlessly. White-haired Zhou Ming. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? The head of the white-haired Kakashi popped out from the wall at this time. When he poked his head out, he looked around for fear that a white-haired person was also here. Naruto, that Master Jiraiya shouldn't be here, right? He went shopping. Why are you looking for me so late? When Naruto saw Kakashi's cautious look, he knew that he didn't dare to see the white-haired old deng. He even had to sneak around to find him. That meat steak and statue. Kakashi looked a little embarrassed. After all, it wasn't long before he looked for Naruto last time, and today he came to look for this kid again. He felt really bad. However, after Kakashi met his father again last time and talked for a few words, he was more convinced of the efficacy of Naruto's steak. This time he wanted to use the steak to see if he could find Obito. Naruto had a strange expression on his face, and he talked to Kakashi up and down. He really didn't know whether he should explain the situation to Kakashi. Good guy. Is the white-haired old deng addicted to death? I wonder how the six-path demon would react when seeing a white-haired creature constantly shuttling between life and death? Ah! Teacher Kakashi, you'd better eat less of this stuff. After that, Naruto took out the steak and the undying totem and gave them to Kakashi. Well, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Kakashi took the things, waved goodbye, hugged the statue and quickly left the scene. Chapter 87. Gata. Gata. Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto, who was in a daze, wearing wooden clogs and holding a plastic bag in his hand. Naruto, here. He tore open the popsicle packaging, gently broke it, and split the popsicle into two, and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took the popsicle and looked at Jiraiya, and said something after a long time. Thank you. Jiraiya teacher. The popsicle tasted not very good, and it couldn't be compared with the things in the system. Perhaps because of the care of the master, Naruto ate the popsicle and felt very happy. He didn't look at the white-haired old deng in front of him as displeased as before. Well, don't call him white-haired old deng in the future. Jiraiya saw Naruto's appearance and rubbed his head with his hand. Haha, you kid. This time Naruto didn't hide, and let Jiraiya's big hand rub his head. Naruto, do you want to learn a powerful technique? The kind that is more powerful than summoning techniques. These days, it is the first time that Jiraiya has seen this child so quiet, and he can't help but think of Naruto's deceased father. The golden glowing face and the figure using the Raise Nan kept flashing in his mind. Jiraiya decided to teach him the Raise Nan, the ninjutsu created by his father. Well, wait for me at the training ground tomorrow. Jiraiya stood up and threw the garbage aside, turned his head and smiled at Naruto. Naruto was stunned for 3 seconds, his eyes widened. Old deng! Pick up the garbage for me. Jiraiya! Damn it! This child is still different from Minato. Jiraiya's eyes twitched, and he had no choice but to bend down, pick up the garbage on the ground, and throw it into the trash can obediently. Then see you tomorrow. Jiraiya turned around and waved his hand, leaving without looking back. He was afraid that staying any longer would ruin the atmosphere that the master and the apprentice had created with great difficulty. See you tomorrow. Naruto murmured, and found that many snacks that Jiraiya had just bought were still placed next to him. He looked at the bag of snacks in a trance. It's really strange. This is the first time in all these years that someone has bought me these things. Naruto sat alone for 2 minutes, and looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. He picked up the bag of snacks beside him, opened a light gate and returned home. The next day, Naruto came to the training ground early in the morning to wait. As soon as he arrived, he found Jiraiya sitting on the ground, holding a crystal ball and laughing. There were many balloons next to him. Although this LSP was peeping early in the morning, Naruto still liked Jiraiya's behavior of not being late. Well, at least better than a certain white-haired Chudan. Jiraiya saw the purple light gate and was shocked. He raised his hand and pointed at Naruto and said hesitantly. Your jutsu is a space-time ninjutsu. Yet, didn't the old man Sandai tell you? Jiraiya's face froze. He was angry when he thought of that old man. He had only seen the old man a few times since he returned to the village. He was called over to be lectured with Naruto twice. The old man Sandai seemed to be avoiding him. How could he know the details of Naruto? It was the first time that Jiraiya saw Naruto use this ability. He immediately became interested. He put away the crystal ball and stood up and said. Use it again for me to see. Oh. Naruto raised his hand and threw out 2 light gates. He went in and appeared not far away. After showing it back and forth several times, Jiraiya asked him to stop. It's not as good as Minato's flying thunder jutsu. Jiraiya pinched his chin and sighed. He watched for a while and figured out what Naruto's jutsu was. Generally speaking, this space-time ninjutsu is good. But it takes time for the light gate to unfold, and it can't be as instant as Flying Thunder God. When fighting with the enemy, the first few sneak attacks are okay. Once the ability is known, the enemy will immediately use this technique to deal with Naruto. Jiraiya thought for a while and decided to find the old man to get the Flying Thunder God technique when he was free and give it to Naruto. Maybe Naruto can become a stronger ninja than his father. Or maybe Naruto is the child of destiny that he has been looking for. Teacher Jiraiya, aren't you going to learn a new ninjutsu? Seeing that Jiraiya was in a daze, Naruto raised his hand and waved it in front of him. Watch it. Jiraiya came back to his senses, spread his palm, and blinked suddenly, a blue ball appeared in his palm. Then he shouted and pressed the ball in his hand against the tree trunk beside him. Crash! After a loud noise, wood chips flew and a big hole was left on the tree trunk. There were spiral patterns in the hole. This ninjutsu was created by your father. A-level unmarked ninjutsu Raise Nan. Naruto's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. You should know that there is more than one form of rolling balls. As long as you add some chakra changes, you can play many tricks. From Boruto, Tao Lama started to roll balls, which is enough to see the power of this ninjutsu. Great! Hearing the praise from his disciples, although Jiraiya's face did not show any abnormality, his heart was already full of joy. Ahem! Listen carefully, next you will do this. After Jiraiya finished talking about the essentials of Raise Nan, he threw a balloon filled with water to Naruto. Try to use chakra to explode this ball. Before he finished speaking, Naruto squeezed the water ball and the water splashed all over him. Traitor! What are you doing? I told you to use chakra. Not to use strength. I lost control. Naruto scratched his head, a little embarrassed in his eyes. It's not that he couldn't control his own strength. The main thing is, with a spherical object in his hand, he couldn't control himself from squeezing it. And this squeezing directly squeezed the water ball to pieces. Jiraiya took a deep breath and threw another water ball to Naruto. However, after several times, the result was still the same as before. You kid! Use chakra! Chakra! Jiraiya was almost driven crazy by Naruto. Just now he threw a rubber ball specially, but this kid squeezed it like a water ball, and it also burst with a squeeze. One more time. I'll try my best to control it. Naruto didn't expect that the first step of practicing the Raise Nan would fail due to instinct. Practice well, I'll leave for a while. Jiraiya sighed, feeling that his blood pressure would rise if he stayed any longer. In order not to become the next medicine bottle, Jiraiya planned to leave first. However, he spent 2 minutes explaining before leaving, fearing that Naruto would do something weird again. Seeing Jiraiya leave, Naruto made seals with his hands and transformed into 100 clones. Brothers! It's time to gain experience. Oh yo! At the command of the original body, many shadow clones began to practice the Raise Nan. 2 hours later. With the help of the clones, Naruto finally completed the training of water balls, leather balls, and rubber balls. At this moment, he was finally going to start rolling balls. Naruto felt that he didn't need the help of the clone in the original book. With his control, it should take only a few minutes to roll a ball with one hand. Okay. Come on. Naruto rubbed his face, encouraged himself in a low voice, and then spread his palm to condense chakra. Buzz buzz buzz. Under his fine control, the blue ball soon appeared in his hand. Just when Naruto was happy, he suddenly realized that his ball was a little different. Unlike Jiraiya's Raise Nan, there was no spiral in Naruto's hand, only pure chakra. And the condensed ball was still expanding. Kid! Stop it now! Kurama, who was reading a book, was so scared when he saw Naruto's behavior outside. What dangerous thing is this kid doing again? What? Just when Naruto was about to ask, he suddenly felt a strong impact. There was also a deafening sound in my ears. Boom! A huge blue ball of light rose up in the training ground. After the explosion, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above Konoha. Chapter 88. Oh, Master Jiraiya, it's been a long time since you came. That's right. Ha 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 ha, I've been busy lately. Jiraiya sat in a certain shop in Konoha village, drinking the wine handed to him by someone next to him and laughing. It's really not easy. He hasn't been so happy since he met that kid Naruto. Shaha. Jiraiya drank a sip of wine and felt very happy, as if all his troubles disappeared at this moment. Just as Jiraiya was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard a loud noise, and then the whole earth shook. Boom! It's not good. There's an explosion on the east side of the village. Hurry up and notify the third generation. A huge explosion sounded, and everyone in Konoha village looked to the east side of the village at the same time. Everyone is very familiar with that place. It's the location of the Konoha yellow-haired training ground. A few days ago, the house of the people living in the east of the village was unfortunately smashed by a big toad. From that day on, the villagers of Konoha dared not live near that place. The people who lived there originally also moved away in a hurry. Jiraiya, who was drinking wine in the custom shop, first heard the explosion from the outside world, and then heard the noisy and chaotic crowd outside the shop. With the wine at his mouth, Jiraiya's mood was no longer the same as before. There was a thump in his heart, and the alarm bells in his mind rang. No. I think too much. Jiraiya shook his head and stumbled out of the door of the custom shop. Just one step out of the door, he saw the mushroom cloud above the east of the village. Fuck! Jiraiya jumped up on the spot and burst into a swear word on the spot. This traitor! I've only been away for less than 2 hours. I'm dying. But from where he is now, he can tell that the explosion was quite large. Yesterday, this kid used psychic magic to destroy someone's house, and now he's making such a commotion again. Jiraiya suddenly felt that he had been blamed again. No. I have to go out and avoid the limelight first. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran out of the village. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. He really didn't want to go to the Hokage's office and be scolded by the old man again. So, Jiraiya skillfully walked out of the village, and no ninja noticed that the white-haired old man ran out. Hiss! It hurts. At this time, Naruto climbed out of the pit in a daze, and his clothes had disappeared in the explosion just now. The original Uzumaki Naruto exclusive training ground on the east side of the village has now become a scorched land. Maybe The only thing that made the villagers of Konoha feel lucky was that the explosion had not yet affected the village. After taking out clothes from the system and changing them, Naruto tidied up his clothes and felt that the injuries on his body were not as painful as before. What happened just now? Just now, he was practicing the raise nan in the same place, and found that the raise nan did not rotate. Then he heard Kurama reminding him, and then it became like this. Little kid, are you really not afraid of death? In the sealed space, Kurama said unhappily. When it was reading a book just now, it suddenly noticed the abnormal chakra in the outside world. It glanced outside and almost threw the book in its hand out of fear. It saw Minato use the raise nan. But Naruto. It didn't use the raise nan at all. It was completely stacking and compressing a large amount of chakra. If it hadn't reminded Naruto in time just now, it is estimated that the explosion range would be more than now. By then, the entire Konoha village, including Naruto himself, will be blown up to the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Konoha's Jonin appeared one after another nearby. The third generation was so angry when he saw the scene that he almost fainted on the spot. Even Kakashi came running over. Naruto. What the hell are you doing? Didn't I forbid you from studying ninjutsu a long time ago? Why did you end up like this? The third generation cursed while taking medicine, and his breathing became even more rapid. Ever since Naruto developed the wind-style blood explosion technique, he forbade this kid from practicing new ninjutsu in the village. This kid doesn't know much about destructive power, and he has more chakra than himself. The third generation didn't need to think too much to know that this kid wanted to study ninjutsu and he wanted to use all his chakra. Only this kid doesn't know how to use the tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, everyone would be finished. Asuma, Hong, and several other Jonin were standing by. At the same time, he cast a look at Kakashi, as if he suspected that all this was caused by Kakashi. At the same time, he was considering whether to keep his disciples away from this yellow-haired man. Kakashi held up his dead fish eyes, and was speechless in his heart. Damn! Why are you all looking at me? This matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't study ninjutsu either. It was teacher Jiraiya, he taught me the A-level ninjutsu raise nan. The one used by the 4th Hokage. 3rd Hokage. Kakashi. Naruto was afraid that everyone would misunderstand, and he also emphasized the raise nan and said that he did not study new ninjutsu. When everyone heard Jiraiya's name, they temporarily moved their eyes away from Kakashi, but when they heard the raise nan technique, everyone looked at Kakashi again. It seemed to be saying, raise nan can make such a noise? The third generation took out his pipe and continued to smoke with Asuma. Where's Jiraiya? Go find him. The third generation thought for a long time but couldn't figure out why Naruto played this raise nan like this, so he prepared to find trouble with Jiraiya first. The Anbu ninja received the order and immediately disappeared from the spot and went to find Jiraiya. However, the third generation didn't know that Jiraiya had slipped out of the village to hide at the moment of the explosion. Naruto. Right now. Restore this place to its original state. Now you are forbidden to continue practicing this ninjutsu in the village. If you want to practice, open a door and go out to practice. The third generation was really worried. This kid used the summoning beast to wreak havoc in the village yesterday, and today there was a big explosion. He was really afraid that this kid would let the tailed beast out tomorrow. Konoha can't stand such a mess. Naruto nodded, thinking that what the third generation said made sense. But what worries him now is, why? Why is the raise nan I use different from the one used by the white-haired old man? The third generation looked at the surrounding environment, feeling mixed emotions. He knew that he couldn't take care of Naruto, but couldn't he take care of Jiraiya? After admonishing Naruto to clean up, the third generation waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse. But when his eyes moved to a certain white-haired man, his expression suddenly changed. Kakashi, come back to the office with me. I have something to talk to you about. Kakashi? No. This has something to do with my trade. Chapter 89. Naruto spent most of the day restoring the training ground to its original state. Fortunately, this situation was not too difficult for him. If Yamato had come and seen the burnt ground, he would have been at a loss. In the evening, Kakashi found Naruto again and took away the stake and statue. Even for Might Guy, Kakashi asked Naruto for an extra bottle of recovery potion. After fighting Gaara, Xiao Li lay in the hospital like a waste. The hospital said that in order to cure him, they must find Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, otherwise the child would have to lie in the hospital and stare at the ceiling for the rest of his life. Finally, Kakashi heard about this and thought of the potion that Naruto had given him before. Of course, he mainly went to Naruto to get the stake and statue. Counting the previous times, he had dreamed of the deceased 3 times. But he didn't see Obito. He even saw Uchiha Fugaku and talked to him about Sasuke's situation. Fugaku's furious look made Kakashi think that he had really gone to the Pure Land. I'll go back first. Naruto, when you practice, remember not to practice the Raise Nan in the village. Kakashi was holding the statue and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered what happened today and reminded the child again. Okay, I got it. You've said it for the 7th time today. Naruto waved his hand to signal him to disappear from his sight. After watching the white-haired Chuden leave, Naruto opened a light gate and ran to the deserted place outside the wave country, ready to continue practicing the Raise Nan. Naruto spread his palms and began to condense chakra. After the last big explosion, he didn't dare to increase the amount rashly, but observed the operation of the chakra in his body while observing the ball in his hand. This caused Naruto to forget to rotate the ball in his hand again. Buzz buzz buzz. The violent chakra appeared in his hand again, but this time Naruto felt that he could suppress the power in his hand. He even felt that he could launch the ball in his hand. The ball became brighter and brighter, and it was about to explode in the next moment. Zhou Lama, who was always watching this kid, spoke. Kid, throw what you have in your hand out. Hearing Zhou's words, Naruto threw the blue ball in his hand without saying a word. But after waving his hands for a long time, the ball was like glue and couldn't be thrown out. Naruto was so angry that he increased his chakra output again. He was ready to launch this blue ball. Boom! A blue light shot out from Naruto's hand, and the light passed through everything in front of him without hindrance. Seeing this scene, Naruto's face became more and more strange. Ah, this! Why, is this so much like Kamehameha Kigong Wave? To be honest, he really wanted to learn the ball. After all, there was no reason for the ancestral ball to be cut off in his generation of Uzumaki Naruto. When Kurama in the sealed space saw Naruto using this technique, he raised his eyebrows and showed some excitement in his eyes. Raise Nan imitates the tailed beast ball, he knew this. And Naruto's technique? Very strong. Stronger than Minato's Raise Nan. Although he didn't know how this kid came up with it, he just simulated it in his mind and found that he could achieve this effect with the tailed beast ball. The power is even stronger than Naruto's. Very good. This technique will belong to this immortal from now on. I'll try it with both hands. Naruto said to himself, and his expression became excited. Glancing at the small hill not far away, he clasped his hands together, moved them to his waist, and shouted word by word. Came Pai Chi Gong Wave. The next second, a blue light flashed in his hand. With the first successful experiment, Naruto directly increased the chakra output with confidence. At the moment when the chakra ball in his hand was about to lose control, he pushed his hand forward. Then the chakra ball in his hand turned into a blue-white light column, which blasted straight towards the hill not far away. Wow! The light column hit dozens of meters and directly sank into the hill. It passed through without any hindrance and extended to 100 meters before disappearing. Seeing this, Zhou Lama in the sealed space was tempted. It wanted to try to use its tailed beast jade to play like this and see how powerful it would be. Naruto, come in. Ah! Naruto was still immersed in the joy of just learning the Kamehameha wave. He didn't hear the big fox say this, so he was naturally a little confused. However, he still obediently sank his consciousness into the sealed space and came in front of the big fox. Looking at the fox in front of him, which was a whole circle bigger, Naruto's expression was similar to that of the third generation. Naruto, stretch out your hand. Oh! Naruto raised his hand obediently and placed it in front of the big fox. Seeing this, Kurama stretched out his big hand and gently bumped fists with Naruto's small hand. Naruto, remember. My name is Kurama. Kurama's voice came to his ears, and Naruto's consciousness instantly withdrew from the sealed space. He was surprised to find that his whole body was wrapped in a stream of red chakra. Spreading his hands, Naruto also found that red bubbles kept coming out of his body. Those bubbles kept rising like the soda he had drunk. Obviously, there was so much chakra at this moment that it was unimaginable. He could tell at a glance that the big fox was cheating him. This is the tailed beast coat. Naruto, let go of your consciousness and let me control it. Hearing the voice of the big fox, Naruto did not resist at all, so he relaxed his mind and temporarily handed over the control of his body to the big fox. Although he didn't know what the big fox was going to do, he believed that the big fox would not harm him based on their friendship over the years. Just when he was relaxed, he suddenly found himself closing his hands and slowly moving them to his waist. Ah! The big fox was also going to use Kamehameha? Naruto, watch out! This technique is used like this. As soon as the big fox's voice came out, black balls of light appeared in Naruto's hands. Damn it! Tailed beast ball? The big fox is playing such a big trick? He could tell at a glance that the black ball of light condensed in his hand was the signature move of the tailed beast. He was so scared that his scalp was numb, and his heart was alarmed at the same time. The blue chakra ball of light that he condensed would not kill him if it exploded. But if this thing exploded on the spot, he should consider whether the old man of the six paths would leave early. Just as Naruto was thinking wildly, Kurama had already controlled Naruto's hands to push forward, and the black beam of light instantly shot forward. The black beam of light rushed towards the hill like a whirlwind. Naruto only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and then his ears were buzzing. And that hill! The top of the hill was directly blown away by Kurama's tailed beast ball Kamehameha wave. After seeing the big fox use this technique, Naruto patted its fox fart without hesitation. Takatsuki Takashi. Chapter 90. A month passed in a flash. Under Tachibana's instruction, Naruto successfully mastered the tailed beast ball Kamehameha. Compared to the initial stage of firing a beam of light from his hands, Naruto can now continuously output for 5 seconds. He didn't dare to try for longer time, because Teacher 9 said that if it exceeded 5 seconds, he would easily die. However, if he wanted to use this technique, he still needed to enter the tailed beast outerwear mode. As for the power, he had no idea. In the past month, he had plowed all the hills outside the wave country, so that he didn't dare to appear outside the wave country anymore. He did ask the big fox, who said that it was easy to beat Shikaku with the tailed beast ball Kamehameha. As for the white-haired old man, Naruto had never seen him since he taught him the Raise Nan that day. He guessed that guy should be hiding by a bathhouse and laughing. On the other hand, Kakashi the White Fang Chunin has been visiting him more and more often recently. Naruto couldn't even remember how many steaks he had taken back from him to eat. In the last 2 weeks, Kakashi was not satisfied with just 1 steak, he had to eat 2 steaks to go to the Pure Land. Naruto felt annoyed when he heard that. He could only eat 3 steaks like this at most a day now. And that White Fang Chunin had to resist. Hey, good morning, Naruto. Kakashi, who was carrying a short sword, said hello from the tree, then turned over and got down from the tree. Naruto glanced at the short sword behind Kakashi and was a little surprised. What on earth did White Fang Chuden go to the Pure Land for? Could it be that White Fang could teach Kakashi swordsmanship in the Pure Land? To be honest, Naruto was actually quite curious about what Kakashi did in the Pure Land. But whenever he asked, Kakashi always shook his head and avoided talking about it. Sighing, Naruto took out the stake and the statue again. But this time Naruto took out a week's worth of it. Kakashi glanced at the statues and stakes neatly placed on the ground, and his eyes instantly lit up. Wait! Teacher Kakashi, where is your Sharingan? At this time, Naruto suddenly noticed something wrong. Kakashi not only had a short sword on his back, but also had his eye mask pulled up. The scarlet Sharingan had turned into a pitch-black pupil. You took off your Sharingan. Naruto was shocked. And he also felt that the salty fish temperament on his body had disappeared because of the recent death of the white-haired Chuden. You're talking about this? Kakashi stroked his eye sockets, his expression was a little complicated. When he was training swordsmanship with his father in his dream a few days ago, he woke up and found that his Sharingan could be closed. And it can also be opened freely like the Uchiha clan. Not only that. He also found that his Sharingan had evolved from 3 Megatama. After consulting a lot of information, Kakashi realized that he had opened the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. This made him want to find Obito in his dream even more. Kakashi was planning to tell him the good news and see the world with this eye of his. Just close the Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto? Hey? What nonsense is Bie Chuden talking about? You are Hitaki Kakashi, not Uchiha Kakashi. Naruto was incredulous when he heard this. Seeing him like this, Kakashi simply opened the Manjiki to show the kid. Here, it's like this. Hiss. Manjiki. Naruto's face became even stranger when he saw Kakashi's Manjiki. No way. Can you still open the Manjiki after dying too many times? How about? The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. When will Sasuke try it? Will your chakra be enough in the future? Naruto suddenly realized the key problem and looked up at Kakashi. Probably. My chakra has increased a lot recently. Thanks to your food. Naruto was slightly stunned and turned his head away, not daring to look at Kakashi. He didn't know how to tell Kakashi the truth. And? Is there a possibility that you have died too many times to become what you are now? Big Fox, look at how much chakra Kakashi has. Kurama, who was reading a book, raised his eyelids impatiently. What's so good about it? It's just 30. Wait. How did his chakra become 300 magic? Kyuubi was slightly surprised. The last time I saw this white-haired guy, he was still a little 30 magic, how come he suddenly increased so much chakra now? Naruto didn't hear what the big fox said. There is too much surprise. After all, Bai Mao Zhongdeng has opened the Manjiki now, and he can actively turn off the Sharingan, which consumes a lot of blue. No matter how you think about it, chakra should not be less. Bai Mao Zhongdeng will catch up with himself with 900 magic if he works harder. So terrifying. Will the reputation of 50 to 50 disappear in the future? Kakashi ignored Naruto, who was standing there in a daze, and took out the sealing scroll to seal the things on the ground. By the way, Naruto, don't forget to take the last exam tomorrow. Who will be the first match? Coming back to his senses, Naruto looked up at Kakashi. He didn't want to take part in the crappy Chunin exam at all. And he also fought against Hinata. How to fight? It's not right to fight, and it's not right not to fight. He was really afraid that if he hurt Hinata, his wife would abuse him after marriage. Sasuke vs Gaara of the Sand Village. What? Great! Naruto was immediately happy. Doesn't this mean that all the subsequent battles are suspended? I'll go back first. Also, Sakura asked you to go to the hospital to find her. Kakashi put away the scroll and ignored Naruto's nonsense. He just wanted to find Obito now and share the good news of his opening of the Mangeki with him. Sakura. Naruto scratched his chin, threw out the space door and went to the hospital. Because of the special training he gave to Sakura and Konohamaru before, Sakura had a grudge against him. In order to make Sakura agree to the marriage between his son and her daughter in the future, Naruto took out a set of math, physics, and chemistry books for Sakura. According to her academic personality, she should be able to master this knowledge quickly. However, Naruto is worried about turning Sakura into the next Orochimaru. Brother Ying, what do you want to talk to me about? As soon as he arrived at the hospital, Naruto saw Brother Ying sitting on a chair, holding a screwdriver in his hand and swinging a strange arm guard. Seeing Naruto appear, the girl took off the arm guard excitedly and put it in front of Naruto. Naruto, look! I used the books you gave me and combined them with ninjutsu to research ninja tools that can be released actively. I plan to name this thing Scientific Ninja Tool. Naruto, hey? Chapter 91. Welcome to the third round of the Chunin exam. The first battle is between Uchiha Aoyanbobinga Sasuke from Konoha village fighting Gaara from Sand village. Dear audience, let me hear your screams. Uzumaki Naruto cosplayed the nine-tailed Ari of the event, holding a microphone, stepping on the floating door panel, and broadcasting the event loudly. This was hard for Uzumaki Xiaofeng, who was holding a camera on the ground to chase Naruto. Not only did he carry the camera, but he also had to carry his own speakers. Of course, this behavior was spontaneous. Konoha, the organizer of the Chunin exam, did not approve of this behavior. The third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage were speechless when they saw this guy floating in the air. This unreliable behavior, and the iconic yellow hair, the third Hokage knew without much thought that it was Naruto's kid who did it. Especially Naruto's clone. In just a few words, the atmosphere of the audience was mobilized. Naruto! 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 The villagers sitting in the audience waved their hands and shouted Naruto. Everyone was deeply fascinated by this girl when they first saw her. However, they didn't know that this popular girl was transformed by a yellow-haired guy. Naruto-kun, that is. Hinata turned her head and looked at Naruto beside her with great confusion. It's a long story. Naruto's head hurt as much as the third generation when he saw this scene. Facing his wife's question, Naruto immediately chose to take out snacks to block her mouth. Sister. Little lowly Hyuga Hanabi saw her sister nestled in the arms of the yellow-haired guy, eating and talking and laughing, and her silver teeth were almost broken. In her opinion, it was that Uzumaki Naruto who took her sister away. Naruto, why hasn't Sasuke come yet? Sakura, who was sitting next to her, was almost fed with the dog food of the couple. She just wanted to see Sasuke now. Sakura hasn't seen Sasuke for almost a month since Kakashi took him away last time. Here, isn't he here? After feeding Hinata, Naruto pointed to the high wall in the distance. Sakura looked in the direction and saw Sasuke in a black robe, hanging on the high wall outside the competition. His motionless appearance made the young girl blush again. Moonlight Gale coughed twice and announced at the competition venue. Ahem. Please enter the examination room, 2 candidates. Naruto was in a good mood when he saw Moonlight Gale again, but he noticed that this guy had dark eyes and prominent cheekbones. I just don't know what he has been through these days. At the location of Sand Village, Gaara stepped into the competition venue step by step with his gourd on his back. Although his face was expressionless, the burning fighting spirit could be seen in his eyes. Swish! Sasuke, hanging on the wall, somersaulted in the air and landed safely with a bang. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Thin. Stop talking nonsense. Sasuke was afraid that Gaara would say that name, so he immediately broke his cool expression and interrupted Gaara. The game begins. With the announcement of Moonlight Gale, Sasuke disappeared from the spot and took the lead in launching the attack. Several figures of Sasuke appeared on the scene instantly, and each figure was accompanied by lightning flashes. Naruto, sitting in the audience, looked at Sasuke's figure below and was a little dazed for a while. Damn! This kid's lightning escape is more and more like the genuine 3000 Thunder movement. It is not difficult to see that the figures around Gaara are not Sasuke's lightning clones, but purely afterimages caused by too fast speed. Shasha. Gaara still had no expression on his face, because he firmly believed that no one could get close to him. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared above Gaara, and the speed of the seal was so fast that others could not see it clearly. As soon as Gaara looked up, he saw those petal-like flames shooting towards his head. He raised his hand slightly, and the sand in the gourd seemed to be given life, and took the initiative to block Sasuke's attack. Seeing that he failed, Sasuke flashed and disappeared again, and kept appearing in various directions of Gaara. Fire style, Dragon Fire technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Since Orochimaru's curse seal, Sasuke's chakra has skyrocketed, and now he doesn't need to calculate in advance when using ninjutsu. He planned to use ninjutsu to bombard the opponent directly, and then move forward after the job was done. Go and fight the enemy in close combat. Facing Sasuke's fire escape attack, Gaara's body was quickly covered by sand, and then formed a sphere to resist the attack. Ha 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 ha! Sasuke, who had released his ninjutsu, suddenly laughed. He knew that his ninjutsu could not break the opponent's defense for the time being. Sasuke slowly took off the Xianzhong ruler behind him and continued to speak. You can let me use weapons. I recognize your strength. Just as Sasuke took out the Xianzhong ruler to show off, sand and gravel broke out of the ground and covered Sasuke in the blink of an eye. Two sand balls, one large and one small, also appeared at the scene. Sand Waterfall Funeral. Gaara, who was hiding in the sand ball, clenched his fist with one hand, controlling the sand and planned to kill Sasuke here. Sasuke. The most excited person was Brother Sakura on the stage. Seeing Sasuke covered by sand, he stood up and shouted anxiously. Naruto glanced at Brother Sakura, and the action of feeding Hinata in his hand did not stop for a moment. Sakura, calm down. Sasuke didn't even open his Sharingan just now. But although Sakura heard what Naruto said, she still couldn't rest assured that Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Hinata, who was eating, suddenly spoke up. He's fine. Naruto nodded in agreement, but noticed that Hinata didn't open her Byakugan at all. Hinata. Can you see like this? Yeah. Oh? Let me see your eyes. Naruto-kun, don't get too close. Sakura and Hanabi felt sick and wanted to vomit when they saw the two of them being so close. Bang! With a loud bang, Sasuke carried the Xianzhong ruler on his shoulder, and the Scarlet Three Magatama Sharingan stared coldly at Gaara. Red hair. Next time, remember to let your opponent finish his words. When Gaara saw this guy break free from his sand waterfall funeral, there was no more sleepiness in his eyes, only shock at this guy. He has killed many people over the years and encountered many strong enemies. But I have never met anyone who can withstand the sand waterfall funeral. While Gaara was stunned, Sasuke had already placed the Xianzhong ruler horizontally in front of his chest. He made a seal with his right hand, and the fire chakra in his hand continued to spread, and then wiped it on the Xianzhong ruler. Under the blessing of the fire escape, the Xianzhong ruler instantly burned. The temperature at the scene continued to rise under the influence of Sasuke's technique, and the audience near the stadium could already feel the heat coming. Try this trick. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and swung the burning Xianzhong ruler in his hand lightly. From a distance, it can be said that it was full of oppression. Naruto really wanted to complain when he saw this scene. Fool, where is your Chidori? Seeing him take out the burning Xianzhong ruler, Naruto roughly guessed what moves the boy was going to use. Yanfen Chilang ruler. Sasuke activated the 3000 thunders, dragging the flames, and came in front of Gaara in the blink of an eye. Gaara didn't even have time to react, at this moment he could already smell the smell of burning hair. Sasuke grinned, turned around and threw a 5-meter-long flame towards Gaara. Chapter 92. Boom! With a loud bang, Gaara flew backwards and stopped only after hitting the high wall of the stadium. The powerful impact cracked the wall behind Gaara. Gaara, who had never been injured, had a big cut on his forehead, and blood dyed the entire field of vision red. Tick! Tick! Gaara spread his hands in horror and found blood dripping from his hands. The tailed beast chakra in his body instantly went out of control. Kill you! I'm going to kill you! As the tailed beast chakra rioted, Gaara's injuries healed in an instant. However, half of his face turned into a raccoon cat. Hey! Cat demon! Faced with the enemy who suddenly turned into a raccoon cat, Sasuke did not seem too surprised. Even if he turned into a purple lion on the spot, he would not blink. Sasuke raised the Xianzhong ruler to Gaara, who had turned into a cat and a human, and pointed at him and said coldly, "Let me see your full strength. All your efforts under my Xianzhong ruler. It's all in vain." In the previous battle, Sasuke had already relied on the Xianzhong ruler to restore his own chakra. His current state is even better than before the battle. A mere cat demon. Sasuke just thought so when he saw the other party appear in front of him. So fast. Fortunately, the Sharingan saw in time that Sasuke lowered his head and dodged Gaara's attack. Whoosh! Gaara, who had transformed into a tailed beast, missed the attack and stretched out his hand to attack Sasuke's abdomen with a wind escape technique. Hey! Sasuke pulled himself away in time and held the Xianzhong ruler in front of him. Still, he was blown away by the powerful wind escape technique, just like Gaara just now. The only difference is that Sasuke was not injured. He. Nothing more than that. Sasuke slowly stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and his face showed more disdain. He was very confident in his strength and the Xianzhong ruler that could restore chakra. Naruto sat on the stage and covered his face. He couldn't bear to watch Sasuke being beaten below the stage. He was beaten away by Gaara just now, purely because he underestimated the enemy. Although according to his current strength, he can't beat Gaara. But with the combination of Xianzhong ruler and Sharingan, it is not difficult to tie with Gaara if the operation is good. Even if Sasuke is worse, he can rely on blood-sucking to avoid being killed by the opponent. But look at Sasuke and that Biang just now. When he opens his mouth, he is useless, and when he closes his mouth, he is just a cat demon. It would be strange if Naruto didn't get beaten. In the competition, Gaara and Sasuke fought back and forth, but the furious Gaara had already started the third stage. The whole person has turned into Shikaku, and the sand on his body flows like water in the arena. Sasuke, who was able to tie with Gaara just now, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Uzumaki Naruto, who was broadcasting the game in the sky, shouted with a microphone. The second pillar went up. The second pillar was hit by Gaara. The second pillar went up again. Naruto, shut up. I don't know if Sasuke is too bad or Uzumaki Naruto's commentary is too amateurish. Anyway, it's just a few sentences back and forth. Naruto really wants to complain, but the audience around him enjoys listening to it. Orochimaru, who was dressed in disguise, saw that the time was right, waved his hand, and threw the wind shadow hat on his head to the third generation Hokage. You! Orochimaru! What are you going to do? Although the third generation was old, his reaction was no less than that of a young man. He turned around and dodged the things thrown by Orochimaru. He looked at his former disciple, and his old face was full of complexity. At the same time, explosions occurred in every corner of Konoha village. Hokage-sama! Protect Hokage-sama! Don't come up! He is not someone you can deal with. I will deal with Orochimaru. Notify everyone to go to the village to protect the villagers. The third generation Hokage raised his hand to stop the ninjas who were about to come forward. He once couldn't bear to kill Orochimaru because of the remaining master-disciple friendship in his heart. Now Orochimaru has come to Konoha to wreak havoc. He must personally deal with Orochimaru, so that he can make up for the mistakes he once made. The third Hokage reached out and took off the Hokage robe. When Orochimaru saw him in a fighting stance, he turned around and ran to the roof. At this time, the sound ninjas under Orochimaru each cast a barrier in the corner, and the purple light shield quickly covered the position of Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Naruto, take Hinata and Hanabi back. The next battle is not yours. You can participate. Hinata Hayashi came to Naruto and signaled him to open a door and lead people to evacuate the scene. Naruto glanced at Sasuke who was being beaten, then looked at Lao Deng and pretended to nod. While Hayashi Lao Deng was not paying attention, Naruto raised his hand and threw a light gate behind him, and kicked him into the light gate. Then he turned his head and said to Hinata and Sakura, "Hinata, you and Hanabi go back first. Brother Sakura, you come too." After throwing a few light gates around them, Sakura looked at Sasuke and knew that she could not help much if she stayed here, so she might as well go to the hospital to rescue the wounded. Hinata hugged Hanabi, with hesitation on her face, and reached out to grab the corner of Naruto's clothes. "Naruto-kun! Be careful!" Naruto pinched Hinata's face. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After getting confirmation, Hinata stepped into the light gate. After seeing them go back, Naruto did not immediately rescue Sasuke, but opened a light gate for Shikamaru and the others to send them back. Kakashi and the other senior ninjas were dealing with the small fry brought by Orochimaru. Guy looked at the barrier from a distance and wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Kakashi. "Guy, the third generation is enough to deal with Orochimaru. Follow the orders of the third generation. We just need to stop those ninjas who sneak into Konoha to cause damage." The surrounding Jonin nodded at the same time, and everyone believed that the third Hokage was strong enough to deal with Orochimaru. And it was his long-cherished wish to personally deal with his defected disciple. In the competition, Sasuke was still immersed in a chidori that stabbed into the chest of the cat demon, and then he heard a shocking roar. Roar! Sasuke's chidori almost stabbed Gaara to death, and now Shikaku couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to come out to play for him, and teach the arrogant kid in front of him a lesson. As soon as Shikaku appeared, he opened his mouth and threw a tailed beast ball at Sasuke. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden statue attacked Sasuke's position. In order to avoid the attack from Shikaku's mouth, Sasuke just made a dodge and was knocked out by the statue. Sasuke hugged the statue. "What?" Naruto shouted from the side. The main reason for throwing out the immortal totem was he saw that there was still a tailed beast ball in Shikaku's claws. Chapter 93. Sasuke, who was suddenly hit by the statue, was in a state of confusion. However, he still did what Naruto said, and held the statue tightly in his arms with his right hand. Seeing this golden statue, it is inevitable to think of the scene when Kakashi died. Just when Sasuke was distracted for a moment, the fist-sized tailed beast ball had already arrived at his chest. When he noticed it, it was too late. Damn! Can't dodge. Move! Move quickly! The opponent's attack was too fast. Sasuke's pores all over his body felt like needles when he saw the black ball, and he was in great danger. He knew in his heart that if he was hit by this thing, he would probably die here. But in this situation, he could only watch the black ball flying towards him, and he couldn't do any dodge at all. The next moment, the tailed beast ball penetrated Sasuke's chest, and the huge power directly opened a hole in his chest. Plop! Sasuke fell straight to the ground with Xianzhou ruler in his left hand and the statue in his right hand. Is he going to die here? Damn it! I haven't killed that man myself yet. On his deathbed, Sasuke felt infinite regret. He used all his strength, turned his head, looked at Naruto for the last time, smiled bitterly, his pupils were dilated, and his eyes turned black and he lost consciousness. Before he lost consciousness, he kept saying goodbye to this world in his heart. Goodbye, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. What a pity. I haven't finished watching X Breaking the Sky, I haven't figured out the burning formula, I haven't killed Uchiha Itachi. I don't know how long it took, but he heard someone calling his name in a fuzzy state. Sasuke. Sasuke. The familiar voice kept ringing in Sasuke's ears. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his parents whom he missed day and night. They looked still as young as they were back then. Sasuke also found himself in a house that looked very much like his childhood home. Uchiha Fugaku didn't show much surprise when he saw his son suddenly appear in front of him. After all, Kakashi came down every day and talked to him some time ago. It's just that the idiot thought he was dreaming even though he came to the Pure Land. Fugaku roughly believed that the people above had developed a new technique, and this technique should be able to come to the Pure Land for a short time. So he was not too surprised to see Sasuke. Dad! Mom! Sasuke, who saw his parents again, shouted excitedly and tears kept flowing from the corners of his eyes, wetting the Pure Land. At this moment, Sasuke completely forgot everything. He just wanted to be a child now, revenge, become stronger, etc. It didn't matter. He just wanted to cry to his parents' knees about the suffering and grievances he had suffered over the years. Mikoto saw Sasuke crying so sadly, and went forward to hug his head to comfort him. Sasuke, all these years. It must have been very hard, right? Mom. Just as the mother and son were showing their affection, Fugaku still had that sour face. He remembered that Kakashi had talked to him about how Sasuke not only sold the family property in the real world to exchange for ninja tools, but also took an unhealthy book from the son of the fourth generation. And he was very addicted. All these behaviors made Fugaku unable to rest in peace in the Pure Land. Humph! You still have the face to cry. We all know about you and Naruto. Hearing a certain keyword, Sasuke's tears stopped instantly, his pupils dilated, and his mind went blank. What? Naruto asked me to wear women's clothes. My father and mother all knew about it. When Sasuke thought about his parents knowing that he was wearing JK women's clothes, he really wanted to die again. At the same time, Sasuke was extremely confused. He knew that people would come to the Pure Land after death. But how did they know? Isn't this something that only Team 7 knows about? Wait! Kakashi! Sasuke suddenly remembered that Kakashi had died and resurrected. In other words, damn it! Kakashi actually told his parents about this. Tell me the truth. Who came up with the idea between you and Naruto? What on earth were you thinking? You are still so young. Why did you take this path? Fugaku was angry at first, and then he scolded Sasuke with a look of deep pain. This damn kid, it's okay to indulge in indecent books. But selling the family property is really unreasonable. You really don't feel bad at all for selling the property of your ancestors, right? And this child has never thought about getting married and having children in the future. You know, the continuation of the Uchiha family is a top priority now. Sasuke stood there woodenly, his face wet with sweat, and the whole person looked like he was fished out of the water. What do you mean? Are you dumb? Hearing his father's roar, Sasuke knew that he couldn't hide the matter, so he could only tell the matter to calm his father down. And he wore JK women's clothes. That was all for the 3 Megatama. It was for her strength. What did he, Sasuke, do wrong? Sasuke closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and planned to confess to his father. At the moment he opened his mouth, Fugaku also started talking. Father, I also changed into women's clothes to stimulate the Sharingan to open the 3 Megatama. Sasuke, you can't sell the ancestral property no matter what. Sasuke? Fugaku? Mikoto. The moment the father and son finished speaking, their expressions were dull for a full minute, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Mikoto covered her mouth and was shocked when she heard her youngest son wearing women's clothes. When she thought of Kakashi telling them that Sasuke and Naruto were together every day, she became more and more uneasy. People of the older generation of thinking really couldn't imagine a grown man wearing women's clothes. He even shamelessly said that it was to open the 3 Megatama Sharingan? Didn't you open it when the clan was exterminated? Fugaku's head was buzzing with anger at this child. Only Jodo could not die. If he was still alive, Fugaku had no doubt that this kid would piss him off to death on the spot. Uchiha Sasuke. You actually did something that insulted the Uchiha's reputation in the present world. Hang him up for me. Hang him up. Today I will let you know the family rules of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was so angry that he found a big iron stick and started calling out to the Uchiha clan members. As Fugaku shouted loudly, the dead Uchiha clan members continued to pour into the room. They all heard the words clearly nearby. All the Sharingans opened up, and everyone was furious at this kid who insulted the Uchiha's reputation. Without saying a word, everyone rushed towards Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke's spirit suddenly became blurred, and when the Uchiha clan members were about to touch Sasuke's body, they had already disappeared. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, he saw the blue sky again and heard the sound of fighting. What am I doing? Sasuke stood up slowly, the fear on his face had not yet dissipated. He was obviously frightened by what had just happened. He moved his right arm twice and found that the statue he had been holding in his arms had turned into powder. Combining everything that had happened before, and the fact that Kakashi died and came back to life, he was very sure that Naruto threw the statue to revive himself. Damn white-haired Chunin! After knowing everything, Sasuke stood up and cursed. If it weren't for that guy, his parents wouldn't have known that he was wearing women's clothes. It's all Kakashi's fault. Chapter 94. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Naruto was using the door panel to block all attacks from Shikaku. Although the immortal totem can revive people, there is a prerequisite that the body cannot receive any damage within 10 seconds after contacting the immortal totem. This is the conclusion drawn by Uzumaki Stark from his experiments on small animals and his observations of Bai Mao Zhongdeng. Therefore, the first thing Naruto did when he came down was to take the door panel and put it in front of Sasuke to resist all possible damage. Listening to the sound of the wind escape hitting the door panel and feeling the huge force coming from his shoulder, Naruto once again refreshed his concept of the power of the tailed beasts. In the past, I heard that Shikaku was the weakest of the tailed beasts. Even the big fox said so. Naruto didn't realize it until now. Shikaku's weakness is also compared with the tailed beasts. If the door panel in his hand is not made of special material, it will become scrap metal after blocking Shikaku's air training bullet. Naruto now understands. Kurama is strong, but Shikaku is weak. As Naruto struggled to resist the attack, Sasuke's voice rang in his ears. Damn Bai Mao Chunin! Uzumaki Naruto? Why did Sasuke imitate my speech? Bai! What happened to Kakashi-sensei? Fool, what's wrong with you? Why did you fall asleep on the ground during the fight? Where's your 3000 thunders? Naruto didn't ask why this kid started to fight Kakashi after he was resurrected, but he started to speak sarcastically to Sasuke. Really? If this kid had some skills, Shikaku would never have taken the first blood. Chun Chun became unscrupulous because he had the Xianzhong ruler in his hand to restore chakra and injuries. Please. You kid don't really think you are a berserker, do you? Isn't it obvious that the jungler is playing as a top laner? Which lane is more? Your statue can revive people, right? Come on. Sasuke stood up and gritted his teeth, looking at the violent Shikaku angrily. His cross-dressing incident was known to all the Uchiha clan in the Pure Land. In addition to Kakashi's responsibility, the cat demon in front of him also had a share of responsibility. From now on, when he thought about entering the Pure Land after death and facing his parents, his clan members, just thinking about it made him so ashamed that he exploded. Naruto's ridicule just now further angered Sasuke's hatred for the cat demon. Sasuke now just wanted to kill the opponent, or be killed by the opponent. Naruto glanced at the boy speechlessly, and finally threw an immortal totem to Sasuke. In the later battle, he didn't have to be on guard against the boy being killed. He even threw a rope to Sasuke. Besides, Shikaku's wind release focused his fire for a long time, and a normal person would be furious. Especially the fox in his stomach, which kept yelling at Naruto to beat Shikaku. But if he let it come out by itself, it would say it was not happy at all. The big fox said it very nicely, saying that it had taught him since he was a child, and if he couldn't beat Shikaku, he should just find a tree and die. This would also help him get a new Jinkra key. In his opinion, the big fox didn't do it himself because of his weight. It's not difficult to imagine that if the threefold larger nine-tailed orange pig appeared in front of Shikaku, he would definitely be laughed at. After Sasuke got the statue, he tied a few knots around his waist with a rope. It looked quite cautious. To be on the safe side, Naruto also took out an immortal totem and tied it around his waist. The faces of the fighting ninjas around him were almost twisted when they saw the two people below. The two boys carried a strange statue of 1.6 meters on their backs, one holding a 2-meter-long giant sword in his hand, and the other holding a 2-meter-high colorful door panel in his hand. If it weren't for the Konoha forehead protectors on these two boys and everyone's familiarity with these two boys, they might have thought that they were Orochimaru's men. It's really outrageous. Sasuke. Let's go together. Naruto held up the door panel, looked at each other with Sasuke, and the two disappeared from the spot at the same time. They chose to fight the runaway Shikaku at the same time. Naruto was fearless, because the big fox said that Shikaku ran away because the red-haired boy's life was threatened. Shikaku's behavior is now completely instinctive, in other words, the current one-tail is not in its complete form. To deal with such Shikaku, Naruto is full of confidence. He doesn't even open the space door. He just relies on the speed of his body to lift the door panel and instantly come behind Shikaku. Sasuke doesn't know the power of the tailed beast at all. He thinks that the other party is a cat demon in disguise. The current situation is all because of himself. The prototype is out. With the resurrection item behind him, Sasuke feels that he can kill the opponent alone with 2 lives. He used all his strength to activate the 3000 Thunder Phantoms, and hundreds of Sasuke figures appeared around Shikaku in an instant. Although the consumption of the 3000 Thunder Phantoms is large, as long as he uses the Xianzhong ruler to stick to the opponent, he can quickly restore chakra. Roar! The runaway Shikaku became even more furious when he saw the insects flashing in front of him. It roared at the sky, slapping its belly with both hands, and countless wind-style blades quickly spread outward with Shikaku as the center. Everything in this attack range was neatly cut open. There were only 2 cheaters at the scene. If anyone else was nearby, they would most likely be cut off at the waist. Maybe Shikaku's wind style is very strong. But the weapons in Naruto and Sasuke's hands can be used for both attack and defense. The two of them simultaneously placed the door panel and the Xianzhong ruler in front of them and rushed towards Shikaku's wind style. Naruto opened several light gates while running, but because he was running and distracted, he only transferred part of the ninjutsu back. Just then, the two appeared at Shikaku's feet one after the other. Naruto glanced at Shikaku's back door, raised the big iron door in his hand and stabbed it. Facing the attack from behind, Shikaku's huge body froze, and the release of ninjutsu was interrupted. Seeing Shikaku stiffened by his stab, Naruto shouted to Sasuke. "Give it to me, idiot! Where are the roads?" The two did not say much and performed their strongest moves at the same time. Naruto clenched his left hand, and a fist-sized blue light ball gradually condensed in his hand. But he did not dare to use the tailed beast ball Kamehameha Kigong wave to hit Shikaku. There were so many people here, and he was really afraid of accidentally blowing up the entire Konoha village. Kamehameha! Flame-swallowing wave ruler! The two top ninjas attacked Shikaku from the front and back, and used moves that were completely out of this world. The blue beam penetrated Shikaku's tail, and the red flame slashed Shikaku's belly like a crescent moon. At this time, Shikaku realized that he had just come out of the sealed space, and before he could figure out the situation, he felt a strong pain. Ha 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 ha! Shikaku's ears were still accompanied by a familiar laugh. "It's you! Stinky fox! You are so presumptuous!" Before the two-tailed beasts had time to curse, Shikaku's consciousness was beaten back. Mainly because Naruto was afraid of being unsafe, he opened a light gate, ran to Shikaku's head, and kept swinging Gaara with the door panel. Sasuke just recovered and saw Naruto holding the door panel and beating Gaara on the ground. Chapter 95. As soon as Shikaku regained consciousness, he was beaten back by the two idiots. The unconscious Gaara also woke up with Naruto's wake-up call, but looking at his bruised face, he didn't look very good. Outside the battlefield, Kakashi's eyes twitched. What on earth do these two kids look like? That's the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. The war machine of the ninja world was about to go berserk, but was beaten back by these two guys. Originally, he and Kai were going to rush forward. Finally, when they saw the ninjutsu released by these two, they were really afraid that they would be accidentally injured by these two guys before they even got forward. Kakashi! Your students! You are really worthy of being the most youthful and passionate in Konoha. Although Kai shouted youth, his tone was no longer as passionate as before, which was enough to show that he was also very speechless. Then thinking of the daily training of these two little guys, Kai's eyes were once again filled with fighting spirit. It seems that my youth is not passionate enough. By the end of today, I must pull 5 trees around the village for 100 laps. My destined opponent, let's go through hell training together. Kakashi. Not only the two side, but the ninjas who had participated in the war were shocked and terrified when they saw the two born beasts fighting against the rampaging one-tail. Those ninjas who have not experienced it may have no idea about the rampage of the tailed beast. But most of them have seen the strength of the one-tail on the battlefield. That destructive power. It can harvest countless lives on the battlefield with just a raise of its hand. Now many ninjas in the cemetery died at the hands of the one-tail. Now seeing these two born, everyone took a breath at the same time. They could no longer imagine how terrifying the strength of these two guys would be if they continued to grow. In the barrier, the first generation and the second generation of Orochimaru's reincarnation beat the third generation brothers without any mistakes. After dodging and pulling away, the third Hokage saw from the corner of his eye that Naruto and Sasuke had stopped the tailed beast from running away, and he immediately smiled with relief. Naruto, this kid. He is a little annoying at ordinary times, but he is as reliable as Minato at critical moments. The old man finally glanced at Konoha village, his eyes showing reluctance, and his life flashed through his mind. Looking at his most promising disciple, the third Hokage's face was full of determination. Orochimaru. I will never allow you to make mistakes again. Shadow Clone Technique. The third Hokage held the stick in front of him, and after using the Shadow Clone Technique, he formed seals with both hands again. Hiruzen, do you want to? The Tsuruma suddenly spoke, with shock in his tone. It felt that the situation on the scene was far from the point of using the Shikigami Fujin, and there was no need to exchange life with Orochimaru. The third Hokage ignored the Tsuruma and quickly completed the seal of this technique. The shadow of the god of death gradually gathered behind him, and in his arms there was the soul of the third Hokage. But Orochimaru could not see the shadow behind him at all. The third Hokage decisively raised his weapon, without any scruples, and all of Orochimaru's attacks could not stop him. In the end, the third Hokage used the monkey demon to grab Orochimaru's hands, and the shadow of the god of death behind him slowly raised the sharp blade in his hand and pierced through the chest of the third Hokage, ready to harvest the souls of the two together. The two clones on the side grabbed Tobirama and Hashirama on the left and right, and the arms of the god of death slowly pulled out the souls of the two deceased people. Although Orochimaru didn't know what the old man was going to do, he had already smelled the breath of death. He knew that if he continued like this, he would really die in the hands of the third Hokage. Orochimaru raised his fingers lightly and used chakra to control the Kusanagi sword on the ground. He had already aimed at the heart of the third Hokage. The two shouted at the same time. "It's over! Go to hell!" The Kusanagi sword pierced the heart of the third Hokage, and the Grim Reaper only pulled out Orochimaru's arm before dispersing. The third Hokage's consciousness gradually blurred. The injuries on his body could no longer pull out all of Orochimaru's soul. Swish! The Grim Reaper in the air didn't care so much, and with a slash of his sword, he took away part of Orochimaru's soul and the third Hokage's soul. Orochimaru's hands instantly lost consciousness, and he felt unspeakable pain on his body. However, the old man had just tightly grasped his hands, but he was unable to loosen them, and the whole person lost his strength and fell into his arms. At this point, Konoha's third Hokage died in battle. Orochimaru used his body to push the corpse away, summoned his men around to remove the barrier, and quickly evacuated the scene. At this moment, all the ninjas saw the barrier removed and immediately stepped forward to check on the third Hokage. Only Sasuke and Naruto were still standing at the scene. In the battlefield, Naruto stood there, looking at the corpse of the third-generation old Deng from afar for 10 minutes. After sighing softly, Naruto opened a light gate, said hello to Sasuke and left first. Sasuke held a ball of paper thrown by a sound ninja in his hand, raised his hand to throw it away, but put it back in his pocket at the moment of throwing it. On this day, the third generation of Konoha Hokage died in the battle, and the sky began to drizzle as expected, and it continued to rain until the next day. At the funeral of the third generation of Hokage, everyone in Konoha village came to mourn the old man. Even a white-haired old Deng who escaped from the village to avoid the limelight came to the scene. He held the old man's crystal ball in his arms, and the rain dripped on his face. He couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. After standing there for a long time, Jiraiya looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself. "Sorry, old man. I'm late." There were not many cries and howls at the scene, and almost all of them were from the new generation of ninjas. The older generation of ninjas have become accustomed to this kind of separation of life and death. Konohamaru knelt in front of the tombstone and burst into tears, and his mind kept recalling his grandfather's face. "Weevawu! Grandpa!" After crying for a few times, Konohamaru frantically took out a lot of medicine from his jacket pocket and trouser pocket. While crying, he placed the medicine bottles neatly in front of the tombstone. "Weevawu! Grandpa, I found this from the trash can." "Weevawu! Don't forget to take medicine when you go to the Pure Land." Uzumaki Naruto. The people around were silenced by Konohamaru's filial behavior. But no one stopped him. Although the behavior was somewhat inappropriate, at least Konohamaru had good intentions. The condolences of the crowd ended quickly. Not long after, many people had left the scene, leaving only two white-haired people, Konohamaru and Naruto. Naruto didn't go back because he hadn't paid his condolences to the third generation yet. As for why the three people beside him didn't go back, Naruto didn't know. To be honest, it was the first time Naruto attended Konoha's funeral, and the condolences were just a bouquet of flowers. He didn't quite understand what the meaning was. Jiraiya stood beside Naruto, and seeing that the child was still reluctant to move, he raised his hand and patted his shoulder, whispering, "Go. Go up and say your final goodbye to the old man." Naruto raised his head, looked at the serious expression of the white-haired old man, nodded slightly, and finally took the first step. However, when he was about to walk to the tombstone of the third generation, Naruto threw the bouquet in his hand aside. Before Kakashi and Jiraiya could come to their senses, they saw Naruto take out a blue sword and walk to the tombstone step by step. Naruto. Kakashi was worried that Naruto might do something wrong, so he called out his name, but Jiraiya shook his head to stop him. Naruto looked at the smiling portrait of the third elder, and suddenly raised his lips, pointing the diamond sword in his hand at the portrait and shouting, "Third elder! My sword is not bad either." Chapter 96. Wow! Grandpa! Weev, slurp! Brother Naruto, can you put some more glutinous rice balls in? I want sweet ones. Konohamaru cried loudly while searching for something with chopsticks. Every time he took a bite of food, he would howl twice. It can be seen that the death of the third generation really caused a big blow to this child. Slurp! Wait, the balls I just put in are not cooked yet. Naruto slurped a mouthful of crystal powder, his face full of satisfaction and comfort. Konohamaru, who was sitting opposite him, raised his buttocks and cried while picking up food. Jiraiya and Kakashi grabbed the wine glass and sipped the wine. The stimulation of alcohol made them forget the sadness just now for a while. The old, new four people sat around the square table, eating hot pot and drinking wine. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with the scene of four people eating hot pot. But it was still drizzling outside. And Jiraiya was across from the third Hokage and could see his portrait. Above the four people, there was a huge tent with a canopy. The tables, chairs, benches, hot pot, and bowls were all made by Uzumaki Naruto. The ingredients in the pot, as well as the drinks Jiraiya and Kakashi drank, were all tributes from the third Hokage. Well, all of them were today's ingredients, very fresh and great. As for why the four gathered at the third Hokage's grave to eat hot pot, it all started with a certain white-haired old man. Jiraiya said at the time that he had left Konoha for many years and hadn't had a drink with the old man for a long time. Now when I think about it, they are already separated forever. When he said this, the sadness in Jiraiya's eyes almost overflowed. As a result, he turned around and saw Naruto holding the tombstone with one hand, his legs crossed, and biting an apple in his mouth. The master and the apprentice looked at each other for 2 seconds, and they knew what the other was thinking without saying anything. The next second, the two of them sat in front of the grave of the third generation and ate the tribute. Kakashi, the white-haired Chunin, tried to stop them several times. But before he could say anything, Jiraiya and Naruto spoke in perfect tacit understanding. The tribute is just the grief and mourning of the living for the deceased. Instead of letting it rot in the cemetery, it is better for young people like us to eat it. Konohamaru felt that what Naruto and his master said made sense, and he joined the team that stole the grandfather's tribute with tears. The three of them squatted on the grave with sad faces in the drizzle, eating the tribute devoutly. After a few minutes, Jiraiya couldn't stand the rain. He disliked the surrounding environment very much. There were still some tributes that had not been cooked. Everything else had been eaten, and it would be a pity not to eat these things. When Naruto heard this, he directly pulled out the canopy tent from the system. They camped in the cemetery immediately and took out pots, pans, tables, chairs and benches. At first, Naruto wanted to take some ingredients from the system to cook. After all, no matter how many tributes the third generation offered, they were not enough for the three of them. But considering the face of the third generation, Naruto felt that it was somewhat impolite to eat anything other than tributes at someone else's grave. In the end, Naruto did not take out the ingredients from the system. But the clever Konohamaru secretly ran to someone else's grave and stuffed a lot of things into his arms. In this regard, Naruto could only say that he was a very sensible little brother. Just a few minutes after the ingredients were put into the pot, Kakashi struggled for a long time and decided to sit down and eat together. There was no need to think too much. Whether he participated or not, he was already a gang member at this moment. Instead of taking the blame for doing nothing, it would be better to sit down and eat something. Then he would feel more at ease when he was punished. So, the four old and new people at the scene ate hot pot in front of the grave of the third generation. At the moment of enjoying the tribute, he had taken off the mask on his face, and Naruto saw the full appearance of Bai Mao Zhongdeng for the first time. As for handsomeness, Naruto felt that he was not as good as himself. However, Bai Mao Zhongdeng's appearance looked like a good material for a gigolo. The only shortcoming was that he still looked like a kidney deficiency. Kakashi ate the last meatball and took a sip of wine, with a little drunkenness on his face. There is not much. There is not enough food. After speaking, Jiraiya and Konohamaru looked at Naruto. Under the coercive gaze of the three people, Naruto finally broke his bottom line. Third generation old man. I am very respectful to you. Eating other things at your grave. That was all caused by your grandson and the disciple coerced me. It has nothing to do with me, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sighed lightly and kept taking out the system ingredients. There were all kinds of flying things, running things, and swimming things, which made the appetite of the three people at the table even higher. Who cares whether they are having a meal at a grave? Jiraiya poured the last drop of wine in the glass, frowned slightly, and suddenly remembered that he had drunk so many glasses, but he didn't seem to have a drink with the old man. Naruto, do you have any wine? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto rolled his eyes on the spot and threw out a box of Tsingtao beer. Jiraiya raised his head and drank a can, and made a happy sound. Compared with the sake just now, it's still better to drink something cool. He hooked Naruto's shoulder and said with a smile. Where are the roads? Do you want to drink? Old Deng. I'm still underage. You kids still care about this? Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking about it, what Jiraiya said does make sense. With his physique, drinking a little wine is not a big problem. So, Naruto opened a can of wine for himself, and dragged Konohamaru into the water. To be honest, doing things that corrupted his grandson at the grave of the third generation old man. Actually, he felt guilty. In this way, the four drunkards, the old, the new, and the new, were making a loud noise at the grave. Advisor. It's a big deal. The Anbu ninjas ran and rolled in front of Mito Kato and Enuditan Koharu. Because the third generation Hokage died in battle, the authority of the Anbu ninjas was temporarily handed over to the two advisors. But they really don't want to clean up this mess. Before, Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked the Konoha yellow-haired man in front of them, so they didn't have to worry at all. In addition, Danzo was seriously injured and hospitalized, and the third Hokage was killed in the battle. Now the mess of the entire Konoha village can only fall on their heads. The Anbu ninja said that the old and new four people had a dinner at the grave and drank a lot of wine. Fuck. The third Hokage's body is still hot. Aren't you afraid that the Hokage will be so angry that he will come back to life and show off a few bottles of anti-hypertensive drugs after doing such a thing? At that time, more than a dozen Anbu ninjas couldn't stand it anymore, took out their weapons and rushed up. The result. However, the opponent's combat power was so terrifying that more than a dozen Anbu ninjas attacked at the same time, but were pressed to the ground by two white-haired and one yellow-haired. Especially those guys were almost drunk, and they didn't care about the severity of their attacks. This Anbu ninja was able to report back to the Hokage building. It means that he knew the birth level of the yellow-haired Konoha, so he hid in the back and watched the battle to avoid this disaster. As for the others, they have been hung on the tree by the yellow-haired man. Midaman and Utane Koharu saw the ANBU ninja shouting, and their hearts sank. After hearing the news, their eyes went dark. The blood pressure of the two also soared at this moment. Fortunately, there were still some medicines left in Sarutobi Hiruzen's drawer. They found the medicine and took it unfamiliarly. After a few minutes, they felt much better. Hiruzen, you are really not easy. At this moment, they finally understood how hard Sarutobi Hiruzen had lived these years. But what should they do next? Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, the genius ninja Hitaki Kakashi, the son of the fourth generation, the yellow-haired Konoha, and the last third-generation grandson. Picking out any one of them can give them a headache for a while, let alone four. There is nothing they can do. Damn! Konoha will be finished if it continues like this. No. We must choose a Hokage right away. After saying that, Koharu Udadan glanced at Midomanen. The two exchanged glances, both saying that whoever wanted to be the fifth Hokage could be the fifth Hokage, but they would never do it. After all, they still wanted to live a few more years. And the fifth Hokage must have experience and be able to suppress these four people. The candidate who meets these two requirements is very clear. The two looked at each other and spoke at the same time. That's right. Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. Chapter 97. I don't know when the position of Hokage has slowly changed. Perhaps it was the moment when a yellow-haired man was picked up by a human trafficker, or perhaps it was the moment when the third generation took anti-hypertensive drugs for the first time. The original Hokage had to be recognized by everyone before he could become Hokage. This is one of the most important conditions. And now, the important condition for becoming a Hokage has become the ability to suppress a few troubles in the village. It is no exaggeration to say that this position has become a hot potato. When the third generation died in battle, everyone was sad, and they missed the fourth generation and his wife more and more. Inside the Hokage building, all the senior ninjas who can speak, as well as the heads of several major ninja clans, gathered here. Of course, except for a white-haired Chudo. The two Hokage advisors stood on the stage and announced to everyone that the fifth generation Hokage Tsunade. Great! With Lady Tsunade, Konoha has hope. Yes. Lady Tsunade's strength is more than enough to deal with the yellow-haired man. When everyone heard the announcement from the Hokage advisor, they all showed joy on their faces. There is no way. During the time when Lord Jiraiya came back, not only did he fail to control Uzumaki Naruto, but he also caused a bigger mess. Everyone has been completely disappointed in him. And the fifth Hokage is Lady Tsunade, who can still deal with the two masters and apprentices. However, after saying this, the two looked at everyone at the scene seriously. Everyone. The two of us will resign as Hokage advisors. Do the clan leaders have anything to say? Clan leader Hayashi, do you have anything to say to the next Hokage advisor? Hinata Hayashi? Hinata Hayashi, who was hiding in the corner, felt that he had been very low-key, but his name was still called. After the third generation died in battle, his first reaction was worry. Afraid that the village would dump the responsibility of Hokage on his shoulders. After all, to some extent, he is Uzumaki Naruto's father-in-law. It is indeed reasonable to use him to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. But the problem is, he can't control that yellow-haired boy at all. Yesterday, he kindly asked the child to leave the battlefield first, but he was kicked away by the boy before he could finish his words. Although Hayashi knew that the yellow-haired boy was worried about him, he really didn't like this way of caring. Besides, you, a son-in-law, dare to kick your father-in-law's ass, what else can't you do? And Hayashi's guess is indeed correct. If Tsunade really doesn't want to be the fifth generation, then Hyuga Hayashi is the next candidate. Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a long time before he replied. The two Hokage advisors are wise. But the position of Hokage advisor. I am still unable to take on this important task. And the village cannot do without you two adults. As soon as he finished speaking, Narashikaku also jumped out to speak. Yes. In terms of qualifications and abilities, we are not as good as you two. Now is a critical moment, why do you two adults have to resign? Shikaku's words instantly opened up everyone's chatterboxes, and they all began to flatter the two advisors. Is it really what everyone said? No, it's not. In fact, everyone present knew that the two advisors just didn't want to clean up the mess of the guys at the cemetery. The third generation was so angry that he bought boxes of anti-hypertensive drugs while in office. Everyone knew what was going on. How could they covet temporary power and put their family into endless troubles? Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu smiled bitterly. They knew it would not work. Once upon a time, they had thought about getting involved in the position of Hokage. But as time went by, after seeing the power of the yellow-haired man, the two no longer dared to have any ideas. In short, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a big trouble. Let the Anbu ninjas fight the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with all their strength, right? The whole village has a chance of winning, but what if he goes berserk in another Nine-Tails rebellion? You can't beat him, and you can't control him. Rough. How the hell is this going to work? Not only they have a headache, but others also have a headache. With the example of Konohamaru, everyone has now strictly controlled their children at home. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. They are worried that they will play with the yellow-haired man. Konoha is already riddled with holes, and it is impossible to accept that such a person will appear in their family. Everyone stood up to praise the two Hokage advisors, just not giving them a chance to step down. Finally, the meeting ended with the two Hokage advisors worried and everyone laughing. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave, the old and the new drinking party has not ended yet. The empty cans scattered on the ground are enough to show that the four people drank a lot. As they were drinking, the four people each told the life of the third-generation old man from their own perspective. As they were talking, Naruto suddenly slammed the table and shouted excitedly. To be honest, just because the third-generation old man always cleans my ass, I have to give him a grand funeral. Funerals in this world are very ordinary. Even a figure like the Hokage only paid condolences and ended it hastily. If they hadn't spontaneously eaten and drank in front of the tomb today, Naruto felt that he would not be able to eat at the third-generation old man's table. Uzumaki Naruto naturally couldn't stand it. Naruto's words instantly aroused the interest of the three people. It was the first time they saw Naruto show such an expression. Everyone! I have a good idea. What do you think the old man likes to do most? The three of them were slightly stunned, and the next second they spoke at the same time. Spying on the women's bathhouse, X3. Jiraiya's face was subtle. Naruto's idea was good, but the old man was gone. How could he peek? This kid might as well honor himself with this idea. Naruto. You make sense. But I always feel that bringing a tombstone to the bathhouse. It's a bit unlucky. Uzumaki Naruto? Kakashi? Konohamaru? When I thought of the tombstone of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the bathhouse, the picture did become a little weird. Jiraiya scratched his chin and made a shocking statement, which directly made the people around him unable to do it. Naruto, you should mean to get some for the third generation. Women's clothing, right? Kakashi thought he understood Naruto, and recalled Sasuke's women's clothing in his mind, and then he thought of this. But my grandma is buried next to my grandpa. Brother, you are doing this. I think grandpa will be miserable in the Pure Land. Konohamaru frowned, as if he was really thinking seriously. After a few seconds, his expression suddenly relaxed. I know. Brother, you want to bury a few more women next to grandpa's grave, right? Listening to the words of these three guys, Naruto almost turned around and left. What the hell is going on? None of them are reliable. You are the apprentice of the third-generation old man, a grandson of the apprentice, and a grandson, and you really don't consider the old man? It seems that I have to do it myself. Ahem. What you said is too outrageous. I mean, go to the entertainment shop and hire some people, and find some singing girls and dancing girls, and let them dance here for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiraiya's eyes lit up after hearing this. Kakashi blushed, and his expression suddenly became obscene. This is good. Good idea. You are worthy of being my apprentice. Brother is awesome. After the 4 exchanged opinions, Naruto drafted the first Hokage grave singing and dancing competition in Konoha village, which is expected to be held tomorrow. After talking about the first Hokage grave singing and dancing competition in Konoha, the 4 cleaned up the things on the ground and started to arrange it as soon as possible. Strive to give the third-generation old man a grand funeral. As the general person in charge of the project Jiraiya. Naturally, the arrangements were clear. Kakashi went to inform the senior ninjas, and Naruto was responsible for the banquet arrangements. And he went to the entertainment shop to hire people. Konohamaru is still a child, just eat. And just at this moment, 2 people wearing red cloud and black robes and wearing bamboo hats walked outside the Konoha village. Mr. Itaki. Do you think I can swim to the other side in this life, Disn? Uchiha Itaki? Chapter 98. Damuzumaki Brat. In the hospital, Danzo sat on the bed, and the first thing he said after waking up was to greet the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He. Danzo-sama, this experiment was very successful. The first-generation cells in your body have been more fused than before. I don't know. When can I get what I want? Yakushi Kabuto took off his gloves and stood back beside Orochimaru, who was dressed as a nurse. No one would have thought that after killing the third generation, Orochimaru did not leave Konoha village, but ran to Konoha hospital and completed the treatment for Danzo with the help of the root. Well, it's just an experiment of Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Know your position. We are just a cooperative relationship. Danzo felt that Orochimaru was a little arrogant, and he actually spoke to him in such a tone, so he warned him. However, thinking that this guy had made a great contribution this time, he still planned to take out a pair of Sharingan to appease Orochimaru. After a while, Danzo spoke again. I only have 1 pair of Sharingan left. Yamanaka Feng heard his boss say this, took out a small box, and walked in front of Orochimaru. After opening it, a pair of double Megatama Sharingan floated in the test tube. Happy cooperation. Danzo-sama. Orochimaru looked at the box greedily, ordered Kabuto Yakushi to accept it, and then said his final goodbye to Danzo. By the way, I heard that the 5th Hokage of Konoha has been selected. It's Tsunade. Danzo's face sank instantly when he heard the news, and he looked like he might explode at any time. Then, goodbye. Kabuto Yakushi held Orochimaru, performed the reverse summoning technique, and disappeared from the spot with a bang. Damn it! The position of Hokage is mine. Danzo clenched his fists tightly and cursed with gritted teeth. However, Orochimaru's cell fusion experiment solved his previous embarrassing situation. After fusing Hashirama's cells, he now has the ability to use wood release. According to Orochimaru's previous statement, his wood release is twice as strong as Yamato's, which is good news. If you don't look at the 3 Hashirama faces on his chest, he is no different from a normal person now. As for the price, the Sharingan that he had transplanted on his arm disappeared completely because of the accident. Fortunately, at the last moment, he decisively took off Shisui's eye, otherwise he would not be able to save that eye with his survival instinct. Return to the root. Danzo snorted coldly and got out of bed. The most urgent thing is to go back and transplant Shisui's eyes first. Who cares about the Uzumaki kid at that time? He will have to obey after he fires Akoda Amatsukami. Humph. Just wait. The position of the fifth Hokage must belong to Danzo Shimura. Konoha village. Itaki Uchiha and Kisame swaggered to the entrance of the village. As two members of the Akatsuki organization, they did not intend to hide their identities at all. Of course, the traitor Itaki Uchiha also wanted to take this opportunity to make Konoha village alert to the Akatsuki organization. Naturally, he had to enter the village to show his strength. He also had to find some powerful ninjas who could be defeated in seconds, so that the Konoha high-level officials would be alert. And by the way, let Danzo think about it and don't have any ideas about his brother. Well, to put it simply, it was to make a big fuss in Konoha village. Enter the village. Itaka spit out 2 words and walked towards Konoha, and Kisame next to him immediately followed. The two sneaked into Konoha village one after the other. Just a few minutes after entering the village, a voice suddenly came from behind and called them. The 2 guys in front. Stop! Itaki and Kisame instantly became alert and turned to look at the newcomers. Kisame's hands were already on the big sword behind him, ready to attack at any time. I say, you two are going to the wrong place, right? The Hokage's funeral is about to start, hurry up and follow me. If I'm late, Master Jiraiya will deduct money from me. Uchiha Itaki? Kisame? What the hell? The expressions of the two under their hats showed strange colors. Why did they invite them to the Hokage's funeral? Didn't they see their strange clothes that were different from those in Konoha? The person in charge, Kojiro, naturally didn't find it strange. He was one of the managers of the largest custom shops in the ninja world. He was invited to Konoha to hold the funeral for the 3rd generation Hokage. Although he didn't know why the funeral invited singing girls and dancers to dance on the grave, he really couldn't resist Jiraiya's money offensive. And in order to make Konoha Fang was satisfied, and he also asked other customs giants to bring a lot of handsome men and beautiful women. As for the strange clothes, the yellow-haired kid from Konoha specially prepared a lot of clothes for everyone. What black silk, white silk? What's so strange about the red cloud and black robes of the 2 people in front of him? Hee. Kisame laughed softly and was about to draw his sword to chop the other party. But Itaka shook his head to stop him. At present, the situation has not been figured out yet, let's take a look first, and go to the funeral of the 3rd generation by the way. It seems that it is a good opportunity to show strength. Maybe I can see my younger brother. You two follow me. By the way, when the funeral starts, you must take off your hats. You can't even see your face. Itaka lowered his head and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I will. Kisame seemed to understand Itaka's thoughts and was happy in his heart. When the hat is taken off, it will probably give the people of Konoha village a big shock, right? 2 rebel ninjas appear at the funeral. It's very interesting to think about it. Kojiro muttered and walked towards the grave of the 3rd generation. He followed Kojiro without any hesitation. In front of the grave of the 3rd generation, there are more than 20 tables placed in a large open space. Dozens of yellow-haired people shuttled through the crowd, carrying plates and busy serving dishes. And many Konoha ninjas focused their attention on the stage at the grave of the 3rd generation. Hee, good apprentice. The clothes you made are really good. Jiraiya squatted on the ground and smiled obscenely at the singers dressed in JK short skirts and black silk on the stage. The more than 30 singers and dancers on the stage were all dressed very improperly. They looked even poorer than those women in the custom shops. If it wasn't for the wrong day today, he would have wanted to mix in and feel it. It's really good. Kakashi squatted on the side and expressed his opinion. Konohamaru supported his chin with both hands, unable to understand what was so good about the women on the stage. These were not as interesting as the door panels in his own home. That's a must. These things have been tested in the market. Naruto squatted on the ground and said proudly. You know, those clothes are the exclusive battle robes of the little lady who brushed against the edge in the previous life. This kind of aesthetics completely grasps the handle of the men in the ninja world. The four people, old, new, and new, squatted on the ground, and laughed strangely from time to time. Sasuke in a black robe wore a hat and didn't dare to look at the stage at all. Now when he saw JK, the unbearable memory appeared in his mind. When will it end? I still have to go back to practice. Chapter 99. Tisk, although Naruto's funeral is a bit absurd. But the old man must like this. Asuma held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes always on the stage. Bang! Yui Kurane punched Asuma in the head, then hugged his shoulders and said indignantly. Hee hee. I think you like it. Hee hee. This idea was probably proposed by Jiraiya. What does it have to do with Naruto? If you like it, just keep watching. Yui Kurane snorted coldly and turned to leave. Asuma saw this, cold sweat ran down his forehead. Kure. Wait, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. The effect of the first Hokage grave singing and dancing competition was much better than Naruto imagined. Men really liked it. However, this also caused a lot of trouble for many married people and couples. It is worth mentioning that none of the older generation of ninjas came. They were all from the same class as Kakashi or acquaintances. He didn't dare to invite several clan leaders. He was afraid of being kicked out. After all, doing such a thing at the grave of the third generation. What if the younger generations of their families followed suit after they died? Everyone's head hurt just thinking about it. After they heard that Jiraiya was going to have a disco at the grave of the third generation, they strictly forbade their younger generations to participate. However, many people still went. Just kidding, there are beauties to see and food to eat, so why not go? The first Hokage grave dance contest starts now. Uzumaki Naruto stood on the stage and announced loudly, and the beautiful women on the stage immediately stood up. Uzumaki Xiaofeng, wearing headphones, stood on the DJ stand, shaking his body, shaking his head, and playing the disc. Radisson and Bricks. I am the DJ of this show, Uzumaki Xiaofeng. Move along with me to the music, okay? With the shout of Uzumaki Xiaofeng, the music also sounded at this moment. But I still can't accept this gap. Our love is like a falling meteor. The singing sounded, and the untrained singing girls and dancers were like a group of demons dancing wildly. The Konoha ninja sitting at the banquet couldn't help but sway with the rhythm. Behind the noisy stage, there were many performers in strange costumes waiting. Among them were two members of the Akatsuki organization in red clouds and black robes. What are you wearing? Black robes, bamboo hats, nail polish. Hurry up and change this. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame. Kojiro threw 2 sets of bunny girl costumes to the two. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame held the cloth in their hands and were silent for a long time. Itachi, Mr. Itachi. I feel something is wrong. Kisame looked at the women's clothes in his hand, listened to the music outside, and felt something was wrong. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was silent again. To be honest, he was in a somewhat subtle mood. After all, not only did his undercover boss in Konoha die, but the style of Konoha has become extremely strange now. Anyway, he would never wear this thing. What if Sasuke saw it? Let's go. Itachi ignored the little Jiro, because he was afraid that he could not help but stab him to death with a kunai. The two lowered their hats, pushed through the crowd, and walked towards the stage. At this time, a yellow-haired man was squatting on the ground and laughing with 2 white-haired men. He didn't know that Hinata was standing behind him. There are so many ways, which one do you like among so many? Me. Facing the master's question, Naruto thought for a moment, and then said. If I'm 30 years old, I'll go on stage and dance with them. If I'm 20 years old, I'll choose to go off stage and dance with them. What if you're 13 years old? Before Naruto finished speaking, Hinata's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and several men at the scene shrank their necks. Jiraiya and Kakashi turned their heads to look at Hinata, their eyes full of gloating. Good, good. Let's fight. No one has ever seen the opportunity for the yellow-haired little dang to be defeated. Naruto still didn't look back, and he didn't look panicked at all. It really looked a bit like the meaning of not changing one's expression when facing a mountain collapse. However, at this time, Naruto was shouting for the big fox in his heart. Damn, Dick! Big fox, come out quickly. Blow up the whole Konoha. This world shouldn't exist. Kurama frowned when he saw the intense plot, and was very unhappy that his interest was suddenly disturbed. No time to blow up, do it yourself. Hearing the big fox reject him, Naruto felt that the whole world had turned grey. His wife was standing behind him, and his pores were bursting. It was conceivable that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation, he would die miserably. Naruto took a few deep breaths, and his brain was working frantically. After 0.03 seconds, he made a decision. He put on a smile, turned his head and took Hinata's hand, and said affectionately, "If I were 13, of course I would only choose to be with Hinata-chan. I will marry Hinata-chan in the future." Get married. Hinata's face flushed when she heard Naruto's last sentence, and her brain stopped thinking instantly. It's so embarrassing. How can Naruto say such things in front of so many people? And Jiraiya-sama is considered Naruto-sama's master. So does she meet the parents? Hinata was completely confused and could only let Naruto take her away. Naruto was still blaming his wife while taking her away. Hinata-chan, I tell you, none of the two white-haired guys over there are good guys. I didn't want to see it just now, but they dragged me here. And what else do you say? Let me see the world of adults. Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at Naruto with mixed feelings. Damn! How come this kid is fine? And it was obviously your idea, and you kept calling Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei. Now that something happened, you start calling the white-haired guy? How come he is so rude at such a young age? The two white-haired guys looked at each other and were silent for a while. Jiraiya suddenly spoke up. This kid. Is he always like this? Kakashi sighed deeply. Yes. I shouldn't have gone to the bookstore that afternoon 6 years ago. Kakashi started to complain to Jiraiya. As one of the closest people to the little yellow-haired boy, Jiraiya instantly felt the same way. Really, he is beginning to regret it now. He shouldn't have returned to the village in the first place. Sasuke ignored the two of them. After seeing Naruto leave, he was also ready to leave here and go back to continue his training. As soon as he took a step, Sasuke caught a glimpse of the two members of the Akatsuki organization in the chaos. He also happened to catch a glimpse of the profile of one of them. An Uchiha Itachi was looking at the stage at this time, trying to see if he could find his brother. But after searching for a few minutes, he didn't see his hedgehog-headed, blue and white-dressed brother. Strange. Did Sasuke not come? Itachi was very upset because he didn't find his brother. Adding the noisy music in his ears and the shaking Kisame next to him, he was even more annoyed. Kisame! Can you please stop shaking? Chapter 100. Uchiha Itachi searched for a while but still didn't find his brother, so he planned to leave this strange place first. If he continued to stay like this, he was really afraid that he would not be able to help but read to Kisame for a month. The two turned around and left the stage. Behind the crowd, Sasuke in black robe lowered his face with his hood, his body trembling with excitement. It's Uchiha Itachi. He has been waiting for this day for countless days and nights. Finally, this opportunity has come. Sasuke shouted in his heart, and his mind couldn't help but recall his previous experience of going to the Pure Land. Hee. Uchiha Itachi. Death is just the beginning for you. When you go to the Pure Land, Be prepared to accept the endless anger of your clansmen. He thought of being surrounded by his clansmen and almost being hung up and beaten by his father, and he felt a little scared. He just wore women's clothes and made his clansmen so angry. And he didn't dare to think about what treatment Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered his clansmen, would receive after he went down. Sasuke followed slowly behind, keeping a distance of 100 meters. He held his hood to cover his face with one hand and held the seal scroll in his arms with the other hand. He carried 120 seal scrolls with him every day, waiting for this day. Coincidentally, Sasuke learned a lot from the battle with Naruto a few days ago. For example, how to deal with the user of eye technique. When Sasuke opened the 3 Megatama and prepared to use illusion control on Naruto, Naruto took out lime powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on him. Sasuke, who was not prepared, covered his eyes and screamed in pain. Since then, Sasuke would put some lime powder in his pocket, which was used specifically to target Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke followed the two people, stopping and starting all the way. In the process, he still felt that he was not prepared enough. If he had known earlier, he would go to Naruto to get a statue, or go home to bring Karin, so that he would have a 100% chance of winning. Yes, after the Chunin exam, Xiaoai, Xionglan cried and shouted that she wanted to stay with him. He was soft-hearted and took the poor girl in. He hadn't told anyone about this yet. At this time, Kakashi, who was watching the performance, turned his head and found Sasuke leaving, and then he found 2 guys wearing red clouds and black robes. Seeing the 2 people dressed up, Kakashi immediately found something wrong. All the clothes Naruto put on were issued by him personally, and he remembered every style clearly. There is no such dress at all. After realizing that something was wrong, Kakashi said goodbye to Jiraiya and followed him. Mr. Itachi, we seem to be followed. It doesn't matter, let's find a place to deal with them in front. Itachi is now focused on finding his brother, and he is very anxious. After coming to Konoha village and looking for Sasuke for so long, he still can't find Sasuke. He is a little worried that Sasuke can't stand the blows over the years and gives up on himself. Sasuke, where on earth have you been? After walking for more than 10 minutes, Itachi found that he was almost out of the village, and there was someone following him, so he stopped. Kisame grinned and turned around to prepare for the fight. But when he saw the person following him, he suddenly became dazed. The man was wearing a black robe and cloak, with a hood on his head, and his face could not be seen clearly. The most special thing was the weapon on his back. What the hell? Is this kid imitating me? And how come his broadsword is more exaggerated than his same hata? Uchiha Itachi turned around and glanced at the black-robed kid, and then his attention was all on Kakashi behind him. He never thought that the guy in front of him with strange clothes was actually his younger brother. Uchiha Itachi raised his hand to gently support the hat, slowly took it off, revealing his true face. Kisame beside him took it off in the same way, laughed a few words, and then spoke. It looks like we're in some trouble, Mr. Itachi. Is that guy the copy ninja Kakashi? Itachi didn't say anything, and the illusion was launched silently. Bang! At this moment, Sasuke took off the Xianzhong ruler and smashed it on the ground, standing on his chest. Interesting. Mr. Itachi, leave the black-robed boy to me. Kisame thought that the other party was provoking him by taking out a weapon similar to his own. Itachi nodded slightly and acquiesced to Kisame's decision. Senior Kakashi, it's been a long time since we last met. You guy. Kakashi came to Sasuke with an extremely strange expression on his face. Could Itachi not recognize his brother? The 4 stood in place, and no one took action first. A breeze blew by, just blowing off the hood on Sasuke's head, revealing his cold expression. Whoosh! Sasuke grabbed the Xianzhong ruler and pointed at Uchiha Itachi and shouted loudly. 1 against 7. You've kept me waiting. I'll tell you. 6 years in the east. 6 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. Who are you? Faced with the enemy's sudden provocation, Uchiha Itachi was silent for a long time before he said something. His vision was a little blurry, and he could only see the general outline of people. Even Kakashi was recognized by the white hair on his head. Now this black-robed boy. Uchiha Itachi recalled his life experience, and he didn't expect that someone who matched him would come out. Sasuke heard that his enemy didn't recognize him, and the anger in his chest was about to burst out. So this guy didn't take him seriously at all? Damn it! I will definitely kill you today. Sasuke raised his head and revealed his scarlet 3-Magatama Sharingan. Itachi saw a touch of red, his eyes slightly opened, and his face was suddenly full of surprise. Where did you get your Sharingan? When he said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Although the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Sharingan was not something that outsiders could get their hands on. And he was worried that the other party would attack his brother. Rough. 1 against 7, die. Under Naruto's training, Sasuke's temper had become very patient. At this moment, he was really broken on the spot when he heard Uchiha Itachi's words. He grabbed the Xianzhong ruler, performed 3,000 thunder movements, and rushed forward in an instant. Your opponent is me. When Kisame saw that the boy wanted to attack Itachi, he immediately drew out Samehada to fight. Wait! Sasuke! Come back quickly, he is not something you can handle. Kakashi knew it was not good when he saw the boy rushing up. The one in front of him was an S-level rebel ninja from Konoha, and his strength was not something Sasuke could handle now. Uchiha Itachi, who was performing illusion, suddenly paused when he heard Sasuke's name. Then his face was full of shock. That black-robed boy, is his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke? Are you kidding me? How could Sasuke become like this? The drastic change of his younger brother made Itachi's mind a little confused, and at this time Sasuke had already appeared in front of Kisame. Sasuke was eager for revenge, and he was even more angry when he was alone against 7 people and still didn't recognize him. He didn't plan to do anything to test it, and directly opened the curse seal, and lightly wiped the Xianzhong ruler while moving to attach fire escape to the weapon. When he came in front of the weirdo, he waved the Xianzhong ruler and used his ultimate move without any hesitation. Yanfen Chilang ruler. Kisame sneered, grabbed Samehada, and slashed at him. He really didn't know how to live or die. He actually dared to play this trick in front of him. His Samehada can absorb chakra. Crash! A huge flame blasted towards Kisame's face, and the powerful impact made him fly backwards before he could react. Chapter 101. Kisame's small brain was suddenly blank. He didn't take this kid seriously at all. But after a confrontation, he was knocked out and his whole body was in pain. The burning of the flames made him smell the smell of grilled fish. And the most important thing is, why did his own chakra decrease after Samehada absorbed the opponent's chakra? Before Uchiha Itachi recovered from his brother's change, he saw Sasuke knock Kisame away with one move. It's totally unreasonable. He had never seen this move in the Uchiha clan. While he was stunned, Sasuke had already appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi with lightning. Sasuke swung the Xianzhong ruler with one hand and put the other hand in his pocket ready to throw lime powder at any time. If Uchiha Itachi dared to open his eyes in front of him, he would let the other party experience the pain of burning eyes. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, he could kill his enemies with one foot. This wave, he is sure to win. 1 against 7. Go to the Pure Land to atone for your sins. Huff. Sasuke showed a crazy smile on his face, and smashed Uchiha Itachi's waist with a ruler, and a tearing sound was heard. He saw with his own eyes that Uchiha Itachi was split in two by him. Ha 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 ha. 1 against 7. You deserve to die. Sasuke looked at the corpse on the ground, raised his head and laughed, and tears could not be controlled from the corners of his eyes. Just when Sasuke was proud, the corpse on the ground suddenly turned into crows and dispersed, and then Uchiha Itaka's voice rang in his ears. "My stupid Odoudou! It seems that you still don't recognize the gap between us." As Itaka's voice rang in Sasuke's ears, the world in his eyes began to turn around. The scene changed, and he found himself still standing there, while Uchiha Itachi and the weirdo who imitated him were still standing there without moving a step. The only difference was Kakashi was lying on the ground. "This is impossible. When did you use the illusion?" Sasuke's mentality was a little broken. He had been extremely careful, but he didn't expect that he would still fall into the opponent's illusion. Damn it! When on earth was it? Looking at Kakashi who was sleeping on the ground again, Sasuke collapsed even more. Damn it! Where is your Manjiki Sharingan, Bai Mao Chudan? When did you have the illusion that I didn't use illusions? Give up! You are just a weakling who lives with hatred. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his hand, and Sasuke, who was not far away, was surprised to find that his neck was strangled. There was clearly a distance between them. Uchiha Itachi couldn't strangle his neck in the air at all. Sasuke opened his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and understood everything in an instant. So that's how it is. Now he is truly trapped in the opponent's illusion. And the moment he was hit should be when he was close to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi snorted coldly and launched Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. But what he didn't expect was that Sasuke, who was strangled by the neck, suddenly threw a handful of white powder at his face. But Sasuke's reaction was still a step slower. The moment the lime powder was sprinkled, he was hit by Tsukuyomi and fell into a coma. Uchiha Itachi, who was attacked, closed his eyes subconsciously, but a lot of powder still entered his eye sockets. Hey! The Manjiki Sharingan could not escape the lime powder attack after all. Uchiha Itachi shook off the unconscious Sasuke in his hand and bent down to cover his eyes. A burst of anger rose in his heart. Damn it! How could Sasuke use such a despicable trick? Uchiha Itachi, who closed his eyes tightly, really made Sasuke angry. However, Sasuke's strength surprised Itachi. He did not use illusion at the beginning, and Kisame was indeed knocked away by Sasuke. However, when Sasuke approached, that was not his real body at all, so he seized the opportunity to use illusion. And he used Tsukuyomi to kill Kakashi in seconds. But the Sharingan, which was already under great pressure, was hit by Sasuke's lime powder after using Tsukuyomi twice. This made his situation worse. If he did not receive timely treatment, his eyes might really go blind. Mr. Itachi! Are you okay? Kisame, who was burned all over, looked at Mr. Itachi who was bending over and covering his eyes with some worry. He seemed to have never seen Mr. Itachi so embarrassed. Let's go, leave Konoha. I have to treat my eye injury immediately. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, endured the pain, and slowly stood up. Kisame looked at the two fell to the ground, gritting their teeth, unwilling to give up. But considering that Mr. Itachi was in a bad condition, they held Itachi's arm, hugged his waist and left the scene. In the evening, the two injured were picked up and sent to Konoha Hospital. Naruto and Jiraiya received the news and rushed over as soon as they arrived. Brother Sakura followed them. However, before the three of them opened the door of the ward, they heard a quarrel inside. Kakashi, you fucking! Where is your Manjiki? Where is your pupil technique? I'm a rough. I was killed in seconds without any output, Although I didn't know what happened, I knew that he was very angry when I heard Sasuke scolding so dirty. When the three opened the ward, they saw Sasuke chasing Kakashi madly with a pillow in both hands. Bai Mao Zhongdeng asked while running. Does the Manjiki have other uses? Kakashi felt very wronged. How could he know that Itachi's attention was all on him? He said only one sentence before and after entering the battlefield, and then was dragged into the Tsukuyomi space by Uchiha Itachi to play some bondage play. It felt quite painful at the time, but now it's just like that after waking up. It feels like a nightmare. It's better to dream about training swordsmanship with my father while eating steak. Sasuke almost fainted when he heard this. Is your Mangeki Sharingan just a decoration? He was killed in a 1-on-7 situation without even opening it. At least he killed a weird fish that imitated him. Sasuke's chest rose and fell with anger, and he gritted his teeth and continued to attack Kakashi. Kakashi, you fucking... Naruto didn't know whether to be happy or speechless when he saw the two guys were full of energy. From the timeline of these two guys being sent to the hospital, most likely they met Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. But you two. One is Uchiha Xiaoyan, the other is Uchiha Kakashi. Their strength is much stronger than the original, how come they still defeated Uchiha Itachi in 7 seconds? Moreover, if you found something wrong, you should call for help. The two fools insisted on fighting with them. Naruto didn't know what to say to them. Damn it! If you had helped a little, that man would have no chance to leave Konoha. Sasuke reviewed the situation many times, and he was so angry. He had already sprinkled the lime powder at the last moment of his coma. If Kakashi hadn't been in the illusion, there would still be a chance to keep Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi opened his mouth and felt that what Sasuke said made sense. But the problem is, he really doesn't know how to use the Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 102. Fool! Calm down. Let go. I'm going to kill this guy today. Sasuke was getting more and more angry. He took out the Xianzhong ruler from under the bed and was about to kill Kakashi. Fortunately, Naruto was quick-witted and stopped Sasuke's rebellious behavior in time. Naruto pressed Sasuke on the bed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kakashi followed Jiraiya out of the ward on the spot. This time, the S-level rebel Uchiha Itachi appeared in Konoha village, and seeing that he was wearing the same clothes as another Kirigakure rebel, it is very likely that he joined a mysterious organization. Things have become a little complicated. Kakashi went downstairs of the hospital and told Jiraiya the whole process. Sasuke in the ward had a livid face and sat on the bed without saying a word and sulking. Naruto wanted to play the two big colored pens with yin and yang, but he felt that if he provoked Sasuke now, the boat of their friendship would probably capsize. Finally, he thought about it and gave up. Let's wait for 2 days for Sasuke to calm down and then do the yin-yang thing. Wow! Sasuke picked up the bedside cloak, threw it with one hand, and draped it over his shoulders. He put on the Xianzhong ruler on his back and stood up to walk out of the ward. Sakura was worried and reached out to grab Sasuke, but hesitated for a long time and let it go. Sasuke! Are you okay with your injuries? Skin injuries? It's nothing. Sakura was extremely mad. She was not blind, and she had also practiced medical ninjutsu, so of course she knew that Sasuke's injuries were not serious. I was asking about the psychological condition. What Sasuke said was indeed right. Anyway, no matter how serious the injury was, there was Naruto and Karin at home, so any injury could be recovered. As for the psychological level, Sasuke felt that half of the blame for this failure should be put on by Mao Zedong, and the other half was because he was too weak and had not researched the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Otherwise, he could have used Fire Style, Buddha's Wrath Lotus to smash down, and he wouldn't have needed Kakashi, the idiot, to just single-handedly kill the two guys. The blow wasn't that big of a blow. After all, Sasuke firmly believed that Uchiha Itachi, who was splashed with it, must be in great pain. Just think of it as collecting some interest first. You have to know that he was splashing quicklime. According to Naruto, if he wasn't treated in time, he would most likely go blind. Hehe. Uchiha Itachi, if you lose your eyes, you'd be nothing. Naruto saw the corners of this kid's mouth twitching, and he knew that Sasuke was probably fine. Maybe Sasuke was already thinking about how to use Buddha's Wrath Lotus to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Judging from the situation, it's likely that he wasn't affected too much by Tsukuyomi. It makes sense, with Sasuke and Kakashi eating and drinking here all day long. It's fine that he couldn't beat Uchiha Itachi after taking so many supplements, but it would be wrong if he had a mental breakdown due to Tsukuyomi. By the way, Naruto, give me a bottle of recovery potion. Sasuke just walked out of the ward and poked his head back. You don't say it's just a superficial injury. Naruto was a little speechless. You kid was just pretending. In less than 2 minutes, he turned around and asked him to get the recovery potion. Sasuke looked at Sakura, who was in a daze, and after hesitating for a long time, he planned to talk to Naruto alone. Come out for a moment. Hey! Sasuke's mysterious look made Naruto confused. He had never seen this kid like this before. He didn't know if it was his illusion. He seemed to see a guilty expression on Sasuke's face just now. What's wrong with you? Can't we talk in the ward? Why do you have to tell me behind Sakura's back? You're not hiding a woman behind Sakura's back, are you? The two came to the stairwell one after the other, and Naruto kept asking. However, Sasuke's expression was a little strange when he said that. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Naruto's smile gradually disappeared. Fuck. Uchiha Sasuke, are you serious? You're hiding behind my back. I'm hiding behind Sakura's back, woohoo. Keep your voice down. As Naruto yelled, Sasuke went up and covered his mouth. He thought for a while before speaking. I have a friend. Puff. Naruto laughed when he heard this. You kid are still playing this game with me? Still friends? We've been fighting since we were young, how could I not know what you are, Bie? Sasuke, there is no one else here. Just tell me if this friend of yours is you. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, who was suddenly exposed, fell silent again. But thinking of Karen's scars, it was indeed a bit pitiful. I saved a girl in the second round of the Chunin exam. Karen. You kid held her in Konoha village. Yes, rescued her. Naruto's expression froze. When Sasuke said he saved someone on his way to pee, he probably had some guesses in his mind. After all, it was the same in the original book. But you kid held her in Konoha like this? Look at this situation, the entire Konoha high-level officials don't know yet. Okay. Uchiha Xiaoyan saved Xiao Yuxian and then fell in love with her, right? Take me to see. Naruto didn't want to talk to this kid anymore now. He really wanted to turn around and complain to brother Sakura. Let's see how this kid survives in the Shura field. Sasuke nodded slightly and signaled Naruto to throw a light gate. Then the two disappeared in the stairwell of the hospital. At this time, Sakura was still learning medical ninjutsu and had not yet realized that her home had been robbed. When Naruto came to Sasuke's house through the light gate, he heard a girl's voice coming from the house before he stepped into the door. Is it Sasuke? Come back so early today? As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of running in the house, and then Naruto saw the red-haired girl. Naruto looked at Sasuke, his expression had twisted. He raised his middle finger and pointed at Sasuke and scolded him. Okay. I was wondering why you've been training alone lately and not coming to my place anymore. So there's really a woman hiding at home, right? Naruto is very angry now. Because he feels that his daughter-in-law, Sarada, is probably going to die. After all, Karen has the template of little Dr. Fairy, and looks more attractive than brother Sakura. How can brother Sakura win? She's staying at my place temporarily. To be honest, Sasuke really has no idea about Karen. The main reason he saved her was because of the girl's tragic life experience. Sasuke. Karen flew over like a tiger, but was dodged by Sasuke's nimble hands. Karen fell to the ground, biting her lower lip, tears in her eyes, looking very aggrieved. Be normal. Sasuke cursed impatiently, but instead made Karin blush. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was speechless when he saw these two guys, but he also noticed Karin's arm full of bite marks. Unlike watching anime, the shock brought by seeing it in real life is indescribable. The people in Kusagakure village are truly beasts. Well, let's go there sometime. Chapter 103. After Naruto dropped the recovery potion, he opened a light gate and left in a hurry. Only a few minutes later, the light gate appeared again in Sasuke's house, but the person who came was not Naruto but Brother Sakura. Brother Sakura, I can only help you here. If you don't help me, my daughter-in-law will really be gone. The next day, early in the morning, Naruto was still in his sleep when he was dragged out of the quilt by the white-haired old Deng. Old Deng! It's not 6 o'clock yet. Naruto was so angry that he took out the door panel and was about to show the white-haired old Deng what the door method was, but he dodged it. Get up, the village asked us to go find the 5th generation Hokage and return to the village. Ah! What? Hurry up! Jiraiya pushed Naruto's shoulder and walked out of the door. When Naruto came to his senses, he found that he had been taken to the village entrance by the white-haired old Deng. It was not surprising that the task of finding Tsunade fell on him and Jiraiya. But Naruto had reason to suspect that it was the village's high-ranking officials who had sent him out of the village. Jiraiya was so anxious because he heard Kojiro say yesterday that a big fat sheep had appeared in the land of hot springs. Now the casino owners in the surrounding areas have begun to flock there, trying to bring the other party to their casinos to spend money. If they don't hurry up, they don't know if they will have such an opportunity. However, when they arrived at the land of hot springs, Naruto stood alone outside the brothel, waiting for Jiraiya to drink wine. The white-haired old man Deng said something nice, saying that going to a brothel like a place can collect information that the outside world can't collect. This was the last resort in order to find the 5th generation. In short, Naruto was speechless. And he suspected that this old Deng was so anxious that he ran here to drink wine. Old Deng! Are you okay? If you don't come out, I'll go back by myself. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Naruto really couldn't stand it anymore, and he stood at the door and started shouting. But still no response from the white-haired old man. Naruto was so angry that he turned around and found a random casino. As soon as he stepped into the door, he was bumped by two figures. Little brat! Get out of the way! Catch them! You want to run away after you owe me 90 million taels. Catch that yellow-haired little brat together! The two figures swung their arms and ran all the way. The speed was so fast that Naruto could only see the golden ponytail fluttering in the air and the conspicuous gambling robe. Looking back, there were still many thugs holding weapons behind. No need to think too much, the two running wildly were Tsunade and Shizuan. Naruto stood there and thought for a moment, and felt something was wrong. Carefully recalling what those people shouted just now. Wait! What did they shout just now? Yellow hair! Rough! Uzumaki Naruto, was actually blamed? Those fierce thugs in the distance, each holding a stick, can make a child cry just from their expressions and appearance. Naruto gritted his teeth and really wanted to take out the big iron gate to deal with this group of people. But he was really angry that Tsunade suddenly blamed him. Under no choice, Naruto could only remember the name of the other party's casino, and it would not be too late to come back and take revenge after finding Tsunade. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately took out the door panel and flew. The thugs behind him rubbed their eyes when they saw the yellow-haired man soaring into the sky, and stopped for a while. Just kidding, they are just thugs who get paid, there is no need to offend a flying ninja. At the same time, everyone was more fortunate that they did not anger the other party. The view in the sky is very good, and you can see every corner of the country of Clear Soup. Naruto, who was flying in the door, soon found Tsunade's figure, and The white-haired old deng beside her? What's going on? How come this old white-haired deng is one step faster than before? Naruto looked at the two people who were happily talking below, and felt a little uncomfortable. Damn! Didn't this old white-haired deng notice that his apprentice was missing? Thinking of this, Naruto folded up the door panel in the air and fell to the two people in a free-fall posture. Tsunade, I'm telling you. I have a good apprentice, you may not believe it. He also yells every day that he wants to be a Hokage. Really? Is there anyone so stupid? Tsunade said this, but a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Bang! When the two were about to continue talking, a figure fell straight from the air to the ground. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that the fall was not light. Naruto gritted his teeth, patted his butt and stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Damn! He didn't aim. When Jiraiya saw this child, his heart was filled with he shouted that it was not good. He had just been laying the groundwork with Tsunade for a long time, and was about to get to the key point. As a result, this kid showed up in this way to interrupt him. Tsunade and Shizuo's expressions twisted, and they suddenly felt that the yellow-haired guy looked familiar. But how come the sound just now made this kid fall from the sky? A normal person would be either dead or disabled if he fell like that, right? What's the matter with this kid? Ni, good apprentice. Are you okay? Are you injured? Jiraiya held Naruto with a fake smile on his face, fearing that the kid would disrupt his plan. And he kept winking at Naruto. However, Naruto, who had just taken the blame, didn't care so much. He immediately took out the big door and pointed at Tsunade and shouted. Tsunade! My master and I have been ordered to invite you back to the village to be the 5th Hokage. I hope you don't know what's good for you. There is an old saying in my hometown, those who know the times. Shut up, traitor! Jiraiya was so angry that he raised his hand and punched, but Naruto was very agile. As soon as the door moved, Jiraiya punched the door with 2 punches. You broke the defense. You broke the defense. The sound of the door almost made Jiraiya beat the kid with ninjutsu on the spot. Tsunade's face darkened when she heard Naruto's words. What the hell is Jiraiya talking about? Is this the good disciple he said? Dare to provoke me right away? Tsunade was very angry. She walked to the master and disciple who were fighting with each other, slightly bent her fingers, and exerted 30% of her strange strength to flick the yellow-haired man's forehead. According to her calculations, this brat could be bounced away by her head blast. The force should be just right, he would be injured but not killed on the spot. Brother, remember to be polite when talking to your senior next time. Bang! Tsunade's head blasted with a crisp sound. Hiss! It hurts. Old woman, are you sick? Naruto, who was wrestling with Lao Deng, was caught off guard by the blast. He put away the door panel, covered his forehead, and glared at Tsunade. As Naruto finished scolding, Jiraiya and Shizuo could hardly close their mouths. The two knew the horror of Tsunade's strange power. But what was Naruto like? He could actually take Tsunade's head blast? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She was a little surprised at this brat, but more angry. How many years have passed? How dare a little brat call me an old woman? Tsunade didn't say much, raised her right leg high, and hit Naruto hard. This time she used 50% of her strength. Boom! Naruto crossed his hands and blocked Tsunade's leg. He still looked safe and sound, but the road under his feet was directly broken by this force. Chapter 104. Hiss! Feeling the huge force coming from his hand, Naruto couldn't help but gasp. It must be said that Tsunade's strange strength is very strong, and it made him scream out in pain. Naruto remembered that the last time he felt so painful was when he first hit the tree. After that, he never felt such pain again. Is Tsunade really worthy of being one of the 3 ninjas? It's really amazing. While Naruto was sighing in his heart, Jiraiya's mouth was almost unable to close. He had heard from Kakashi that his apprentice's body was abnormal. But he didn't have much idea of the specific degree of abnormality. And today, this kid took Tsunade's kick. It was not until this moment that he realized the degree of Naruto's abnormality. What the hell did Minato and Kushina give birth to? He could see that Tsunade didn't use her full strength just now, but even if that kick hit him, his arms would have been broken long ago. Tsunade was going to use all her strength, and Jiraiya had no doubt that he would be kicked to death by her kick. But look at this kid again. How does he look like he's in trouble? Tsunade had intended to dangle her foot over the kid's head to scare him, but she never expected that the yellow-haired kid would raise his arms to block it. She was worried that the kid's hands would be crippled with a kick. But what happened? The kid had no reaction at all except for grimacing. Even her own kick hurt a little. When did Konoha have such a monster? She remembered that she had used her super strength just now, right? Tsunade was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed and asked with interest. Little brat, what's your name? Uzumaki. Bang! Naruto was about to introduce himself, but before he could finish his name, Tsunade kicked him sideways and sent him flying. He smashed 4 walls before he stopped. This time, Tsunade used 2 more points of strength. She wanted to see what the limit of this brat was. Of course, it was definitely not because he called her an old woman just now. Crash! In the ruins, Naruto pulled away the rubble on his body, and in his heart he had already cursed Tsunade's entire family tree. Damn it! This old woman has no martial ethics. She actually took advantage of him when he was not prepared. She attacked a 13-year-old child. Naruto was really angry with her. He hadn't even told Tsunade about the black pot when they met. But this old woman not only hit his head when they met, but also kicked him twice. Tsunade was surprised to see Naruto stand up again, and a little smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Interesting. She has been wandering in the ninja world for many years, and has never seen a child who can stand up after being injured by her own feet. Uzumaki? Could it be Kushina's child? The more Tsunade thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. If this child is really Kushina's child, then he has some relationship with her. Tsunade. Wait a minute. Let's talk about it. Although Jiraiya said this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. After all, there are not many opportunities to see the little yellow-haired boy being humiliated. It's time to teach Naruto a lesson, so that he knows that things outside Konoha are not as simple as imagined. You must be careful when you go out. Tsunade slapped Jiraiya's head with one hand and shook him off, then walked towards Naruto step by step. Hey, Uzumaki brat! If you can hold out for 100 moves under my full strength, I'll agree to go back and be Hokage. Jiraiya. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. If you don't want to go back to the village to be Hokage, just say so. Why make such a harsh request to Naruto? Jiraiya's idea is exactly what Tsunade thinks. Tsunade never thought of losing. With her strength, it should be more than enough to beat a Uzumaki brat. Even if the physique of this Uzumaki brat is a little outrageous. But she hasn't used her full strength yet. Anyway, she won't be a Hokage of some kind. Are you serious? Then I'm serious. Naruto shouted in surprise at first. Since Konoha lost the village chief, he always felt that everything he did was not good. Isn't the request made by Tsunade exactly what he wants? By the way, he can also take revenge. After Naruto shouted, he turned his head and smiled at the white-haired old man. It's a good opportunity for the old man to see the results of his hard work during this period. Master, let me show you the results of my training. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's smile, as if he saw Minato back then. It seems that this kid has already learned the Raise Nan? Minato, really has a successor. Thinking of his former apprentice, Jiraiya decided to go back and let Naruto learn Flying Thunder God. Uzumaki brat! Be prepared to die! Tsunade said, and with a kick, the ground shattered instantly. The next second, her figure appeared in front of Naruto, and she used a hook punch towards Naruto's abdomen. Damn it! How can it be so fast? Faster than Sasuke's 3000 thunders. Uzumaki brat! You lose. Tsunade's lips raised slightly. She could imagine that if she punched down, the brat's physique would break 3 ribs. But at the moment when the fist was about to touch the opponent, Naruto's reaction was faster, and the door panel appeared in his hand in less than 0.01 seconds. Tsunade was still considering whether to use less strength, when a colorful door panel suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! Are you broken? Naruto held the door panel and took Tsunade's full-strength punch. As his fist collided with the door panel, Naruto had the illusion of being hit by a semi-trailer, and the sound in his ears was like the illusion of bells ringing in a temple, and his whole brain was buzzing. Tsunade's strange strength was indeed strong, and Naruto felt what it was like to feel pain all over his body for the first time. But it was okay, after 3 seconds, he didn't feel much. On the other hand, Tsunade. She was a little embarrassed that she didn't solve Naruto with one punch. And what the hell is this kid? Why do you use door panels as weapons? Even if you use door panels as weapons, can you at least remove the door handle? Tsunade had obsessive-compulsive disorder when she saw the abrupt door handle. And the 4 big words on the door panel, this is it, this is it. And the voice just now. Tsunade was instantly filled with nameless anger. Damn Uzumaki brat! You're dead! Tsunade gritted her teeth. She had never seen such a hateful brat before. She threw her green gambling robe aside and rushed towards Naruto again. Jiraiya, who was originally watching for fun, froze. He was so familiar with Tsunade's look. He had always looked like this when Tsunade had beaten him into the hospital. Naruto, you're on your own. Master will be beaten if he goes up. Jiraiya covered his face and didn't dare to look at the two of them. But he wasn't too worried. The furious Tsunade might beat Naruto half-crippled, but according to the child's abnormal physique, he should be fine after lying in the hospital for a few days. Even Shizuan, who was beside her, covered her eyes and didn't dare to continue watching. Wind Style, Blood Violence Technique, Start. Chapter 105. Puff. The yellow-haired kid yelled something about wind escape, and then Tsunade heard the sound of wind escape cutting the body. But he didn't have any injuries on his body. What is this kid doing? Tsunade was stunned until she felt a cold touch on her face. As a medical ninja, the smell coming from her nose was familiar. Blood, blood! Tsunade, who was in a rage the last second, saw the blood on her body, and the whole person was like a frightened quail, hugging her arms and trembling. However, Naruto's movements have not stopped. After opening the blood violence technique, he opened the tailed beast coat again, and shouted at the 50-year-old woman behind the door in a voice that imitated Madara's tone. Old woman Tsunade! Have you seen me in my prime? Jiraiya stood in the distance, saw that Tsunade was not in a good state, and immediately rushed forward. He suddenly remembered that Tsunade was also suffering from hemophobia. And Naruto's self-harming moves were simply a natural counter to Tsunade. Turning his head to look at Naruto again, he was almost scared to death by the 9 tails chakra covering his body. When did this kid master the tailed beast chakra? Why didn't he make a sound? In addition to Naruto's one-handed grasp, Jiraiya knew that the kid was going to use the Raise Nan. Traitor! Stop it! Don't use the Raise Nan! Although Jiraiya didn't know how powerful the Raise Nan under the tailed beast chakra was, just from the explosion that this kid caused in the village, it was enough to see that Naruto's Raise Nan was stronger than his and Minato's. Naruto was very excited now, and at this moment he felt terribly strong. He grabbed the door panel with one hand and blew it hard towards Tsunade's face. After a clang, the panicked Tsunade couldn't react at all and was instantly blown into the air. Tsunade! Lady Tsunade, was knocked away. Shizun looked at Tsunade in the air, her eyes dull, her worldview shattered at this moment. In the past, Tsunade always used her fists and kicks to knock the enemy away, but today Lady Tsunade was knocked away by that teenage boy. Not good. Jiraiya saw this and disappeared instantly. The village had already lost the third Hokage, and now if the fifth Hokage was gone, Jiraiya felt that he would be stabbed in the back if he went back. At the same time, Naruto gathered his ultimate move with his other hand. Tailed Beast Ball Kameha Kigong Wave. A black ball of light gathered in his hand, and as Naruto pushed it out with one hand, a black light column mixed with heart-pounding light passed by Tsunade. Naruto did not intend to hit Tsunade directly with this move. He estimated that if old lady Tsunade had not opened the yin seal, she would be crippled if she was hit by this move. So he didn't aim at Tsunade, but slightly missed the target. Jiraiya jumped up to catch Tsunade, but the next second, the black ray beside him made Jiraiya's hair stand on end. At this moment, Jiraiya felt that if the attack moved a little towards them, he and Tsunade would die on the spot. And it was obvious that this thing was made by Naruto. Is this a raise nan? Jiraiya helped Tsunade land slowly, and he felt terrible. Why did this kid's raise nan become like this? Look at the place that was attacked again. The powerful explosion directly lifted several layers of the ground, and Jiraiya doubted his life on the spot. What a coincidence! The explosion happened to affect Orochimaru and Kabuto who were looking for Tsunade. Lord Orochimaru! Go! Damn it! Damn Jiraiya! Orochimaru was so angry when he saw the white-haired man in the distance that he started cursing. Although he didn't know how Jiraiya could have such a powerful ninjutsu, they were no match for Jiraiya with their strength. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and finally gave up his original plan, letting Kabuto Yakushi take him away. On the other side, Jiraiya and Shizun were supporting the trembling Tsunade. Naruto stood in front of the three people, his head raised high, looking very proud. Jiraiya looked at the yellow-haired man in front of him, and his blood pressure rose instantly. Traitor! Don't tell me that the raise nan I taught you just now was the one I taught you before. He pointed at the explosion not far away and cursed. Naruto scratched his head, thought for 2 seconds, and finally made a stick-like angry gesture with his fingers, and said embarrassedly. What happened? But I think this trick is much more useful than the raise nan. Jiraiya's eyes twitched, and he was unable to refute this traitor for a moment. Take a few deep breaths after rubbing his eyebrows, Jiraiya slowly said. Forget it. Let's find a place for Tsunade to relax first. Blood, blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade pointed at Naruto, who was covered in blood, and trembled even more violently, with horror on his face. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's appearance, and his head hurt even more. If Tsunade's problem was not cured in time, it would cause a lot of trouble in the future. After all, as a Hokage, if he was afraid of blood, he would not only be laughed at by other villages, but also targeted in serious cases. Naruto pouted and wanted to tell the white-haired old deng that the best way to overcome fear was to face it. But he felt that if he dared to say this, the old deng would probably be angry to death. After looking at the three people, Naruto went to the corner to wash the blood on his body, and returned to the team of three people refreshed. Jiraiya saw his apprentice coming back, and led a few people to find a place to live first. Along the way, Naruto kept walking beside Tsunade, mumbling quietly. Old woman, do I win now? Tsunade's condition was to hold out for 100 moves in her hands, but when Naruto used the blood-blasting technique, Tsunade was dumbfounded, not to mention continuing to attack. I guess I won. Tsunade took a break and her mind was a little better. However, she didn't want to answer a word when facing Naruto's question. She was just joking, and never thought it would end like this. Anyway, she would not go back to be that lousy Hokage. Tsunade snorted softly, indicating that she had a lot of opinions about this yellow-haired kid. Damn! You don't want to cheat, do you? The old ninja's shamelessness really opened Naruto's eyes. He walked beside Tsunade and cursed, but the other party hugged her shoulders, looked straight ahead, and ignored Naruto's words. At this moment, Naruto realized that he was fooled by this guy. Good, good. 50-year-old woman, you're playing like this, right? Naruto gritted his teeth and was very angry. He secretly glanced at Jiraiya in front of him, and then he took out a dagger, ran to Tsunade, and slashed his wrist hard. The splattered blood instantly splashed Tsunade's face. Tsunade, who had just recovered from her hemophobia, was once again in panic. Ah! It's blood! Blood! Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore, raised his leg and kicked Uzumaki Naruto, kicking the kid 10 meters away on the spot, cursing. Traitor! What the hell are you doing? Didn't you see what she looked like just now? Chapter 106. 2 weeks later. Under Jiraiya's persuasion, Tsunade finally agreed to return to the village to serve as Hokage. Naruto didn't know what means the white-haired old man had used. Anyway, every time he went to Tsunade to threaten her with bloodletting, it didn't work at all. In the end, it was not as effective as the white-haired old man's mouth-to-mouth. It is worth mentioning that after the 87th treatment by Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade's hemophobia was completely cured by her anger suppressing her fear. That day, Tsunade even opened the yin seal without caring about anything, and beat Naruto up, and Jiraiya also suffered at the same time. As the culprit, the master naturally couldn't escape Tsunade's punishment. After 3 punches and 2 kicks, Jiraiya broke 3 ribs, his right foot, and his left hand. Outside the land of fire, Naruto walked behind, Jiraiya lay on the floating iron gate and Tsunade and Chizun walked in front with a sour face. The panda eyes on Naruto's face had not disappeared yet, and he didn't dare to take out the recovery potion. There is no need to think too much. If old lady Tsunade sees that the 2 of them have recovered from their injuries, she will probably beat them up again. Naruto is not worried about himself. It will only hurt a little, and it will take less than half a day to recover. It doesn't matter. But the white-haired old man is miserable. After this period of contact, Tsunade has realized that unless she opens the yin seal, she can't do anything to this yellow-haired man. In the end, she simply vented her anger on Jiraiya. As long as Naruto comes to provoke her once, she will beat up the yellow-haired man first, and then beat Jiraiya violently. Teacher Jiraiya, why do we have to go back? I can open a light gate and go back to Konoha directly. Naruto put his hands on his head and asked Jiraiya on the door panel in confusion. Tsunade said she wanted to gamble twice before returning to the village. Don't provoke her again. I can't stand it as a teacher. Jiraiya had tears in the corners of his eyes. He was almost wronged. This kid caused all the trouble. Why should he bear the blame? Every time he was beaten, this kid screamed louder than anyone else, but nothing happened after that. Only he had broken arms and legs, and injured bones. A few days ago, when he saw Tsunade opening the yin seal in anger, he felt that he was going to the Pure Land to see the old man. This traitor! What did he do? Jiraiya angrily slapped the door, but pulled the wound, and grimaced in pain again. However, it's good news that Tsunade's hemophobia has finally healed. Oh! Going to the casino again. What? Do you have any objections, kid? Tsunade turned her head and said coldly, but her eyes were fixed on Jiraiya. Jiraiya was frightened when he saw this, and quickly used his unbroken arm to grab Naruto's clothes, Abba, fearing that this kid would say something to anger Tsunade again. No. As long as you are happy. Naruto couldn't bear his master to continue to be ravaged by this old woman, so he pursed his lips and said nothing, too lazy to continue to argue with her. And since Tsunade's hemophobia was cured, he didn't cause much trouble. He only got beaten once for refusing Tsunade's cursed pendant the day before yesterday, and he was beaten by Shizun and Tsunade last night because he was greedy and almost put the pig into the pot. After that, he never made Tsunade angry again. Naruto thought he was very restrained. Finding that the master and apprentice behind him didn't say anything, Tsunade snorted coldly and continued to move forward. Konoha village. Since the troublesome master and apprentice left the village, it has been much quieter. Of course, it is also limited to being quieter. Sakura was busy studying scientific ninja tools, while Sasuke was focused on how to increase the power of fire escape. Both of their research was very dangerous. The explosions in the east of the village were small explosions once a day and big explosions every 2 days. But they did not have the ability to quickly recover from the scene like Naruto. After the training ground was blown into a mess, they began to experiment outside Konoha village. During this period, Vitamin Yan and Yutain Kohara were very worried. The blood pressure of the two has soared countless times in recent days, and even the pills left by the third generation have almost been used up by them. Although the explosions caused by Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke did not endanger the village, if they continued like this, Konoha village would have no place for them to explode. Boom! Boom! At this time, 2 more explosions sounded in the north of the village. Vitamin Yan looked at the black smoke outside the window, rubbed his eyebrows, and skillfully took out pills from his jacket pocket and swallowed them. Xiao-chun, you can't go on like this. I can't stand it anymore. The Hokage building has received 1,250 complaints in the past few days. I really don't want to do this anymore. These days they are not, no one was sent to stop it. That Harano Sakura was okay, she was a very polite child, but this child said that she would not do it again next time, but she would do it again within a few hours. In the end, the 2 consultants still went to her house and it was much quieter. But the most troublesome thing was that Uchiha Sasuke. That Uchiha kid, who was born evil, ignored the dissuasion of the senior ninja. He also said very shamelessly that he didn't have money, but he wanted his life. Let's fight first to see the strength. When the ninjas in the Anbu heard that the boy was so arrogant, they burst into swearing on the spot. They all thought in their hearts, if they can't deal with that yellow-haired boy, can they deal with you? The result. That day, there were explosions one after another, and even destroyed several houses of the villagers in Konoha. And those Anbu ninjas were hung on the tree again. Even the compensation money was paid by the village. The evil Uchiha kid had already sold the assets of the Uchiha clan. He said he had no money when asked for it. Anyway, they had no other options in the end. Yutain Kohara was silent for a moment, then took out a few pills and swallowed them. After a long time, he slowly spoke. I remember. Danzo seems to have been discharged from the hospital for some time. How about? Let him be the acting Hokage first. Mito Kadoen's eyes sparkled, and he slammed the table excitedly. It's decided. Since the 5th generation hasn't returned yet, Danzo will be the acting Hokage of the village first. The 2 of them decided on the matter in a few words, and in less than half a day, Danzo of the root received this great news. Ha 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 ha. This position of Hokage is mine after all. Danzo held the appointment document in his hand and laughed with his head raised. The root ninja next to him looked happy, and he bent forward to flatter and congratulate. Congratulations to Danzo-sama for becoming the acting Hokage. Puff. Danzo walked up to the root ninja with a cold face, took out his kunao and stabbed him to death, then glanced at everyone present and said coldly. Humph. It's the Hokage. Someone, drag the body away. Yes. Hokage-sama. Everyone shouted Danzo Hokage, and after this example, no one dared to shout the word acting again. Danzo closed his eyes slightly and enjoyed the shouts of his subordinates. It's been a long cherished wish for many years. I didn't expect it to be fulfilled today. At this moment, he really wanted to say something to his deceased old friend. Hiruzen. Now I am the Hokage. Chapter 107. The next morning, just after dawn, the acting Hokage Danzo came to the Hokage's office early. Danzo sat on the chair that Sarutobi Hiruzen used to sit on, squinted his eyes, and gently stroked the handle of the chair. Although the chair was worn out, Danzo was extremely fascinated by it. This is the supreme power. Danzo did not sleep all night last night, and even found the most decent clothes to change into. It can be seen that he really attaches great importance to it. Even when he went out this morning, he saw that his subordinates all had kind smiles on their faces. He knew that he was no longer the same as before, and his current style of doing things could no longer be the same as before. After all, if he wanted to really sit firmly in this position, he still needed the recognition of everyone. As long as he could get the recognition of the villagers, even if Tsunade came back, it would be useless. All decisions are for Konoha village. To get the recognition of everyone. Danzo clenched his fists and said to himself. After a long time, he looked out the window, unable to come back to his senses. Hiruzen. I couldn't understand the decision you made before. Now. I seem to understand. Knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Danzo straightened his collar, coughed twice to clear his throat, and then said. Come in. The door opened, and Yamanaka Feng walked into the office with documents. After Danzo learned that he had become the acting Hokage, he replaced the office staff with his subordinates. Now Yamanaka Feng is the Hokage's assistant. This is also for Tsunade to return to the village later. By then, he will be recognized by everyone, and the Hokage building will be full of his own people. Tsunade's desire to rise to the top is nothing but a fool's dream. Even words and deeds must be treading on thin ice, and must not let those with ulterior motives catch the handle. Seeing the thick documents in Yamanaka Feng's hands, Danzo's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Is it finally time to start the day of formal experience as a Hokage? Shan Zhongfeng respectfully put down the document, his expression was hesitant, as if he wanted to say something. But seeing that Danzo was in a good mood, he felt that he would probably be carried out if he spoiled the fun at this time. Shan Zhongfeng thought for a long time, and finally said goodbye to Danzo and left the Hokage's office. Danzo's serious expression became like a happy child after Shan Zhongfeng left. He rubbed his hands and muttered. Let me see what happened in the village these 2 days. Danzo was busy adapting to the new power and transplanting the Sharingan these days, so he had no intention of collecting village intelligence. So the moment he received the appointment document yesterday, he knew that he had become the acting Hokage. If it were normal, any movement in the Hokage building would not escape his eyes. Danzo picked up the first document in front of him and read it with expectation. Regarding the handling of complaints about Uchiha Sasuke and Harino Sakura. The first document that Danzo saw was the villagers reporting Uchiha Sasuke and Harino Sakura's request. Danzo slammed the table in anger. Damn it! These two brats don't know how to live or die. Yamazanaka Feng. Call the root ninjas immediately. As soon as Yamazanaka Feng pushed the door open, Danzo stopped talking. What's wrong, Hokage? Forget it. You go out first. Danzo rubbed his temples. He subconsciously replaced the root leader to handle this matter. In the past, he might have been able to secretly deal with the two people, but the problem is that he is now the Hokage and has to give an explanation to the villagers so that everyone can recognize him. Think about how Hiruzen handled this kind of thing in the past. What he can do, I should be able to do. Danzo's mind turned wildly, constantly looking for the most gentle way to deal with it in his mind. 3 minutes later. Asshole! This never happened when Hiruzen was here. Danzo was very angry now. Although the position of Hokage was good, it was like adding invisible shackles to his hands and feet. After thinking for a long time, Danzou finally gave up. He looked at the thick stack of documents and decided to deal with the latter first. I will come back to solve this problem when I have time. Konoha villagers jointly requested relocation. Reconstruction work outside Konoha village. The subsequent problems are not difficult to deal with, it's nothing more than money for the construction of Konoha. Danzou signed his name readily and began to call Shan Zhongfeng outside the door. After entering the door, Shan Zhongfeng glanced at the documents, and the expression on his face was almost twisted into a ball. He hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke to remind. That Hokage! These documents! Danzou looked up at this, imitated Hiruzen's expression, and smiled kindly. Yamazaki Feng. Today is different from the past. We live in the sun now. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. No need to be as cautious as before. Danzou's sudden change made Yamazaki Feng stunned for a long time. He wanted to tell Danzou that his smile was scary. But he felt that he would not live to see the day if he said that. Yamazaki Feng took a deep breath and spoke hesitantly. That Hokage. About the reconstruction of the outskirts of the village. The current Konoha village cannot do it for the time being. Hearing this, Danzou's smile froze instantly, but he was not angry. He pointed at Yamazaki Feng and lectured him in a stern manner. Yamanaka Feng. You are still young. There are many things you don't understand, I understand. But these projects to rebuild the village are to improve the lives of the villagers. This is a top priority. Today you have difficulties, tomorrow I have difficulties, but what about the difficulties of the villagers? We must consider everyone. Yamanaka Feng pursed his lips, he felt that his boss became even more scary. That, the village has no money. No money. No money, no one's life or death. Wait. What did you say? Danzou was still immersed in the experience of teaching his subordinates a lesson, and after carefully thinking about Shan Zhongfeng's words, he stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open. Are you kidding me? I remember that the money from the daimyo just came down last month. Danzou was so angry that he grabbed Shan Zhongfeng's collar and spit. You know, this is Konoha's annual funding. It's only been less than a month. Now you tell me you have no money. Tell me. Where did the money go? Danzou's eyes were red, and the oppression of the root leader once again hit Yamanaka Feng's heart, making him tremble uncontrollably. All were compensated to the villagers of Konoha. Ridiculous. Can the compensation for the villagers cover the expenses for a whole year? Danzou wanted to continue to curse, but the words were suddenly stuck in his throat. He quickly found the first document he had just read and read it carefully several times. 10 minutes later, Danzou punched the desk in two. Damn it! This Uchiha kid who is born evil. Old man, old man! Danzou wanted to kill that Uchiha Sasuke right now. But as a Hokage, he couldn't do that. Rough. What the hell should I do? Danzou was so angry that he was gasping for breath. At this time, 2 Hokage advisors came to the Hokage's office. They spoke in a hurried tone, with panic in their eyes and a hint of joy. Hokage, thousands of villagers have gathered downstairs. They said they wanted the Hokage to give everyone an explanation. Chapter 108. Danzou was about to explode when he heard this. He seriously suspected that he was being tricked by the 2 Hokage advisors. Those villagers didn't come yesterday, nor the day before yesterday, but had to wait until the first day of his appointment. Isn't this making things difficult for Shimura Danzou? Damn it! Give everyone an explanation? This village is in financial deficit. Where can I get money now? Danzou took 2 deep breaths and kept telling himself not to get angry. After all, it is not easy to get everyone's approval to become a Hokage. Otherwise, anyone can be a Hokage. In the end, Danzo had no choice but to follow the two Hokage advisors downstairs. As soon as he came out, he saw a surge of people, all of whom were villagers from Konoha village. There were also many ninjas in the village. Everyone has really had enough these days. I thought that everyone could live a quiet life after Huang Mao left the village. But I never expected that brother Bo Bing and Harano Sakura would be even more excessive. At least Huang Mao only caused a big explosion in Konoha village. And these two people are doing it every day. Every time there is an explosion, everyone's heart is trembling, for fear that they will be sent away by these two people when they are lying in bed to rest. Now everyone can't hear anything too loud. Once they hear it, they can't help but find shelter or turn around and run. Hokage. We are suffering. Living in fear all day long, I am really scared. Yes. I just came back from a mission yesterday and found that my home is gone. My savings over the years. When everyone saw Danzo wearing the Hokage hat, they immediately started crying. The two Hokage advisors stepped back behind Danzo. Facing everyone's questions, Danzo smiled kindly and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. I know all your problems. I am also very sad to hear this news. I will ask Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura for your compensation. Please rest assured. Everyone. Udaten Koharu and Mitaman N. What the hell? If the money was so easy to get, we wouldn't have come here. That Bo Bing brother is like a rolling knife meat. He insists that he has no money. If you want money, ask the Xianzhong ruler in his hand first. And not only does he not give money, he also asks Harano Sakura not to pay. Everyone came here because they really had no choice. The two Hokage advisors looked embarrassed. The money of the village has been fully compensated these days, but there are still many gaps. But fortunately, this matter is not their responsibility now. Hokage, you don't know. Many people burst into tears. Each one began to tell the evil deeds of Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura these days. Danzo listened for a long time before he figured out the reason for the incident. He was so angry that his head was pounding and his temples were throbbing. He had just recovered from a serious illness and was so angry that he was breathing rapidly and covered his chest with Hashirama's face. He felt that the Hashirama cells in his body were faintly out of control. Danzo, take some medicine quickly. Mitaman Yan noticed Danzo's abnormality at the first time, skillfully poured out a few anti-hypertensive pills, walked up quickly, and handed them to Danzo's mouth. Danzo was really uncomfortable, and he didn't care what kind of medicine it was. He took it and tilted his head back to swallow it. It took a while to feel better. But it's true. The medicine given by Mitaman Yan is really effective. Now he feels that the condition of Hashirama's cells in his body has gradually stabilized. Thank you. Danzo smiled at his old friend, then glanced at everyone and said. Everyone. As the Hokage of the village, I will definitely give you an explanation. Please rest assured. After he finished speaking, he imitated Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled at everyone kindly, then turned his head and ordered Shan Zhongfeng. Go, call Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. If they don't come today, deal with them as traitors to the village. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. For the sake of his position as Hokage, he didn't want to pay attention to Uchiha Itachi now. Hokage-sama. You must not. Danzo. Think twice. As soon as he finished saying that he wanted to deal with the two as traitors, the Hokage advisor and everyone jumped out to oppose it. It's not that it's not okay to list Sasuke and Harano Sakura as traitors, but don't forget that there's a yellow-haired guy. Everyone knows the temper of this yellow-haired guy, and his heart is smaller than a needle tip. If his teammates were to label him a traitor today, everyone would have no doubt that this kid would dare to cause trouble when he came back. A Nine-Tails rebellion. Based on the mushroom cloud a while ago. I think Konoha village can't stand it for a few more times. They just want some compensation, they really don't want to risk their lives. Danzo almost swore on the spot after listening to everyone's objections. Damn! This is not okay, that is not okay. What should we do? Yudin Koharu patted Danzo's shoulder and comforted him. Danzo, calm down, calm down. You are the Hokage now, and your style of behavior cannot be as radical as before. Don't you want to be a Hokage that everyone loves? Yudin Koharu's words made Danzo feel elated. Yes. He is the Hokage now. And if he listens to his old friend, he will most likely be able to solve this matter and remove the word acting and become the real Hokage. Danzo thought of this, and his heart was filled with pride. A mere fiscal deficit, a mere Uchiha Sasuke. He, Shimura Danzo, has lived for so many years and done so many things. He just didn't believe that he couldn't handle it. Danzo pondered for a moment, smiled kindly, and then said gently. Yamano Feng, go and invite the two children over. Don't let the children be wronged. Everyone was relieved after hearing this. After all, they really didn't want to mess with that yellow-haired guy. It is said that Akamaru bared his teeth at the yellow-haired guy a few years ago, and the yellow-haired guy still slaps him twice when he sees the dog. Yamano Feng received the order and quickly went to the north of the village. Half an hour later, Sasuke in black robes appeared in front of everyone with his head down, carrying the Xianzhong ruler on his back. Danzo saw the black-robed boy, turned his head to look at the two consultants around him, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Is this Uchiha Sasuke? I remember. Yudin Koharu and Midaman nodded, answering their old friend's questions. Danzo carefully looked at Sasuke in front of him, and always felt that he had missed a lot of things after being in a coma for these years. He was obviously not like this when he was 6 years old, right? Acting Hokage. What's the matter? Sasuke said coldly. He didn't take these people seriously at all. But he was a little curious about the newly appointed acting Hokage. He remembered that the one-eyed old man was still in the hospital a few days ago. How did he become the acting Hokage inexplicably? When Danzo heard the word acting, his fists clenched and creaked. Rough. Still so angry. Danzo really wanted to raise his hand and use 2 wind escapes on this kid. But now in front of the villagers, he must maintain the magnanimity that a Hokage should have. Danzo's face changed, but he finally put on a kind smile and said. Sasuke. Where's Hara no Sakura? Didn't I ask you to come together to solve the problem? Hehe, don't be nervous. I called you here today to discuss a solution with everyone. Danzo's tone was very good, better than when he spoke to his teacher back then. But his behavior seemed particularly strange in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke looked up and down at this guy with poor acting skills, and said doubtfully. Did you take the wrong medicine? Chapter 109. Clap, clap. As the last bead fell, it meant that Tsunade had lost the last penny. She held her head in her hands, in pain and despair. After shaking the pinball machine in front of her, Tsunade clapped it with reluctance, still shouting. Asshole! Is this broken casino playing tricks? Shizuan, give me some more money. Shizuan heard that Tsunade wanted to continue, and said angrily with her hands on her hips. Lady Tsunade! We have lost the last penny. If we don't go back to the village today, I'm afraid we will have to sleep on the street outside. Tsunade smiled awkwardly and didn't take it too seriously. She didn't care even if she lost all her savings for many years. After all, Jiraiya told her that after returning to the village to serve as Hokage, she would have money. Although the daimyo's funding is limited, I don't think there are any places in the village where they can spend money. I think you can save a lot of money after a year, right? Forget it, let's go find Jiraiya. Tsunade stood up and led Shizuan out of the casino. As soon as the two walked down the street, they saw a yellow-haired kid holding Tuntun, standing at the door of the roast duck restaurant, with a smile on his face. Tun, do you want to go up and play on the carousel? You didn't sit on it several times last time you came, how about sitting on it this time? Naruto looked at the roast duck hanging in the store, the fragrance was really tempting, he really couldn't imagine how fragrant Tun would be after he went in. Hulu hulu. Tun looked at the duck roasted to golden and crispy, and the whole pig soul was scared away. Its IQ is not low, it can completely understand what this devil means. Tun struggled madly in Naruto's arms, fearing that he would be sent into the oven by this devil in the next second. At this moment, it really hopes that someone will come to save itself. Shizun pulled up her sleeves without saying a word, aimed at Naruto's back and shot 3 anesthetic thousand bones. Puff, pu-chi. The 1,000 bones entered Naruto's back, and Naruto felt a little itchy behind him. He scratched it with one hand and continued to stare at the roast duck in a daze. Shizun was really desperate about this birth. Obviously, the first time she shot this kid with the anesthetic 1,000 bones, it was still effective. Uzumaki! Uzumaki! Naruto! What are you doing? Tsunade stepped forward, raised her hand and punched the kid in the head. Hey, you lost again! Naruto turned around and scratched his head, and he didn't look painful at all. Tsunade's eyes twitched. She didn't use any strange power just now, and there was no reaction at all when she hit this kid. If this hit an ordinary child's head, he would definitely get a big bump. Forget it. Let's take this grudge on Jiraiya first. Naruto. I'll show you the piglet. Do you want to eat it again? Shizun grabbed the piglet and kept comforting it. Naruto looked up and whistled, pretending not to hear. Only Tsunade was his mother's cousin, otherwise he would not give this old woman any face. Tsunade saw the boy's appearance, closed her eyes slightly, and gently stroked her eyes with both hands. No. Don't be angry, don't be angry. The crow's feet are going to be angry with this kid. Where's your master? Meet him, let's go back to the village. Naruto subconsciously pointed to the side, and the two saw Jiraiya, who was covered in bandages, lying on the floating door panel, holding a telescope and laughing. Jiraiya! Tsunade dodged and rushed over, raising her leg and kicking Jiraiya's head with strange force. Jiraiya turned his head subconsciously when he heard Tsunade's voice, and then his eyes went dark, and he flew out. Let's go back by ourselves, don't worry about this old thing. Tsunade snorted coldly, and walked forward with Shizun. She always had an ominous premonition in her heart. It seemed that she shouldn't have agreed to Jiraiya's return to the village to serve as the 5th Hokage. Naruto looked at Tsunade in front of him, and then looked back at the white-haired old deng. After thinking about it, he decided to go and see how the old deng was doing. He was really worried that the white-haired old deng was not killed by pain, but was killed by Tsunade first. Even with broken hands and feet, he still didn't forget to peek. He helped the unconscious Jiraiya up and secretly gave him a recovery potion. Then he asked Menbane to take him with him behind Tsunade. Half a day later, the group finally returned to Konoha village after a month. It's Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama is back. The guards were delighted to see the familiar figures, but when they saw the master and apprentice behind them, their expressions were as if their father had died. Fortunately, looking at Jiraiya's bandages, it was clear that Tsunade-sama was very experienced in dealing with these two guys. Tsunade-sama. Please follow me. Anbu ninjas appeared at the entrance of the village at the first time. It's not that they can't wait, but if Tsunade-sama doesn't come back, there will be a big mess. A few days ago, the acting Hokage went to several ninja clans to raise money for compensation. As a result, the Hyuga family, the first powerful family in Konoha, only paid 500,000 taels, and it was the most among the several big families. The acting Hokage fainted in anger and was later sent to the root base by his subordinates. It is said that the chakra in his body is out of control again, and the situation seems to be quite serious. Now Konoha village can be said to be leaderless, and the village is still in deficit. A big adult is urgently needed to deal with this matter. The situation in Konoha is so bad, how can the two Hokage advisors not be anxious? Tsunade nodded and followed with Shizuan. The master and apprentice looked at each other in the back and left the scene at the same time. Jiraiya was busy collecting materials, and Naruto wanted to meet Hinata. Not long after Naruto entered the village, he saw a black-robed boy standing in front of him. It looked like he had been waiting here for a long time. "Why are you here?" Naruto didn't expect that the first person he saw when he returned to the village was this boy. Danzo's eyes. "Do you know what's going on?" Although he couldn't see Sasuke's expression, he could hear some anger in his words. Naruto was slightly stunned. "What's going on? Did Danzo use Kota Amatsukami on Sasuke? But isn't this old guy in the hospital? Why did he run out again? Did he take off the bandage in front of you?" "Yeah." Sasuke nodded and paused, then continued. "But I didn't see it clearly, so I sprinkled some lime first. But I suspect that his eye is a Sharingan." Naruto. "Rough. Are you so brave? You dared to throw lime in front of Kota Amatsukami. It's so scary." Naruto was shocked by Sasuke in an instant. He looked around and opened the light gate to take Sasuke away, asking what happened during his absence. So Sasuke told everything that happened after he was called away by Danzo that day. That day, he was called by Danzo to the Hokage building to confront the villagers. He first asked Danzo if he had taken the wrong medicine, and then stuck the Xianzhong ruler in front of the villagers. He asked if there was any compensation, and if you have the courage, you can take his weapon away. Then, the villagers forgave him. As for whether they would ask the village for money, Sasuke didn't care. After solving this matter, he was about to leave when Danzo called him to the Hokage's office. After a few words of friendly chat, Danzo untied the bandage in front of him. After a long period of training, seeing the red lime has been engraved into Sasuke's instinct. As soon as Danzo opened his eyes, he was hit in the face with lime. Chapter 110. A few days later. "Hokage, it's bad. Those debt collectors are running to the gate of Konoha." "Hokage, Konoha villagers are protesting downstairs again." "Hokage, those documents signed by the acting Hokage. When can the work start?" In the Hokage's office, Shizuan and a group of assistants kept reporting to the 5th Hokage. Tsunade was holding the financial report of Konoha village in her hand, and the veins on her forehead were prominent like a well. Bang! Tsunade smashed the desk with a punch. Seeing the Hokage so angry, everyone shut up. "Damn it! Damn Jiraiya!" Seeing the deficit of more than 100 million taels on Konoha's account, Tsunade suddenly realized that this Hokage is a big bastard. Adding her own debts, Tsunade felt that her brain was about to explode. Tsunade was so angry that she threw the Hokage hat on the ground and cursed. "I quit. Whoever wants to be the Hokage can be the Hokage. You owe me so much money and ask me to deal with it. Do you think I am your enemy?" When everyone saw Tsunade was about to give up, they hurried forward to persuade her. "Hokage, don't be impulsive. We can talk about it if there is anything." "Yes, a mere 100 million taels, there must be a way. Hokage, please stay calm, everything will be fine. And Danzo has already paid off a lot of the previous debts." Tsunade was suddenly dazed when she heard that Danzo paid out of his own pocket. What's going on? Could Danzo do this? However, Tsunade didn't know that Danzo had almost emptied the money of the route to get to the current situation. He was very distressed after paying so much. After the incident, he humbly went to a few ninja clans to raise money, but he couldn't raise 1 million ryo, which made Danzo furious and the cells of Hashirama in his body went out of control. Tsunade pulled a chair and sat down, pulling the corners of her eyes with both hands. If she continued like this, she always felt that her crow's feet would increase. Especially the debt collectors at the entrance of the village, which made the already poor village even worse. After a long pause, Tsunade let out a long breath and said to Shizun beside her. Those debt collectors. Let Naruto deal with it first. He should have a way. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they heard this. Lord Hokage's plan is really vicious. To let Uzumaki Naruto go out. They dared not imagine what kind of torture those debt collectors would suffer in the hands of the yellow-haired man. Shizun nodded and turned to leave the office. At this time, Koharu Yudatan suddenly stood up and said. Asama Santaifu came to us yesterday. He said that if we can help their princess restore the country, we will be rewarded generously. She paused halfway through her words, hesitated for a moment, and continued. However, he designated Hitaki Kakashi. Tsunade's mouth was almost grinning to her ears when she heard the news, but when she heard that Kakashi was designated, her smile stopped instantly. After returning to the village for a few days, she also had a general understanding of Konoha's situation. Naturally, she knew that Kakashi's team was the seventh team that the whole village hated. There is no need to say much about Uzumaki Naruto. She has been in contact with him for so long and he is a guy who feels itchy all over his body if he doesn't cause trouble for a day. Don't mention Uchiha Sasuke. Most of the village's financial deficit is because of him. Harano Sakura is okay. As long as she doesn't mix with these two guys, she is still reliable. If this seventh team goes to the snow country, Tsunade is really worried that they will play with the entire country. By then, the debt owed by Konoha village will probably increase several times. No. We must not let them mix together. After thinking about it, Tsunade decided to accept the mission as usual, and at most not let Sasuke and Naruto go. Take the mission, let Kakashi take Harano Sakura, and find 2 more people to go together. And the task of rebuilding the villagers' houses will be handed over to the ninja who can use wood release. As for their compensation, let's talk about it when we have money. Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows and quickly cleaned up the mess. After finishing everything, she stretched and stood up to go out. Hokage, where are you going? When the 2 Hokage advisors saw her leaving, their hearts tightened at the same time, fearing that the other party would run away. Is it over yet? I'm going to have a drink and relax now. Tsunade shouted angrily. She has been busy all morning, and now she's going to have a drink and relax. Upop if she has any more objections, then she really doesn't want to continue working. Everyone in the office shrank their necks, and no one dared to speak. In the end, they could only watch the new Hokage run out to drink in the middle of the day. On the other side, Naruto was turning into Kakuzu to collect protection fees from all the casinos in Unoku. He said he would deal with them before, and he would deal with them. As soon as Naruto returned to the village, he asked Uzumaki Naruto to make an Akatsuki uniform, replaced Kakuzu's identity, and teleport to the casino where he met Tsunade. Is the money here? Yes. Sir. You can count it. Please spare my life. The person in charge of the casino knelt on the ground and said tremblingly. He was really afraid that the other party would stab him to death with a kunai if he was not satisfied. After all, the bodies of the casino thugs were lying on the ground and the blood was not cold yet. Naruto saw the box with the banknotes, took out a few seal scrolls from Sasuke, sealed the money, and then patted the old man's face. Very good. Remember this. The robber is Kakuzu, the top card of the underground gold exchange of the S-level rebel ninja in Takigakure village. Naruto was afraid that the other party would not remember his appearance, so he took out a Polaroid camera. He imitated Einstein's gesture of making a yet and sticking out his tongue, but he didn't make a yet but a middle finger, which was full of sarcasm. After leaving the photo, the fake Kakuzu went to rob various casinos in the land of hot springs. When he wanted to go back, Naruto suddenly felt that keeping these casinos was harming people. So he simply used the multiple shadow clone technique, and then robbed all the places he had been to before. On this day, the casinos in the ninja world ushered in a cold winter. Uzumaki Naruto robbed 2/3 of the casinos in the ninja world with the land of hot water as the center and the land of fire as the radius. The amount of the crime was as high as 50 billion taels. However, those bosses who went to Konoha village to ask the Hokage for debts have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. What? Let me deal with the creditors of Tsunade. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly and did not dare to look at his apprentice. Naruto. See if you can get rid of those people first. If not, I still have some money here. Naruto was slightly stunned. He estimated that those creditors were most likely robbed by him. He laughed instantly. After looking at Jiraiya, he covered his chest and said with great pain. Teacher Jiraiya. I paid for this. But you have to ask Tsunade to pay me back. This is the money I have saved for so many years. He wanted to laugh when he thought about becoming the biggest creditor of the Hokage. Anyway, he is not short of money. He is rich and has money looted from casinos. Tsunade's debts are not enough to cover these small amounts. The most important thing is, it doesn't matter whether there is money or not, the main thing is to disgust the other party. You can say something to the Hokage whenever you have something to do. Hokage-sama, you don't want to. Don't worry, my beloved disciple. I will definitely ask Tsunade to pay you back. Jiraiya was so moved that he almost cried. Naruto. Naruto must have done this for himself. Well, from now on, I will never call you a traitor again. Chapter 111. I've finished talking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Naruto and Sasuke appeared at the entrance of the village. In front of them were Tsunade's creditors. Just now, Naruto gave them a solution. Tsunade owed more than 200 million taels in total, and that was including interest. Naruto felt that this group of people were blackmailing him, and immediately said that he would round off the difference. He could only give them 20 million taels. Damn it! You Konoha are bullying people. Little brat, who taught you to round off the difference like this? That's right. Why don't you go and rob it? When everyone heard what the yellow-haired man said, they exploded on the spot and expressed their disagreement. Damn! Even if the principal is removed, there is still 100 million taels. Even if you become Hokage, you can't default on your debt, right, Tsunade? Facing everyone's accusations, Naruto acted very calmly. He reached out and touched a scroll from Sasuke's arms. After a bang, he kept pulling out explosive talismans. Everyone at the scene was disdainful of Huang Mao's behavior at first, but when he pulled out the 100th, everyone was instantly scared, fearing that Huang Mao would detonate the explosive talismans and take them away with him. Everyone has a big family and hundreds of millions of assets. It would be a shame to die here. Little brother. Calm down. Calm down. You are still young, and there are still great times in the future. Don't be impulsive. Yes, 20 million is 20 million. We agree. Agree. Don't pull out explosive talismans anymore. Naruto waved his hand to let Sasuke stop making hand seals, and he turned his head to look at everyone in confusion. Really agree? I didn't force you, okay? Creditors. Whatever you say is what it is. They have finally realized that the new Hokage and Konoha village are more rogue than them. Finally, Naruto sent away the group of creditors with laughter. I just don't know if they will go to the rooftop to line up after they go back. Let's go, idiot. I made some money recently, I'll take you to eat something good. All right. After the matter was settled, Naruto led Sasuke to a barbecue restaurant on Tansho Street. At this time, no one noticed that two people who did not belong to this era suddenly appeared on a rooftop somewhere in Konoha. Boruto. This is the Konoha of the past. On the rooftop, the middle-aged Suzuki with a broken hand looked at the Hokage rock, and a look of shock flashed across his face. How is this? Boruto was about to say something, but when he looked at the 4 Hokage rocks and the unfinished statue of the 5th generation, the words were instantly stuck in his throat. All these proved that what Mr. Suzuki said was right. They really went back to the Konoha of the past. After a long time, Boruto looked up and said in confusion. Mr. Suzuki. Urashiki. What on earth does he want to do? Suzuki pondered for a moment, with a little worry in his tone. He should want to go back to the past and attack your father when he was still weak. No. He must be planning this. Naruto is too weak now and can't resist Otsutsuki Urashiki at all. No, he's in danger now. After analyzing, Suzuki jumped down from the rooftop in a few steps, ignoring Boruto who was standing there in a daze. Wait for me. Boruto reacted and hurriedly caught up. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. After finally catching up, Boruto found that Sasuke's pace had finally slowed down. He looked at some retro buildings around him, many of which had traces of burning. Coming to the past Konoha made Boruto, a teenager, extremely curious. And he was even more curious about his father's past. Mr. Suzuki. My father, what kind of person was he in the past? Boruto asked curiously, and Suzuki roughly analyzed the time they were in his mind. At this time, he remembered that he seemed to have just defected from Konoha not long ago. Naruto. Suzuki muttered, and his mind suddenly flashed with past memories. He didn't have a happy childhood. Is it because of the identity of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki? Hearing Boruto's words, Suzuki nodded and continued. He was regarded as a 9-tailed demon fox by the villagers since he was a child, and he was hated by the villagers. Suzuki suddenly laughed at this. But this is nothing to your father. Faced with everyone's opinions, Naruto would only smile at them. He said that he would be recognized by everyone and that he would definitely become the Hokage. Great, so awesome. Boruto was thinking about it and suddenly shouted. Although he didn't know what his father had experienced when he was a child, it didn't stop him from thinking that his father was awesome. I didn't expect. In such an environment, his father still had an optimistic and positive attitude. It's really amazing. Just as Suzuki was reminiscing about the past and Boruto was sighing at his father's awesomeness, a loud noise in front of them suddenly interrupted their thoughts. In front of them was a barbecue restaurant, where the owner was standing humbly in front of a yellow-haired man. Next to the yellow-haired man stood a guy in a black robe and cloak, whose face couldn't be seen clearly. You haven't paid yet. Pay. You still have the nerve to say that? Naruto, who had just walked out of the barbecue restaurant, was very angry. He angrily took down the sign at the door of the store and threw it in front of the owner. Damn! Old deng, you wrote the self-service barbecue yourself. As long as you pay, you can eat as much as you want. Old deng, you still have the nerve to ask us for money. As Naruto said this, he stepped on the sign on the ground and broke it into 2 pieces. He and Suzuki only ate less than 10 portions of food, and he was very restrained without Hinata. Now you dare to ask him for money. Do you really think that his name as the yellow-haired man in Konoha is just a false reputation? Besides, this old deng dared to open a self-service barbecue, he had to teach this old deng a lesson. This is a small business. If you eat like this, can I still do business? My barbecue restaurant has the background of the name of the Fire Country. If you don't give me some explanation today, I will. That's you. Fuck him, idiot. Naruto didn't have the patience to waste time talking to this outsider. He called Suzuki, and the 2 of them pinned the old man to the ground and punched and kicked him. However, their attack was not severe. At most, he had to stay in the hospital for a few days. He would not die or become disabled. Ah! He was beaten. The Konoha ninjas are bullying outsiders. The owner of the barbecue restaurant lay on the ground, covering his vital parts, and was still shouting, trying to attract attention through this trick. It should be said that this trick did have some effect, and the surrounding villagers did notice it. They gathered not far away, intending to watch the excitement. Naruto saw the surrounding villagers and said fiercely, "What are you looking at? If you look again, I will kill you too." Hearing this, everyone was horrified and moved away from the scene of the yellow-haired crime. Only Boruto and the hand-broken Sasuke who were not far away stayed where they were. Boruto's expression wrinkled as he watched his father brutally beat the old man. "Mr. Sasuke, why does it seem a little different from what you said?" Chapter 112. This. After hearing Boruto's words, Sasuke hesitated for a long time and didn't say a word. He seemed to have heard his own name just now. If he guessed correctly, the guy in the black robe was himself at this time. But didn't he defect from the village to find Orochimaru for power at this time? What's going on? And if he admitted correctly, the one who beat up the old man was Naruto, right? Sasuke's brain was about to burn, and he had no idea what was going on. The two of them, one big and one small, just stood there stupidly, looking like they were petrified. "Hate!" Naruto spat at the boss who was wailing on the ground, and decided to stop for the time being because he didn't have a single piece of good meat on his body. If they continue to fight, someone will probably die. Scream! Tisk! Feeling unsatisfied, Naruto kicked him twice more before stopping. At this time, Brother Bo Bing suddenly grabbed Naruto. He found two strange guys when he started just now. Especially one of them, Zhou Ming, was wearing a very ugly cloak, and his long hair covered one eye. This person was dressed strangely, but he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity in the other person. But what puzzled him was that he didn't have this person in his mind at all. What's wrong? Naruto glanced at Brother Bo Bing beside him and found that the boy was standing there, as if thinking about something. Following his line of sight, he saw a pineapple-headed yellow-haired kid, and Zhou Ming, who could only see one eye clearly, stood next to him. Looking at Zhou Ming's hairstyle, Naruto had to complain. "If you don't need your eyes, please donate them to useful people, okay?" Naruto pursed his lips, looking at the pineapple head and the beard on his cheeks. It's easy to know that this guy is his son Boruto. But seeing that Sasuke's outfit is not Xiao Yan's suit, it's not difficult to guess that the other party should not be from the future of their world. Is he from a parallel world? After spending 2 seconds to figure it out, Naruto put on a harmless expression and walked forward enthusiastically. He planned to. First, he would deal with his son in another world. Black-robed Sasuke saw Naruto walking towards the two people and followed silently behind. Boruto suddenly saw his father walking towards him and his whole body froze. He always felt that this father was a little different. "Mr. Sasuke, what should we do now?" he whispered. The situation was unclear at the moment, so he should listen to the words of the seniors first. Seeing the two getting closer and closer, Sasuke said helplessly, "Let's try to make contact first. But in order to prevent any accidents, we'd better hide our identities. Besides, they have already attracted the attention of the other party, and it is probably too late to run." Although this Naruto is a little different from what he remembered. But I think the problem should not be big. Anyway, the purpose this time is to protect the young Naruto from Murashiki's attack. Naruto walked in front of the two guys, narrowed his eyes slightly, showed an innocent smile, and said enthusiastically, "You look unfamiliar, you should not be locals. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo." "He is Boruto? Middle-aged Sasuke?" Black-robed Sasuke heard Naruto use a pseudonym, and instantly understood what he meant, and opened his mouth to report a pseudonym. "Xiao Yan." Boruto and Sasuke were confused on the spot when they heard these two extremely unfamiliar names. One of them grew up with Naruto, and the other had seen his father's childhood photo. How could they not recognize Naruto when he was a teenager? Did they really think they were fools? They were obviously planning to use fake names, so how did the other party get there first? The two looked at each other and made up fake names on the spot. Yato. Naruto and Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Is this Nakaden trying to fool himself? Can you not use my name when you make up a pseudonym? What's going on with this gay feeling? Naruto subconsciously glanced at Sasuke beside him and decided to keep a distance from this guy recently, to avoid anything bad happening in the future. After all, the second-generation senior said, "You should look less at pretty Uchiha on weekdays." Seeing Naruto's actions, the middle-aged Sasuke felt a little tight. Damn it! Will Naruto find out anything? But thinking that the other party has been a fool since childhood, his brain should not be that good. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto scratched his head, smiled heartily, and then stretched out his palm to Boruto. Mud howl. Urine. Boruto saw his father's smile when he was young, and his mind kept flashing memories from childhood to adulthood. He was dazed for a moment, and then subconsciously stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. Just as he was still thinking about his father's smile, he suddenly felt his body being pulled by the other party and lost his balance instantly. He turned his sight and was knocked to the ground. Then he heard in his ears. Fuck. Silly. Xiao Yan, hold him down for me. After Naruto picked up Boruto, he pressed his knee against the boy's back and took out a very straight wooden stick that he had picked up in the land of waves. He picked up the stick and swung it at the kid's butt on the ground. Ah! Dad, what are you doing? Boruto, who was confused, felt the pain from his butt and started screaming. He thought about struggling, but the force from his back was like a huge rock. No matter how he moved, there was no sign of him breaking free. And he really couldn't figure out why his father beat him when he saw him when he was young. Bang! Xiao Yan didn't listen to Naruto's words and joined him. He took out the Xianzhong ruler and stood in front of him. His figure was like a mountain blocking Naruto, who was committing violence. Uchiha Xiao Yan lowered his head and said coldly, "Don't move. Dare to move. Break your legs." Sasuke, who was about to rescue Boruto, just held the handle of the knife and froze in place when he heard this. No. He remembered that he was not so arrogant before he betrayed the village, right? What is the situation with this person in front of him? What is wrong with this Konoha? Sasuke really doesn't know what to do now. To be honest, he really wants to teach this Xiao Yan a lesson, but the treasure plow warned him not to reveal his identity. And Naruto beating Boruto seems to be a family matter. Ah! S.A. Mr. Naruto and Sasuke, save me. Stop it now. Ah! Stop it. Stop it. Boruto's screams came one after another. Naruto waved his stick with a very unbridled smile. He wanted to beat this kid who cheated in the exam and looked down on his father all day for a long time. Snap! Naruto stopped after breaking the stick. Sasuke looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Naruto with a complicated heart. He really wanted to find a place to take out the treasure plow and ask what was going on. Why did the Naruto he knew become like this? Why did he, who should have betrayed the village, still stay in the village, wearing strange clothes and behaving arrogantly? Hey, Bo! At this time, Inyazuka Kaiba happened to pass by and greeted Sasuke. Before Inyazuka Kaiba finished speaking, he was thrown away by Uchiha Xiao Yan's Xianzhong ruler. But seeing him get up from the ground and flee the scene in an instant, it was clear that he was fine. Looking at the fleeing back, Uchiha Xiao Yan did not forget to warn. Yay, if you call that name again. Don't blame me for beating you. Middle-aged Sasuke stared blankly in the direction of Inyazuka Kaiba, and a strong curiosity suddenly arose in his heart. But what? What name would make his younger self react like this? Chapter 113. After Naruto finished dealing with the kid, he patted his clothes and stood up, still mumbling. What a treasure! With yellow hair and fox whiskers on his face. You are fooling your father. When these words came out, Boruto's pupils trembled violently, and he was so shocked that he even forgot the pain in his butt. What? Did Dad find out? Since when? Boruto covered his butt, raised his head, and looked at Naruto with a wronged face. Dad, you know everything. Uzumaki Naruto? This child's sudden recognition of his father really confused Naruto. You sneaked into the village to collect intelligence, couldn't you disguise yourself? If you appeared in Konoha like this, everyone would suspect that the fourth generation had made a mistake outside when he was young. And I just cursed casually. Why did you talk so much? Naruto was so angry at this kid that he laughed. However, he still put on a serious expression on his face, pretending to be ignorant. Shut up! I don't have a son as stupid as you. Boruto, who was about to show his cards, froze and realized that his father didn't recognize him at all. That sentence was just an insult. The two Sasukes were silent at the same time when they saw Naruto scolding and Boruto recognizing his father. The middle-aged Sasuke was speechless about Boruto. Uchiha Xiaoyan was thinking frantically, imagining the possibility that Naruto had a child. Although it was a bit outrageous, he really felt that this kid named Ren was really like Naruto. Boruto thought of his father beating him, and he gritted his teeth and was a little angry. He really couldn't beat the 7th generation father, but he was better than the current father, right? Even if there was something wrong with this Konoha village. Boruto felt that the other party's strength should not be as strong as his. He estimated that his father should be about the same age as himself at this time. If he could defeat his father now, when he goes back, he can brag about it. Boruto endured the pain in his buttocks and was ready to seal his hands and release ninjutsu at any time. Watch your father. I will definitely prove it to you. I, Uzumaki Boruto, am very strong. Boruto got up from the ground very confidently. Naruto glanced at this kid and knew that he had no good intentions. You are the opposite of Tiangang, right? Although I am not your biological father, why do you look like you are ready to fight? Naruto stretched out his leg and hooked Boruto, who had just stood up, to the ground again. At the same time, he took out an iron rod, as thick as his wrist, which could kill this naughty kid with one stick. But Naruto just wanted to scare this naughty kid. So that he would not be so stupid all day long, and he would not go around with a kunao when he saw Otsutsuki Ura's hiki. Ho ho ho! Boruto was still in a state of confusion. Why? Why is my dad so strong when he is only in his teens? No. I was just careless. If I was prepared, I would definitely defeat him. Boruto was still thinking about how to get up when he heard a whistling sound in his ear. He turned his head and saw that the big stick in his father's hand was already swinging towards his head. This scene directly scared the middle-aged Sasuke into a cold sweat, and Boruto knelt down and shouted on the spot. Dad! Stop! I am your son Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto really had no choice. He looked at the thick stick in his father's hand. If it hit his forehead, it would be really fatal. He didn't care so much and shouted his name immediately. After the two shouted, the big iron stick just stopped 1 centimeter in front of Boruto's forehead. Uzumaki Boruto! Naruto said indifferently, and then put away the stick. Sasuke was about to explode, and his whole body was wet with sweat. Now Boruto told Naruto his identity. Wouldn't it change the future? Strange Naruto and himself who had not defected, all this made the middle-aged uncle exhausted physically and mentally. Forget it. Let's use illusion to let them sleep first. Sasuke slowly moved forward, the movement was very subtle, but it was still noticed by Uchiha Xiaoyan next to him. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke. Suddenly hearing their own names, the two of them turned their eyes to him at the same time. But when a flash of red flashed in Sasuke's eyes, the sound of thunder escape sounded instantly around. Uchiha Xiaoyan noticed the red, and his right hand couldn't help but throw out a handful of lime. Then he performed 3,000 thunder movements and kicked him dozens of meters away. Bang! Sasuke screamed, covered his right eye with one hand, and twitched his mouth cold air. I told you not to move. You're looking for death. While Uchiha Xiaoyan was talking, the Xianzhong ruler had returned to his hand. He began to be curious about this Zhongdeng. Just now, he and Naruto used pseudonyms, but this Zhongdeng called out their names. Who is this guy? S.A. Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto saw the person he respected being kicked away, and he subconsciously shouted, followed by shock. This young Sasuke. How come he looks stronger than Mr. Sasuke? Naruto was also a little surprised on the side. Just now, the Zhongdeng was obviously going to use the Sharingan to use illusion. But he really didn't expect that the lime tactics he used before would be carried forward by brother Bo Bing. Tisk. He has trained the kid to have conditioned reflexes. It can be seen how much effort brother Bo Bing has put in to kill Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Xiaoyan, holding the Xianzhong ruler, walked towards Sasuke Nakadori step by step. He said as he walked. Who are you? Why do you know our names? And, what's up with your Sharingan? What's your relationship with Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Xiaoyan was very perceptive, and remembered the flash of red in the other's eyes just now, which was obviously the Sharingan. He really couldn't figure it out now. There was a Danzo who had the Sharingan before, and Naruto said that Danzo had robbed Uchiha Shisui of it, and said that the guy would have a fight with him sooner or later. If Danzo hadn't been hiding in the route, he would have gone to find that guy with the Xianzhong ruler. But what's going on with Nakadori? Didn't they say that he was the only one left on the night of the Uchiha clan extermination? Why does it feel like the Sharingan is free now, appearing in front of him one after another? Sasuke Nakado leaned against the wall, narrowed his right eye, and tried to suppress the burning in his eyes. He didn't have much chakra now, and he was suddenly tricked again. He was in a terrible mood. He originally wanted to cast an illusion and have a good rest. How could he know that he would react so quickly and attack so viciously here? Seeing the other party's aggressive momentum through his hair, Sasuke said with a hint of anger. This matter has nothing to do with you. However, it was this sentence that instantly aroused the anger in Uchiha Xiaoyan's heart. Damn! What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? You have a Sharingan, and it's not okay for me to ask? Uchiha Xiaoyan raised the Xianzhong ruler and greeted politely. Fuck you! You are planning to trick us with an illusion, and you are still pretending to be a bitch. Naruto and Boruto on the side had extremely weird expressions. This Sasuke kid, is this considered scolding himself? Chapter 114. When Naruto saw that Uchiha Xiaoyan was going to fight with Nakadori Sasuke, he took out some snacks and sat down to watch. He wanted to see if Uchiha Xiaoyan with 3 Megatama could beat this copy of Kakashi with kidney deficiency. He even began to suspect that Uchiha Itachi would not be able to let him go when he beat this kid. Dad, what are you still standing there for? They are going to fight. Aren't you going to stop them? Mr. Sasuke and I are here to protect you. Boruto saw his dad sitting down to watch the fight and took out some snacks. Obviously he didn't plan to stop those two people. Urashiki was hiding somewhere, staring at him, but his dad was still in the mood to watch the show leisurely here. Boruto, who had just been beaten up, was angry and anxious. I'm not blind. Damn it! Naruto ignored Boruto who was chattering on the side, and looked like he had nothing to do with it, which made Boruto anxious to rush over. But as soon as he took a step with his right leg, Naruto kicked him down again, causing Boruto to fall flat on his face. Sit down and watch. I'll beat you up if you make trouble again. Naruto sipped his milk tea, threw a bag of snacks to Boruto, and threatened the kid while motioning him to sit down. It sounds good and he's protecting himself. Just you and a kidney-deficient Sasuke, you'd better plan to avoid being beaten by Otsutsuki Urashiki. To be honest, Otsutsuki Urashiki's performance in Boruto is too lame. But Naruto guessed that this was probably due to the plot. After all, they are from the Otsutsuki clan with the Rinnegan. Not only are they good at space-time ninjutsu, but they can also use time to go back. From the setting, Urashiki is ridiculously strong. But such an Otsutsuki clan died in a battle of playing house. There are so many points to complain about that he doesn't know where to start. However, Naruto is not worried. There is a huge flaw in Urashiki's time reversal. It can only rewind the time of the outside world, which means that he will be poisoned faster than outsiders. Let alone that he can consume the opponent to death, the poison in his system inventory is enough for this guy to drink a pot. In other words, if a mere Otsutsuki fisherman dares to come, Naruto will have to stand up and fight him. Without panic at all. Boruto shrank his neck when he heard his father's threat. The scene of the barbecue restaurant owner being beaten just now instantly appeared in his mind, and he felt a chill in his heart. He did not doubt that this strange father would beat him to death. Sasuke squinted his single eye and wiped his eyes with his arm. Fortunately, his hair was long, blocking a lot of powder. Otherwise, he really doubted whether his eyes would be blinded by the other party. Knowing too much will not benefit you now. Sasuke watched the other party getting closer and closer, and tried to persuade him again. But Uchiha Xiaoyan didn't care about that, and swung the Xianzhong ruler to hit Zhongdeng in the face. Since this guy doesn't say anything, then beat him until he says it. Clang! Sasuke reacted quickly, drew out the Kusanagi sword to block the Xianzhong ruler, and the two rubbed against each other due to the distance, making a teeth-grinding sound. Feeling the huge force coming from the Kusanagi sword, Zhongdeng Sasuke was even more confused. What's wrong with me in this world? I'm only 13 years old. Why is my strength so strong? Your eyes. Very different. In the close-range battle, Uchiha Xiaoyan discovered the other party's blue electric drill eyes, which also had 6 megatama. We have no ill will. And I don't want to fight you. Sasuke was really angry with the other party. If it weren't for the fact that his chakra was taken away by Urashiki, he really wanted to use Susanoo to deal with this arrogant self. And he had to use the remaining chakra to deal with the battle later. Where is the time to waste here? Do you mean you can beat me? Just relying on your electric drill eyes? Ridiculous. Uchiha Xiaoyan raised his head, revealing a face similar to the other party. Sasuke looked at the arrogance on the other party's face, and suddenly thought of his past that he couldn't bear to look back on. Hey! While he was stunned, a heat wave came towards him. Flames flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and he flew backwards again. Uchiha Xiaoyan swung the Xianzhong ruler horizontally, saying with disdain. Nothing more. Boruto looked at the figure of the young Sasuke wielding the flaming sword, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. Wow, so awesome! Is Mr. Sasuke so strong now? Although this Sasuke is very different from the Sasuke he knew, it does not stop him from admiring the young Sasuke. Sasuke. And he is really more handsome than the Sasuke I know. Sasuke slowly got up from the ground and pulled down his cloak with one hand. Never mind. This kid really deserves a beating. Let's deal with him first. After estimating the remaining chakra in his body, Sasuke decided to open a Susanoo. Wait. Where is my chakra? Sasuke, who was about to use Susanoo, was a little confused. He suddenly lost chakra during the battle. This situation only happened when he fought with the big sword Samehada. He looked at the weapon in the opponent's hand and said to himself. Big sword Samehada. But after a careful look, he shook his head and denied his previous guess. This big sword should have the same ability as same Hata. But didn't he remember that he shouldn't use a weapon like Kusanagi sword more easily? Suzuki took out a seal scroll from his body while guessing. Uchiha Xiaoyan smiled coldly when he saw the other party's actions. Don't know whether to live or die. How dare you fight with me for ninja tools? Let you see the accumulation of the Uchiha clan for so many years. Uchiha Xiaoyan put away the Xianzhong ruler with his backhand, threw out 10 seal scrolls with both hands at the same time, and then began to make seals. Suzuki on the other side had just thrown out dozens of shurikens, and the steel wire was pulled in his hands, and thousands of shurikens appeared in front of him in an instant. There were also many kunai with detonating talismans. Rough. What's going on with him? Suzuki looked at the dense ninja tools in the air, and his back was wet with sweat. At this moment, he seemed to smell the breath of death. At the critical moment, Sasuke's eyes of reincarnation glared slightly, and the power of the sky hand was released instantly, and his position was also exchanged with the other party at the same time. Uchiha Xiaoyan was still preparing to throw ninja tools, but suddenly he found that his position had changed. He looked up and saw the ninja tools he had just thrown. Uchiha Xiaoyan was really overwhelmed by the sudden change of position. Damn it! Why is it time-space ninjutsu again? He felt that he would never be able to finish this ninjutsu in his life. Uchiha Xiaoyan looked fiercely at Zhongdeng, who was covering his eyes and gasping for breath not far away. He took out the Xianzhong ruler to protect his face and rushed towards him. He ignored the ninja tools that were shot at him. Chapter 115. The shurikens made a clanging sound when they hit the Xianzhong ruler. With the huge size of the Xianzhong ruler, Uchiha Xiaoyan blocked most of the attacks. But many shurikens still pierced his hands and feet. However, this pain was nothing to Uchiha Xiaoyan. It was better to be punched by Naruto. Suzuki, who was panting, saw him so reckless, and his forehead was sweating. What's wrong with him? This fighting style is not Uchiha either. It's outrageous. Have you learned the Uchiha clan's sword dancing fighting style? How come you look like a reckless man? Suzuki looked a little ugly. You know, the Uchiha clan's fighting style is something he is proud of, but now the opponent's reckless style is completely humiliating himself. Damn it! If it weren't for the lack of chakra. Naruto saw that Suzuki Nakado was breathing a bit like Kakashi. It seemed that he had really learned the essence. By the way, how much chakra does this Suzuki have? Thinking of this, Naruto patted his stomach and used the Big Fox brand chakra detector. Big Fox, see how much chakra that Nakado has. 5. Kurama's voice was a little slow, but this number was enough to make Naruto daydream. 500 magic. No, he should only have 50 magic at this time. While he was muttering in his heart, the Big Fox spoke again. 4, 3, 2, 1. No more. The Big Fox smiled contemptuously after saying this. Hey? What's wrong with Suzuki Nakado? Why is he still losing chakra? Look at Uchiha Xiaoyan over there. He now has 600 magic, which is exactly twice that of Kakashi. With this value, Uchiha Xiaoyan can crush the opponent. If he continues like this, Nakadori Suzuki will be pinned to the ground and beaten by Suzuki sooner or later. One-sided crushing is really not much to watch. Look at how easy it is for Uchiha Xiaoyan, who hasn't even opened 3 Megatama. Naruto thought of this and laughed evilly, took out a bottle of blue recovery potion and threw it to Nakadori Suzuki not far away. Hey! Nakadori! Catch it! Restore chakra! If you don't use your full strength, you will die. Pa! Nakadori Suzuki raised his hand and caught it steadily. His face was full of doubts, but seeing the familiar expression on Naruto's face, he drank it for some reason. Uchiha Xiaoyan stood there without attacking. He knew that the other party did not use his full strength in the battle with him when he heard Naruto's words just now. He also wanted to see how strong the opponent could be in his prime. Nakado Sasuke drank all the potion, and the chakra in his body was about to overflow. He clenched his fists, looked at his younger self, and suddenly chuckled, with a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. He now wanted to let this younger self know that the three Megatama could not defeat his eyes. Fight somewhere else. This was exactly what Uchiha Xiaoyan wanted. They were now in the village and could not fight freely. Putting away the Xianzhong ruler, Uchiha Xiaoyan nodded and said, "Okay." Then he looked at Naruto who was eating melons not far away. "Okay, follow me." Naruto put away the snack bench, raised his hand and threw a light gate, and Uchiha Xiaoyan stepped into the light gate without saying a word. Only Boruto and Nakado Sasuke stood there stupidly. Yellow Spring Hirasaka. Dad, how can you do this? Boruto's eyes almost popped out, and Sasuke Nakadori beside him had a similar reaction. If he hadn't just seen his teenage self, he would have doubted whether this Naruto was a transformation of the Otsutsuki clan. How could he not know that Naruto could use this technique? Tuck your chin in, follow me. Naruto left a sentence and went straight into the light gate, leaving Boruto and Sasuke staring at each other in the same place. Mr. Sasuke. My dad can also do this. Sasuke. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Sasuke Nakadori rolled his eyes, and then took Boruto into the light gate. He was not as anxious as when he first came. After all, with his current strength in his prime, it would not be difficult to save Naruto's life. After passing through the light gate, the two of them saw a flash of light and came to a large open space with a 3-story villa. From the slight burn marks on the ground, it is not difficult to tell that this place is a training ground. At this time, Uchiha Xiaoyan stood in the center of the open space with his back to Nakadori Sasuke. Naruto saw this kid's full of style in this way. The conversation between Ximenchuixu and Yegukin instantly sounded in his mind. So, who are you? Where did the Sharingan come from? Bang! While Uchiha Xiaoyan was talking, he also smashed the Xianzhong ruler on the ground, turned his head and stared at the other party with the Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan. Although the two of them had only fought a few moves just now, he still recognized at a glance that the other party's fighting style came from his family. This guy's Sharingan is obviously different from those second-hand goods. The second-hand goods he was talking about were Kakashi and Danzo. Sasuke remained silent after hearing the other party's words, and he considered in his heart whether to reveal his identity. Because he really felt that something was wrong with this Konoha. And the future of this world is likely to be different from his own world. He is the future you. Fool, give it. When Nakado Sasuke hesitated, Naruto was already shouting on the side. Uchiha Xiaoyan was upset when he heard this. He looked the other person up and down, and then said with disgust. Bullshit. How could I be such a weak guy? And he's dressed so ugly. And he's a disabled person. Uchiha Xiaoyan's words sounded like dancing in a minefield. Every step he took was on Sasuke Nakado's mind. Sasuke Nakado drew out the Kusanagi sword and swung a few knife flowers handsomely, then pointed the sword at the arrogant guy. The kaleidoscope in his right eye was also turned on. You are not my opponent. The 3 Megatama and my eyes are a gully that you can't cross. When he said the last sentence, Sasuke Nakado smiled bitterly. This scene is so similar to the battle between himself and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Xiaoyan subconsciously wanted to dig out lime when he saw the red, but because the distance was too far, he stopped digging out lime powder. And this action made Sasuke Nakado tremble. Seeing Manjiki Uchiha Xiaoyan again, he could only marvel in his heart. Then he thought of that silly cup Kakashi. He pointed at Zhongdeng in the distance and said to Naruto who was watching the fight very seriously. I said this is not me. Just fight, why are there so many murals? Halfway through his words, Uchiha Xiaoyan had already used his full strength to perform 3000 thunder movements and appeared in front of Zhongdeng. With the Xianzhong ruler in his hand still attached to the flame, he jumped high and smashed Zongden's head from top to bottom. So fast! Naruto was sitting on the side and exclaimed. At this time, he had already simulated the speed of Mr. Sasuke and this black-robed Sasuke in his mind. After a comparison, the result was amazing. Because he found that the speed of this black-robed Sasuke was faster than the Mr. Sasuke he knew. The most important thing is, he had never seen such a ninjutsu in a book. Dad, what exactly is this ninjutsu? Since Naruto knelt down to acknowledge his parents, he now feels no burden when he calls him dad. Naruto was very upset when he heard his son's words. After all, who knows if this kid has really mastered the 3000 thunder movements? Although he complained in his heart, he still patiently explained it to Naruto. This technique. It is Uchiha Xiaoyan's self-created ninjutsu lightning release 3000 thunder movements. Wow, so awesome! When Naruto heard the name of this technique, admiration flowed in his eyes. In the training ground, Nakadori Sasuke's means of dealing with attacks were very simple. At the moment when Xianzhong ruler was about to touch him, purple bones covered Nakadori Sasuke's body and blocked the opponent's attack. What is this? Chapter 116. Sasuke Nakad was protected by a skeleton, so that Uchiha Xiaoyan's Xianzhong ruler could not move forward even a step. At the same time, the skeleton arm beside the skeleton swung towards Uchiha Xiaoyan in the air. The third power. Susanoo. Sasuke Nakad snorted coldly, and the skeleton on his body instantly turned into a whole skeleton. The body size was much larger than before. Uchiha Xiaoyan in the air twisted his body, dodged the attack several times, and then stepped on the skeleton's fist, and used the reaction force to jump back. In 2 breaths, he distanced himself from the opponent. Uchiha Xiaoyan saw the opponent's appearance at this moment, and his face no longer looked down on the disabled. Feeling the opponent's rolling pupil power, a storm was set off in his heart. Damn it! The pupil technique of the Mangekyo can actually use the pupil power to transform armor. In other words, 1 against 7, there is still such a trump card that has not been used? Sasuke was shocked and refreshed his understanding of Uchiha Itake's strength. In his understanding, he was just a little short of killing Uchiha Itake the last time he faced him. The reason he didn't win was because some white-haired Nakadashi was a slacker. But now, he didn't take it seriously when he fought against 7 people. He couldn't even force the opponent to use his eye power to transform armor. Naruto sat in the distance and looked at Brother Bobing with interest. After years of getting along with each other, Naruto knew what this kid was thinking by looking at his expression. Did he seem to be hit by Nakadashi? How far can your 3 Magatama Sharingan see? What can you do now? Revenge is just a joke. Sasuke Nakadashi smiled. He now felt that he was about the same as Uchiha Itachi back then. It's time for him in this world to understand the gap between 3 Magatama and Mangeki. Ha! You can see how far you are, so you don't need a disabled person to talk too much. Uchiha Xiaoyan's words were still arrogant, but his heart was not like before. Just now, the attack of Xianzhong ruler had no effect at all, so he knew that ordinary attacks could not break the opponent's defense. Looks like he has to use his trump card? Uchiha Xiaoyan looked serious, picked up the Xianzhong ruler, and rushed up again with 3000 thunders. The extremely fast speed caused several afterimages to appear at the scene. Zhongdeng Sasuke still did not move, and he couldn't help sighing when he heard the arrogant words of the other party just now. Although the self in this world is a little strange, his temperament is still similar to his original. Can't you always feel the gap between them until the last moment? Give up. Everything you do is useless. You talk too much. Uchiha Xiaoyan, who was running around Zhongdeng, complained coldly, then came behind the other party in an instant and threw out a scroll. After a bang, a black ironkin appeared in his hand. Compared with the things summoned by the spirit before, it seemed a bit ordinary. However, the things inside were not ordinary. It contained charcoal, flour, and some quicklime powder. Most of them were flammable powders. Once these things were thrown out and ignited by fire escape, they could produce a powerful explosion. Uchiha Xiaoyan found the right opportunity and swung his arm to throw the black can into the air above the opponent. Just as he was about to throw a kunao to smash the can, Nakadori Suzuki reacted faster and immediately swung his fist and subconsciously blasted the can in the air. If you didn't know, you would think this guy had a pair of eyes behind him. Put away your ridiculous ninja tool. Do you think you can defeat me with this method? Or do you plan to take revenge in this way? Nakadori Sasuke's tone was disdainful and arrogant. Seeing himself in this world, Nakad Sasuke was very pleased, but he felt it was not enough. If his strength was only like this, he would not be able to defeat Uchiha Itachi, nor would he be able to deal with the future Otsutsuki clan. However, the lightning escape used by Uchiha Xiaoyan just now really surprised Nakad. If he continued like this, it seemed that he had developed the lightning escape Kirin earlier than himself at the beginning. But why is this kid so talented in lightning escape? But he always attacks with fire escape? How can ordinary fire escape kill people? Nakad Sasuke used his skeleton to smash the ninja tool thrown by the opponent with one fist. The next second, black powder was thrown in the sky, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The father and son who were watching could no longer see the two people fighting inside. Fire escape great fireball technique. As Uchiha Xiaoyan's voice came, a huge fireball appeared in the black smoke. The flames reacted violently with the dust in the blink of an eye, and the entire scene was ignited by Uchiha Xiaoyan's fireball. Boom! The dust explosion directly turned the surroundings red. Uchiha Xiaoyan stared at the center of the flames, and the Xianzhong ruler in his hand was still tightly clenched. He always felt that it was not that simple to transform pupil power into armor. Whoosh! Suddenly, a purple giant hand broke through the flames and hit Uchiha Xiaoyan hard. Fortunately, he used the Xianzhong ruler to protect his body in time, and he could absorb the opponent's chakra while blocking. Put away your ridiculous fire escape. Do you think you can cause any harm to me? The smoke and dust dissipated, and the purple Susanoo appeared. Nakadashi Sasuke still looked down on Uchiha Xiaoyan. However, Naruto outside the field felt that Nakadashi was stubborn. If you have the ability, continue to use the skeleton to block the semi-complete form of Susanoo. Isn't this bullying Sasuke? Dad! Is Xiaoyan going to lose? Naruto showed a trace of regret in his eyes. He naturally knew how powerful Mr. Sasuke was. And how could Sasuke in his youth be his opponent in the future? But Uchiha Xiaoyan is really handsome. Not necessarily, Uchiha Xiaoyan is not that weak. Naruto smiled mysteriously. Thinking of the boy who took advantage of his absence to make a fuss in the village. At that time, he asked the boy what he was doing, but the boy just didn't tell him. Naruto suspected that brother Bobing was secretly studying a trick to deal with him. Ahem! Uchiha Xiaoyan, who landed, struggled to support his body with the Xianzhong ruler and spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked up and looked forward. At this glance, he saw the purple half-armored giant. At this moment, he really wanted to curse. Rough! How come there is a third stage for the pupil power armor? Even though he blocked the opponent's punch with the Xianzhong ruler and absorbed a lot of the opponent's chakra, it still caused him serious injuries. He felt his body stirring with every breath. Standing between Susanoo and seeing that the boy below had not fallen down, Nakadori Sasuke showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Can he still stand up after this blow? It must be said that the guy in front of him is indeed much stronger than when he was 13 years old. The explosion caused by the fire escape just now even forced him to be half-body form of Susanoo. If he continued to defend with a skeleton posture, he would definitely be injured by the fire escape. But even so, Nakadori Sasuke still maintained his previous mocking look. What? Are you already so embarrassed before I use my full strength? Uchiha Xiaoyan looked up at the guy's arrogant look, and then turned his head to look at Naruto who was watching the battle. Damn it! Is he going to use that move in front of Naruto? Do you think you can defeat Uchiha Itachi like this? With your ridiculous fire escape? Fuck! You disabled person, you! Hearing the name Uchiha Itachi from the other party, the last bit of rationality in his heart disappeared. He couldn't care about anything else now, he just wanted to deal with the disabled person with a broken hand in front of him. Bang! Uchiha Xiaoyan took out the sealing scroll and summoned 2 palm-sized jars. Ridiculous fire escape. Hee hee. Chapter 117. The 2 cans in his hand were a special material he accidentally discovered in the Whirlpool Stark laboratory. According to Whirlpool Stark, this material has a very low ignition point and a very high temperature. Later, he consulted Whirlpool Stark, who said that this special material is called white phosphorus. I heard that it is a very cruel thing. After several efforts, he finally merged white phosphorus with fire escape to form a new green flame. Uchiha Xiaoyan also wanted to get the strange fire. Later, because this strange fire has almost the same characteristics as the strange fire in the book he read. Not only is the color green, it can also emit highly toxic substances during the burning process, and it has a higher temperature than ordinary flames. So, he named this white phosphorus strange fire nether poison fire. If ordinary people are attacked by this kind of flame, it is difficult to extinguish this flame by normal means. And not only do they have to face high-temperature flames, but they also have to face the highly toxic substances attached to the flames. Originally, he wanted to use this as a trump card against Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. But he didn't expect that he would use it against this disabled person here. Seeing this scene, Nakatsuki smiled contemptuously. Ha! Are you going to use the same old trick again? The defense of the half-body Susanoo is simply not comparable to that of the skeleton form. Will you die after using lightning release a few times? Why not use Chidori? Can the destructive power of this thing be inferior to fire release? After opening your eyes and having Amaterasu, you can play with it as you like. Nakatsuki felt a little tired. I really couldn't figure out why this person, who goes by the alias Xiaoyan, was always crazy about fire release. It seems that he still needs to let him know the power of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Xiaoyan showed a cruel smile, then crushed the kin of white phosphorus in his hand, and condensed a large amount of fire release in his hands. Hey! When the fire escape chakra came into contact with the white phosphorus, the red flame gradually faded and slowly turned into a faint green. The faint green light reflected on Uchiha Xiaoyan's face, making the audience Naruto even more fascinated. This scene made Naruto pause while eating potato chips. Fuck! He really did it! Dad, what is that? While Naruto was amazed, Naruto turned his head to look at his father. He looked at the 2 balls of green flames, his eyelids twitching wildly, as if he suddenly felt a strong crisis. Ah, this! Naruto didn't know how to explain to this cheap son. He couldn't say that the fool was addicted to novels, and then imitated the moves in it and created it himself? It sounds very outrageous. But what book is the big fox reading now? Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly asked the big fox. Big fox, what book are you reading now? Tachibana Mountain, who was in the sealed space, trembled his ears, then held the sky with one hand and shouted. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once you see the 9-tailed beast, the road will be empty. There are so many roads. Listen to my chakra and there is no future after all. Uzumaki Naruto. Okay. This fox is really crazy. Chakra has no future. Why don't you think about how you came here? Okay. The big fox knows the story. In comparison, Naruto still thinks that Uchiha Xiaoyan's strange fire is more reliable. It's impossible that the 9-character secret can be made for him, right? Far from the big score. Withdrawing from his mind, Naruto planned to tell his cheap son that you are still young now and you will understand it later. But before he could say it, Boruto lay on the ground, his face was ashen and his lips were purple. It was obvious that he was poisoned at a glance. Naruto looked at the two flames in Uchiha Xiaoyan's hand, twitched his nose, and detected a strange smell. Hey! Is this fire poisonous? Damn! What kind of strange fire can be so sinister? He felt a little uncomfortable when he smelled the pungent smell, but he didn't fall asleep like his cheap son. He took out a bottle of medicine, pinched Boruto's mouth and poured it down, and Boruto woke up in a trance. He scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look. I'm poisoned, that green flame is poisonous. Boruto. The child was so scared that he immediately covered his nose, and he kept hesitating in his eyes. It seemed that he was wondering whether to leave the battle scene. But he really wanted to see the power of this green fire escape. Why cover your nose? It's useless if you're poisoned. I gave you the antidote just now. Just sit down and watch carefully. Naruto complained and continued to look at throw it to the battlefield. At this time, Uchiha Xiaoyan has already started to make hand seals. Flame style, Netherworld Poison Fire Dragon Technique. Whisper. As the hand seals were completed, a fire dragon comparable to the half-body Susanoo of Chuden Suzuki soared into the sky. Carrying green high temperature, it rushed straight towards the purple giant. After Uchiha Xiaoyan released this technique, his chakra was completely gone. He grabbed the Xianzhong ruler with both hands and looked forward with difficulty. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. The strongest move at the moment has been used. If he can't defeat this disabled person, he really has no choice. Green flames. What's going on? Seeing the green dragon, Chuden Suzuki standing on Susanoo was completely confused. No. Why is this fire style, dragon fire technique like this? The reason why he kept putting pressure on the opponent was because he wanted to see if the opponent could use lightning escape. How come he still used such a degree of fire escape after being forced? Nakado Suzuki sighed and found that this kid was really crooked. He glared with his left eye and used Amaterasu against the fire dragon rushing in front of him. It's time to let the self of this world know the power of Amaterasu's fire. The moment the black flames fluttered and directly came into contact with the green dragon, the light of the two suddenly became brighter. It looked like it would explode at any time. Fuck! Where did you get the strange fire, disabled person? Uchiha Xiaoyan swept away his previous demeanor, and regardless of whether the front would explode, he took out the sealing scroll and rushed forward to collect the strange fire. He really couldn't resist the temptation of having two strange fires. Fuck! Idiot! Calm down! Don't stop me! That's strange fire! Strange fire! When Naruto saw Amaterasu and the fire dragon come into contact, he shouted in his heart that something was wrong. As a person who often makes explosions, he can see at a glance that the two flames in the sky are about to get out of control. One careless move can kill several people at the scene. Naruto grabbed Boruto on the spot, threw a light gate, flashed in front of Uchiha Xiaoyan and grabbed the boy by the collar. Then he took out the door panel to defend himself, and when he was about to open the light gate to leave, the two entangled flames in the sky exploded. Nakadori Suzuki also realized that something was wrong, opened the complete form of Susanoo in seconds, came to the front of several people in 2 steps, squatted down and wrapped his wings to resist the upcoming impact. Boom! A white light flashed, and then the environment around the training ground was blown into a white land again. Not long after the explosion, black and green flames rained down from the sky, and every flame that fell on the ground would burn all combustible objects. At the same time, Konoha's 5th Hokage just walked out of the tavern and stared blankly at the east of the village. Chapter 118. As the white light flashed in the east of the village, the people of the entire Konoha village seemed to see the sun. This explosion was more violent than the mushroom cloud last time. But everyone was used to it. If there was no explosion in the east of the village one day, they would be surprised. Tsunade looked at the direction of the explosion, her face darker than the bottom of a pot. Originally, she took advantage of the break time to drink 2 glasses of wine to relax, and she was in a good mood. But the explosion now can't make her feel better at all. She left the Hokage building for less than 2 hours. How could that yellow-haired guy cause trouble for her again? After standing there for a while, Tsunade gritted her teeth and then decided to go find Jiraiya first. In the east of the village, Uzumaki Naruto's exclusive training ground. Nakadori Sasuke has cancelled Susanoo, supported his knees with one hand, breathed deeply, and his face showed fatigue. Are you that weak? Naruto rolled his eyes speechlessly. After all, he was at full strength just now, and he was completely exhausted after using Susanoo? In Boruto, how come you didn't even breathe when you used Susanoo to travel? Uchiha Xiaoyan was speechless about this disabled Zhongdeng. But he didn't say anything, and now all his attention was on the black fire burning around him. Zhongdeng Sasuke slowly stood up and took a deep breath. It's really not that he was too weak. It was all because of the explosion just now. He was really worried about affecting Konoha village. When using Susanoo to protect several people, he also used extra strength to make the explosion as small as possible and prevent the flames from spreading outward. This caused his chakra consumption to be huge. And the damage of the explosion just now was really not low. That black flame! How did you get here? Uchiha Xiaoyan didn't want to pay attention to this disabled person, but the temptation of the black fire was too great, so he had to lower his head and ask the other party. Now recalling the explosion formed by the fusion of 2 different fires. Isn't this the Buddha's wrathful lotus? If I could get this different fire. What's the point of Uchiha attacking? Nakad Sasuke was silent for a while, then said. If you want to use the fire escape technique just now to deal with Uchiha Itachi, I advise you to give up this idea. Unless you open the Manjiki Sharingan. Nakad Sasuke naturally knew what Uchiha Xiaoyan was planning. Although he didn't know why he became like this in this world, even if the other party became a little strange, he knew what the other party was thinking. After hearing what Nakad Sasuke said, it was Uchiha Xiaoyan who was silent. After a while, he asked. What stage has his pupil power turned into armor reached? Nakad Sasuke. What the hell is pupil power turned into armor? Why does this guy always say something weird? Nakad Sasuke's expression was almost distorted. That's not the eye power armor. And you are not his opponent at the moment. What he said was right, but Uchiha Xiaoyan just couldn't stand it. So he grabbed the Xianzhong ruler and prepared to continue fighting. Fortunately, Naruto stopped the boy and stopped them from fighting. Naruto always felt that these 2 guys were born to be in conflict, and they would fight after a few words. They were the kind of people who didn't like each other. Especially that Zhongdeng, who kept talking about Uchiha Itachi when he saw brother Bo Bing. He suspected that Zhongdeng was deliberately provoking Uchiha Xiaoyan. After sighing, Naruto pointed to the burning flames around him and motioned for the 2 to deal with it. Then the 2 snorted at the same time, and then one took out the sealing scroll to collect the black strange fire, and the other used the kaleidoscope to collect the flames, and also took out the sealing scroll to collect the green flames. Although Nakad Sasuke felt that the green flame was not as good as his Amaterasu. But this thing doesn't consume chakra. Take it back and see if you can research new ninjutsu to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. The 2 of them disliked each other, but their actions were extremely tacit. Naruto watched from the side with his adopted son. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Half an hour later, they cleaned up the scene, and Nakad Sasuke sat down in front of Naruto, and explained his purpose when he directly revealed his identity. Nakad Sasuke just ran to the corner, secretly took out the plow to ask, and learned that he and Naruto accidentally came to a parallel space. So all the weird things before have a reasonable explanation at this moment. And the future here is completely different from the world they are in. So there is no need to worry about any serious consequences of their words and deeds. You can't beat that Otsutsuki Urashiki? Naruto asked curiously. He always felt that no matter what, Nakatsuki would not resort to the Uchiha hug and throw. Too little information. And my hand? Never mind, it's fine. Nakatsuki glanced at his empty sleeves, with a complicated expression on his face. If he hadn't lost his hand, he might not have been so passive against Urashiki. But losing his hand was to remind himself of the mistakes he made in the past. It's just relatively troublesome to deal with the Otsutsuki clan with one hand. Naruto saw that Nakade's expression changed from time to time, and he casually took out a bottle of red potion and handed it to him. Drink this. To recover from injuries. Naruto knew what Nakade was thinking when he saw his tangled look. The Otsutsuki appeared one by one and were still tangled. If you had two hands, maybe your samsara eye would not be blinded by my son's kunao later. Nakatsuki took the potion and drank it without hesitation. After drinking it, he immediately felt a strong yang force boiling in his body. Dad! Don't worry. Sasuke and I will protect you. Naruto saw that the atmosphere was not right, stood up and spoke excitedly. Uzumaki Naruto. Faced with his cheap son's passionate words, Naruto said that he couldn't get excited at all. I want you to protect this Biang. I might as well go find Bai Mao Zhongdeng. During the conversation, Uchiha Xiaoyan kept his head down and silent. Confirming that the disabled Zhongdeng was his future self in another world, he was in a very bad mood now. Even if he had just collected the new strange fire, he would not be happy at all. Because as long as Zhongdeng was in Konoha for one day, he would know his title of Brother Bo Bing. When he thought of being called Brother Bo Bing by another self, he felt that he would die. Damn! This situation must not happen. And Naruto's son is still here, if this gets out. He feels that his reputation will be ruined. Uchiha Xiaoyan secretly pulled Naruto aside and whispered. Can you let them stay here recently? Don't let them go to the village. Although he wanted to leave Konoha now, Naruto was in danger again. He was worried about leaving at this time, so he had to resort to this last resort. Why? No reason. Uchiha Xiaoyan's face was embarrassed, and he looked towards Zhongdeng nervously. Obviously worried that their conversation would be heard by the other party. Naruto glanced at his expression, and his smile gradually became unbridled. Hey, idiot, weren't you handsome when you were walking on thin ice? Why do you still care now? Shut up! Uchiha Xiaoyan was so angry that he wanted to swing the Xianzhong ruler. Help me! Don't let them know! The two of them talked in secret, and Naruto and Nakadori were very tactful not to eavesdrop. But at this moment, Konohamaru's voice came from a distance. Brother Naruto! Brother Bo Bing! I'm here to see you! Chapter 119. Zilla. When Uchiha Xiaoyan saw Konohamaru shouting out his shameful title, he activated the 3000 thunders on the spot and rushed over with the Xianzhong ruler. Fuck him! I'm going to kill this kid for defecting from the village today. I've warned Konohamaru so many times. He still calls me Brother Bo Bing every day. Naruto reacted faster and pressed the kid to the ground first. Silly, calm down. At least he called you brother. Let me go. I'm going to kill him today. He was very sure that Nakadori and Naruto had clearly heard the title. Uchiha Xiaoyan felt that the whole world had become dark. However, Nakadori Sasuke really didn't notice it. He was still in a daze. Because just now he found that his broken arm had recovered. Nakadori Sasuke looked at his hands and instantly thought of the red potion he had just drunk. Blue to restore chakra. Red to restore injuries? What happened to this Naruto? Nakado Suzuki clenched his left hand, and he was more confident in dealing with Urashiki. Originally, he only had the confidence to repel Urashiki after recovering his chakra. But now, he felt that he could pin the opponent to the ground and hammer him. Mr. Suzuki. That little guy is Konohamaru brother. And who is brother Bo Bing? Boruto's pupils trembled, and he couldn't believe that the runny-nosed little guy in front of him was actually the Konohamaru brother he knew. Wait! Mr. Suzuki, your hands. Grow out. Before Boruto recovered from Konohamaru's shock, he turned his head and saw Mr. Suzuki looking at his hands. Well, thanks to Naruto. Nakado Suzuki suddenly smiled, looking at the yellow-haired man not far away. He thought of the bits and pieces of his past with his best friend. Hey! Who are you two? Konohamaru came up to the two, pointed at Boruto and Nakado and started asking loudly. This training ground is his big brother's territory, a place that outsiders cannot set foot in. Konohamaru sniffed his nose and circled around Boruto. He found that this yellow-haired man looked like his big brother Naruto. Touching his chin, Konohamaru felt that he had discovered the truth. I say, you guy. It should be Naruto's new little brother. You actually imitated Naruto. Boruto. He almost thought he was recognized. But when he saw Konohamaru's childhood appearance, Boruto's eyes rolled, and an evil thought flashed through his mind. I can't beat my dad at this time. But it should be okay to bully Konohamaru brother, right? Although this sounds a bit bullying, Boruto couldn't help laughing when he thought about telling Konohamaru brother about it when he went back. Boruto looked at Konohamaru and his height, and he became more confident. Sorry, Konohamaru. I can only put up with you for now. Boruto said silently in his heart, and then pretended to say it. That's right. I am the little brother that Naruto just accepted. I didn't expect that you, a little kid, would also accept a runny-nosed kid as a little brother. Boruto's few words hit the dead spot of Konohamaru. Since he followed Naruto to practice, he has mastered the art of the sect to perfection. He can even say with confidence. None of his peers are his opponents. And this guy who imitated Naruto is not only slapping himself in the face, but also slapping the face of Naruto, who taught him. Konohamaru absolutely cannot tolerate this. Damn it! I'm not some brat. I'm the grandson of the third Hokage. Do you want to fight? Konohamaru jumped back, pointed at Boruto and started to curse. Boruto knew that Konohamaru was anxious when he saw him like this. Oh! Since you ask for it, let me see your strength. Boruto narrowed his eyes, hugged his shoulders, nodded, and was just perfunctory to a child. Damn it! Are you looking down on me? Konohamaru took out a sealing scroll from his pocket, and after a bang, he already had a hollow iron door in his hand. Boruto? Wait! Why did Konohamaru take out a door panel? Boruto was stunned for 2 seconds when he saw the door panel, and Konohamaru, however, pressed one hand on the center of the door panel, and rushed towards him with the door panel rotating. The surrounding area was also blown by the rotating door panel, blowing Boruto's yellow hair flying. Boruto was stunned for a moment when he saw the fierce look of the other party. But the instinct as a ninja still made him take out a kunai. However, the kunai, a small thing, could not resist the door panel thrown by Konohamaru. Boruto was knocked to the ground by Konohamaru with just one rear sight. Then Konohamaru raised the door panel and smashed it at the yellow-haired man on the ground. Bang bang bang! Let you look down on me. Do you accept it? I'm not ready yet, ah! Do you accept it? Wait a minute, ah! I accept it! I accept it! Stop fighting! Boruto, who fell to the ground, was not only beaten black and blue, but also fell into a state of doubt about his life. Why? How come the weapon used by Konohamaru's brother turned into a door panel? Boruto really wanted to cry at this moment, but he felt that he could only endure the pain to save his remaining face when he was seen by the little Konohamaru. Seeing the two people fooling around, Sasuke Nakadori did not intervene too much. He just found an open space and started rehabilitation training. After all, after so many years of being used to fighting with one hand, he suddenly had two hands. If he didn't get used to it, he still couldn't recover his original combat power. Konohamaru saw the yellow-haired man sitting on the ground like a fool, and suddenly patted his shoulder to comfort him. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing to be defeated by me. I have been training with my big brother for a long time. How about it? Do you want to become as strong as us? The devil's whisper of Konohamaru suddenly appeared in the ears of the frustrated Boruto. Before he came, he thought he was quite strong, otherwise he wouldn't rush up to Urashiki when he saw him. But after coming here, in front of him, there is his father who is so powerful that he can use Yomi Baireizaka. In the back, there is Uchiha Oyan who can fight on par with Mr. Sasuke. Now even Konohamaru of this period can beat him up. Is he really that weak? Boruto raised his head, took a deep breath, and said to Konohamaru solemnly. Please tell me how to become stronger. He. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Konohamaru smiled and trembled with excitement. Finally someone can understand the pain he felt at the beginning. Konohamaru said a few words and then ran towards Naruto. Brother Naruto, lend me your summoning beast. Chapter 120. Boom. Boom. In the training ground, Gamabunta chased the yellow-haired boy while slashing at him with a knife. Fortunately, the third generation died in time and was replaced by Tsunade, who was unaware of the situation. In this way, the warning of the third generation to Naruto was ineffective. Ah! Brother Konohamaru! What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Boruto's face was full of fear, and tears kept pouring behind him as he ran. He really didn't understand that Konohamaru's words about becoming stronger would unfold in this way. Every time Gamabunta slashed, he always felt that his deceased grandparents flashed through his mind. Looking at his father who was still watching the show on the side, Boruto cried even louder. Dad, save me! Quickly stop Brother Konohamaru! Boruto shouted heartbreakingly, and anyone would sympathize with this child. But Naruto not only had no worries on his face, but he felt that the snacks in his hand were more fragrant. Standing next to him were Sasuke Nakad and Brother Bo Bing. Brother Bo Bing looked unhappy. He had been thinking about how to deal with Konohamaru from just now until now. And he was very uncomfortable standing next to Nakad. He was afraid that Nakad would suddenly call him Brother Bo Bing. On the contrary, Sasuke Nakad was very worried that something might happen to Boruto. Who would use summoned beasts for special training? With Gamabunta's huge body, if he stepped on Boruto, he would feel that he would not be able to explain to Naruto when he returned. Sasuke Nakad glanced at Naruto who was eating melons. Naruto, are you sure? Nothing will happen. Although strictly speaking, Boruto is not the son of Naruto in this world. But at least he shouldn't do such a thing. Sasuke Nakadori thought for a long time but couldn't figure out how Gamabunta could help Boruto become stronger. Nothing. Konohamaru trained like this too. Naruto was so happy watching this. Besides, Boruto was given away for free after recharging his phone bill. If it was Himawari who came, he would show his fatherly love. But then again, Naruto looked at Konohamaru standing next to Gamabunta and laughing, and his nose suddenly felt sore. Third generation old man. Is this the will of fire you mentioned? I understand. Boruto. Why are you crying? What's wrong with your tears? Can you become stronger by crying? Don't run. Go to Bunta. Konohamaru put on an extremely serious expression, but from his constantly shaking shoulders, it can be seen that he was struggling to hold back his laughter. While he was teaching Boruto a lesson, he recalled in his mind how Naruto taught him a lesson. In short, Konohamaru felt that he had passed on his elder brother's will to the new younger brother. Dad! Save me! Sasuke-san, save me! Boruto tried to evoke the rare fatherly love in Naruto. But he found that his father, whom he had just met for a short time, was giving him a thumbs up to encourage him. Uzumaki Boruto! Please, someone come and save me! I shouldn't have come to chase Otsutsuki Urashiki. This place is even more dangerous than Urashiki. Bang! While Boruto was regretting, he heard a loud noise in his ears, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Seeing his cheap son being stepped on by Gamabunta, Naruto's smile froze instantly, and he threw the light gate on the spot and rushed up. Before leaving, he said to brother Bo Bing. Konohamaru has been a little slack recently. Go ahead, just don't beat the kid to death. Okay. Uchiha Xiaoyan's eyes shone with brilliance, a flash of blue light passed, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Naruto and Sasuke Naked came to Boruto. Sasuke Naked felt Boruto's pulse and was stunned. He's dead. No big problem. Sasuke Naked? What's not a big problem? The person is dead. Sasuke Naked has already imagined that after returning, Naruto will hear the bad news of his son's death. Damn! How to explain this to him? Naruto glanced at the helpless Naked, took out an immortal totem and pressed it on Boruto. Pure Land! Boruto got up suddenly, first found himself lying on a strange bed, and then found himself in a strange room. There was the sound of cooking outside the door. Suddenly, Boruto felt like he was back home. Strange. Was that a dream just now? No wonder. Boruto scratched his head, chuckled, and then threw off the quilt and got out of bed. It turned out that the strange father, Mr. Sasuke, and Konohamaru who let the summoned beast attack him were all a dream. No wonder it was so wrong. Although he didn't know where he was now, Boruto subconsciously thought that everything he had experienced before was fake. Or maybe he didn't want to believe it. He would rather believe that he fell asleep in a stranger's house than believe that Konohamaru wanted to kill him. Click! Boruto took a deep breath, opened the door, and saw the back of a red-haired woman busy in the kitchen at first sight. This person! I seem to have seen her somewhere. But he just can't remember where he had seen her. Boruto's footsteps startled the hostess in the house. The red-haired girl turned around with a spatula in her hand and looked at Boruto with a smile. Naruto, are you awake? The food will be ready soon, please wait a while. Kushina smiled at Boruto, tenderness in her eyes was about to seep out. She had heard from Mikoto and others before that Konoha seemed to have developed a technique to come to the Pure Land recently. Kakashi and Sasuke had both come here before. This made Kushina very excited. He really wanted to see what his son would look like when he grew up. Even if he could hear about Naruto from other people. But for some reason, Kakashi met almost everyone but didn't come to see him. But fortunately, his son finally came to the Pure Land to see him. Kushina thought that the yellow-haired boy in front of her was her son, but she didn't know that the person in front of her was not Naruto at all. Seeing Kushina's full appearance, Boruto's pupils dilated several times. Grandma? How could he see his own grandma? What's wrong, Naruto? Kushina put down the kitchen utensils in her hand and walked quickly to her son after noticing that her son was motionless. Boruto looked up at his grandmother, tears in his eyes, and burst into tears. Grandma! I'm so miserable. Uzumaki Kushina? Ah? What happened? It hasn't been many years up there, has it? Why is this kid calling himself grandma? Wait. You're not Naruto. Boruto wiped his tears with his arm and said with a wronged look on his face. I'm Uzumaki Boruto. Uzumaki Naruto's son. He first talked about his identity, and then talked about the grievances of these years, and the fact that he came to this place and saw his father being beaten on the ground when he was a teenager. Anyway, both of them are his fathers, so there is nothing wrong with him and his grandmother complaining. Ah, this. Kushina hugged her head, and she was completely confused. She was just ready to be a mother. How come Naruto even has a child? What about the 7th generation, what about Naruto when he was a teenager? Her mind was a mess. The child's words contained too much information, and Kushina took a long time to sort it out. Not bad. Naruto actually tricked the daughter of the Hyuga family. Grandma! Boruto shouted anxiously, this was not what he wanted to hear. Hearing her grandson's words, Kushina touched Boruto's head gently. Don't worry, Boruto, I will definitely deal with Naruto if I see him. Boruto smiled happily when he heard that. But I wonder if Kushina would feel bad for taking care of her son. Chapter 121. Are you sure this will work? Sasuke Nakado squatted in front of Boruto's body, turned his head and looked at Naruto, his face almost saying that you kid are fooling me. Of course, I'll wake up soon. How can I harm my own son? Naruto said with a solemn oath, and smiled reliably at Nakado. While the two squatted in front of Boruto's body, Konohamaru's screams continued to sound around the training ground. Sasuke Nakado covered his face and sighed. I just felt that this Naruto was very, very unreliable. However, just when he was about to deal with Boruto's body, the little yellow-haired boy suddenly sat up from the ground. Mr. Sasuke. Old. Dad. Boruto, who woke up, called out to the two of them, his expression very confused. He was clearly complaining to his grandmother just now. Why are you back here again? Which one is a dream? Boruto felt that he could hardly distinguish reality. However, when he called his father, he did not dare to look directly into his father's eyes. Naruto did not pay attention to the micro-expressions on the child's face. His attention was now focused on the bruised and swollen white-haired old man not far away. Traitor! You see, I will beat you to death today. Jiraiya had a pig-headed face, and his eyes were swollen to the point that only a slit remained. His vision was a little blurry. But it was not a big problem. At least he could recognize his yellow-haired traitor. Jiraiya limped towards the direction of the few people, calling him a traitor as soon as he opened his mouth, and cleaning up the family when he closed his mouth. He was really wrong today. He had obviously found a place to take a nap, and did not go to peek at the women's bathhouse, but Tsunade beat him up when she saw him. He didn't need to think too much to know that his good disciple had angered Tsunade again. Why bother? He should not have believed the old man's words in the first place. If he didn't teach this kid a lesson today, he felt that Tsunade would beat him to death sooner or later. Naruto took off his coat without saying a word when he saw Jiraiya's look and threw it on Boruto, then opened a light gate and dragged Nakadashi away from the scene. Sorry, son. I'm sorry for you taking the blame for your father. The son should take the blame for his father. Forgive me, Pineapple Head, this is the last time. Before Boruto could recover, he found that his father had run away with Mr. Sasuke. Traitor! Look at what you have done. Boruto, who didn't understand the situation, raised his hand and saw a white-haired man. Is this Dad's master? While Boruto was still thinking about the master in his father's mouth, Jiraiya's strong arm had already grabbed Boruto's collar. With a sudden pull, the boy was pressed on his knees. Wait! Did you recognize the wrong person? Boruto saw that he was about to be beaten again, and he shouted. But Jiraiya, who was angry, didn't care about that. In addition, this traitor had many tricks on weekdays. Today, he finally got the chance, how could he let this kid go? Besides, you are the only yellow-haired person with authentic hair color in the whole village. How could he, the Toad Sage, make a mistake? Shut up, traitor! Today, I will teach you a lesson. Jiraiya shouted, and then waved his palm and slapped the boy on the butt. Ah! Stop it! I am not Uzumaki Naruto. Shut up! You are still trying to deceive me. Boruto's sophistry not only had no effect, but also made Jiraiya's hand more powerful. This hurt the little yellow-haired boy terribly. Jiraiya's strength was specially used to hit Naruto. But Naruto's abnormal physique. How could Boruto bear it? He fainted in a few minutes. Okay. You are still using this trick on me. Jiraiya saw that the yellow-haired man on his knees had stopped making any sound, and he slapped him more diligently. Naruto, who was hiding not far away, saw his son and saw that the white-haired old man was about to beat his cheap son to death, so he immediately stepped forward to persuade him. Half an hour later. In order to apologize to his master, Naruto set up a hot pot in the open space. Jiraiya drank a sip of wine and breathed a sigh of relief. The injuries on his face also recovered as before under Naruto's medicine. Konohamaru and Boruto, on the other hand, became bruised and swollen. And Nakadori Sasuke and Uchiha Aoyan sat on Naruto's left and right. This arrangement was necessary. Naruto was afraid that the two guys would fight. There were also several strangely dressed clones of Naruto sitting around. What Uzumaki Stark, Uzumaki Yasuo. There was even a star warrior cosplaying as a Start, who would praise the emperor every time he ate a bite of meat. Naruto didn't know how to complain. So. You said this kid is your future son. Jiraiya looked at Boruto, who was bruised and swollen, with shock written all over his face. He really couldn't accept it. How could Naruto's child have such a bad constitution? About the same. Naruto explained for a long time, but he was too lazy to explain, so he waved and asked everyone to start eating. After eating 2 bites, Naruto felt that something was missing, and then he patted his head and threw a light gate to get the child's mother. Thinking that his cheap son should have never seen his uncle. Naruto also brought the furious Neji with him. After arriving at the scene, Naruto whispered a few words to Hinata, teasing the girl to blush. This made Neji, who was not aware of the situation, very angry. Damn the yellow-haired guy. Show off your affection, but you even brought me along. Was I a part of their play? Mom. When Boruto saw his mother's childhood, his face was again filled with grievance, and he ran to Hinata with tears in his eyes, intending to accuse his old father. But Neji, who was standing next to him, had already caught a glimpse of the little yellow-haired guy, snorted coldly, and tripped Boruto with one foot. If you shout again, I will kill you. Neji rolled his eyes in a second and looked at the little yellow-haired guy viciously. Judging from his tone, he was not joking when he said he was going to fight. Uncle Neji. Seeing his uncle move, Boruto subconsciously shouted in surprise. You're looking for death. Soft fist technique 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji couldn't bear it anymore, and waved his palms to start beating his nephew. At this time, above Konoha village, Otsutsuki Urashiki carried a fishhook and searched the entire village with his eyes. He. 7th generation. I admit that you are very strong. But if I go back to the past to find you, what will you do? When he thought about being able to seize the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto of this era, Urashiki couldn't help laughing. At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki felt that the person who invented the noble phantasm plow was really a genius. Well, he himself was not bad. He could think of such a wonderful way to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. According to the information provided by the noble phantasm plow at that time, Urashiki knew. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was only 13 or 14 years old, which was when he was the weakest. Low-class creatures. Give us your chakra. The aerial view was very good, and with the ability of Urashiki's eyes, he soon found the yellow-haired people gathered in the east of the village. He also saw 2 familiar figures. Tisk. Didn't expect these 2 bugs to follow us. Chapter 122. Son. Look at my nano war armor. I told you this, old cow. I tell you that knowledge is the most powerful thing in the world. No. After all, this child has been a painful existence overnight. The bottle of potion was recovered for 2 minutes, and Ning Xiu stabbed him again. The most important thing is that when he was beaten, no one stood up to speak for him. Not one. Thinking of the grandma I accidentally saw in the Pure Land before. Naruto couldn't help but sigh that there is still some love in this world. My heart is so tired. He was beaten 4 times in less than a day, and was trampled to death by Konohamaru's elder brother with a summoned beast. Naruto, why don't you eat? Is it because the food doesn't suit your taste? Naruto saw the boy sitting there in a daze, and asked seriously with a stern face. It's not a good habit for a child to be picky about food at such a young age. Thinking of this, Naruto planned to beat the child again after he was full. Alas! Why didn't Sunflower come? Where are the roads? Something's wrong. There's malice around. The other party's chakra is very wrong. The big fox in the sealed space felt the chakra, and his first reaction was to think of the deceased old man of the 6 paths. But he has already gone to the Pure Land. The chakra that appeared now is most likely from the Otsutsuki clan that Naruto and the others just mentioned. As soon as the big fox issued a warning, a space door opened at the party, and Otsutsuki Urashiki walked out proudly with a fishing rod. Uzumaki Naruto. You are so hard for me to find. The sudden appearance of Urashiki made everyone present pause in their eating. Neji and Jiraiya looked at Naruto at the first time. Their eyes seemed to say, "What trouble have you made again, that people have come to your door?" But after thinking about it, the other party's weird space-time ninjutsu and those white eyes immediately realized that something was wrong. And Naruto's clone stared at Otsutsuki Urashiki, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. Nakadori Sasuke and Uchiha Aoyan both had their hands on their weapons. Even Konohamaru took out the door panel. Hinata also opened her white eyes with a hint of blue light. The atmosphere at the scene was on the verge of breaking out. Seeing the look of the crowd, Urashiki couldn't help but wonder in his heart. No. Why do all these people look eager to try? However, Urashiki didn't know that he was just like a little sheep running into a pack of wolves. So it's the enemy. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto and muttered to himself. Should I say it or not? This guy who is suspected to be from the Hyuga clan is really brave. This is the first time he has seen a guy who dares to cause trouble for his apprentice. Zi Bang. Uzumaki Stark drove the armor, raised his hands and arms, and took the lead in launching an attack, shouting to the brothers behind him. Don't fight with me. This head belongs to me. The blue beam came in front of Urashiki in an instant, and the confident Urashiki raised his hand, ready to absorb the opponent's ninjutsu. But at the moment of the attack, the 2 beams were not absorbed, but instead knocked him into the air. How is it possible? Why can't it be absorbed? Urashiki was stunned by the 2 attacks. He had absorbed ninjutsu countless times, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. This is the power of technology. Boy! Uzumaki Stark flew into the air, taunting while his hands were gathering energy again. But there was a shadow clone that was faster than him. Dream on! This head is mine! Uzumaki Yasuo saw the opponent being knocked away, and his body and instinctively used a big move. Soul, it hurts. Although he would return to the original body. But if he kills Urashiki, he and other clones can brag about it for the rest of his life. Other shadow clones appeared in the air at the same time, using all kinds of methods. But most of the clones disappeared after using a skill. Only Uzumaki Stark continued to output. Nakado Sasuke and Uchiha Aoyan synchronized their rhythms, and appeared behind Urashiki with lightning flashing. Lightning Release Kylin. Yanfen Swallowing Wave Ruler. The lightning struck in the air, formed a giant beast, roaring and rushing towards Urashiki. And on the side, Uchiha Aoyan also came to Urashiki, swung the Xianzhong ruler and smashed it at Urashiki's waist. Jiraiya was not as fast as the young people, but he also formed a seal and used the lion's hair technique. After Hinata confirmed that the other party was an enemy, she also used the technique taught by Naruto. But her technique was very different from Jiraiya's. Jiraiya used his hair to control the enemy, while Hinata extended her hair and fired it out as 1,000 blades in sequence. She even used her Byakugan to aim at the acupuncture points on the opponent's body. It can be said that the technique used by Hinata is almost the same as the rabbit hair needle used by Kagaya Otsutsuki, except that it is a little weaker. As for Boruto and Konohamaru, they were knocked down by Niji with 3 punches and 2 kicks just as they were about to rush forward. Niji was very speechless about the 2 children. "Don't you see what kind of battle this is? What's the point of these 2 guys rushing forward? Didn't you see that you didn't rush forward?" However, Uzumaki Naruto, the only focus of this game, was arguing with the big fox at this time. "No way! Let me out! You are not his opponent at all. Let me come out and do it. Hurry up!" Kurama was so anxious when he saw that the Otsutsuki clan was beaten up by everyone. He was afraid that the battle would end before he took action. "You have to know that this is Otsutsuki. If he is defeated, it will be enough to prove that he is stronger than the old man." Julama even forced Naruto's chakra to come out to fight. "Big Fox! I can beat it." "No. You can't beat it." The man and the fox quarreled for a long time without any conclusion, and the 2 guys were like children fighting for a computer. In the end, Naruto couldn't stand it anymore and proposed to play the first half first, and let the big fox harvest the second half. Julama agreed with satisfaction. And Urashiki, who was beaten by the group, was surrounded by the skills of the 2 Suzukes, and immediately drilled into the space gate, avoiding everyone's attacks while pulling away from them. Seeing the space-time ninjutsu again, Uchiha Oyan will never live in Bungbu again. Damn it! Why is it time-space ninjutsu again? Is it going to stop? He had been beaten by Naruto using time-space ninjutsu since he was a child, and today he met himself from another world and was also fooled by him using time-space ninjutsu. Now, this Otsutsuki Urashiki can also use it. Fight affair? Chapter 123. Faced with the enemy who suddenly disappeared, Niji and Hinata opened their Byakugan to search. However, Urashiki's target was Uzumaki Naruto in the back. During the battle just now, he always noticed that Uzumaki Naruto was hiding in the back and motionless. "Looks like you've been scared, silly? Uzumaki Naruto, you're really embarrassed now." Urashiki hid in the dark and smiled contemptuously, then opened Yomi Hirasaka and appeared behind Naruto. In order to prevent others around him from stopping him, Urashiki even used the ability to backtrack. After simulating several times, he threw out the fishhook and tied up Uzumaki Naruto in the blink of an eye. Looking at the target who was tied up like a dumpling, Urashiki smiled cruelly. His fishing rod has the ability to absorb the opponent's chakra. Once bound, the bound person cannot break free at all. "Uzumaki Naruto. It seems that you are really scared, silly." "Dad." "Naruto." The most intense reactions on the scene were Nakano Sasuke and Boruto. They could already imagine the scene where Urashiki would extract Naruto's tailed beast chakra in the next moment. When the people around saw Naruto being caught, they not only did not show any anxious look, but quickly retreated. Especially Jiraiya, who ran back desperately without looking back. It's not that they don't worry about Naruto, but this guy is likely to use some kind of very lethal ninjutsu to plow the scene again. Hinata wanted to stay, but was pulled away by Niji. In a few breaths, the group retreated 5 kilometers away. Sasuke Nakadori and Boruto were stunned. What's going on? What are they doing? Didn't they see that Dad was caught? Aren't they companions? Why did even Niji's uncle and mother run away? Boruto didn't understand the behavior of these people escaping from the battlefield, but he was still very angry. Sasuke Nakadori drew his knife and felt that something was very wrong. "Boruto. Let's go together." "Haha, you're too late. When Urashiki saw those inferior creatures running away, he only despised them in his heart. But he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Urashiki lifted Naruto up and flew into the air, leaving Boruto and Sasuke Nakadori helpless and furious on the ground. Not good. He wants to take his dad away from Konoha. Naruto stopped trying to break free from Urashiki when he heard his cheap son's words. He originally wanted to break free by brute force, and then give Urashiki a big move. But due to the restrictions in Konoha village, he was really afraid that if he was not careful, he would take his wife, master, and good brother away with him. After all, Konoha village was too small, not enough for him to blow up. Jiraiya and others stood on the high wall, waiting for a long time without seeing the explosion, and then looked up into the sky and found that the guy had taken Naruto out of the village. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Konoha explodes again today, he will really be sent away by Tsunade. After letting the others go back, Jiraiya and Sasuke chased after him. Now Jiraiya just hopes that the traitor will not make too much noise. Boruto and Nakadashi Sasuke also caught up with Urashiki. At this time, Urashiki pressed one hand on Uzumaki Naruto's stomach, and the whole person was a little stupid. Just now, while rushing on the road, he kept trying to absorb Naruto's tailed beast chakra, but for some reason, he didn't absorb any chakra from the other party for a long time. What's going on? Why can't I absorb chakra? Urashiki's mentality is about to explode. It's hard to think of a brilliant idea, but when he came here, he not only got a beating, but also didn't absorb any chakra. And when he saw the kid's face full of laughter, he felt more and more that something was wrong. The big fox in the sealed space swallowed a lot of barbecue and said with disdain. Do you really think that any cat or dog can absorb my chakra? Tachibana shook his mountain-like body, looked up and shouted at Naruto. There are many ways, I think you should let me out to deal with this kid. The one in his hand is the Samsara Eye. Very dangerous. Naruto didn't want to pay attention to the big fox, it just wanted to come out and grab his head. Dad! I'm coming to save you. Just when Urashiki was about to try to absorb Naruto's chakra again, Boruto, holding a kunai in his hand, circled from behind Urashiki, and then chose to attack from the front. But Urashiki raised his foot and kicked Boruto away lightly. Naruto was completely stunned when he saw this scene. How can this dead kid not be afraid of beating? And let him die? Guessing that they were some distance away from Konoha, Naruto moved his arms slightly and broke free from the restraints effortlessly. Boruto, watch carefully. I'll demonstrate it once. Sasuke Nakato, who was about to attack, was stunned when he saw Naruto break free from Urashiki's restraints. Even if it was him, he couldn't break free after being restrained by Urashiki? What's wrong with Naruto? What did you do? Urashiki wanted to taunt these inferior creatures, but turned his head and saw Uzumaki Naruto standing on the door panel. He clearly remembered that this kid was tied up by him. Before Urashiki could react, Naruto opened the tailed beast coat in seconds and even activated the blood violence technique. Naruto raised his fist and punched Urashiki in the cheek. Urashiki was too proud just now, and his ability to go back in time was not activated at all. He was caught off guard and was thrown 100 meters away by this punch. Old Dad? Seeing his father hit Urashiki with a powerful punch, Boruto began to doubt his life. He remembered that this situation usually only occurred when Aunt Sakura used super strength. Dad also learned super strength? I can't learn this myself. Or did Dad want to demonstrate the Raise Nan? Boruto was very excited when he thought of this, and waved his arms and shouted to his father in the air. Dad! Good opportunity, let's use the Raise Nan together. After that, Boruto rubbed out a mini blue ball with one hand. Naruto ignored the boy. Pulled his hands to his waist, condensed a black ball in his hands, and began to shout. Boruto sees it clearly. Tailed beast ball Kameha wave. Swoosh! A black beam of light with a breath of death shot forward. In order to increase the hit rate, Naruto opened a light gate in front of him and sent the attack behind Urashiki. Urashiki, who was flying backwards, saw the attack from the other party and raised his hand to absorb the other party's chakra. But the attack suddenly disappeared without a trace when it was about to reach him, and then Urashiki felt a severe pain in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to find that his chest had been punched into a huge hole. You also know time-space ninjutsu. Impossible. Who are you? Urashiki endured the pain and shouted loudly. He obviously couldn't accept such a gap. After all, before he came, he had already taken the Nine Tails chakra into his own pocket. And now the other party not only used such a powerful attack, but also used time-space ninjutsu that he had never seen before. Damn inferior creatures! I'm going to kill you all. Urashiki endured the pain and slowly reached his hands towards his eyes. At this time, Uchiha Xiaoyan, who had just arrived at the scene, grabbed a handful of quicklime powder and appeared in front of Urashiki using the light gate opened by Naruto. Chapter 124. Uchiha Xiaoyan saw that the other party's original white eyes had turned into red samsara eyes. Without thinking much, he went through the light gate opened by Naruto and sprinkled a handful of lime powder on him. Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, it was right to interrupt him first. Ah! Urashiki, whose eyes were hit by quicklime powder, screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He paused when he was about to click his eyes, covered his eyes and screamed in pain. Fool, give it up. Use the strange fire quickly. Naruto immediately shouted to the two Sasukes when he saw the state of Urashiki. Uchiha Xiaoyan quickly formed seals with both hands, and a green dragon rushed forward. On the ground, Nakadori's eternal eyes slightly widened. Flame release Kagutsuki. The two different flames collided instantly, and the reaction was even more intense than the previous time. Nakadori Sasuke even felt that it was not enough, and immediately clapped his hands to use the power of the Samsara Eye. Chibaku Tensei. The rocks on the ground flew towards Urashiki one by one under the effect of this move. At the moment when the two flames were about to explode, Sasuke Nakadori's Chibaku Tensei had already sealed Urashiki in the flames. The next second, the sphere suspended in the air exploded violently. The blinded Urashiki took all the damage. Uchiha Xiaoyan turned his head and looked at Nakadori, secretly envious. What exactly is this technique? I want it. If I have this technique, I can throw out the Buddha's Wrath Lotus next time I see Uchiha Itaki, and then use this technique to trap the opponent. He trembled with excitement when he thought of this scene. After Boruto was taken away by Jiraiya, he began to doubt his life. No. Dad, where is your Raise Nan? The one you taught is very strong. But how can I learn it myself? Boruto was shocked by his father's trick and felt very uncomfortable. He originally wanted to make balls with his dad. Boruto looked at his dad's master and asked with a puzzled look. Senior Jiraiya. My dad's tailed beast ball Kamehameha. Jiraiya's expression was a little ugly when he heard this. Don't ask me. I don't know either. I taught Naruto the Raise Nan back then, but I didn't know he could come up with this thing. Uzumaki Boruto? Ah? Raise Nan? Boruto was even more confused when he heard that his dad had practiced the Raise Nan like this. This has nothing to do with the Raise Nan. While the two were talking, the effect of the explosion had passed. Everyone could hear Urashiki's crazy shouting at this moment. Urashiki, who was at the center of the explosion just now, not only resisted the impact, but was also poisoned. At the last moment, Urashiki decisively dug out his eyes and ate them, entering the second stage. The original white eyes also turned into golden samsara eyes at this moment. The whole person's appearance became like a bird man. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! He was really angry with this group of inferior creatures. Now he has completely lost his mind, and his hands are constantly waving chakra to attack everything around him. Naruto. It's my turn. The big fox couldn't help it when he saw the golden samsara eyes. It urgently needs to beat up the Otsutsuki clan to prove the effect of its hard training during this period. Okay. Don't beat those eyes away. I'll use them later. Naruto said helplessly, and then let go of his mind. The next moment, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, and a large amount of Nine Tails chakra burst out around him. Immortal Emperor Zhou Lama is on the list. The moment he was under control, Kurama clapped his hands and instantly turned into a red fox, about the same size as Gamabuntat. The Nine Tails chakra is out of control. Dad! Naruto! The confused people shouted immediately. Jiraiya's expression was particularly serious. Once the Jinchuriki went berserk, it would mean that Naruto would lose all his sanity. It would also attack everyone indiscriminately. But the next second, Jiraiya saw the out-of-control Nine Tails. It was actually making hand seals on the spot? Rough? What's going on? The Nine Tails can also use ninjutsu? Not only Jiraiya was stunned, but also Nakadori Sasuke, who was familiar with Kurama, was stunned. He had fought with his best friend countless times before, but he had never seen the Nine Tails making hand seals. The current situation was not that the Nine Tails was out of control, but it was obvious that Naruto used the power of the tailed beast. Ha 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 ha! Fox! Can you finally hold it in and come out? Urashiki saw the huge body of the nine-tailed fox and suddenly forgot he felt the pain and laughed out loud with his head raised. Those who didn't know would think that he had beaten Kurama out. He completely forgot his embarrassed appearance. After all, the main purpose of his coming here was to extract the Nine Tails chakra. And the appearance of the Nine Tails would make it easier for him to extract. Urashiki looked at Kurama and raised his hand to launch an attack. Tensubariya Ming Soul. The purple ball of light instantly shot towards the fox's huge body. According to Urashiki's expectations, the Nine Tails appeared in front of him in this form, which was a living target. Even if he closed his eyes, he could hit the opponent. However, Kurama was unmoved by these attacks. Urashiki's attack was indeed very strong. If it was hit by the opponent's attack, it would most likely be injured. But Kurama has been convinced of one thing since he finished his hard training. From this moment on, the entire ninja world. No attack can hit him. After pinching his hands, he muttered to himself. 9-character secret. Move. Swoosh. Kurama's huge body disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already above Urashiki's head. Naruto, who was in spectator mode, was almost shocked by this vixen. Fuck. Big Fox, you're serious? Teacher Ju. I want to learn this. Naruto saw clearly the 9-character secret that Kurama used just now. From the outside, the big fox seemed to teleport, but Naruto knew that it appeared in the air at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. From Naruto's perspective, it was in the air in a flash, and to be honest, it was no different from teleportation. Then Kurama clasped his claws together and punched Urashiki in the sky to the ground. Boom! After a loud noise, everyone reacted. What was that just now? So fast! Boruto opened his mouth and was almost numb. Why? I can't learn these moves from my dad. Flying Thunder God. No. This should be pure speed. Jiraiya recalled the scene in his mind just now, and still got a general idea. Uchiha Xiaoyan felt sad. Today he was still complacent about obtaining the strange fire, but Naruto still had such a powerful move. Even if he later developed the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, he couldn't hit Naruto with such speed. Unless I can learn the Chibaku Tensei technique. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhongdeng. Hey! What's the matter with that technique you just used? In the end, Uchiha Xiaoyan bowed his head and asked Zhongdeng Sasuke for strength. Chapter 125. Cough cough. Lying on the ground, Urashiki coughed up a lot of blood. There were a lot of internal organs mixed in it. Boom! Boom! But even so, the big fox didn't let him go, and kept swinging his hands to the ground. Every time he hit, Urashiki coughed up a lot of blood. If it weren't for the physique of the Otsutsuki clan, Urashiki would have been smashed into a pulp under Kurama's attack. At the same time, Naruto kept patting the big fox's ass. After a series of praises, Kurama became proud. Ha 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 ha. I just made a slight move, it's nothing, nothing. The big fox now only felt that he was terribly strong. Even if the old man appeared in front of it, it dared to use the 9-character secret to prove its strength. I don't know how many novels Kurama has read, and he speaks with a bit of humility. But Naruto still heard pride in its tone. Big Fox, have you understood all the 9-character secrets? Naruto's sudden words silenced Kurama instantly. It took a lot of effort to beat Urashiki on the ground. After a while, it replied. No. I just learned the scene character secret that represents super speed. What's more, just call Kurama the Immortal Emperor. I will teach you. Uzumaki Naruto. Give me back the Emperor. I think you are almost the same as the big black dog who knows the scene character secret. Although Naruto was speechless, this thing was really too delicious, and finally he reluctantly called the big fox the Immortal Emperor. After a few words between the man and the fox, Kurama took the initiative to give up control. No more playing. If you keep fighting, this guy will die. You handle it yourself. Exiting the big fox mode, Naruto landed steadily and came in front of Urashiki. Damn inferior creature! I must kill you. I will. We, the Otsutsuki clan, will not let you go. Urashiki collapsed to the ground and saw Naruto still maintaining his arrogant look. Even with his chakra exhausted and his bones shattered, he still did not forget to shout. Stupid cup! Hat! Naruto spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the guy, then took out his big door panel and swung it at Urashiki's head. Urashiki was beaten and screamed in a few hits. Boruto, who saw the big door panel again, immediately showed admiration in his eyes. I can learn this myself. It turns out that all the weapons used by Konohamaru before were learned from his father. So powerful! I must learn this. Boruto not only wants to learn Naruto's door method, but also wants to learn Uchiha Xiaoyan's ruler method. Thinking that he would be able to hold a large door panel in his left hand and a ruler in his right hand in the future, he couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, Dad. I should have known not to say bad things about you to Grandma before. Jiraiya patted the child's head and led Boruto to check the situation. And Uchiha Xiaoyan and Nikado Suzuki on the side. You said that if you want to use Chibaku Tensei, you need to have the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Xiaoyan looked strange. Although he didn't know where the other party's Samsara Eye came from. But he felt that it was highly likely that he would not have such power when fighting Uchiha Itachi. Yet. You don't have to be so anxious. Nikado Suzuki did not tell the other party that he had obtained the Samsara Eye. By the way. You know. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Do you think I can still reach the other side? What does this sentence mean? The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Nikado Suzuki was very confused, because Konohamaru whispered this sentence to him as soon as he saw him. He kept talking after saying a few words. He was so angry. You are a crippled Zhongdeng. The thing that Brother Bobing feared the most happened. When he heard the other party say this, his face turned red instantly, and he grabbed the Xianzhong ruler and swung Zhongdeng Suzuki away. Today, I will kill you. Boom. The two of them started fighting again before they said 5 words. Now Brother Bobing just wanted to vent. No matter whether he could beat this guy today, he didn't plan to stay in Konoha. It is not difficult to imagine that when the crippled Zhongdang returned, he would know Brother Bo Bing's identity. By then, his face would be thrown into another world. Brother Bo Bing suddenly remembered the note at home. Go to the Sound Village to avoid the limelight first, and come back after this guy leaves. Dad. Why are Mr. Suzuki and the others fighting again? Don't worry about them, let them fight as they please. Naruto glanced at Susanoo in the distance, and felt that Brother Bo Bing would most likely be beaten up. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, if something goes wrong, just get an immortal totem to revive him. Naruto retracted his gaze and squatted in front of Urashiki. Then he took out a bottle of red potion from the system backpack and gave it to Boruto. Boruto, I'll dig out his eyes in a while, and you feed him the potion immediately. Ah! Naruto, what are you doing? Jiraiya and Boruto were stunned. They just thought about how to eliminate Urashiki, and didn't think about digging out the other party's eyes. Especially Jiraiya. He just found out that the other party's eyes were similar to Nagato's. The only difference is the color of the eyes. These are the eyes of the legendary Six-Path Sage. Will Naruto really be fine if he does this? What are you doing? Hurry up! While the two were stunned, Naruto had already taken off Urashiki's 3 eyes. However, after the golden Byakuyan was taken off, the color suddenly dimmed and finally turned into a pair of ordinary Byakuyan. Only the golden Samsara eye on Urashiki's forehead remained the same. After carefully looking at it for a while, Naruto took out a jar and put away the eyes. He didn't plan to install Urashiki's eyes on himself. After all, this kind of thing is disgusting no matter how you think about it. But Naruto is going to give this Samsara eye to Uzumaki Stark to see if he can transplant it to his weapon. If possible, he plans to install a door of beautiful contact lenses on the weapon. When he takes it out to fight, the beautiful contact lenses on the door will open their eyes, and they don't even need to use any eye techniques to make the opponent lose their minds. Oh. After Boruto came back to his senses, he slowly squatted down, grabbed Urashiki's head, and carefully poured the potion into it. Dead child! Pour more! Naruto was so angry when he saw the boy pouring the potion drop by drop that he almost hit his son. How can you make Urashiki grow eyes with just this little amount? After being scolded twice, Boruto finally let go and poured 1/3 of the potion into Urashiki. Urashiki, who was dying on the ground, quickly grew his eyes. As soon as this guy opened his white eyes, he saw the 2 yellow-haired people and started to curse. Damn inferior creatures, I will. Damn it. My power. What did you do to me? Urashiki felt that most of the power in his body had been lost, especially his eyes had turned into ordinary white eyes. Having lost his power, he simply could not accept such a result. Naruto raised his hand and hit the door a few times, banging it. Blood splashed on the faces of the father and son. After knocking this guy unconscious, Naruto squatted down again to observe carefully. Finding that the other party's eyes were a pair of ordinary white eyes, Naruto pursed his lips and muttered to himself. Tisk. It seems that I won't have the opportunity to exploit the bug. Chapter 126. Ah! Momoshiki! Save my teeth! In the temporary laboratory built by Naruto at the Konoha training ground, Urashiki's screams came one after another. Fortunately, few people in Konoha village dared to run here. Otherwise, everyone would think that the yellow-haired man was doing some human experiments in the village. In the laboratory, Uzumaki Stark and Naruto were both wearing white coats. In the jars behind them, 201 Byakugan and 1 golden Samsara eye were soaked. Boruto stood beside Urashiki's head, his hand holding the potion bottle trembling constantly. More than 2 hours have passed since Otsutsuki Urashiki was captured. During this period, Naruto and the shadow clone dug out Urashiki's Byakugan while letting Boruto feed the medicine. This had a strong impact on Boruto's young mind. The bloody scene made him tremble with fear. Naruto now only thinks his father's smile is very creepy. He now regretted going to his grandmother to tell spies. But it was okay. Now Yura's Hiki was solved. When he went back with Mr. Sasuke, it shouldn't be a big problem even if his father found out. Dad couldn't chase him to their world and beat him up, right? Well, no big problem. Brother Bo Bing took out bottles and jars, poured out various powders and sprinkled them on Urashiki's eyes. What lime powder, chili powder, white phosphorus, charcoal, croton powder. He kept experimenting with their effects. His madness was even more terrifying than Naruto's. As for the others, they were waiting outside. Jiraiya was originally planning to come in with them, but seeing Urashiki's eyes being gouged out was really too sinful. He turned around and ran out, taking out a XX magazine to calm down. Jiraiya even thought that Naruto should go to Orochimaru to become his apprentice. Nikado Sasuke was not in the laboratory either. This guy had a fight with Uchiha Xiaoyan, and now both of them were angry. If he continued to run the lab, he would probably fight again. Damn it! Why are there only 201 eyes? Can't you give me an even number? Naruto felt miserable looking at Urashiki's shrunken body. He had used all the means he could, such as restoring Urashiki's chakra, restoring his life force, and even using the immortal totem. But after taking away 201 Byakugan, Urashiki's Byakugan turned out to be the eyes of an ordinary person, and his body gradually shrank. Now the Otsutsuki fisherman looks like. Naruto estimated that even the third generation of Old Den would be healthier than him. He estimated that there was no more value to be squeezed out of this guy. Let me go. Give me a quick death. Stop torturing me. Yura's Hiki was lying on the experimental table, breathing in more than out, which made several people feel that this guy was a bit pitiful. Naruto saw the fool pouring sulfuric acid on Urashiki's eyes. The most outrageous thing is that he also put up a few detonating talismans. Damn it! My wife is still rolling her eyes. Naruto was so angry that he kicked the idiot on the spot. Idiot! Are you sick? The lab is so small and you put up the detonating talismans. Oh! The kicked Bo Bing rubbed his buttocks and quietly put away the detonating talismans, with a little grievance on his face. He just wanted to see if the detonating talismans could react with his own materials. What's wrong with that? Ah! Urashi screamed because of the sulfuric acid that Bo Bing splashed on him, his head tilted, and he died. Naruto, he's dead again. When Bo Bing saw Piyushi die, his expression was even more nervous than Naruto. Because he hadn't started to experiment with his own strange fire yet. Forget it. Don't save him. You won't get anything if you continue. Naruto sighed. After all, he had resurrected Yura's Hiki dozens of times just now, but this guy just stopped producing his Byakugan, and the eyes in his eye sockets became those of an ordinary person. If he continued, Naruto was also worried about his own psychological problems. After all, it was still quite scary to dig out this guy's eyeballs. Damn it! It would take a long time for him to meet the Otsutsuki clan next time. Naruto couldn't help but feel sorry when he thought about how long it would take to meet them in the future. You know, he can only install a golden samsara eye on his weapon now. But Danzo's old thief's Mangeki can make do. Uchiha Itachi might even give him Shisui's eyes by then. In this way, he can have a pair. Thinking of this, Naruto took out the big door panel and threw it to Uzumaki Stark next to him. I'll leave the weapon to you. Uzumaki Stark held the door panel and was silent for a long time before he spoke. The door panel is attached with eyes. The feasibility is a bit low. But I can make you a new weapon. Uzumaki Stark said, turned around and took out a blueprint and handed it to Naruto. On the blueprint was a coffin about 2 meters long. There were also many reincarnation eyes and mangekais painted on it. Even the knowledgeable Naruto couldn't help but sigh that this weapon was a bit novel when he saw this blueprint. Although it may not be as easy to use as a door panel, this big black coffin will hit the enemy by tons. He can even use this thing to perform the mud truck IAI. I'll try to modify it first. Come to me to get it when you're done. Naruto nodded in agreement, and Boruto's eyes were shining. Dad! Dad! Make one for me too. Naruto didn't hesitate to give Boruto the request of his silly son, and threw the original colorful iron door to him. Bang! The light iron door pressed Boruto to the ground on the spot. Frightened, Naruto quickly lifted the door panel again. Take this door panel back with you when the time comes. You can still use it as a weight-bearing equipment when you practice in the future. Thank you, Dad. Boruto cheered around Naruto, shouting in his heart that this dad still loves him. After getting the general method of using the door panel from his dad, Boruto sat on the door panel and floated in front of brother Bo Bing. Mr. Sasuke. Did my dad make this ruler of yours? Yes. Just go back and find a beheading sword. You can't use this one. Brother Bo Bing, who was fiddling with the corpse, said without raising his head. He wanted to try whether the strange fire could burn the corpse. Okay. I'll remember. I'll definitely go find the beheading sword when I go back. Hearing Boruto's firm words, Brother Bo Bing raised his head and smiled with relief. It was as if he saw the first time he met Xian Zongqi in this little yellow-haired boy. Not bad. This boy has the potential to become an emperor. After finishing all this, Brother Bo Bing took the little yellow-haired boy out of the laboratory, and Uzumaki Stark also left to make new weapons. Naruto cleaned up the laboratory a little, then went outside to bring his wife in. Naruto-kun. You. The little girl was suddenly brought in, and they were alone together, and she couldn't help but think of certain scenes in her mind. Her face flushed. Could it be? Naruto wants to do this to me. What should I do? What should I do? Should I agree to him? Hinata hesitated for a long time and stammered. Naruto-kun. No, no, we are too young. Her face turned red with shame, she held the hem of her clothes with both hands, and she didn't dare to look up at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? What is Hinata thinking? Chapter 127. The process of fusing Hinata's Byakugan was not as difficult as imagined. When Hinata opened her Byakugan, she was already flashing a little blue light. When those Byakugan were placed in front of her eyes, they turned into chakra and were absorbed by Hinata's eyes. Naruto was relieved that there was no need for surgery during the absorption process. After all, he didn't know how to perform surgery, and he couldn't bear to operate on his wife. But after absorbing 201 eyes, Hinata's eyes still didn't evolve into the Samsara eye. But this was also within Naruto's expectations. The purity of these Byakugan dug from Miura's Hiki became lower and lower as time went on, and they were not enough to complete the evolution of the Samsara eye. It was also true. If they evolved into the Samsara eye after absorbing these eyes, it would be too easy. After Hinata absorbed 201 Byakugan, the blue light in her left eye became stronger. Compared with the faint blue light before, it was obviously one step closer. Not only that, Hinata's chakra volume has also surpassed Sasuke. As long as she trains more in the future, the girl's talent may not be much worse than those two big bastards. I just hope my wife won't abuse me anymore. After finishing, Naruto took the girl out of the laboratory. But Naruto found that Hinata's mood became a little disappointed for some reason. Is she not happy that her eyes have evolved? Alas! Girls' minds are really hard to understand. After walking out of the laboratory, the two saw that Nakadori Sasuke and Uchiha Xiaoyan were fighting again. Nakadori Sasuke was even led astray by Uchiha Xiaoyan, and he was talking trash while fighting. But compared with Telegraph Xiaoyan, he was still a little bit behind. Not far away, Boruto was carrying a door panel and doing weight training with Konohamaru. And Niji was hitting the wooden stakes with a stinky face, and he would glance at the little yellow-haired boy from time to time, with his fists clenched tightly. It seems that he is looking for an opportunity to continue beating the little yellow-haired boy. Naruto. Naruto-kun. I'll go help you clean up the house. Hinata held Naruto's hand and pointed to the big villa in the distance. She felt that helping her husband clean up the room was a way to fulfill the wife's obligations in advance. Naruto wanted to refuse, after all, there was basically nothing to clean up in the house, but seeing Hinata's expectant eyes, he still agreed. Well, let's go together. Naruto took Hinata's little hand and ran to the big villa. Niji, who was listening at the side, rolled his eyes without opening his eyes, and his face was full of blue veins. He looked at the direction where his sister and the yellow-haired boy left, and then looked at the little yellow-haired boy who was training. Niji decided to beat the little yellow-haired boy to vent his anger first. At this time, Boruto was fully focused on training. The big door given by his father was too heavy, and it took him a lot of time to take a step. Bang! Suddenly, a huge force came from his buttocks, and Boruto was once again pressed to the ground by the door. After seeing that it was Niji, Boruto looked at him aggrievedly. What are you doing? I didn't call him uncle again. Why did you hit me again? Boruto felt that the beating he received today was almost as bad as the beatings he had received in the past 10 years. Why did you hit me again? He turned over and came out from under the door, with a bit of crying in his tone. Niji snorted coldly, and then said, Why are you wearing black clothes today? Uzumaki Boruto? After that, the scene of uncle beating nephew was staged again in the training ground. Boruto really wanted to cry. Before he came, he actually looked forward to meeting Niji and his uncle. But now he really can't look forward to it at all. He has been beaten by his uncle for the 3rd time today. It's even worse than his father. What about wearing black clothes? In his opinion, Uncle Niji just wanted to find an excuse to beat him up. Boruto was very angry after being beaten, and he remembered the conversation with brother Konohamaru just now. Wait! Uncle Niji! I will definitely steal your tribute when I go back. Boruto, stand up. Fight back. Where is the method I just taught you? When Boruto was beaten, Konohamaru kept adding fuel to the fire, and the noise was so loud that it attracted the 2 people who were fighting nearby, Xiaoyan and Uchiha. Nakadori Sasuke and Uchiha Xiaoyan looked at each other, stopped at the same time, and rushed towards Konohamaru. Then, there was another scream echoing above the training ground. At night, Naruto and his young wife finished cleaning, and their eyes were sticky and disgusting. Naruto even reserved a room for Hinata, but Niji refused to do so and left the scene without looking back, dragging Hinata away reluctantly. If he stayed any longer, Niji would really afraid that the yellow-haired guy would give him a real nephew. He was about to explode just thinking about this, not to mention Hyuga Hayashi. Looking at the figures of Hinata and his brother-in-law leaving, Naruto stood at the door and sighed deeply. At this time, Brother Bo Bing put on a clean black robe and appeared in front of him, lowering his head and speaking mysteriously. Naruto. I'm going to leave Konoha for a while. Maybe I'll go to Sound Village. When he said this, he turned his head and looked at Zhongdeng not far away. Naruto laughed out loud when he saw his embarrassed look. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Xiaoyan, you are finally going to find Meidu. Bang. Brother Bo Bing kicked the kid away with one foot, speaking fiercely. Naruto. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will really turn against you. How on earth can the androgynous Orochimaru be connected with Medusa last time? He thought of the plot in the book and couldn't help but feel a chill. Naruto got up from the ground with a somersault and said seriously. Okay. I'll send a shadow clone to go with you. It will be convenient to open a light gate when the time comes. After that, Naruto made a seal to create a shadow clone. The next second, a yellow-haired man in a red cloud and black robe appeared in front of the 2. You don't need to look at the costume to know that he is cosplaying Uchiha Itachi. He also drew 2 lines of nasolabial folds on his tear trough with a marker, and put his hand through the rope and placed it on his chest. My stupid Ou Daodu! Flame-devouring wave ruler! Brother Bo Bing was almost fainted by the yellow-haired man. Without saying a word, he threw out the Xianzhong ruler and chopped off Naruto's clone. Change to a more normal one. Okay, don't be angry. Seeing that the second pillar was so angry that he wanted to take out the strange fire, Naruto smiled awkwardly and still turned into a normal clone. After a few words, Brother Bo Bing took the clone home to pack up. Well. But this kid beat up Konohamaru again before leaving. Naruto looked at his leaving figure and sighed slowly. Alas! Team 7 will eventually disband. After sighing twice, Naruto thought of the low-profile version of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus that this kid used today, and the secret method used by the big fox. Damn! The style of the ninja world can't continue to deviate like this. Especially some strange books in his sealed space. It must not be seen by the big fox. Naruto really didn't want the big fox to yell at him. This immortal emperor has become. Let's not talk about whether he is crazy or not, he is really worried that the big fox will become Thulhu style. After all, with the example of immortal Emperor Zhu Lama and Uchiha Xiao Yan, Naruto really dare not let them see this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Naruto's consciousness sank into the sealed space, and secretly found this kind of book from the Big Fox library. Just when he was hesitating whether to destroy this kind of book, he heard Nakato Sasuke outside the door calling him. The tone sounded like something important. Naruto immediately put down the books and ran out of the training ground. At this time, Boruto just came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. When passing by the table, he walked to a book with a red cover and slowly picked up the book. X Strange Fairy. Chapter 128. You're leaving tomorrow. So soon. Naruto felt sorry when he heard what Nakadori said. Damn it. He hadn't fulfilled his father's duty today. He had just beaten Boruto. Nakadori Sasuke was silent for a while, then took out a scroll and threw it to Naruto. This is my experience in practicing lightning release. Please pass it to that guy for me. Although he and Brother Bo Bing had been fighting for a whole day, they were mocking each other in their words. But when it was time to leave, he couldn't help but want to teach his teenage self what he knew. Even if the other party was not in the same world as him. It was also a little comfort to his teenage self. I hope that he in this world will have a better future. Naruto took the scroll, put away his past laughter, and said seriously. Okay. Will you really not stay a few more days? No need. If we stay here, there will only be more trouble. Naruto curled his lips, not knowing how to complain. Is there a possibility? Even if you are not here, it is easy to cause a big trouble? Boruto, stay here tonight. I'll pick him up in the morning. After saying this, Sasuke Nakato turned around and left the training ground. I don't know where this guy is going next. After watching Nakato leave, Naruto turned his head and shouted into the house. Boruto, come out. I'm going to give you special training tonight. After 3 minutes, Boruto's voice came from the house. I'm coming. Boruto walked out the door reluctantly. He looked like a child who was eaten by his mother in the middle of playing a game. What's with that expression on your face? You're going back tomorrow. You must practice with me tonight. Naruto took out a big iron rod as a teaching stick, which scared Boruto. Recalling the way his father punched Fushigi today, Boruto felt that if he didn't take it seriously, he would most likely go to the Pure Land to see his grandmother. Anyway, the golden statue of his father can revive people. No matter how many times he dies, his father can rescue him. So desperate. I really want to go back to my room to read. Boruto's face turned blue and he stammered. Dad. The special training you are talking about is not, Bunta. Naruto was so amused by this silly boy on the spot that he raised his hand and gave the kid his favorite big dick. What nonsense are you talking about? Learn from me tonight that kind of came, Eco Pi Kigong Wave. Because the tailed beast ball came Pi Kigong Wave was used today, the big fox was a little jealous when he heard the name. It's said that the power is provided by it, but when using this move, it shouts the names of other tailed beasts. After all, there is a word came in it. Kurama naturally thought of the three-tailed Isabu. Naruto can understand that the fox wants to change the name of the move. The fox looked jealous, as if he was shouting other people's names at an important moment. It's really uncomfortable to think about it. So Naruto readily accepted the fox's suggestion and changed the name of the move from Kame School to Fox School so that the fox can have a sense of participation. Naruto, remember. I tell you, if you see a bad tattooed boy in the future, remember to beat him to death. Don't talk too much, use as much power as you can. And go back and protect your family well. While teaching, Naruto kept nagging Naruto. In his words, he was teaching his child not to get a tattoo in the future, and not to play with other tattooed children. Otherwise, there will be terrible consequences. He almost directly pointed at a certain Kawaki. Naruto listened to his father's sermon with gritted teeth. Of course, he was still worried that if he said no, his father would send him to the Pure Land in a minute. The next time was for Naruto to carefully teach his cheap son to learn the chakra version of the Fox School Kigong Wave. The father and son did not sleep all night, and spent the whole night with sweat and explosions. And everyone in Konoha village did not sleep all night. During this period, Naruto went to the Pure Land to complain to his grandmother 6 times because of operational errors. But it must be said that Naruto's training method of wandering between life and death is very effective. Fox School Kigong Wave. Swoosh! The blue light beam as thick as an arm continued to shoot out from Naruto's hand, destroying the remaining trees around. Huff huff. 3 seconds later, Naruto held his knees with both hands and gasped for breath. His face was full of fatigue, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Dad! I did it! I did it! Ha 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 ha! Naruto happily circled around his dad. If he wasn't about the same height as his dad, he really wanted to jump on him so that his dad could praise him. Awesome! My son is indeed the strongest! Seeing Naruto's excitement, Naruto couldn't bear to hit the kid, so he could only turn into Wang Teng's father on the spot. He almost shouted, "My son has the appearance of an emperor." But Naruto felt that Naruto was able to learn it in one night, thanks to his life and death wandering training method. No wonder our ancestors said there is great terror between life and death. So that's what they meant. I understand. Right. Have you remembered all the training methods I told you? Seeing that the time was almost up, Naruto didn't forget to instruct his son. The training method he mentioned was a weakened version of his own when he was a child. If he really followed the training method of Teacher Zhou, he was really afraid that Naruto would urinate blood after a few days of training. I know, I know. Dad, you are really... Hey! As soon as Naruto's words came to his mouth, he was stared back by Naruto. Naruto felt that this child should not be praised too much, so he found an excuse and started beating the child again. Ah! Dad, stop it! Wrong! Wrong! Swish! The warm moment between the father and son was interrupted by the rushing Sasuke Nakad. When Naruto saw Sasuke, his mouth flattened and he cried loudly. Mr. Sasuke! I want to go home. Go home now. The child finally exploded during the beating and could no longer endure his father who was abusing him all day. He covered his buttocks and limped behind Sasuke Nakad, crying and talking. Dad! We're going to be separated soon. Do you have to find a chance to beat me? The child cried heartbreakingly, not knowing whether he really wanted to go back or was reluctant to leave his father who was different here. Naruto hugged his arms, not caring about the tears of this naughty child at all. Nakadori Sasuke glanced at Naruto, exchanged glances with each other, and then said, Naruto! We're leaving. Yet. The two didn't talk much, but the tone of their conversation was a little reluctant. When Nakadori Suzuki took out the noble phantasm plough and was about to shuttle away with Naruto, Naruto stopped them. Wait. Naruto, take this. Naruto threw out 2 scrolls, which contained 2 immortal totems, 10 bottles of red and blue potions and a bucket of milk. Yesterday he specifically asked about the noble phantasm plough. These are already the limit of the noble phantasm plough, and he can't take more things. Dad. Dad. Naruto naturally knew that the things inside the scroll were most likely resurrection items. This made Naruto's tears, which had just stopped, fall uncontrollably again. Go away. You annoying kid. My future son will not be as naughty as you. Naruto waved his hand and walked into the house without looking back. A flash of white light passed, and the figures of the two disappeared without a trace. Naruto thought of the appearance of his father in this world, put his palm on his chest, and said silently in his heart. Sorry, Dad. Please forgive me for taking your book away without permission. Chapter 129. Fuck. It's over, it's over. Where's my book? Early in the morning, Uzumaki Naruto's terrified cry came from the villa of the exclusive training ground of Uzumaki. After he sent Nakadashi Suzuki and Naruto away, he immediately returned to the study and planned to destroy those strange books. But when he took out the torch, he found that one of the books that impressed him the most was missing. The other books were okay because they all had some Fulho elements. But that book was different. If the things in it were really practiced, it would not be a joke. Especially in the case of the so-called wish-granting Sharingan in the ninja world, it would be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Naruto began to recall the scene when he was packing up yesterday. Could it be a big fox? Or did Suzuki take it away when he was packing up yesterday? Naruto felt that the two guys were very suspicious. As for Suzuki Nakad and Naruto who just left, it's highly unlikely. He didn't believe that the brat had the guts to steal his things. In Naruto's opinion, his son was a bit of a naughty kid, but he probably wouldn't be interested in this kind of book. Well, Suzuki Nakad should be one too. Good. Now there are only two guys who are suspects. Naruto's consciousness sank into the sealed space, and when he saw the big fox meditating, he looked up and asked. Big fox? Did you take the book with the red cover? Kurama? The big fox meditating shook his ears twice, unmoved. But Naruto still kept chattering on the side. Under desperation, Kurama finally opened his eyes and scolded the boy unhappily. Shut up! I haven't comprehended the 9-character secret technique yet, how can I read other books? Leave quickly and don't disturb me from my meditation. Uzumaki Naruto. Let's not talk about whether the big fox took the book or not, the way this guy speaks makes Naruto doubt his life. Good fellow. This fox has become more and more arrogant after coming up with the 9-character secret technique. On second thought, this fox really knows how to. Naruto took a deep breath and didn't intend to argue with this vixen. However, the big fox said that he didn't take it, so it should be that he didn't take it. Then, there is only one truth. It was Suzuki who took it. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. While Naruto was having a secret meeting with the big fox, his wife's voice suddenly came to his ears. This made Naruto feel as if his wife had come to catch him cheating. Meeting with the vixen in the villa, and being caught cheating by the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family? Hiss. Putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, Naruto saw Hinata pulling his clothes with her little hands. What's wrong, Hinata-chan? Perhaps because he had not recovered from being caught cheating, he stuttered. That, Hokage-sama asked you to go find her. Ah. My cousin. Naruto muttered, feeling very puzzled. I don't think I've gotten into trouble recently. Why did you call me to the office again? After thinking for a while and not being able to figure it out, Naruto pinched Hinata's cheek, making the little girl unable to raise her head at all, just like an ostrich with its head buried in the ground, and then he gave up. Then he opened a light gate to go to the Hokage's office to look for his cousin. He completely forgot about losing his book. Hey! Good morning, cousin. As soon as he walked out of the light gate, Naruto greeted Tsunade. But he found that Tsunade's eyes were like panda eyes, and there were a few more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. It is not difficult to see how hard the new village chief of Konoha village works on weekdays. But then again, I didn't sleep all night either. Not good. Stand aside. Tsunade frowned and pointed to the side, just in time for Naruto to see the master with a bandage on his right hand. Faced with the bad attitude of the existence, Naruto reluctantly walked to stand beside Jiraiya, mumbling in his mouth. Can't you be polite to your creditors? Naruto, say less. Jiraiya pulled Naruto left and right, and the two looked like they were called to the office by the principal for a lecture. Of course, Naruto was the kind of thorny student who was not disciplined. Bang! Tsunade was so angry that she smashed the desk with a punch again. Last night, the whole Konoha was in chaos because of the explosion that this kid caused in the training ground. No one dared to close their eyes all night. They were afraid that this kid would accidentally send everyone to the sky together. By the late night, the villagers of Konoha were so scared that they ran to the Hokage building to sleep on the floor. As the village chief, Tsunade naturally had to comfort everyone. By the way, she also dealt with the yellow-haired master as a warning. As for why she didn't dare to send people to stop Uzumaki Naruto. First, Tsunade was afraid that the Anbu sent would sacrifice in vain, and second, Naruto at least controlled the explosion range within the training ground. In addition to making the villagers panic, to be honest, there were no other adverse effects. At least. This time, everyone's house was not destroyed, and the village did not pay again. In addition, there were too many troubles recently, and Tsunade felt that people were really going to explode. The only thing that made her happy was that Uchiha Sasuke came to her last night and said that he wanted to go out of the village for some experience. This made her very happy. If it was an ordinary ninja in Konoha, Tsunade might refuse. But that Uchiha Sasuke was different. As a result, not long after the problem was solved, Naruto caused an explosion. Another troublesome thing was that two advisors from the Hidden Sand Village condemned the Hidden Leaf Village. They said that they had corrupted the puppet master culture of their village, and if Konoha didn't give them an explanation, they would tear up the alliance treaty with Konoha. Damn! What is this all about? Tsunade took a deep breath, and kept pulling the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes with both hands. After a long pause, she continued. One thing is one thing. I will find a way to pay you back your money. Uzumaki Naruto? What nonsense is Tsunade talking about? How are you, a gambler, going to pay back more than 200 million taels? Naruto smiled contemptuously, and Tsunade almost couldn't help but take action. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Naruto, what's your attitude? Tsunade's money will be paid by the master. Let's just let it go. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he hooked Naruto's shoulder and whispered. My beloved disciple, give me some face. Let's not bother with this woman. And you don't want to see me being beaten to death by Tsunade yourself, do you? Naruto pursed his lips and said nothing, giving the white-haired old man some face. Ahem. Tsunade's face eased a lot when she saw Jiraiya's look, and she secretly decided not to beat this guy recently. Naruto, go to Sand Village today. The Wind Shadow advisor specifically asked you to go there to correct the puppet master's style. Tsunade was not worried about the request from Sand Village, but felt a little happy. Finally, all the members of Team 7 are no longer in the village. Finally, I can live a stable life. As for whether Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki will be kidnapped by the other party, Tsunade doesn't care at all. If they can deal with this kid, maybe she won't have to worry so much. Compared to this, Tsunade thinks that Sand Village should be more worried. Will this kid cause trouble to their village? Well. Anyway, this was proposed by the Sand Village advisor himself. It has nothing to do with Konoha. Chapter 130. Ah! The evil spirit of the puppet master. The master and apprentice were stunned when they heard this. What big mess can a good puppet master make? It's not like little Dick from the Hidden Rock village can blow up the village with clay. Especially Jiraiya, the expression on his face was very strange. Let's not talk about whether the puppet master's spirit can be changed by his own apprentice, but if Naruto goes to the Hidden Sand village, are you sure it won't make the situation worse? Naruto was stunned for a while, and suddenly remembered the Chunin exam, when the blackened Pikachu bowed to him to thank him. He seemed to say that he found the true meaning of the puppet master. It seems that this won't cause any big mess, right? I don't know the specific situation. Jiraiya will take Naruto with him today. Wait. Naruto interrupted the village chief rudely and said with a puzzled look on his face. Why not Haku? Kakashi-sensei take me. Naruto didn't mention Jiraiya in his words, but he could hear his disdain for the white-haired old deng. After all, the last time he went out to find Tsunade, the white-haired old deng left him aside, and this guy ran to the custom shop alone. If he goes out with the white-haired old deng again, he will have to find a way to control the old deng. It's better to go out with the white-haired Chu Deng who is only obsessed with Xiao Lu Bei. Besides, although Sasuke ran out of the village, their 7th team did not disband. Traitor! What are you talking about? Do you think your master wants to go with you? Jiraiya was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and he still disliked going out with Naruto. This kid might cause any big trouble in the Sand Village. And Tsunade's intention of sending him out is probably to make him clean up Naruto's ass. The master and the disciple looked at each other with disdain. They looked at each other and snorted coldly, then turned their heads to the side. Tsunade crossed her hands and supported her chin. She was silent for a while before speaking. Kakashi took Sakura to the snow country. Now everyone else in the village is on a mission, you can just deal with them. Tsunade really didn't want others to go on a mission with Naruto, lest this yellow-haired man lead the good children in the village astray. Just look at the current appearance of Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. What? When did they go to the snow country? Naruto was shocked. This is not right. Why did he miss the plot of the snow country? Ahem. The mission of the Sand Village is more urgent, you should leave immediately. Tsunade waved her hand to drive the two away, fearing that Naruto would see something. If this guy knew that she deliberately broke up Team 7, who knows what would happen. The only thing she could do now was to let this yellow-haired man who had been a scourge to Konoha for many years go out to scourge other villages. Naruto wanted to ask something else, but was pulled out of the office by Jiraiya with a laugh. It wasn't that Jiraiya was in a hurry to leave, he was really worried that he would be beaten if he stayed. After the two of them left, Naruto glanced at Lao Deng and threw a bottle of potion to him. Jiraiya took it, drank the potion with ease, and began to untie the bandage on his arm. The whole operation can be said to be skillful and a little distressing. After that, Naruto went home and said goodbye to Hinata, opened a light gate to leave the village, and set foot on the road to Sand Village. 3 days later, the master and apprentice appeared at the gate of Sand Village in long robes. When they first saw this place, they even wondered if they had come to the wrong place. I saw dozens of strong men standing at the gate of Sand Village, bare-chested, waving human puppets in their hands, and sweating in the wind and sand. Jiraiya was petrified. For a moment, he thought he had run to Kumagakure. Why did this style appear in Sand Village? And seeing those strong men, he subconsciously felt very bad. In short, the current style of Sand Village is very scary. Even Naruto wanted to turn around and run away when he saw this scene. Oh my god! He thought that Sand Village was not the group of men in Mist Village. Just when he was hesitating whether to go back, a big man in the distance held a puppet and waved his hands excitedly and shouted, "Naruto!" Jiraiya turned his head and looked sideways. His eyes seemed to say, "Do you know this guy?" Naruto shook his head to deny it, saying that Lao Dengbi slandered him. But soon, the strange strong man ran up to the two of them. He threw the puppet on the ground, bowed deeply, and then said excitedly, "Naruto, long time no see. I was wondering when I could see you again." Naruto looked at the purple eyeshadow on the other person's face, and Kankuro's appearance flashed in his mind. But how did this guy become like this? Not only is he tanned like the guys in the Hidden Cloud Village, but he also learned to be shirtless. The most important thing is, what the hell is this guy with all these muscular muscles? How long has it been since I last saw you taking hormones? You are Kankuro. Great. I knew you could remember me. Kankur waved his strong arms and tried to hook Naruto's shoulders. The sour smell of sweat and body odor came towards him. This frightened Naruto so much that he trembled and hid behind Jiraiya. When he thought of Kankur, who had a slim figure in the Chunin exam, and then looked at the muscular man in front of him. But Jiraiya's reaction to the sudden enthusiasm of the Sand Village was almost the same as that of his apprentice, and he was even scared back a step. There was no way. At this time, those shirtless muscular men had surrounded him, with very creepy smiles on their faces. The impact of this scene was unimaginable to the veteran writer Jiraiya. Rough. Beware of the big muscle man in the Sand Village. Seeing that Naruto didn't appreciate it, Kankur was not embarrassed, but talked to himself. Naruto. Ever since I realized the true meaning of puppetry from you, I created a whole new system. Look, our village is full of hope now. Jiraiya. Naruto. If they had known that Sand Village would become like this, they should have brought a green melon peel from Konoha village. I think Kai can have many common topics to talk about with these big guys. For example, carrying a special metal puppet and running around the desert 100 times? Naruto was not surprised that Kankuro became strange. But how can this kid lead the puppet masters of the entire village astray? He just put himself in the shoes of the Sand Village leaders and his blood pressure went up. Let's go. I'll take you to the village. Kankuro slapped his head, feeling that he and others had neglected the distinguished guests who came from Konoha, and pushed the shoulders of the master and apprentice to walk into the village. How about forget it? The master and the disciple looked at each other at the same time, and their whole bodies were full of resistance to the Sand Village. However, the people around them became more enthusiastic after hearing this, and they started to carry the two into the village. Jiraiya, who was surrounded by the big guys, was simply terrified. Stop, stop. I will go alone. And, don't stand behind me. Jiraiya said with an ugly face, and when he turned his head, he found that the traitor had appeared in the village and waved to him. This damn traitor! Why didn't you take your master with you when you ran away from the Kaiguang Gate? Chapter 131. The moment he entered the Sand Village, Naruto really realized the seriousness of the problem. Not long after he entered the village, he found that the villagers passing by were all shirtless muscular men. No. What the hell is going on? Did he really not enter the Cloud Village by mistake? It is no exaggeration to say that there is no normal person walking on the street. Naruto was madly complaining in his heart, and suddenly saw a girl holding a photo in a daze. Her blonde hair obviously told Naruto that her identity was Temari, the sister of Gaara. Naruto sneaked up and saw the photo in her hand clearly. Fuck! Where did you get the photo of Shikamaru? This made Naruto's jaw drop. He remembered that Shikamaru didn't seem to have any contact with the other party. When did it happen? No. You're wrong. Temari put away the photo silently, with no expression on her face. It seemed as if she was really saying it. And you walk without making any sound. Temari glanced at Naruto, with a little girl's anger in her eyes. What do you mean by no sound? You were just too absorbed in watching Shikamaru. Shikamaru and I have a good relationship. If you like. Naruto originally wanted to tie the two together, but Temari became angry when she heard this. Shut up! What are you talking about? Who would like that guy? Naruto glanced at her red face, pointed with his little hand, and opened his mouth. Are you anxious? Asshole! I'm going to kill you. Temari, whose thoughts were suddenly exposed, grabbed the fan beside her and was about to teach the yellow-haired man in front of her a lesson. Temari, calm down. How could you attack Naruto? Kankar stepped forward and grabbed Temari's wrist with his arm, which was thicker than Temari's thigh. You! Temari almost fainted when she saw her brother like this. Ever since Kankar returned to the village, he secretly gathered all the new generation of puppeteers in the village. And after that, Kankar led a large group of people to run in the desert carrying metal puppets. No one cared about this at first. After all, it is normal for puppeteers to have some physical training. The ninjas in the village suddenly worked hard, and everyone was happy. But as the days passed, the team of puppeteers following Kankar gradually increased from hundreds to thousands. Moreover, these puppeteers not only swept away their weak image in the past, but also trained their tendon muscles one by one. This is nothing. But the key point is that these people have mistaken physical skills for puppetry. Now these people go on missions by carrying puppets to smash the enemy to death. As the puppet master of Sand Village, Cho heard about this and shouted that Sand Village had no hope and no future. During this period, I don't know how many times I was pissed off by this group of people. Temari stepped on her brother angrily. Kanjuro smiled awkwardly at Naruto, and then let go of her sister. Humph! Temari rubbed her wrist and glared at Kanjuro fiercely. This kid is getting more and more rude. It's all because of this yellow-haired guy. Come with me. Our consultant wants to see you. When she said this, Shikamaru suddenly flashed in Temari's mind, and her face relaxed and continued to ask. Are you the only one coming to Konoha village? No, there is. Before Naruto finished speaking, Jiraiya's terrified cry came from not far away. Disciple! Hurry up and save the master! At this time, Jiraiya was surrounded by a group of big guys. Although they had no bad intentions, they just wanted to ask Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, how to exercise their bodies. But this scared Jiraiya, such a big man, like a little girl. Jiraiya, your muscles are quite strong, aren't they? How do you usually practice? Jiraiya, we have no ill intentions, don't be afraid. Why don't we go to the tavern to have a drink together? It would have been better if these people didn't say anything. Jiraiya was scared to death when he said he was going to drink. I'm telling you guys. Stop it. Temari was so angry when she saw her ninja's behavior that she spread out her fan on the spot, and shook it violently a few times. This gave Jiraiya the opportunity to escape. He wiped the sweat from his forehead while running. Apprentice! Let's go see the advisor of Sand Village. These people are so scary. Jiraiya now just wants to solve the problem on the same day, so as not to worry about whether there will be a strong man attacking him at night when he stays in Sand Village. Naruto's face became wrinkled, and he looked at Temari hoping that she could explain it to him. Ah! Don't be so polite. Now the village leaders can't do anything about them. Temari sighed and rubbed her temples. She really felt that if this continued, Sand Village would be doomed. Naruto turned his head and looked at the group of people. He seemed to understand what Tsunade meant by the evil spirit before. Let's go. I'm in a hurry. Naruto glanced at Kankuro and quickly followed Temari. Now looking at the Sand Village with a broken style, it seems that it is very easy to accept Uchiha Xiaoyan. Thinking of this, Naruto looked up at the sky and murmured in his heart. I don't know if the fool has found Medusa. Otagakur. Orochimaru base. You just wait here. I'll go inform Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro said coldly, turned around and left, leaving only Sasuke and Karin. Oh. There is also a yellow-haired clone moving around in the laboratory. Just focus on a curious baby. Naruto. Can you be quiet for me? Seeing this clone raise his head and drink a tube of green liquid, Sasuke was so angry that he almost took out the Xianzhong ruler to hit this guy. Give it to me, idiot. I didn't eat a single bite on the way. What's wrong with letting me drink a sip? Sasuke. Karin. Are you sure you won't disappear with a bang after drinking that tube of green stuff? Tap tap tap. Amid the noise, dull footsteps came from outside the laboratory door. He. Uchiha Sasuke. I knew you would come to find me. Orochimaru appeared outside the door and slowly opened his scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan. This pair of Sharingan was exactly what he had obtained from Danzo before. And after much effort, he finally turned the double Sharingan into 3 Magatama. But no matter how hard Orochimaru tried, he couldn't evolve the Sharingan into the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke turned his head and saw the red in Orochimaru's eyes, and the 3000 thunders were instantly activated. In less than a breath, he came in front of Orochimaru and threw out quicklime powder. Ah! Orochimaru hadn't finished pretending yet, and he immediately bent over and covered his eyes and screamed. Damn it! What did you do to Orochimaru? How could you be so disrespectful to Lord Orochimaru? I'll kill you! Chapter 132. The master and the apprentice followed behind Temari, not daring to look at the villagers around them. Oh wow! How did you train your muscles? Why are they so erect? Want to know? Come to my house tonight. I'll show you something good. He. The two tough guys in the corner laughed, making the master and the apprentice feel nauseous. Not only that, this terrifying scene can be seen everywhere in the Sand Village. Naruto was so scared that his skin was covered with goosebumps. Damn! Originally thought that the problems of the Sand Village were serious enough. But I never expected that there would be something even more terrible. Naruto couldn't imagine how the captured enemies would deal with this group of new puppeteers. Or would it be the ultimate humiliation of the Sand Village in the ninja world? This is not the most terrible thing. Naruto is now more worried that the atmosphere of this group of people will spread. He doesn't care about other places, but if Konoha village is also infected by Sand Village. Damn! If this goes on, the ninja world will really be doomed. Naruto didn't expect Obito to start the ninja world war, and the ninja world is already facing an unprecedented crisis. Even Jiraiya's current thoughts are similar to Naruto's. At the beginning, they wanted to come here to fish, but for the sake of Konoha village and a good atmosphere in the ninja world. No matter what, they can't continue. The master and the apprentice looked at each other, their eyes were full of determination. When Jiraiya looked at Naruto, an extremely absurd thought flashed through his mind. Naruto. Could Naruto be the child of destiny he has been looking for? The master and the apprentice were heavy-hearted, and Kankuro at the back would greet every big guy he saw in a friendly manner. Temari looked at her brother's appearance and walked in front with a frosty face. She used to think that the biggest trouble was Gaara. But she really didn't expect Kankuro to become like this. Where are the roads? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance, and Naruto's body shook subconsciously when he heard someone calling his name again. Looking up, he found that it was the red-haired killer Gaara. Finding that the other party's body size was still the same as before, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. At least the future Kazekage of this village is still normal. Gaara quickly ran to Naruto, excitedly grabbed Naruto's hand and held it tightly. Naruto. Thank you so much. I finally got a good night's sleep since the last time I fought with you. He felt that he couldn't express his gratitude here, and continued to add. I sleep with my arms around the door panel now. I've never felt so good. Uzumaki Naruto. Help. Gaara is not right either. Naruto smiled awkwardly and pulled his hand back. Although Gaara's dark circles are gone and his spirits are better. But isn't it a bit strange to be grateful to the person who beat you? He can understand the changes in Gaara in the original work. But Naruto thought that he only beat this kid, and never scolded him? How could it become like this? Kankuro was like this before, and Gaara is also like this. Are you guys in the Sand Village mixed with the Alphabet Circle? Naruto turned his head and looked at Temari. He now felt that the only normal person in this village was the girl who liked Shikamaru. Ah! Temari slapped her forehead and sighed deeply. Compared with Kankuro, Gaara looked quite normal. If it weren't for this reason, Temari would even have thought of defecting from the village. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. It's not that she has a rebellious heart, but the current Sand Village is really hopeless. Glancing at the yellow-haired man next to her, Temari felt very complicated. Uzumaki Naruto is fully responsible for the current state of Sand Village. She wanted to fight the yellow-haired guy to death. But now only Naruto can change the situation in the village. However, Temari doesn't understand this yellow-haired guy at all. According to the past situation, Uzumaki Naruto coming to solve this problem will only make the situation worse. Forget it. Come with me first. Jiraiya and Naruto looked at each other, nodded to each other, and walked into the Kazekage building. Kankuro and Gaara behind him wanted to follow, but were glared back by Temari. Kankuro pouted and talked to himself. What? Women are trouble. Then he turned his head to look at the two big guys in the corner and greeted them enthusiastically. Hey! Brothers! The puppet I made recently is very good. If you hit someone with this, they will die, and it can also make our muscles more erect. How about we see it together? Kankuro said, hugging his two good brothers and leaving the Kazekage building playfully. Tisk! How can a puppet be as good as a door panel? Gaara said disdainfully, and then sat down at the door of the Kazekage building. He was going to wait for Naruto to come out here. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the Kazekage building and soon came to an office under the guidance of Temari. As soon as they entered the door, the master and apprentice saw several old guys gathered together sighing. Among them was the well-known Chogranny. Ugh! Ugh! When the master and apprentice saw Chogranny, they remembered a swimsuit picture, and they lowered their heads and leaned against the wall to vomit in tacit understanding. There is no way. Seeing the real person always makes me have wild thoughts in my mind. Two guests from Konoha. Please take a seat. Granny Cho coughed twice and motioned for the two to take a seat. But this action made Naruto and Jiraiya retch again. The upper echelons of Sand Village simply thought that they were not used to the harsh environment of Sand Village. After a long time, the master and apprentice managed to suppress the churning in their stomachs and did not dare to look at Granny Cho in the eye. Please come. It is really the only solution. Ebizo sighed as soon as he opened his mouth. The senior officials saw that the two did not speak and started to blame them. After all, they had hired someone to solve the problem. Now everyone in the Sand Village has complaints about these puppet masters. Especially the female compatriots in the village. Just imagine that your husband, son, brother, and other relatives and friends have become muscular men, and they have also started to be close to other muscular men. This kind of thing is unacceptable to any normal person. For this reason, the senior officials of the Sand Village even thought about killing these people. But now this group of puppet masters accounts for half of the village's population. If they are killed, the Sand Village can be said to be finished. But if they are not killed, at this rate of infection, the Sand Village will be finished sooner or later. To exaggerate, if this group of puppet masters go out, they will infect the entire ninja world. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a crisis for the entire ninja world. You two from Konoha. I think you should have seen the situation in our village, right? The ninja world is now facing an unprecedented crisis. I hope you two can help. Ebizo stood up and bowed deeply in the direction of the two, and the others beside him also stood up and echoed. I hope you two can help. Naruto's expression was even more exaggerated than the old man on the subway. I'm so tired. I didn't expect the crisis in the ninja world to be like this. Chapter 133. Naruto was originally going to just give it a perfunctory response. But for the sake of the entire ninja world, for his descendants not to become like Kankuro, he naturally had to go all out. Naruto slammed the table and stood up, looking at Grandmacho, trying to suppress the churning in his stomach. All the old people. Please rest assured, I will definitely get it done if you leave it to me. Jiraiya chuckled and sighed in his heart. Hee. This traitor is like this again. Still got it done? I'm afraid you will definitely mess it up if I leave it to you, right? Jiraiya doesn't want to care about the Sand Village anymore, and he doesn't plan to stay any longer. Anyway, the current situation in the Sand Village is bad enough, and Naruto can't make any big trouble no matter how much trouble he makes. He just wants to leave this damn place now. This broken village not only has no custom shops, but is also full of big guys. It is simply hell in his heart. And if he stayed any longer, Jiraiya felt that the wrinkles on his white-haired boy would be blown out by the wind and sand. In the following meeting, after a series of polite greetings from a yellow-haired man, such as Old Deng, and you don't want your grandson to become like that, do you? They finally reached an agreement. After the meeting, Jiraiya secretly left the Sand Village while his apprentice was not paying attention. Although he said he left secretly, Naruto saw it clearly and turned a blind eye to his master's behavior. Anyway, it's not the first day or two that the white-haired Old Deng has been unreliable. If he stayed here, he might even stop him. Temari led Naruto out of the Kazekage building. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Gaara sitting on the steps, with his hands supporting his chin, staring at the sky in a daze. If you don't look at the door panel made of sand beside him, he really looks like a normal child. Sensing the footsteps behind him, Gaara turned his head to look at the two of them, and the excitement in his eyes was indescribable. What road? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Can you tell me what your door panel is made of? Uzumaki Naruto? No? Why is Gaara so obsessed with door panels? Is he possessed by Konohamaru? And his own version has been updated. Door panels are no longer used, and the latest weapon, the compound eye black coffin, is used instead. Gaara saw that Naruto's expression was wrong, scratched his head and smiled foolishly, and there was no trace of his violent appearance at the beginning. I just saw that everyone didn't sleep well at night recently. I want to make a door panel for everyone so that everyone can sleep well. Naruto was silent again. Gala, you don't have to do this. If you really want the villagers to sleep well, you should go and deal with Kankuro's gang of big guys. Maybe this way everyone doesn't have to worry about being attacked by a tough guy at night and staying awake all night. But should I say it or not? Although Gaara is not like in the original work, he still cares about the villagers as always. Maybe the door panel production site of the future ninja world will become the Sand Village. Gaara! Stop it now! Temari really couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at her brother on the spot. Maybe Naruto didn't know what Gaara meant, but she knew it clearly. Her brother didn't say that he wanted everyone to sleep well, but sneaked into the villagers' homes and knocked them out with door panels. Half of the reason why the people in the Sand Village can't sleep well now is because of Gaara. The other half is because of Kankuro. Why are you so fierce? Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. Is it wrong for Gaara to let the villagers sleep well? This is a way to gain the recognition of the villagers. Didn't Temari stop Gaara because she didn't want him to become the fifth Kazekage? Naruto glared at Temari, then pulled Gaara to the side to explore the design and materials of the door panel. When Temari saw that she couldn't stop the two guys, her nose was sore and she almost cried. She always felt a very bad premonition in her heart. 10 minutes later, Gaara left with a stack of design drawings with satisfaction, and Naruto returned to Temari again. Hey! Why are your eyes red? Did you cry just now? Naruto looked at the blonde girl in confusion and asked casually. No. I didn't cry. Where are you going now? Temari gritted her teeth when she spoke, and it was estimated that only Shikamaru would believe the girl's nonsense. Let's go find Kankuro first. I'll find a way to correct them. Temari snorted coldly, turned around and walked forward without saying hello. Naruto followed behind. I can feel the complexity of a girl's mind. Hinata is more understanding, at least she won't be petty with me. Temari walked with Naruto for a while and came to a big square. In the square, Kankuro was exercising with a group of strong men in big shorts. They lifted the human puppets high above their heads and put them down again and again, making humming sounds from time to time. The art form is a bit too advanced, even someone as knowledgeable as Naruto finds it difficult to understand. Damn! It's really too eye-catching. Naruto took a look and walked back in the direction he came from without looking back, as if he had made some kind of decision. The sand village is hopeless. See you later at your mom's place. Goodbye. Naruto, wait a minute. You just said you would help us solve it. When Temari saw Naruto turn and leave, she hurriedly grabbed him and begged him, almost kneeling down to the yellow-haired man. Sister Temari. It's not that I don't want to help. They are really hopeless. Naruto looked at the densely packed big guys in the square, and his expression was almost twisted out of water. But at this moment, Kankuro, who was leading the big guys in training, captured Naruto. It's Naruto. Brothers. The instructor of our new puppetry is here. Ah. It's Uzumaki Naruto Kawaii. You are our instructor. We respect you, Kawaii. Everyone heard the words and turned to look at Naruto at the same time. The eager eyes made Naruto want to open a light gate and return to Konoha on the spot. But he thought that if he didn't care about this group of people, perhaps his son would not be able to escape the clutches of the sand village. Forget it. Let's see if we can get these people back. If that doesn't work, just blow up the sand village. Finally, Naruto had no choice but to walk towards the crowd. While walking, Naruto had already thought that as long as these people rushed towards him, he would immediately use the wind style, blood violence technique to run away. Fortunately, Kanjuro still had some prestige among these people, and did not create a situation that Naruto could not accept. Naruto quickly walked towards the platform under the eager eyes of the crowd. Seeing this, Kanjuro bent down like a lackey and asked Naruto to speak. Glancing at the big guy holding the humanoid puppet, Naruto thought for a while and finally said to everyone. Everyone! I want to know how you fight now. As soon as the voice fell, a big guy stood up and waved the puppet a few times. While waving, the head of the puppet in his hand suddenly opened, revealing many blades inside. After swinging again, many thousands of swords shot out from the puppet's limbs. Teacher! It is only with your guidance that we can comprehend such a powerful puppet technique. We were always going in the wrong direction before. Chapter 134. There was a cheer from the audience, and Naruto was instantly confused. Should I say this or not? What these people said seemed to have some twisted logic. After all, in the past, puppeteers hid in the back and used puppets to sneak attack and poison, and their bodies were even weaker. But now, puppeteers are all tough men. They can even pick up puppets and rush forward to fight the enemy. In other words, they have changed from a fragile output to a warrior. If there were no strange actions, perhaps the future of Sand Village would be full of hope, as Kankuro said. But in this way, the puppeteers of Sand Village will be swept into the dustbin of history. No wonder Cho and others have a headache. Otherwise, you can take off the title of puppeteer. Just change it to weapon master. Naruto didn't even dare to think about it when Obito started the Ninja World War. With a cold smile, Madara rushed into the Ninja World Alliance and killed everyone, but he found that he couldn't kill the big guy from the Sand Village with one kick. I don't know if Madara would be confused when he encountered this situation. Naruto shook off the random thoughts in his mind, slowed down and said again. Is there a possibility? It's the same if you replace the puppets with other weapons. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was boiling. Impossible. We are puppeteers. How can we resist foreign enemies without puppets? Yes. This is the inheritance of our Sand Village. Temari. Temari, who was standing on the side and watching, had covered her ears with both hands. These people actually have the nerve to say it. The inheritance of the Sand Village has long been distorted by you. Naruto was also speechless. He now knew that it was impossible to let this group of people put down the puppets, so he decided to guide them. Don't get excited yet. I mean, you don't have to hold the puppets, maybe you can turn them into armor or weapons. That way you don't have to waste a lot of time training your body. Snap! Kanker slapped his forehead with a crisp sound. What a way! I understand. You mean we can actually merge with the puppets, right? In this way, we can rely on our strong bodies and the puppets to smash the enemy to death. Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto was almost shocked by Kankuro's brain circuit. No. I just want you to concentrate on studying the puppets instead of continuing to train your muscles. Kankuro looked excited and didn't pay any attention to Naruto. Then he called a big guy to the stage, and in the shocked eyes of Naruto and Temari, he grabbed the brother's ankle and waved it as a weapon. The sound of breaking air made everyone present gasp. So that's how it is. I understand too. The teacher meant for us to combine puppetry to hone our bodies into weapons. Awesome! It's really awesome! As they talked, the people below began to imitate Kankuro and formed groups with the people around them. So, the big guy in the square grabbed two brothers with straight bodies as weapons and swung them vigorously. Some people even started to fight in this way. Naruto on the stage saw the people whose style was further broken, and he hugged his head with both hands, with a very painful expression. Shit! What the hell should I do? Naruto felt that things seemed to be getting worse and worse. Uzumaki! Uzumaki! Naruto! Toto! Temari walked towards Naruto step by step with a dark face. It can be seen that she was going to fight with the yellow-haired man. Wait! I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. I have another way. Naruto, who had done something wrong, felt guilty subconsciously, and was worried that a fight would leave Shikamaru without a wife. Naruto still planned to guide these possessed puppeteers to the right path. Naruto's words were firm and decisive, and his smile was very reliable. Temari was silent for a moment when she saw him like that, but she still planned to trust him one last time with a stinky face. Naruto, who was trusted again, took Kankuro away as soon as possible. He felt that if he wanted to change the current situation of Sand Village, he had to deal with this muscular Pikachu first. Tianziguo. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame appeared on the outskirts of Sound Village. The two came here this time to prepare to eliminate the traitor of Akatsuki organization Orochimaru. Of course, Uchiha Itachi wanted to inquire about his brother's recent situation. Since the last meeting, Itachi found that he knows too little about Sasuke. He has been collecting information about Sasuke during this period. And in the process, he finally understood what the strange words on Kisame's lips meant. Walking on thin ice? It really suits you, my stupid Hidaudu. However, Uchiha Itachi is troubled by the trouble his younger brother has caused to Konoha recently. As the only remaining Uchiha clan, how can he cause trouble to the village? Or has his younger brother already had the idea of defecting? Itaka thought about it and felt that something was wrong, so he took the initiative to accept the task of eliminating the traitor from the leader. Mr. Itaka, I heard that your younger brother went to find that guy Orochimaru. It seems that he has been following your footsteps. I understand. As the older brother, you should be the other side of brother Thin Ice, right? You brothers have a really good relationship, Tisn. Uchiha Itaka had a stinky face and didn't want to pay attention to this guy. It doesn't matter. My stupid brother won't be able to reach the other side after all. Let's go, the mission is important. Itaka's tone was very unconcerned, but he was thinking about whether to use Kota Amatsukami to correct his brother who had already had the idea of rebellion. He didn't want everything he did to eventually lead Sasuke to harm the village. Mr. Itaka, why have you been wearing goggles recently? Kisame walked for a while and finally asked the doubts he had been having for some time. Mr. Itaka has been wearing this thing since the last time he went back. He couldn't figure it out. Uchiha Itaka paused when he heard this, and continued to walk forward 2 seconds later. Just correcting my eyesight. His tone was flat and no emotion could be heard, as if it was really as he said. Kisame scratched his head, and his first reaction was to think of Itaka overusing his eyes, so he chased after him and said with concern. Is that so? Has Mr. Itaka's health deteriorated again recently? At this moment, in a corner behind the two of them, the space suddenly distorted. Damn it! What does Uchiha Itaka mean? Obito stood in the back, gritting his teeth, looking a little broken. The main reason was that the goggles worn by Uchiha Itaka were very similar to his goggles back then. Every time he saw Uchiha Itaka's goggles, he would think of his weak self in the past. Fuck Uchiha Itaka! Are you wearing goggles to point at me? Could it be? Did Uchiha Itaka discover my identity? Obito was angry and suspicious at the same time. He looked at the two people in the distance, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he was still muttering to himself. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to test this guy. Chapter 135. 1 month later. Asuma led the team to complete the mission. On the way back, he happened to pass by the sand village, so he planned to let the team go to the sand village to rest. By the way, he could also let Shikamaru meet his girlfriend. There was no way. He knew Shikamaru was a trouble-averse person. He always said something like women were the most troublesome. Asuma felt that if this child developed normally, sooner or later, he would be like the two white-haired people in the village and be a bachelor for life. But who knew that a girl actually liked this guy in the last Chunin exam? Asuma saw the emotion in the other person's eyes at a glance, but Shikamaru, a wooden man, did not show any expression at all. In order to find a partner for his disciple, he took great pains. It's so troublesome. Why not just go back to the village? Shikamaru walked in the desert, feeling the harsh environment around him, and he shouted every once in a while. You have to take a break. And I haven't been to other villages yet. Ino couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to find a place to stay and take a hot shower. I just want to know if there is anything delicious in the sand village. Koji always cares about food. During this time out, he has used up all the snacks he had. In the past few days, he felt that he was hungry and thin. What's so good about it? Isn't it just a village built in the desert? He has read the Nara clan's collection of books about the ninja world since he was a child. Although he has never been to the sand village, he can say that he knows a thing or two about it. Generally speaking, the land in this village is barren and very poor. It's good enough for the villagers to survive in such a harsh environment, not to mention asking for food and clothing. In terms of military strength, it is even weaker than other villages. Such a place, Shikamaru has no interest at all. It's better to rush back to the village to rest. And they don't eat well. For example, scorpions, lizards, and the like. And the wind and sand in the desert can break your skin. As soon as Shikamaru finished speaking, Koji turned his head and saw an ugly crawling lizard. His stomach churned instantly and he felt that he had lost all his appetite. Ino touched her dry skin, her face full of fear. No. If she continues to stay in this place, she will not be able to get married in the future. Ino and Koji looked at each other and shouted to Asuma in front of them at the same time. Teacher Asuma! Let's go back! Faced with the opinions of his subordinates, Asuma did not express anything, but took out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He took a deep breath and said to the three people. You guys! The life of a ninja is never easy. Compared to the ninjas in the Sand Village, our life in Konoha village is already good. Besides, I'm doing this all for you, Shikamaru. Asuma first taught a lesson to a few people, and then began to persuade Shikamaru. Finally, he thought of a yellow-haired man in the village and continued. Oh, right. I heard that Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at the Sand Village a month ago. Look at him. He can adapt to this harsh environment, so how can you complain about this and that? Shikamaru's face changed instantly when he heard the name of a yellow-haired man. If he just complained a few words just now. Now he wants to go back to the village. Based on Uzumaki Naruto's past performance, the Sand Village is going to be ruined. Okay. Got it, Asuma-sensei. Ino and Koji followed Asuma weakly, not realizing the seriousness of the problem. Just as Shikamaru was still thinking about countermeasures, Asuma in front of him turned back and urged with a cigarette in his mouth. Shikamaru, what are you doing? Maybe you can get unexpected gains when you go to Sand Village. Hurry up and catch up. Asuma's eyes were ambiguous, and what he said was indeed correct. After all, as long as Shikamaru operates well, he can get a wife in Sand Village. But Shikamaru now only cares about a troublesome yellow-haired guy. His eyes twitched, looking at the three people in front of him, he sighed deeply, shook his head and followed. I hope Naruto doesn't mess around too much. The group walked for most of the day, and finally arrived at the outskirts of Sand Village at night. And the four of them also saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. The dilapidated village in Asuma's memory no longer existed. Instead, there appeared a giant puppet with countless legs. On the platform, colorful lights disturbed the quiet night. The four people felt that they had never seen so many colorful lights in their lives. Or the kind that flashed at the same time. The most important thing is this giant platform, with 3 big words written on the body New Sand Village. Asuma opened his mouth and dropped his unfinished cigarette to the ground. This is the Sand Village. Ino and Koji raised their heads, equally shocked. They turned their heads to look at Shikamaru, with confusion in their eyes. Isn't it right? The Sand Village was just said to be very poor. Why does it look more powerful than Konoha? Shikamaru looked into the distance, his pupils dilated twice. Damn! What on earth did Naruto do in the Sand Village? He covered his face and said helplessly. Don't ask me now. I don't know anything. Ino rubbed her eyes but still couldn't believe what she saw. She looked at Asuma and said uncertainly. Teacher Asuma. Did we come to the wrong place? This made Asuma doubt himself, and he took out the map on the spot. He murmured while flipping through it. No. I'm not in the wrong place. This is the Sand Village. After confirming it several times, Asuma scratched his head and didn't understand what happened in the Sand Village in the past month. After a long time, Asuma saw that the Sand Village was about to leave, and hurriedly took the team to chase after it. No matter what happened. But it's right to go up and collect some information and go back. They chased for half an hour before they came to the foot of this giant puppet. But it's better to say that the puppet stopped by itself than to say that they caught up. As soon as Shikamaru and others walked to the side of the puppet, they heard a few noises. Waste. I've asked you to check the parts several times. Why is it broken again? This is the 6th time it has broken down today. Kanjuro pointed at the puppeteer next to him and cursed angrily. He looked very different from the big guy a month ago. He was not thinner, but he was finally not shirtless. He was wearing several dozen kilograms more than before. Kanjuro wore an 8-eyed helmet on his head, and these protruding eyes emitted a faint red light in the dark environment. There was also a diamond-shaped armor on his chest to cover his shame. If it weren't for the 8 spider arms behind him, he might not look so strange. As for the puppeteers of the sand village next to him, their styles were slightly more normal. It was nothing more than an extra puppet head and puppet hands and feet. The Konoha ninja next to him was petrified on the spot when he saw the people from the sand village. There was only one thought in my mind. Oops! When did this illusion happen? Chapter 136. Vice Bishop. We really have no way to fix the malfunction of the 10,000 insects puppet. The reason for the malfunction is limited by the material. If we can use chakram metal. Kanjuro, who is called the vice president, heard his subordinate's words and slapped him. Asshole! You still want to use chakram metal? Where is the money in the village now? Are you going to ask Bishop Naruto for it? You are so shameless. Since their great mentor founded the puppet god cult in the sand village a month ago. It seems that it should be called the mechanic god cult now. Since then, not only did they not play puppets as roughly as before, but they also created a new puppet technique based on the new doctrine of the mechanic god cult. This is a ninjutsu that combines the flesh with the puppet. It is said that if you practice it to perfection, you can compete with the legendary Six-Path Sage. This fascinated everyone in the sand village. The sand village puppeteer lowered his head and said nothing. The 1.80-meter tall guy was scolded by Kanjuro like a quail. Shikamaru? Asuma? Ino? Koji? Hey? The people standing by were confused again. What the hell? Bishop Naruto? The style of the sand village is different from the entire ninja world, but why can't everyone understand what they say every time? And why are these puppeteers like they are taking hormones? If it weren't for the desert at the moment, Asuma would have suspected that he had run to the cloud village. Keep inspecting. Yes. Vice Bishop. After Kanjuro scolded a few people, he led everyone to raise all their arms high, look up at the starry sky, and shout enthusiastically. Praise Bishop Naruto! Long live the Mechanikyus! Under the night sky, such a strange scene frightened the members of Team 10 so much that their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Shikamaru felt that his brain had stopped thinking. He tried hard to find something familiar around him, but after searching for a long time, he still felt extremely unfamiliar. The only thing that made him feel familiar was Naruto. Teacher Asuma. I feel something is wrong, why don't we go back? Shikamaru now just wants to stay away from this damn place and go back to reshape his 3 views. If he continues to stay here, he has no doubt that he and others will go crazy. What a damn ninja cult! Teacher Asuma, I think Shikamaru is right. I think so too. Ino and Koji echoed on the side. Asuma heard what the 3 said, and he also had the idea of retreating in his heart. He subconsciously felt that there would be no good result if he went against the cult. Even though he knew that Uzumaki Naruto was the other side's bishop, he didn't dare to enter rashly. It is said that this yellow-haired man has a magical ability, and he can always lead everyone around him astray unconsciously. For example, his nephew Konohamaru. And he has to report the situation here to the 5th Hokage as soon as possible. Don't let this kid Uzumaki Naruto go back to the village. Konoha can't stand this. Okay, we'll go back immediately. Who is it? As Asuma's words were about to come to his mouth, there were suddenly several roars around. Then the group of big puppet masters from the sand village surrounded them. Under the dark night sky, the red mechanical eyes worn on the faces of these puppet masters made Asuma and others' hair stand on end. Look at the appearance of this group of people, they are not good people. Kankuro walked into the encirclement with the 8 spider legs behind him, saw the Konoha forward protector, and waved his hand to let others cancel their vigilance. Ninja from Konoha. His tone was doubtful, but when his eyes rested on Shikamaru, he suddenly realized. Oh! It turned out to be Temari's boyfriend. Kankuro looked Shikamaru up and down and said contemptuously. "Ha, little dog. Shikamaru? Is this weirdo scolding him?" Shikamaru was a little angry, but he still held back his anger when he saw that the other party was outnumbered. "I am their leader, Asuma Sarutobi. Gaara from your village, Kankuro, came to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam before." Asuma saw that the Sand Village ninja had no ill intentions, and immediately approached him. "I know. I saw you when I took the exam before." Asuma's words instantly reminded Kankuro of when he was weak. "Hey! You've been to Konoha before. I don't know who you are." Shikamaru looked constipated. He didn't remember there was such a weirdo in the Chunin exam. "I'm Kankuro. At that time, I was still very thin." Kankuro smiled bitterly. He was not recognized by several Konoha ninjas. Not only did he not feel embarrassed, but he stood on the ground and began to show off his tendon muscles. "What did you say? Impossible. How can you be Kankuro? You're kidding, are you kidding me? What have you eaten recently?" Team 10's first reaction was to not believe it. No one would have thought that Kankuro, who was about the same height as them, would become a super macho man of nearly 2 meters after not seeing him for a while. Shikamaru patted his head. He just felt that this world was so absurd now. Asuma and Ino's eyes almost popped out. Didn't these big guys really defect from the hidden cloud village? Suddenly remembering that Uzumaki Naruto was still in the sand village, Asuma couldn't help but think of a yellow-haired muscular man in his mind. Hiss! It feels bad. And Ino began to worry about Hinata's future married life. "That. We just passed by here and found a strange guy coming to check on the situation," Asuma said with difficulty, and pointed to the giant puppet next to him. "I'd better not disturb you. Goodbye." He just wanted to leave this strange place now. He didn't want to enter the new sand village at all. How can that be possible? "You are guests from afar. Let's go. Let me show you our new village." Kanjuro shook his muscles and looked very unfriendly when he heard it. It seemed that if the Konoha ninja didn't go with him, it would be a disrespect to Kanjuro. Following Kanjuro's words, the other big guys surrounded Asuma and the others. "Let's just forget it." Shikamaru swallowed hard as he looked at the big guy's exaggerated muscles. If it weren't for his remaining rationality telling him not to abandon his companions, he really wanted to turn around and run. "What do you mean, forget it? Follow me." Kanjuro lifted Shikamaru's collar with his sturdy arms, and then gave Shikamaru a princess hug, which frightened Shikamaru so much that he trembled in his arms. So, the Konoha ninjas walked into the new sand village at the warm invitation of the sand village ninjas. On the other side, in the new Kazekage building, the older generation of ninjas and the new generation of puppeteers gathered. Gaara, who had just taken office as the acting Kazekage, sat in the main seat, and Naruto sat next to him. Glancing at the people present, Gaara took Naruto's hand, slowly stood up and said to everyone. "Everyone! I propose that Uzumaki Naruto be the 5th Kazekage of the Sand Village." Chapter 137. As Gaara said this, there was silence in the meeting room. All the older generation of ninjas were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with confusion, shock, heartache, and other expressions. They even suspected that they had misheard because they were too old. What the hell is Gaara talking about? Let a Konoha ninja, and a 9-tailed Jinchuriki, be the Kazekage of Sand Village. You are too outrageous. Cho and Ebizo and the others were almost mad. They stood up and yelled while slamming the table. Ridiculous. Gaara. I will never allow such a thing to happen. You are betraying the village. Uzumaki Naruto, as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, you are also going to betray Konoha. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Many old ninjas covered their chests, and some fainted on the spot because of Gaara. Those who can still speak now are terribly pale. Today they were going to formally nominate Gaara as the 5th Kazekage of the Sand Village. But who would have thought that things would unfold in this way? Gaara did not react to the scolding of the older generation of ninjas. He glanced at Naruto and said slowly. Everyone has seen Naruto's efforts these days. Now our Sand Village has entered a new era. Praise Bishop Naruto. Long live the Mechanikyus. As Gaara finished speaking, the new generation of puppeteers raised their hands high, their voices loud and powerful. Praise Bishop Naruto. Long live the Mechanikyus. In the crowd, even Temari, who was wearing a compound eye helmet, raised her hands and shouted enthusiastically. Naruto pursed his lips. He really wanted to cry now. Why? Why did things turn out like this? At first, he just wanted to establish the Mechanikyus to stop the trend of big guys in the Sand Village. But after seeing the teachings of the Mechanikyus, these Sand Village ninjas were possessed. The speed of spread was even more terrifying than the trend of the big guy. In this month, they not only abandoned their original village, but also created movable puppets as a new village. Moreover, many ninjas began to improve puppetry and add strange limbs to their bodies. What kind of composite mechanical eyes with 360-degree observation without blind spots? What kind of octopus mechanical arms? What kind of spider legs? If they had not just spent a lot of resources to complete the manufacture of giant puppets, Naruto estimated that they would have to transform their entire bodies. What a cyberpunk Sand Village! The evil spirits of the Sand Village have been temporarily resolved, but Naruto feels that the Mechanikyus he created is even more terrifying. Rough. The crisis of the big guy has just passed, and now they have to face the invasion of the Mechanikyus. And he really doesn't want to stay here and be the 5th Kazekage. He wants to go back to the village to find his wife and his good brother Sasuke. Naruto's head hurts when he sees these fanatics now. Damn Kankuro! It's all your fault. When everyone cheered, Gaara found that his good friend didn't say a word, and he was very confused. Is Naruto unhappy to be the 5th Kazekage? Naruto, say something. Bishop. Say something. At this moment, all the fanatics in the Sand Village stared at Naruto, making him feel very uncomfortable. You. I don't agree. Cho raised her trembling hands, and she almost couldn't catch her breath. Ebizo beside her saw her and quickly calmed her down. Humph. Shut up. Naruto is now the 5th Kazekage. Since everyone has no objection, let's just decide. Gaara's domineering speech did not give the older generation of ninjas a chance to react. They angrily shook their sleeves, snorted, and slammed the door. Before leaving, they cursed. Gaara! You will regret it. However, the remaining people in the office did not care about this group of old stubborn people at all. Gaara held the Kazekage robe and the bamboo hat and handed them to Naruto respectfully, and everyone cheered again. Welcome to the 5th Kazekage. Naruto looked at the people in front of him who were so upset that their heads were starting to hurt. Now even the gourd behind Gaara has been replaced with a mechanical one. The ninja world is really going to end. Naruto sighed deeply. He knew that the only way he could stop this group of people was to be the Kazekage for a while. Maybe there is still a chance. Try it again. If it doesn't work, run away. In the end, Naruto took the Kazekage suit with a forced smile, and sat in the position of the 5th Kazekage under the leadership of Gaara. The next day, after a night's rest in the new Sand Village, the 10th team walked on the street. The mechanical statues on the square shone with metallic luster. Many of them were composed of mechanical gears and various maintenance tools. Seeing this scene, Ino suddenly felt that her best friend was very suitable for a visit. Come on. Take a look. The newly made puppet, mechanical arm. The broken arm can restore your normal combat power, and the intact arm can enhance your combat power. The 4i composite helmet is for sale at a low price. Walking on the street, the 10th team saw the surrounding scenes and the hawking in their ears, and their brains were blank. They moved numbly like zombies. Now, apart from the Sand Village, what else can this place have to do with the Sand Village? Shikamaru is about to collapse. He has stopped thinking now, and just wants to go home and have a good sleep, pretending that nothing happened. Ino and Koji were scared pale when they saw the locals with 3 heads and 6 arms around them. Asuma teacher. Let's find a chance to go back quickly. This place is too scary. Ino turned her head and said to Asuma behind her, but turned around and found that her teacher was squatting in front of a stall. He seemed to be bargaining with the other party. 150,000 taels. Send 2 more boxes of e-liquid. If not, I will just leave. Asuma was holding an e-cigarette in his hand, with a very serious expression. He had finished smoking the cigarettes yesterday, and he was really uncomfortable with his addiction to smoking, so he ran to this e-cigarette stall to experience it. After a set of procedures, Asuma really thought that such a small gadget was good, so he planned to bargain with the other party to buy it. Okay. You Konoha ninjas are cheap. Take it. Asuma took the thing, and before he could open the package, he saw his subordinates standing not far away with fierce eyes. He was so scared that he stuffed the thing in his pocket on the spot. Teacher Asuma! What are you doing? How dare you take such a strange thing from the Sand Village back? Ino put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, not giving Asuma any face at all. After all, it was him who warned everyone not to touch the things of the Sand Village last night, and it was also him who went to buy things now. How could this not make several people angry? Ha. I just want to take a look. The stall owner glanced at the 4 Konoha ninjas, knocked on the mechanical crutches in his hand, and said to them in a muffled voice. You Konoha ninjas are so lucky. Today our bishop takes office as the 5th Kazekage. You can enjoy a 50% discount on your purchases in the village today. Chapter 138. Okay. I told you that you just cheated me out of money. When Asuma heard this, his face darkened instantly. So he made money by agreeing so quickly just now, right? He felt that there was no such cheap good thing in the world. Shikamaru? Shikamaru on the side was shocked and looked at Asuma in astonishment. Damn! Is this the point? Didn't you hear that the bishop became the 5th Kazekage? Twitch. Just looking for trouble, right? Hey! How can this be related to our Konoha? Koji looked around for the snacks, thought about it and blurted it out. Ino rested her chin with one hand in thought, as if she wanted to grab something. Shikamaru patted his head, shook his head and sighed. I feel so tired. As the intellectual leader of the team, I am really fed up with these stupid teammates. Have you forgotten? Their bishop is Uzumaki Naruto. This kid went to Sand Village to be the Wind Shadow. When these words came out, Ino and Koji beside them felt dizzy as if their brains were hit by a heavy hammer. Even Asuma stopped smoking the cyber-electronic cigarette and looked at Shikamaru in shock. The 3 of them had dull expressions and their pupils were shaking constantly. Wait! What did Shikamaru say just now? Uzumaki Naruto? Wind Shadow? They can understand it individually. Why can't they understand it when it is combined? Ino opened her mouth and said with difficulty. No, impossible. How can Naruto be the Kazekage if he is from Konoha village? Koji felt his head itchy, as if he was going to grow a brain. Are the people in Sand Village crazy? What on earth are they thinking? Asuma was slow to react, and it took him a while to yell. But his voice attracted the attention of the big guys around him. The mechanical eyes of these people lit up at the same time, as if they would rush forward to teach these outsiders a lesson if they heard another word against their own bishop. Shikamaru was so scared that he quickly covered Asuma's mouth and apologized to everyone. After seeing everyone disperse, Shikamaru grabbed Asuma and said with a serious face. Although I don't know what happened in Sand Village, but I think you'd better not mention Naruto's name again. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that we can't leave Sand Village safely. Asuma looked weird. Just now he even thought he was still asleep. When he thought about that yellow-haired man who was hated by people in Konoha village, how could he turn around and run to Sand Village to be the Wind Shadow? Now he didn't know what words to use to express his indifference. However, it would be a big trouble if Uzumaki Naruto became the Wind Shadow of Sand Village. The daimyo of Wind Country would never agree to this. It can be predicted that if it is not handled well, the ninja world will probably reignite the war again. Damn! It's a big deal. Shikamaru lowered his head and frowned. He also thought of what Asuma thought. If it were still the Wind Country and the Fire Country, it would be easy to handle, but I'm afraid of the several ninja villages that are eyeing it covetously. They have been coveting Konoha for a long time. In addition, the Hokage of Konoha village has just taken office. Not to mention the fiscal deficit, the Uchiha clan is gone. Once the war starts, Konoha can't stand the siege of several villages at the same time. Damn! What the hell is Naruto doing? Shikamaru thought about it for a while and felt that his brain was about to explode. Finally, he patted his head and said speechlessly. It's so troublesome. We must find a way to bring Naruto back. Otherwise, the ninja world will be destroyed by this guy. Asuma took a deep puff of the cyber-electronic cigarette, exhaled 2 puffs of smoke, and nodded in agreement with Shikamaru's statement. Don't say that this little thing made by Sand Village is quite powerful. Hey! A few guests from Konoha. The stall owner's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he took out a stack of papers from behind and threw them at the few people. You can take a look at this. If you join today, I can give you a free meal. Before Shikamaru and Asuma could stop her, Ino took the paper from the other's hand and started reading. Application for joining. Welcome to join the big family of the Mechanikyus. Ino read quietly while going up, and her face turned pale within 2 minutes. Finally, she screamed and put these so-called application form for joining the church was thrown aside, as if he had seen something terrifying. Shikamaru looked at Ino in confusion, bent down to pick it up, and glanced at him casually. His face became strange. Flesh and blood suffering, mechanical ascension. Enter the glorious evolution. The new prosthetic transformation technology allows you to easily surpass the god of ninja world Senju Hashirama. The whole promotional content is about abandoning the original body and transforming into a mechanical prosthetic body. Damn! This is really a cult. Asuma on the side also changed his face. Good guy. Originally, they were worried that Uzumaki Naruto would become the fuse of the ninja world war by becoming the Wind Shadow. Now it seems this kid is going to destroy the world. What do you think? Join the arms of our Mechanikyus. It just so happens that our bishop is from your Konoha village. The stall owner stood up, ignored the expressions of several people, and began to promote the doctrine. Asuma waved his hand and refused, pulling the 2 away from the stall. Wait! Where's Koji? Shikamaru suddenly found that the most brainless teammate in the team had disappeared. This cast a shadow on his already bad mood. I'm so tired. Why are you looking for lost teammates all day long? Ah! But at this moment, Koji's cry came from the side. The 3 of them rushed in the direction of the cry, and then saw Koji surrounded by 4 big guys. They grinned and kept touching Koji. Oh brother! Let's join the Mechanikyus together. There you can experience unprecedented happiness. Qingji's 200-pound body looked small and helpless against this group of big guys. His body was shaking more violently than a sieve. No, don't come over. I won't join the mechanikus. Chisai hugged his shoulders, his eyes full of fear. He regretted it now. If he had known that this situation would happen, he shouldn't have left the team to find food. Chisai, come here. With Shikamaru's call, Chisai's eyes finally regained some spirit, and he didn't know where he got the courage to push the big guy away and run away. The four big guys saw the fat guy's companion coming, and they preached the doctrine while walking. The 10th team turned around and ran away in fear. After circling twice and not seeing the big guy, they stopped to rest. The four people held their knees and panted, their faces paler than each other. It wasn't because they were tired, but Chun-Chun was scared. Ah! Asuma-sensei! Let's go back to the village, this place is too scary. Koji thought of what happened just now, and felt a little scared. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if Shikamaru didn't show up. No. Shikamaru and Asuma spoke at the same time. Wait. I remember Naruto's master is also in the sand village, right? He should be able to stop this guy, right? Asuma thought about it and blurted out. But this made Shikamaru roll his eyes on the spot. Hee. If Jiraiya could stop Naruto, he would have stopped him long ago. Now this situation has happened. I don't know where this guy ran to. Chapter 139. What a great leisure time. Jiraiya staggered in the desert with a wine flask in his hand. Strangely enough, his apprentice who was very good at making trouble had been acting strangely recently. He had been in the sand village for more than a month but hadn't made any explosions. He asked every day whether there was a large-scale explosion in the Kingdom of Wind. However, he had asked for several days but hadn't heard any similar bad news. Did he change his temper? It seems that it was right to take Naruto out of the village for training. Jiraiya drank a little wine and felt that the world was so beautiful for the first time. He even felt that Naruto was getting better. When he thought about Naruto not making trouble in the village in the future, he laughed foolishly. It seems that he still has to do it. How could ordinary people control this kid? Jiraiya hummed a little tune and jumped along the way, as happy as a child. However, when he arrived at the sand village, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. This. Where is the sand village? Where did such a big village go? The slightly tipsy Jiraiya sobered up instantly. The location where the sand village was originally located has now become a huge pit. It looks like the entire land has been dug up and taken away. Damn! What the hell is going on? Jiraiya held his head, panicking like an ant on a hot pot, at a loss. It's over. Will Uzumaki Naruto destroy the entire sand village? He no longer dared to hold any hope for Naruto, and the worst-case scenario he could think of was this. Once this traitor destroyed the sand village, the entire Konoha would be besieged by the ninja world. It's over. The ninja world war is about to break out. Hey, uncle! What are you doing standing there? At this time, a childish voice came from not far away. Jiraiya looked in the direction of the voice and saw a muscular man of 1.8 meters, holding a glowing hammer in his hand. The sudden contrast made Jiraiya's face freeze. Why on earth can a big guy make a childish voice? Could it be, to attract the same kind? What a trick! However, it's a good thing to see the survivors. At least we can find out what happened in the sand village. Jiraiya didn't care about the big guy anymore, and walked towards him. When he walked in front of him, Jiraiya asked. Tell me. What happened in the sand village? Where did the village go? The big guy scratched his face, and his childish expression showed a touch of innocence, which made Jiraiya feel like vomiting. Uncle, don't you know? I don't know how I know. Can you please put away your disgusting expression? Jiraiya really can't stand this guy. He's a big guy but he's still acting like a child. Disgusting. The big guy looked at the Konoha ninja in front of him, rolled his eyes, and fumbled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Is that so? Write this down and I'll tell you. What is this? Jiraiya took the paper and glanced at it. His face was dull at first, then puzzled, and finally turned into confusion. Application for joining the Mechanikyus. Looking up at the Sand Village forehead protector on the big guy's wrist, Jiraiya was even more confused after confirming that he was a Sand Village ninja. No. The Sand Village was destroyed by a cult? I asked you what happened to the village? Why do you still want to recruit me? Damn! What is going on? Uncle, throw yourself into the arms of our Mechanikyus. Ninjas have their limits after all. The big guy raised his arms high, and his fanatical voice added a bit of weirdness to the desert at night. Jiraiya was scared. Wait. Tell me what the situation is in the Sand Village first. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Jiraiya's face was gloomy. He was afraid that if he continued to listen to this guy, he would not be able to help but use a raise nan. Oh, you are talking about this. The young believers obviously did not have much missionary experience, and they were easily tricked by the older generation of ninjas. Our sand village has become a village built on puppets. Now the 10,000 insects puppet is collecting resources everywhere. This is all thanks to our bishop. At this point, the big guy paused. No, I should call the Kazekage now. Jiraiya? The other party's words contained too much information for Jiraiya to process for a while. A village built on puppets? Gathering resources? So the sand village is now a village running around? What bishop is the Kazekage? What a mess! Jiraiya rubbed his temples and spoke after a while. Let's go, take me to your village. Uncle. But... The big guy pointed at the application for joining the church in Jiraiya's hand, and his face was full of entanglement. It seemed that if you don't join the church, I won't take you to the sand village. This terrible Jiraiya was furious. Asshole! Shouldn't you take me to visit your church before I join the church? Also, stop calling me uncle. I see you are about the same age as me. The big guy nodded when he heard this, and felt that what the white-haired uncle said made a lot of sense. The only thing that made him disagree was the last sentence. He puffed up his cheeks and muttered. But I'm only 12 years old. Jiraiya? Rough. You are bigger than me. You told me you are only 12 years old? Jiraiya really didn't know what to say. He snorted coldly and let the 1.8-meter tall, 200-pound kid lead the way. Half an hour later, Jiraiya saw the moving sand village and stood there stupidly. Ah! What happened in this month? He just went to the neighboring Kawanokuni to drink for a month, why did it feel like 100 years had passed? The current sand village made him feel strange, and there was a sense of weirdness everywhere. This is not as good as the big guy before. Jiraiya felt like he was going crazy. He suppressed his explosive mood and followed the child into the so-called new sand village. And the moment he stepped into the village, he immediately found an opportunity to escape from the big guy. After all, he really couldn't join some shitty cult. Now he just wanted to find out what Naruto did in the sand village. Walking on the street, the surrounding steel statues and the strange ninja tools on the big guy made Jiraiya feel like he was in another world. Bang! At this moment, a little girl bumped into him and fell to the ground on the spot. When Jiraiya saw the little girl in front of him, he suddenly felt emotional. What a good little girl! She can still maintain a normal appearance in such an abnormal village. It's really rare. Are you okay? No, I'm fine. The little girl smiled sweetly, which made Jiraiya feel a little sorry. Such a good child actually had to suffer the cruelty of the village. What on earth are the high-level officials of Sand Village doing? Uncle, thank you. The little girl bowed to thank him, and kept saying words of praise. Jiraiya was embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you have to be careful when walking. Uncle, can you tell me your name? I want to thank you. Hearing the little girl say this, Jiraiya waved his hands and refused. Although he was thick-skinned, he was really embarrassed to accept the thanks from a child. Uncle, can you write your name on this? The little girl smiled innocently and handed Jiraiya a pen and paper. Jiraiya took it with a smile and was about to write his name, but when he saw the content on it, his expression froze instantly. Because he saw it again. Application for joining the Mechanikyus. Chapter 140. Hokage. Please. Save the entire ninja world, save our Sand Village. If you don't care about Uzumaki Naruto anymore, the entire ninja world will be destroyed. Tsunade and Shizuan looked at the two old men crying, and for the first time they began to sympathize with their former opponents. Cho sat on the sofa, covering her face and crying, which made anyone who heard it sad and shed tears. Whether it was true or not, Tsunade felt that the two of them were at least emotional. She didn't have to think too much. Naruto was likely to cause another big explosion in the Sand Village. Or he demolished more than a dozen buildings. And the other party said that raising this matter to the ninja world was nothing more than trying to morally blackmail herself. She, the fifth Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade would never fall for this. Although she had been in office for a short time, she still had some experience in dealing with Naruto. Konoha village had exploded so many times, and she had dealt with every one of them personally. This group of people just have little experience. Tsunade looked at the two old men, coughed twice, and then said in a calm tone. Go ahead. How many times did that brat Uzumaki Naruto cause big explosions in the Sand Village? Shizuan turned her head and looked at Tsunade with extremely shocked eyes. Did the Hokage say such a light-hearted thing about the yellow-haired guy? According to his previous personality. Shouldn't he smash a table to calm down first? But these words made Cho and Ebizo stop crying and look at Tsunade in confusion. What's going on? Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto has also caused trouble in Konoha village? The two looked at each other, and a very bad idea suddenly appeared in their minds. Bad. Could it be that Tsunade knew about the problem of the yellow-haired guy a long time ago? And then deliberately dumped this trouble on them? Rough. I told you how to get the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to go to the Sand Village, and Tsunade agreed immediately. So you've been waiting here for a long time, right? The two former Sand Village high-level officials were sad at the moment. They all regretted the decision they made at that time. They were also very angry that Tsunade didn't explain the situation clearly in advance. But they still needed the other party's help at this time, so they could only tolerate it for the time being. Otherwise, according to the evil concept of the mechanic used to transform the body, and the crazy speed of spread. In a few years, the entire world's human beings will be destroyed. This is really not a joke. Tsunade saw the two expressions changing several seconds, and kept muttering in her heart. Damn! Could Naruto blow up the entire Sand Village? Damn it! This kid is really going to start a ninja world war? Can't you consider the village? At least your girlfriend is still in Konoha. Although Tsunade looked calm, she was more panicked than Akamaru. It's over. I don't know if Jiraiya's money is enough for compensation. She is now ready to bleed heavily to send the two people from the Sand Village back. If this matter gets out, the Cloud Village and the Rock Village will definitely seize the opportunity and join forces to attack Konoha. Was the explosion caused by Naruto big? Finally, Tsunade mustered up the courage and tried to ask. But the two old men remained silent after hearing this. After a long time, they spoke. Uzumaki Naruto didn't make any explosions. Hey. I thought so. Naruto has been sensible since he was young. How could he do anything bad? Ha 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 ha. Tsunade suddenly laughed. She felt relieved when she heard that Naruto didn't blow up the sand village. Okay, okay. As long as you don't blow up the sand village, it won't be a big problem. I'll take care of the other troubles for you. The two advisors were about to swear, but they stopped immediately. In their hearts, they were cursing Tsunade's entire family tree at the same time. Damn you! Listen to what you say, are you talking like a human being? What do you mean you can't do anything bad? First, they changed the atmosphere of the sand village to be more masculine, then they started to develop a cult, and finally they were not only driven out of the village. And Uzumaki Naruto also became the 5th generation Kazekage. Pick any one of them and ask if Konoha can bear it. Cho took a deep breath and interrupted Tsunade's laughter with just one sentence. Uzumaki Naruto has become the 5th generation Kazekage of the Sand Village. Haha, cough cough cough. Tsunade was suddenly choked by her own saliva, and the smile just now disappeared. What the hell? Uzumaki Naruto? The 5th generation Kazekage? Is this old guy Chiyo's brain burned out? Or has the Sand Village gone mad? Chiago-esque. You are kidding me, right? How can our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be your Kazekage? The Sand Village can't elect him as the Kage. Cho. Ebizo. The two of them were silent at the same time, their faces became even uglier. Under normal circumstances, it is true. It sounds outrageous that the Sand Village would choose someone from outside the village. But that yellow-haired guy is different. Since the development of the Mechanikyus, the entire Sand Village has been full of his believers. If they dare to say no publicly, they will be torn to pieces on the spot by those fanatical believers. The reason why they were able to escape from the Kazekage's office before was entirely because Gaara and others did not take action because of their contributions to the village for so many years. Alas! This is what happened. Cho sighed and slowly told the misfortunes that had happened in the Sand Village recently. She even emphasized the horror of the Mechanikyus. After all, this evil puppetry was more terrible than what her grandson had played. Tsunade listened for 2 hours, repeatedly confirming during the period, and her face instantly darkened. Bang! With a loud bang, the desk that had just been replaced was slapped into 2 pieces by Tsunade again. Shizuan at the door skillfully called the ninja outside to move the new desk inside. After reimbursing 10 desks, Tsunade sat in a daze, and after a moment, she gritted her teeth and roared. Damn Jiraiya! Didn't I ask him to watch Naruto? Why did he cause such a big trouble? Is this kid going to destroy the ninja world? She is really going crazy now. What about the evil church that transforms the body, and Uzumaki Naruto who became the wind shadow? Tsunade is really going to collapse after hearing the bad news. Shizuan. Take care of the village. I want to go to the Sand Village myself. Tsunade felt that her visit was not important enough, so she called out Shizuan again. By the way, let Hayashi bring her daughter with me. Yes. Hokage. Shizuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and hurried to the door. Hey? Kakashi. Why do you look like this? Shizuan, who had just opened the door, saw Kakashi with messy hair, tattered clothes, and a faint smell of burning on his body. Kakashi looked at Tsunade, his heart was extremely complicated. After struggling for a long time, he closed his eyes and shouted desperately to the office. Hokage-sama. It's bad. Sakura. Sakura, she has set up a cult called the Science Truth Society in the Snow Country. If we don't stop her, the ninja world will be finished. Tsunade? Cho and Ebizo? Chapter 41. Tsunade staggered and sat on the ground when she heard Kakashi's words. The 2 old Sand Village ninjas beside her heard the word cult again, and their eyes rolled up and they fainted. Seeing this, Kakashi walked into the office carefully and stood at attention. But his eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look at the Hokage sitting on the ground. Shizuan anxiously called for medical ninjas to treat Zhou and the others. The two old men were miserable enough. If they were to die of anger in Konoha, it is estimated that their reputation in the first half of their lives would be ruined. Boom! After Tsunade stood up, she hit Kakashi hard with a painful kick. For a moment, the entire Hokage building shook. Fuck you! Kakashi, look at the Team 7 you lead. I quit. The ninja world loves destruction. It's none of my business. The anger that Tsunade had been pent up for a long time finally came out at this moment. It's fine that Naruto went to Sand Village and started a cult. But why did that girl Haruno Sakura also start one? Will she have to tell herself later that Uchiha Sasuke also started a cult somewhere? Damn! You're not even a Hokage! Shizuan looked at the bottomless gully on the floor and walked to Tsunade's side timidly. Hokage-sama! We are completely out of money. Tsunade! Tsunade almost fainted when she heard the bad news again. She covered her chest and breathed hard. At this time, two Hokage advisors suddenly rushed into the office from outside the door. Tsunade! Calm down. Konoha village can't live without you. The expressions on their faces were filled with fear and confusion. What happened today? Tsunade has been in a good mood recently, why did she say she quit and kicked the Hokage building again? Humph! Go find Yamato! Tsunade snorted coldly and ignored the two old men. If it weren't for these two old guys recommending her, she might not have suffered such a crime. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and didn't dare to say a word. Although the Hokage's blame was a bit big just now, he still had some connection. However, he also tried to stop Sakura. But the key to the problem is that the scientific truth of the Snow Country will be completely out of control now. Sakura also said that those wooden people completely misinterpreted her meaning. They say all day that ninjas are the source of war. Eliminate ninjas, eliminate chakra, and the world belongs to scientific truth. Sakura looked aggrieved when she talked about this. She clearly told those people at the beginning that the theory was a combination of chakra and science. I don't know how it got distorted as it was passed on. Kakashi saw that the situation was out of control and wanted to rush into the headquarters to rescue Sakura. But the opponent's firepower was too strong. And he couldn't face the simultaneous attack of tens of thousands of people, and he had to take into account the face of the Snow Country daimyo, and couldn't cause too much damage locally. Otherwise, what would the daimyo of other countries think? Today you just took action against the daimyo of the Snow Country, will you take action against us tomorrow? A series of things made him constrained everywhere. Just when he was about to take action, the opponent's artillery directly covered him with full firepower, without giving him any preparation time. If he left a step later, he would probably have to meet his father. After realizing that it was not good, Kakashi ran back in dejection for help. As for his beloved disciple, Sakura said she wanted to stay there and try to see if she could turn the Scientific Truth Society back. Tsunade gently pulled the corners of her eyes. She felt that the wrinkles had just disappeared in the past 2 days, but today they were exposed again. After thinking for a long time, she decided to take on the responsibility of saving the ninja world. Kakashi, go find Haruno Sakura's parents. Call Kai and Hong to go to the Snow Country together. Yes. Hokage. Kakashi stood at attention and responded loudly. There was no way he could not be loud, because he was afraid that Tsunade would hit him. Shizuan, call Hayashi and Hinata. I'll take them to the Sand Village. Yes, Tsunade. Shizuan nodded, but her eyes were full of worry about the tilted Hokage building. Yamato may not be able to repair it, right? Kakashi, who was standing next to him, was stunned. What did Hokage just say? Hayashi and Hinata? What kind of lineup is this? Is Naruto causing trouble outside again? Hokage-sama. That. Naruto. Kakashi felt that he was Naruto's leader, so he had to ask to show his concern. Tsunade glanced at the white-haired eyes and snorted coldly. Had cause trouble? How could Uzumaki Naruto-sama cause trouble outside? He just became the 5th Kazekage and also set up a cult. Kakashi's eyes widened, and his hair stood on end. Hey? What the hell? Why does it sound like Naruto has caused more trouble than Sakura? Tsunade ignored Kakashi, who was standing there in a daze, and looked at Shizune, who was about to leave. She was still a little worried and called her again. Wait. I'd better go. Shizune, go prepare a scroll of impure world reincarnation. Tsunade sighed and walked out of the Hokage building depressed. She remembered that when she came back, Jiraiya said that Naruto was particularly concerned about this technique when the 3rd Hokage was alive. I think Naruto is preparing to revive his deceased parents. Tsunade has thought it through now. If things come to the last step, she can only find a way to resurrect Kushina and let the child's mother take care of Naruto herself. Tsunade is even ready to find Orochimaru. Arriving at the Hyuga family, Tsunade and Hayashi explained the situation clearly and frightened Hinata again. What if Naruto is if you become the Kazekage, you can't go back to the village. You can only choose between your parents' family and your husband's family. This made Hinata very entangled. Fortunately, after hesitating for a long time, Hinata decided to go to the Sand Village together. In fact, Hinata was still worried that Naruto would hang out in the Sand Village after becoming the Kazekage. And I heard that you can't have a baby after the prosthetic transformation. On the other side, the 10th team of the new Sand Village sat in a screw fried rice restaurant and happened to meet Jiraiya, who was drinking alone. Tisk! What the hell is this wine? Why does it smell weird? Jiraiya held the wine glass and slammed the table and shouted. The boss hurried to the guest and bowed. Guest, you don't know. All our drinks are brewed with cactus. After all, the resources are scarce, so the wine is naturally not as good as the wine in other places outside. After that, the boss took out a membership application from his apron. Get out of here. Jiraiya's mentality really collapsed. Since he came in, someone came to him every 50 meters to promote the various benefits of the Mechanikyus. Even if he wanted to see the damn traitor, he had to join the club first and listen to the last week's class before he could meet the Kazekage. When Jiraiya heard this, his mentality exploded on the spot. He was discouraged and found a shop on the roadside to drink. Jiraiya-sama. Great. Now only you can save the ninja world. Asuma, the bearded man, almost cried when he saw Jiraiya. Chapter 142. My Lord Bishop. This world is full of filth, we must launch a holy war. Only in this way can all the pagans be purified. Kanjuro stood respectfully beside Naruto, whispering. Even when Naruto became the Kazekage, he did not call out this title. Upon hearing this, the big-breasted cultist next to him raised his arms high, and shouted at Naruto like a tsunami. We must purify all the pagans in this world. The world belongs to our Mechanikyus. Naruto collapsed on the sofa, staring at the ceiling with his eyes blankly, and the whole person had lost his dream. He was really going to collapse because of this group of people. At the beginning, he just wanted to change the atmosphere of the big-breasted people in the Sand Village. Why did it become like this? He should not have taken out the doctrine of the Mechanikyus. Now this group of demon-possessed ninjas, without any technology, have walked out of a path of chakra-controlled puppets alone. What makes Naruto speechless is these people are still kissing and caring for the puppets while shouting the machine soul is greatly happy. He said that there is no such thing as a machine soul. Kankuro said that he was enlightened. Chakra is the machine soul. Anyway, it is very outrageous. The main point is that it is unscientific. Look at Temari shouting the machine soul is greatly happy and you will know that this group of crooked Sand Village is hopeless. If the Sand Village really becomes the Mechanikyus that Naruto knows, it won't be a big problem. But the current Sand Village Mechanic is addicted to prosthetic transformation and can't be stopped. It's fine if they play by themselves, but they also want to drag the ninja world to play with them. Naruto doesn't want there to be no normal people on this planet after defeating the Otsutsuki clan. In addition, the Sand Village has slightly stronger prosthetic technology and more gadgets, but this is also based on the original chakra puppet control technique. If they want to develop into a true mechanic without a complete system, he is worried. There is one more crucial point. The failure rate of these people is surprisingly high. Just look at the bug puppet that breaks down more than 10 times a day. The overall strength of the Sand Village has been greatly improved, but there is no high-end combat power at all. With these crooked melons and cracked dates, at most they can compete with Brother Sakura, who has scientific ninja tools. And purify the pagans. He wants to purify Kankuro now. Naruto waved his hand to signal the group to retreat, and he missed the normal Konoha village very much. At least the people of Konoha are normal and can communicate. I am so tired. Shikamaru, take your wife away quickly. If you don't leave, your wife will become crazy. And Brother Drill Eyes, you should also come and carry rice quickly, otherwise the ninja world will be gone. Naruto now understands. After their unremitting efforts, the people of the Sand Village are finally beyond salvation. At this time, several footsteps sounded outside the door. Naruto subconsciously opened his mouth and cursed. I said I want to be alone. Don't bother me anymore. Creak. As the door opened, Jiraiya and several people from the 10th team pushed the door open. They had different expressions and complicated thoughts. Originally, everyone thought that Naruto had caused all this on purpose. It seems that Naruto is now very stupid. Jiraiya saw that Naruto did not open his mouth to curse the traitor like before. He walked to the sofa, supported his knees and sat down quietly. Shikamaru saw this scene and hurriedly took others to wait outside the door. The master and apprentice were silent for about 3 minutes, and the atmosphere began to become a little strange. Naruto was very irritable now, and he couldn't bear to hear the white-haired old man cursing, otherwise he would really explode. In the end, it was Jiraiya who spoke to break the silence. How have you been lately? Not bad. Naruto said, and the two fell into awkwardness again. To be honest, Jiraiya felt very uncomfortable. If he could just keep an eye on this kid, there probably wouldn't be so many things going on now. After all, the current situation of Sand Village has something to do with him. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder, smiled, and then said, Let's go. Let's go home. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya's vicissitudes of life and was in a trance for a long time. But if I don't bring back this Mechanic-use, the ninja world will really be finished. Jiraiya. Naruto's words instantly silenced him. The feelings he had finally cultivated were destroyed by this kid's words. And you're still trying to bend it back. So you have no sense at all now. If I could bend you back, you wouldn't be like this now. Why is this kid so stubborn? Jiraiya sighed deeply and grabbed Naruto's collar and was about to lift him up. However, seeing that his master was about to take action, Naruto subconsciously grabbed the sofa. Jiraiya pulled several times but failed to lift the kid up. Jiraiya really cursed at this time. Traitor! What are you still doing here? Someone will naturally solve the problems here when you go back. Naruto also began to refute. Impossible. Without the development of the Mechanic-use cult of my Sand Village, the ninja world will be finished soon. Jiraiya hugged Naruto's legs and kept pulling him out, but the boy was so strong that Jiraiya couldn't pull him out at all. Bang! Just as the master and the disciple were wrestling, there was a loud noise and the door flew past them. Turning his head to look at the door, Tsunade had already appeared in the room with Hinata, Niji, Hayashi and others. Uzumaki! Uzumaki! Naruto! What the hell are you doing? Are you and Sakura going to destroy this world? Now. Immediately. Immediately. Come home with me. I'll settle accounts with you when I get back. And Jiraiya. Tsunade was like an angry lion at this moment, her neck was red and she started to spray the two. However, she still gave the master and the disciple some face and did not fight directly here. Naruto was originally bowing his head to be scolded, but he grasped a key point in Tsunade's words. Me and Sakura? Sakura did it too? Naruto shrank his head and looked at his wife among the crowd, and then looked at Tsunade, and he was really curious. That. Isn't Sakura in the snow country? What did she do? Humph. Tsunade ignored Naruto and waved her hand, indicating that she should leave immediately. Hinata, who hadn't seen Naruto for a long time, ran to him in small steps and whispered. Sakura has set up a scientific truth society in the snow country. It seems to be a cult. Naruto? Damn. Sakura is playing such a big game? Scientific Truth Society. Naruto was confused and disdainful at the same time. Just relying on those mud legs in the snow country to build a complete scientific system in 1 month. It's impossible. Naruto didn't even have to think that the Scientific Truth Society set up by Sakura must be crooked, otherwise it wouldn't be called a cult. The group walked out of the Kazekage building, and Naruto saw mechanical parts scattered all over the floor. The believers who were on guard were already lying on the floor wailing. Bishop! You can't go on! You old stubborn people from the old times! Let go of our bishop! The big guy was lying on the ground, looking at Tsunade angrily, as if this guy was an unforgivable female devil. Heretics! Damn heretics! We will definitely kill all of you! Bang! As Tsunade kicked out a few times, the scene finally quieted down. Glancing at the unconscious Sand Village ninja on the ground, Tsunade smiled contemptuously. Mechanic-use. Ha! You dare to call it a mere puppetry? She glanced at Naruto who was still stunned, then looked at Jiraiya and said coldly. Jiraiya, take Naruto to Myaboka Mountain after you finish this matter. Let him practice immortal arts and temper his temper. Jiraiya certainly had no objection. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but saw Tsunade holding a scroll and dangling it. As long as you don't cause trouble, I will give you the impure world reincarnation after you finish practicing immortal arts. It's a deal. Hearing this, Naruto agreed on the spot. Okay, okay. Kakashi, you just wait to die. Now Naruto just wants to revive his mother and teach white-haired Chudo a lesson. As for the crisis in the ninja world, I don't care. Chapter 143. Before Tsunade left, she looked at the old ninja of Sand Village meaningfully. She didn't say anything, but she seemed to be saying, I'll take Uzumaki Naruto back with me. Next, it's up to you to curb this mechanic-use. Cho and Ebizo looked at each other, embarrassed. To be honest, they really didn't have the confidence to suppress the mechanic-use. However, since Uzumaki Naruto, the chief culprit, could be caught, things would be easier in the future. And the big guys of the mechanic-use were heartbroken when they saw the bishop being taken away. Bishop! We can't lose you. The purification of heretics in the ninja world still needs your leadership. Even Gaara felt that the sky of Sand Village had fallen. There are so many ways. Damn Hokage! I will definitely bring him back. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he was knocked unconscious and taken away by Chiyo's troops. Naruto was reluctant to leave those believers who worshipped him, but when he saw the big guys leaning against each other and calling his name, he was so scared that he trembled several times. Damn it! I can't stay in this place for a moment. And Tsunade and Jiraiya gave too many things. Impure world reincarnation and immortal arts. I just hope that the mechanic-use will disperse after losing its spiritual pillar. Or it can become normal under the correction of the older generation of ninjas in the Sand Village. Worst case. He can also join the Akatsuki organization and let his good senior brother lead the Akatsuki organization to stop this damn evil cult. I think the organizations that want to destroy the world should be hostile to each other, right? Naruto sighed lightly. He really felt that it was not easy for the third generation of the old man. Don't worry. Third generation of the old man, when I practice the impure world reincarnation, I will find a way to practice with you. With thousands of thoughts in his mind, Naruto took Hinata's hand under the gaze of his father-in-law and brother-in-law, and entered the light gate. Tsunade waved her hand, and all the Konoha ninjas followed Naruto's footsteps and teleported back. It is worth mentioning that Shikamaru took Temari, who was a little abnormal, back. This guy said that women are really troublesome, and then he said that he would take Temari back to Konoha for treatment. He is a representative of hypocrisy. In the following days, the Sand Village began to violently suppress the cult in the village. Because of the large number of people in the village, they even hired Konoha ninjas. With the joint efforts of the two villages, the Mechanikyus suffered the double blow of losing the bishop and being suppressed, and the rapid development momentum finally stopped. That day, Gaara and Kankuro gathered a group of core members of the church late at night. Everyone! Our church is facing an unprecedented blow. The ninja world now rejects us. It cannot accept our advanced ideas. Starting from today, the Mechanikyus will move from the open to the underground. Gaara, who was elected as the holy son of the Mechanikyus, spoke passionately, without any trace of the embarrassment of the past. Naruto's departure made him more determined to develop the church in a low-key manner. The current Mechanikyus is still too weak. It will take a very long time to become stronger. Wait. As long as they are given a little time, they will definitely go to Konoha to bring Naruto back. I agree. But our current technology has reached a bottleneck. After Kankuro finished speaking, the scene fell into a long silence. The development of new technologies some time ago made everyone swell up, and everyone was instantly sobered up after being beaten by Tsunade. Gaara pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered the bounty for the traitor ninja he saw in the office at that time. I have a way. I wonder if you have heard of the S-level traitor ninja in the Sand Village Scorpion of the Red Sand. As long as we find him, our technology will surely advance by leaps and bounds. After everyone discussed it, they found that this idea was feasible, and immediately prepared to send people to find Scorpion in secret. Although it was a secret development, the core members of the Mechanikyus decided to continue to develop believers. However, they had to find a ninja village with weak strength and a large population. So, after discussing with Kankuro, Gaara decided to choose the grass country as the place for the Mechanikyus to preach. At the same time, Harano Sakura, who was far away in the snow country, was taken back by her parents. The Scientific Truth Society also suffered an unprecedented blow. The other party decided to go underground and develop in a low-key manner like the Mechanikyus. After all, their ideas are unacceptable to the current ninja world. But coincidentally the place they chose to preach was also in the land of grass. Star Ninja Village. Sasuke and Naruto's clones were tying up a Star Ninja Village ninja and using illusion to interrogate him. I see. It seems that it is not difficult to turn the ninja into wings. Naruto's clone glanced at the boy and retorted. Fool, this is called the peacock magic. Sasuke glanced at the yellow-haired man and was a little angry. If Naruto hadn't told him before that the clone was used for communication, as long as the clone was blown up in an emergency, Naruto's real body would open a light gate to find him. Otherwise, he really wanted to kick the other party. Okay, it's done. Let's go back. Sasuke packed up his things and turned to leave, but at this time Naruto's clone called him. Wait. I remember there's a good thing in the Star Ninja Village. Maybe it can enhance your strange fire. The clone Naruto thought of the stone in the Star Ninja village and guessed that this thing was probably something with a huge amount of radiation. However, it's not easy to take the whole stone back with the original body of this thing. But it shouldn't be a big problem if it's chiseled a little. Sasuke turned his head and grabbed Naruto's clone's hand tightly, his face full of anxiety. What are you waiting for? Go! I feel like I'm going to get the third strange fire. Sasuke was about to laugh when he thought about using the Buddha's Wrath Lotus to blow Uchiha Itachi up in the future. Fortunately, Naruto's clone covered his mouth in time and interrupted Uchiha's crazy laughter. Damn it! We are sneaking into the Star Ninja village as thieves. Don't make it so that you have to drive the Wushuan back later. After that, things went much more smoothly than expected. The two of them easily chiseled a fist-sized stone from the Star Ninja village and returned to Orochimaru's base in the grass country. As for why they had to return to the base in the grass country, I can only say that Scorpion and Little Dick have been a little crazy recently. They bombed every Orochimaru base they saw, which made Ant Snake lose interest in research. Naruto, can't you take off this clothes? Sasuke, who returned to the base, pointed to the bulky chemical protective suit on his body with a tone of disgust. This thing looks like a bear, it's really ugly. Naruto's clone refused seriously. No. If you don't want to die early in the future, or grow a few more arms and legs, just wear it obediently. You don't know that this thing has radiation. But as he spoke, Naruto's clone's thoughts diverged like the original body, and he muttered to himself. But then again, in a sense, can nuclear radiation open the gene lock? Sasuke remained silent, as he was used to Naruto's weird words. He just wanted to use this broken stone to make his own strange fire as soon as possible. After muttering for a while, Naruto and Sasuke walked into Orochimaru's laboratory. At this time, Orochimaru was standing at the corner. He heard everything the yellow-haired kid said just now. He licked his tongue excitedly and muttered to himself. The stone of the Star Ninja village. Radiation? Genetic lock. He he he. Interesting. Chapter 144. Look at what you two have done. You feel uncomfortable if you don't cause me trouble for a day, right? In the Hokage's office, the two cult leaders were standing and being lectured by Tsunade. Before that, the two had cleaned the village for a week as a punishment. The two white-haired people next to them had been severely punished by Tsunade for their poor discipline. Jiraiya was leaning on a cane, and his right arm was hanging around his neck. And Kakashi. Except for a pair of panda eyes, there was nothing else wrong with him. Jiraiya now just felt that it was unfair, very unfair. Obviously, everyone was beaten together, but how come Kakashi, you kid, only had superficial injuries? In response, Kakashi said that when he was beaten, he was indeed similar to Jiraiya, but thanks to the frequent Krypton stakes, his injuries were 70% healed the next day. Even the dark circles on his face were painted on. If there was nothing wrong, Tsunade would definitely beat him up. Facing Tsunade's lecture, Naruto's eyes were dull and his thoughts were flying. You don't need to look too much to know that this kid is in a daze. The main point is that you can scold me as much as you want, anyway, what I did is not a big problem. After all, he has changed the trend of the big guys in Sand Village. Although he accidentally created the Mechanikyus, you can tell whether it has been changed or not. Compared with Naruto, Sakura is much more obedient, bowing her head and admitting her mistakes. She also said that this kind of thing will not happen again next time, and so on. Still thinking about turning the cult back. Don't you see that things are out of control? Don't you two realize that you are the biggest trouble? Look at Sasuke. Where have you caused any trouble since leaving the village? It's a good thing that Sasuke didn't cause any big trouble outside the village. Otherwise, she thinks it's better to destroy the ninja world. Whoever wants to be the savior can be the savior, anyway, she won't care anymore. Tsunade was so dry-mouthed that she sighed and didn't want to continue scolding. Okay, I don't want to say anything else. Fortunately, this time it didn't cause much impact on the ninja world. Jiraiya, take Naruto to Miyaboka Mountain. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling Jiraiya to take him away to the Holy Land for some labor reform. So that she wouldn't be upset seeing this yellow-haired man every day. Hearing that he was going to practice fairy arts, Naruto filially helped his mentor out of the office. The nine-legged man in the sealed space suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the word fairy arts. His eyes rolled around, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Tsunade saw the two people leave, turned his head and looked at Kakashi and Sakura. After thinking for a while, he continued. Kakashi, go back and reflect on yourself. Why did you almost fall at the hands of a broken cult? As for Sakura, stop all your research, and follow me to practice medical ninjutsu. When Sakura heard that she had to stop her research, she felt worse than killing her. She wanted to say something to ask the Hokage to take back his order. Seeing that the girl was going to cause trouble, Kakashi hurriedly grabbed her, fearing that Sakura would say something and get herself beaten. Tsunade didn't notice the movements of the two guys, rubbed her eyebrows, and then drove them away. That's it for today. Sakura, come to me tomorrow. Go back. Yes. Hokage. Kakashi bowed in response, pulled Sakura out the door. After seeing that all the troubles were dealt with by herself, Tsunade leaned back, took out a bottle of wine from the drawer, and drank it up. Hiss-ha! Great! Tsunade smashed the bottle on the table and shouted happily. Although she had just taught a few people a lesson, her mood was much better than the previous few days. Thinking of the things that Naruto and Sakura had caused a few days ago, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh that it was not easy for her. It was really not easy. After her unremitting efforts, the ninja world has regained its former tranquility. However, Tsunade didn't know that the tranquility she imagined was just wishful thinking. The Land of Grass. The missionary team of the Mechanikyus has arrived and set up a secret base. However, this time Gaara did not send out the Sand Village personnel, and these missionary tasks were handed over to the outer believers of the Wind Country to carry out. In this way, even if he was exposed, he dared to tell Gran Macho that this matter had nothing to do with him. The ninjas of their Sand Village are now honest and dutiful. How could they do such a thing? Damn it! The ninjas from Konoha village are just too much. With their strength, just because you are strong, you can take away people from our village. The Kyuzagaku ninja clenched his fist tightly, and his mind was full of the image of the red-haired girl. They have suffered a lot recently after losing this medical ninja. Originally, the wounds could be quickly recovered by just a bite. And now, they have to spend a lot of money to come to the Land of Grass to find medical ninjas for treatment. Damn Konoha ninja! Brother, let's find a way to hide outside Konoha village. I don't believe that Karin can hide in Konoha village for the rest of her life. The group of people gave advice to the leading ninja, all thinking of ways to take back the blood bag that should have belonged to them. At this moment, a group of guys wearing hooded black robes appeared in front and behind the Kyuzagaku ninjas. This made everyone nervous instantly. Some people even touched the ninja tool bags on their waists, intending to take action immediately if something went wrong. But the scene that happened next was beyond the control of these Kyuzagaku ninjas. Brother, let's learn about the new church. Want to improve your strength? Want to punch Uchiha Madara and kick Senju Hashirama? Join the arms of our Mechanikyus. The Mechanikyus followers held leaflets in their hands and enthusiastically distributed them to the Kyuzagaku ninjas. The leading ninja looked down at the contents of the leaflet, and his expression became a little strange. Passionate gatherings at night, hot followers, exciting new experiences. All waiting for you in the Mechanikyus. If they hadn't seen what the other party said before about the cult, they would have thought they had encountered someone from a sex shop soliciting customers. Sorry, no need. The leading ninja hesitated for a moment but still rejected the other party's kindness. And behind their team, the followers of the Scientific Truth Society also began to exert their strength. Brother! Do you want to know the secrets of the world? Do you want to make the suffering world peaceful? What are you waiting for? Join our Scientific Truth Society now. The two groups of believers were dressed similarly, so for a moment, both groups confused their members. Finally, the Kyuzagaku ninja took advantage of the chaos to escape the scene, and the Mechanikyus and the Society of Scientific Truth unexpectedly received each other's leaflets. Society of Scientific Truth. Mechanikyus. It was not until they saw the unfamiliar leaflets in their hands that the two groups realized that something was wrong, and at the same time, they had a thought in their minds. It's bad. I actually met someone in the same profession. Chapter 145. The atmosphere at the scene instantly fell into awkwardness. Finally, after a few shouts, they simultaneously untied their black robes and revealed their original appearance. On the side of the Mechanikyus, there were all kinds of prosthetic modifications, such as mechanical arms and mechanical legs. It was because they were not from the Sand Village. Their size was similar to that of ordinary people, and they had not yet trained to be big guys. As for the Scientific Truth Society, they were dressed in standard chakra armor, and the overall style was much more normal than that of the Mechanikyus. When the two sects saw each other's equipment, their pupils suddenly shrank, and ecstasy instantly surrounded everyone. That mechanical aesthetics. Armor school? There is actually a church that is on the same path as us? Really, it's great. When the swords were drawn, both sides smiled knowingly and stepped forward to give each other a warm hug. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that there is a church in the ninja world that shares the same ideals as us. A kindred spirit. A kindred spirit. Although the two sides met for the first time, they were as intimate as old friends who had not seen each other for many years. At the same time, they also began to exchange their church concepts. At first, everyone was getting more and more excited, but the Mechanikyus was talking, and somehow shouted Machine Soul Great Joy. When the Scientific Truth heard this, their expressions froze instantly. The missionary leading the Scientific Truth looked at the other party in confusion, narrowed his eyes, and asked in confusion. Machine Soul? Great Joy? What does this mean? The Mechanicus followers hooked each other's shoulders on the spot and explained in a rambling manner. They said that the machine soul was the supreme existence in this world. He can make machines produce unique gains and give machines consciousness. However, in the past, due to people's ignorance, they mistakenly called the machine soul chakra. In short, after hearing a series of words, the faces of the members of the Society of Scientific Truth were as black as the bottom of a pot. You should know that the philosophy of their Society of Scientific Truth is that chakra is the source of all evil. Their ideal is to eliminate chakra, restore the original appearance of the world, and change the world with the power of technology. And this Mechanikyus? What did you just say about the great joy of the machine soul? This is just shitting on the head of the Society of Scientific Truth. Let's not talk about the unscientific thing first. The machine soul that the other party is talking about is the target they want to eliminate. The Mechanikyus is a heresy. Is that so? It sounds really good. The leader of the Society of Scientific Truth smiled, secretly took out a pocket chakra pistol from his waist, put it against the other party's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! After a gunshot, blood splashed on the faces of the people around. This really confused the Mechanikyus. What was going on with the sudden attack? Weren't we all brothers just now? What are you doing? Why did you kill our captain? The Mechanikyus came to their senses and asked angrily. But the people of the Science Truth Society reacted quickly. Everyone took out their weapons at the same time, shooting and shouting wildly. Heretics! You damn heretics! Your machine souls are the gathering of evil thoughts in the world. Kill them! The world belongs to our Science Truth Society. Bang bang bang! With the continuous gunfire, the Mechanicus's followers soon lost most of their lives. However, no matter how stupid they were, they realized the seriousness of the problem. The other party was not a good brother at all. They even denied the machine soul. Heretics! Heretics for sure! Damn heretics! You actually denied our machine souls! I'm going to kill you! The remaining members of the Mechanikus immediately organized a counterattack, and at the same time took out a brick-sized device to contact the headquarters. Vice-Bishop! We encountered evil heretics in the Grass Kingdom. We have suffered heavy losses now. We urgently need support. When the Scientific Truth Society saw the other party calling for help, they suddenly laughed. Okay. You still dare to call for help, right? Notify the headquarters. Send more support immediately. We must eliminate this shitty heretic. We can't let their doctrines pollute the entire world. As the two sides took action, the two religions in the Grass City continued to appear on the streets to hunt each other. Their respective headquarters began to send a large number of reinforcements to the Grass Kingdom. An unprecedented war is about to break out. At the same time, outside the Grass Kingdom surrounded by the ground, Orochimaru's base exploded. Sasuke pulled Karin and escaped from the collapsed ground with a few jumps. Both of them were full of fear on their faces. Especially Sasuke, who was more scared than the night of the extermination of the clan. He ran the 3000 thunders with all his strength and fled towards the land of grass without looking back. And behind Sasuke, Kimimaro, Kabuto Yakushi and other Orochimaru's men were all fleeing frantically. They looked as if they had encountered some terrifying existence. Boom! There was another loud noise, and many human and animal monsters kept coming out of the collapsed ground. These monsters have one thing in common. They all have no eyes. Konoha village. Naruto was giving Jiraiya a healing potion at this time, but before he could feed him, the movement of his hands suddenly paused. The memory of Sasuke's clone suddenly appeared in his mind. In his memory, he and Sasuke were suddenly discussing how to create a new fire. But before they could come to a conclusion, an astonishing explosion occurred in Orochimaru's laboratory. In order to protect Sasuke, the clone kicked him out of the explosion range. After receiving the memory, Naruto cursed in his heart. Damn! What is Orochimaru doing? Can't he go to the ground to play with explosions? Are you afraid that everyone won't die underground? Traitor! Hurry up! Drink it for the master first. Jiraiya saw that Naruto's hand was still not moving, and he was so anxious that he wanted to kick this kid. Old deng, drink it yourself. Naruto put the bottle into Jiraiya's mouth with one hand, walked to the side without looking back, opened a light door, and reached in to pull it hard. But as he was pulling, Naruto suddenly felt something was wrong. It was strange. Sasuke and Karin together weighed less than 200 kilograms, right? Why did the weight seem a little wrong? Crash! As Naruto pulled hard, several people were pulled out of the light gate in an instant. Not to mention Sasuke and Karin. Even Kabuto Yakushi, Kimimaro, and Jago were brought out together. From their tattered clothes, it was not difficult to see that they had just encountered a fierce battle. At the same time, the fear on their faces had not yet dissipated. Even Sasuke, who was usually arrogant, looked scared. This moment confused Naruto. Orochimaru just blew up the base. Why do you all look a little wrong? Jiraiya's face changed instantly when he saw the guys who suddenly appeared. He remembered that Kabuto Yakushi had appeared in the village with Orochimaru. What is going on? Sasuke stood up and looked at Naruto, his eyes kept dodging. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. Naruto. I seem to have gotten into trouble. Jiraiya. Naruto. Chapter 146. What's going on? What's going on with Sasuke? This was the first time Naruto had seen Sasuke look so nervous. Besides, No matter how much trouble you can cause, can you do more than me and Sakura? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and then at the other people's equally nervous expressions, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. An ominous premonition came again at this moment. Naruto walked up to Sasuke, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Isn't it just that Orochimaru's base exploded? It's just a small matter. Besides, the explosion was not caused by you. Sasuke's face was still pale, he took a deep breath, and told what happened in the past few days. It's not just the explosion. Because of my curiosity, I accidentally created a group of monsters with Orochimaru. Naruto and Jiraiya were slightly stunned, and the master and apprentice looked at each other without interrupting Sasuke's words. It turned out that when Sasuke brought the Star Ninja Village stone back to the base, Orochimaru came to him that night. Orochimaru said he wanted to use this stone for research. Sasuke thought that he was free at night anyway, so he put on protective clothing, took the stone and went to the laboratory with Orochimaru. In the laboratory, Orochimaru used various means to test the stone. Finally, it was found that the special substances contained in it could destroy and change the human gene sequence. Sasuke just wanted to sleep after listening to Orochimaru's chattering, and he didn't know what this guy was excited about. But then something happened that shocked Sasuke. Orochimaru started to debug the potion on the spot and added strange blood limit to it. Like Hashirama's cells, the corpse veins of the Kagaya clan, and Kairin's cells. Even Sasuke and Orochimaru's cells were added. A lot of blood limit that Orochimaru collected in the ninja world over the years was also added. Finally, they began to use the stones from the Star Ninja Village to affect the potion through radiation. Sasuke was still very uncomfortable about this at the time. After all, if Orochimaru really came up with something weird, if Naruto found out, he would probably laugh at him for having a child with Medusa. Sasuke guessed that if Naruto knew, he could use this to blame himself for the rest of his life. He was so angry that he turned around and went back to his room to sleep, and he didn't tell his clone about it yet. Sasuke said this, looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and indicated that he would explain next. After that, radiation did affect the potion. Later, after human experiments, we found that this potion can greatly improve the strength and lifespan of ninjas. And the body also has a strong recovery ability and chakra absorption characteristics. Kabuto Yakushi paused for a while, with a flash of fear on his face. Then Lord Orochimaru injected himself with the drug without thinking. Then an accident happened. Lord Orochimaru turned into a monster and lost control. He bites anyone he sees and absorbs their chakra. The radiation keeps mutating him. And the bitten person will lose his mind as long as there is chakra in his body. In the end, he becomes a monster that only devours chakra. When Kabuto Yakushi thought of the thousands of monsters infected at the grass country base, he was terrified. Such monsters are simply not something they can deal with. Ordinary ninjutsu can't cause any harm to the other party, but make them stronger. Naruto and Jiraiya fell silent after hearing this. Jiraiya didn't expect that Orochimaru had been holding back something in secret. And Naruto really didn't know what to say. Although he didn't know the specific situation of those monsters, but why does it sound like Orochimaru has created a ninja version of the Resident Evil? And it's based on chakra infection. Rough. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Is this thing a zombie? When Naruto first heard about this, he thought it was just a biochemical crisis created by Orochimaru, so he wasn't too worried. Anyway, he had a weakness potion in his bag. But thinking back to the details, he realized that the problem was not that simple. Hashirama cells, Kagaya bloodline, Uzumaki cells, Uchiha bloodline. Combined with the unique chakra absorption characteristics, Naruto suspected that Orochimaru accidentally created a mutant version of the Ten Tails. Damn! This is a big deal. Jiraiya frowned, and after a while he asked Kabuto Yakushi. Then, is Orochimaru still alive? Kabuto Yakushi heard this, shook his head, indicating that it was probably gone. Orochimaru has now become a monster that only knows how to devour and kill. Jiraiya, who learned of his friend's death, had a flash of sadness in his eyes, and he was in a very bad mood. At the same time, he also realized, the ninja world is really going to be finished. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's arm and asked anxiously. Naruto, what should we do? Now those monsters have rushed to the land of grass. If we don't stop them, these monsters will only increase in number. Although Sasuke hated the land of grass, he didn't want those monsters to become stronger because of it. Once those monsters devoured the chakra, it was unknown whether they would mutate into a terrifying appearance. I'll go find Tsunade. You just wait here. Realizing that he was in big trouble, Jiraiya left a sentence and ran towards the Hokage building. Naruto looked at the figure of Lao Deng leaving, turned around and persuaded Sasuke. Don't worry. Our Hokage can handle it. If it doesn't work, let's find a way to send the land of grass to the sky. Speaking of this, Naruto's eyes were still a little excited. He had wanted to blow up the land of grass to the sky for a long time. When Karin heard what Naruto said, her eyes were eager to try, and it can be seen that she agreed with Naruto's method very much. Tsunade! Tsunade! Jiraiya rushed into the Hokage's office in a hurry, and the Hokage, who was slacking off and drinking secretly, spilled his drink all over the floor. Seeing Jiraiya running to the office without even knocking on the door, Tsunade was furious. He didn't give her, the Hokage, any face at all. She frowned, pointed outside the door, and shouted angrily. Get out! Didn't the old man teach you to knock before entering the door? Jiraiya was almost dying of anxiety when he heard this. The ninja world is going to be ruined again. Why does he have to do this? Tsunade! I have something urgent to do. Get out! Tsunade picked up the wine glass leisurely and said lightly, not caring about Jiraiya's thoughts at all. What else could be urgent? Sakura and Naruto had just left her not long ago, and there should be a limit to how much trouble they could cause. Anyway, she didn't believe that these two guys could do anything to destroy the ninja world again. Jiraiya sighed and walked out of the door, knocked on the door a few times, and came in only after getting Tsunade's consent. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and asked in a very calm tone. What's the matter? We must stop Orochimaru. Otherwise the ninja world will really be ruined. Tsunade? Chapter 147. Hearing such familiar words again, Tsunade even suspected that she had returned to the days before. After pinching her thigh to make sure she was not dreaming, she clenched her fists and went forward to beat Jiraiya to vent her anger. Tsunade, wait a minute. This has nothing to do with me. You can't do this. When Jiraiya saw Tsunade walking towards him with a grin, his back was instantly soaked, and he felt even more wronged. I endured the beatings for the things Naruto caused before. But why did you still fight for what Orochimaru did? No. You will be fine soon if you endure it. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said that Orochimaru could not be found now, so she would beat Jiraiya to vent her anger first. Who told him not to bring Orochimaru back before? After a few screams, Jiraiya rubbed his dark circles, his face full of grievances. Tsunade picked up the wine glass and started drinking. Seeing that Jiraiya was really pitiful, she found a glass and served him wine. Tsunade now felt that she was getting used to it. There was no way. Recently, there were people who wanted to destroy the ninja world every 2 or 3 days. If a mysterious organization suddenly appeared in the ninja world in the future and said that it wanted to destroy the ninja world, she felt that she could treat it with a normal mind. Go ahead. What's the situation this time? Jiraiya held the wine glass, smiled awkwardly, and then told him about Orochimaru's affairs in the land of grass. Tsunade didn't show much surprise after listening to the whole process. She almost said on the spot, "Oh, so that's the case." But Tsunade felt that she probably couldn't handle this matter. And she didn't want to be the savior of the ninja world again. Not only did she have no benefits, but she also had to suffer all kinds of anger all day long. Inform the 5 major ninja villages. As long as we can find a way to control the situation caused by Orochimaru in the land of grass, it's not a big problem. After Tsunade finished speaking, she picked up the bottle and drank 2 gulps. This made Jiraiya anxious. "Tsunade, are you sure other villages will take action? If the monsters of the land of grass are accidentally leaked out, that would really be the end of us." Jiraiya suddenly wanted to scold Tsunade for being so generous, and even looked like a traitor to his own family. Tsunade sneered, and then said, "At worst, we will all be finished together." She has now seen it through. With her own personal strength, or even the strength of Konoha, it is impossible to clean up the mess caused by Team 7. The only thing she can do is to drag other villages into the water together. Anyway, at worst, everyone will be finished together. Okay. I'll go find Naruto. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's convenient spatial ability was reflected. Jiraiya roughly knew that this kid could teleport throughout the ninja world, so he naturally planned to call Naruto. However, he didn't dare to let Naruto go to other people's villages. The Sand Village is a very good lesson. After the two chatted for a few words, Tsunade notified the Anbu ninja world and left with Jiraiya. When Naruto heard Tsunade's handling method, his face became extremely strange. Is this considered to be the early opening of the 5-cage talks? Thinking of this, Naruto glanced at the dazed Nijiru again. Or? Let Tsunade take them? At least let Sasuke stand on the ceiling and let him find the feeling of the original work. While Naruto opened the door of light for this group of ninjas, he was thinking about it in his heart. About half an hour later, after Tsunade discussed with other cages, they decided to hold the meeting in the Land of Iron. It is worth mentioning that the reformed Gaara still became the wind cage of the Sand Village. At first, Onoki and the 4th Raikage did not believe the news from Konoha, and they subconsciously thought that the other party was trying to play some tricks. But after receiving the news from the Land of Grass, everyone was stunned. First, there was a melee between 2 cults in the Land of Grass, and then those monsters easily attacked the city. The number of people infected in the inner city is about to exceed 10,000. If this continues, the ninja world will really be doomed. However, it is said that these monsters have not run out yet, and they rely on the 2 major cult organizations to guard the entrance. But according to several cages, these 2 groups are estimated to not last for a few days. After receiving the report, Onoki and the 4th Raikage were stunned on the spot. The most frightened one among them was Onoki. You know, the Land of Grass is right next to them. There is no way to ignore this. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Water are remote, so to be honest, they can just ignore it. But Mei Terumi and the 4th Raikage know that, if the Land of Fire, Land of Wind, and Land of Earth are destroyed, the ninja world will be finished. So the cages of several ninja villages immediately passed through the light gate and arrived at the Land of Iron after receiving the news. Remember not to talk nonsense when you go in later. Don't cause any more trouble. Jiraiya, who was walking behind Tsunade, had to remind Naruto and Sasuke every few minutes. This really made Naruto's head big. I know. Master, don't recite it. Jiraiya's words sounded like Elder Tang's tight spell to Naruto, which made him have a splitting headache. But Naruto was in a good mood because Jiraiya and Tsunade agreed to let him and Sasuke come. It was just a little embarrassing to think about meeting Gaara in a while. I hope this kid doesn't suddenly call him the bishop. The group walked to the door, and the others hadn't arrived yet, so Tsunade and Jiraiya decided to wait outside the door. You and Sasuke go find a seat first. Remember not to cause any more trouble. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Naruto pulled Sasuke and ran to the temporary meeting room. Sasuke couldn't understand why this guy was so happy all the way. Entering the hall, Naruto looked up at the ceiling, turned his head and called Sasuke. Hey, idiot! Hey! Sasuke turned his head and looked sideways, and his heart became more and more confused. He always felt that Naruto was holding back his fart. Sasuke, what do you think of the 5-cage summit? Sasuke. Suddenly hearing Naruto's unprovoked words, Sasuke rolled his eyes speechlessly on the spot. Is this guy an idiot? What do you think? I'll just sit and watch. Naruto ignored this kid and walked towards the wall with one foot. He even calculated the distance and found a ceiling near the 5-cage to hang himself on, just to make up for his good brother's regret. Sasuke, come up quickly. It will be bad if that old woman finds out. Are you sick? Naruto's behavior made Sasuke speechless on the spot, and he started to scold the yellow-haired man on the ceiling. You kid, don't you know what kind of occasion you are in? People are sitting downstairs for a meeting, and you are hanging on the ceiling. Aren't you really afraid of getting beaten? Which normal person would do such a thing? Hurry up! Last time, I asked my clone to go to the Star Ninja Village with you. Hurry up! Hearing this, Sasuke looked at Naruto, then at the gate, sighed, and stepped on the wall to the ceiling. Finally, he and Naruto hung on the 5-cage's seats. Chapter 148. Land of Grass. What is this? What is going on? What happened in the Land of Grass? Obito stood on a certain place, looking at the battle in the city in the distance and the unknown strange monsters outside, and he was almost going crazy. What is going on? He just followed Uchiha Itachi for a while. Why did this happen? He stood here for a few hours, and during this time he also stepped forward to investigate the situation of those monsters. He even killed a few of them. Those monsters were not strong, but Obito found that they could evolve by absorbing chakra. This scared Obito into a cold sweat. Now, at a glance, there are thousands of monsters in the Land of Grass. If it continues to develop, I am afraid that before his Moon Eye plan begins, this world will become a world full of monsters. Although he wants to create a new world with infinite moon reading. How can he create it if there are no people? Can't you just hide in a corner and play Tsukuyomi by yourself? Then what's the point of collecting tailed beasts and the whole infinite Tsukuyomi? It's better to go directly to Uchiha Itachi. And when he saw those white monsters, Obito subconsciously felt that this thing was a bit like White Zetsu. This made him wonder if Black Zetsu was doing something behind his back. Otherwise, logically speaking, this kind of thing shouldn't exist. Thinking of this, Obito said in a cold tone. Black Zetsu, tell me the truth. Did you make these things? Black Zetsu? As soon as the voice fell, a shadow appeared at Obito's feet. Black Zetsu was now confused. He felt even worse for being wrongly blamed by Obito again. Bastard! These things were not made by me at all. But to say that he has nothing to do with it. To some extent, those monsters can be regarded as low-profile mutant versions of the 10 Tails. Although he didn't know how this thing was made, the ability of these monsters to devour chakra and mutate almost scared Black Zetsu to death. Black Zetsu looked into the distance, feeling both shocked and scared. He was afraid that this kind of thing was released into the ninja world by the Otsutsuki clan that his mother had mentioned. Because according to his calculations, if those monsters continued to devour and mutate, sooner or later they would become a more terrifying existence than the 10 Tails. By then, let alone reviving and absorbing chakra, his mother might even be devoured by the monsters. Black Zetsu's thoughts were all summarized into one sentence. It's not me. I didn't do this. Black Zetsu felt very uncomfortable looking at those monsters now. I'll ask White Zetsu to check what happened recently. Because he had lived for too long, he only synchronized the intelligence of the entire ninja world every few months. And the focus of the intelligence is only to monitor the villages of several Jinkraki. The land of grass doesn't pay much attention to it. Black Zetsu's mood at the moment is almost like eating shit. He remembers that the intelligence was synchronized last month. In just 1 month. Why did such a big thing happen? Black Zetsu thought about it and decided to have a good talk with Obito. Obito. Lord Madara would never want to come back to life and find a world full of monsters. We must wipe out these monsters. Obito was silent for a long time before speaking. We must get the Akatsuki organization to work together. I can't handle so many monsters alone. Obito felt that Nagato, who claimed to be a god, probably didn't want to see people being destroyed by these monsters before they experienced the pain he brought. After all, the appearance of gods always needs an audience. And Obito also felt that those monsters would definitely affect his plan. Now, regardless of whether other villages would take action or not, they would take action first. Seeing more and more monsters in the city, Obito gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn ninja village! Shouldn't they be responsible for destroying monsters? Why haven't they started yet? Obito felt very embarrassed when he thought that he was the mastermind behind the scenes, but he had to save the world because the ninja world was about to be destroyed. He also felt disgusted and desperate about the behavior of several large villages. Such a world! It still needs the purification of the infinite moon reading. Okay, let's go back quickly. Keep waiting. I'm afraid those monsters are too powerful to handle. Black Zetsu wanted to slap himself when he said this. Damn it! He never thought that after living for so many years, he would let his pawn save the world just because the ninja world was going to be destroyed by monsters. What the hell is this? Obito took a deep breath and took a last look at the battlefield full of demons. Damn! So annoying! After finishing, he left the scene and went to Akatsuki to discuss this world-saving mission with Nagato. On the other side, the 5 Kage of the Iron Kingdom met. Naruto and Sasuke sat in the corner with dark circles under their eyes. I said you'd get beaten for this. Don't ask me to do such stupid things next time. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, your dark circles are so funny. Naruto pointed at Sasuke's face and laughed heartlessly. Obviously, he didn't take what happened just now too seriously. Anyway, Tsunade's hitting force didn't hurt much. If there weren't so many people just now, he would have wanted to ask his aunt if she didn't eat today, why was her strength weaker than the past few days? By the way, why didn't you fight back when the Raikage hit you just now? You used 3000 thunder movements. Used the mysterious ruler. They all used thunder release. Don't you want to fight him to the death? Faced with Naruto's instigation, Sasuke remained silent. He was not as clueless as Naruto. To put it bluntly, the villages were here to help him, so he was too embarrassed to fight them. But after being punched twice by the Raikage just now, Sasuke felt that this guy was average. If he used all his strength, maybe this old guy wouldn't be able to beat him. Bang! At this time, Tsunade slammed the table heavily and cursed at the 2 people who were whispering in the corner. Is it over yet? Jiraiya! Take these 2 guys out! She was really going to be pissed off by Naruto and Sasuke. Just now, they finally reached a consensus with several Kage at the door, but they hadn't even sat down for long when they came in. The 5 Kage saw 2 guys on the ceiling looking at them. This weird scene scared them a lot, especially the old man Onoki, who was so scared that he twisted his waist and kept shouting in pain. Then it was Tsunade who dealt with Naruto, and the Raikage felt that the black-robed boy looked at him with a provocative look, so he went to help Tsunade clean up. This made Gaara so angry that if it wasn't for not exposing Naruto's identity as the bishop, he really wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight the evil Hokage. But if this happened, he and the bishop would have no place to stay in this world. Gaara looked at Naruto, clenched his fists tightly, and made up his mind secretly. There are so many ways. Wait for me. I will definitely save you from the evil old woman. Jiraiya pulled the two boys out the door. He said as he walked. Look at Gaara. I have reformed and become the Kazekage now. Look at you again. Naruto glanced at Gaara and noticed that the guy's eyes seemed to be walking towards the big guy, so he left quickly in fear. Hearing Jiraiya's words, he was very disdainful. What can this be? White-haired old man, the one standing before you now is the former 5th Kazekage of Sand Village. Watch your words. Jiraiya. Sasuke? Chapter 149. That's what happened. It's all because of Orochimaru's failed experiment. Obito stood in front of Pain, repeating what Black Zetsu had just said to him. The more he talked, the angrier he felt, and the more he regretted it. He hated himself for not killing Orochimaru himself. He didn't expect this guy to do something that would destroy the world. And that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What on earth are the people of Konoha doing? They actually let someone go to the Sand Village to be the Wind Shadow? They even created a very, very wrong cult. Add to that what happened in the Snow Country. Obito felt that this world was becoming more and more strange. Bastards! What on earth are these people trying to do? Can't they just stay quiet and wait for the future infinite Tsukuyomi? If it wasn't difficult to reveal his identity now, he really wanted to teach Kakashi a lesson. Obito believed that Kakashi couldn't escape responsibility for the way things had turned out. If it wasn't him, I wouldn't have been forced to do it. After listening to the whole process, Pain and Konan fell into silence for a long time. Nagato, who was controlling the puppet, had a face that was almost squeezed together. What did he just hear? Uchiha Madara actually asked them to save the world? What chakra-swallowing monster created by Orochimaru is about to destroy the world? No. Shouldn't this kind of thing normally be the job of their Akatsuki organization? How come Orochimaru made such a big thing after defecting? Could it be that this guy defected from the organization, but his heart is still here? Nagato just thinks this world is very absurd. Who can understand? They are an organization that intends to destroy the ninja world, but one day they are going to save the world. If the masked man's words were not reasonable, Nagato would even want to use a Shinra Tensei on this guy. He had only been recuperating at the base for a month, but why did he feel that the world outside was like decades later? And he remembered that he had asked members of the organization to hunt down Orochimaru last month. How could he do something like this? What the hell? But then again, after thinking for a while, Nagato suddenly realized a serious problem. To put it bluntly, he just wanted people to feel pain and experience pain, and then they would cherish the hard-won peace. But those monsters were different. They really wanted to wipe out all humans. To say whether it was painful or not. It was indeed painful. But this was not what he wanted to see, nor what Yahiko wanted to see at the time. Notify everyone. Go to the land of grass immediately. When Pain finished speaking, even if he spoke with a puppet, it was enough to hear his helplessness. Afterwards, with the efforts of several people, the scattered members of the Akatsuki organization all rushed to the land of grass. When everyone heard that they were going to save the world, they were as dumbfounded as Nagato was when he first heard about it. They are an evil organization. Look at where everyone came from. S-rank rebels from all the major ninja villages, their hands are stained with countless blood. Which one of them is not an extremely evil guy? Now they are asking everyone to save the world. This sounds ridiculous. If it weren't for the strong strength of their leader, they really wanted to take off their uniforms and go wherever they wanted. And Haiden, who is also a cult, seemed very excited. He planned to go to the land of grass to see what the situation was over there. Of course, he was more likely to go to judge the heretics. Uchiha Itachi learned that his younger brother was involved in the land of grass, and he became even more worried. Why? Sasuke didn't cause much trouble when he was a child. What happened to make him become like this? He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out. In order to prevent Sasuke from making mistakes again, Uchiha Itachi even planned to use Kota Amatsukami on his brother this time. On the other side, Sasori and Deidara were the first to arrive at the scene because they were here to hunt down Orochimaru today. Pa! As soon as the two stepped into the grass country, they saw traces of burning everywhere, and the remains of people's bodies were everywhere. There were also many white monsters. When they were investigating in the sky just now, Sasori felt that the information was not enough, so he came down to figure out the situation first. It's not too late to take action when everyone is here. Senior Scorpion. I seem to smell the smell of art. Deidara sniffed the gunpowder in the air, his expression a little crazy. Somehow, at this moment he came to the land of grass. I like this place very much. Bang bang bang. At this time, they found that two groups of people from different forces suddenly appeared in the streets of the city. Some of these people were wearing iron armor, and some were completely transformed from puppets. Fuck. Heretics. Go to hell. The people of the Scientific Truth Society rushed towards each other with a pack of explosives. But after so many days of fighting, the Mechanikyus had a very good understanding of them, and they shot Kunao with detonating tags from their mechanical cyborgs. You are the heretics. We agreed to stop fighting for 2 days. Fuck, you are attacking again, right? Brothers. Let's go together. As the two groups of people arrived, the battle started again. The surrounding scene was constantly filled with explosions, screams, and their fanatical shouts of long live. Scorpion and Deidara, who were standing on the side, seemed to be frozen in place. They were thinking about the task assigned by the leader, but no matter how they ordered, they couldn't move their legs. After a long time, Deidara spoke first. Scorpion Senior. Should we go and see the situation first? Deidara was very curious about the scientific truth of using explosions. In the past, he thought that he was the only one in the world who pursued art, but when he came here, he found out. It turns out that there are still partners in the world who pursue art together. Well, let's go and take a look. Don't forget to collect information about those monsters. Scorpion felt the same as Deidara. He just witnessed the other party's body transformed by puppetry. And it was made of metal. Although the technology is a bit rough, it has to be said that this is a very new way. He now wants to understand the new technology of these people. Maybe he can gain something. The two looked at each other and chased after them separately. Scorpion ran towards the Mechanikyus, while Deidara ran towards the Scientific Truth Society. The two had already forgotten the mission given to them by their leader. After all, the pursuit of art is their most important thing. Chapter 150. Why haven't you recovered yet? Sasuke at the door was like a father anxiously waiting for his child to be born at the door of the delivery room, constantly wandering in front of Naruto. He was eager to make up for the mistake he made unintentionally. But those monsters that absorbed chakra really made him helpless. If it weren't for the fact that Uzumaki Stark had transformed Xianzhong Qi and gained the ability to absorb chakra and restore vitality, he estimated that he would have died in the land of grass a long time ago. There would not have been the scene of fighting back and forth with the white monster before. Sasuke really couldn't imagine what consequences those monsters would cause to the world if they ran away. Can you be quiet? Naruto saw Sasuke's uneasy look and didn't know how to complain. Before coming, he had inquired about the situation in the land of grass. It is said that the entire Mechanikyus is rushing there, and the Snow Country Science Truth Society is also running there. It should not be a big problem to trap these monsters for a few days. So there is still plenty of time. And Naruto even asked the big fox if those white monsters were easy to destroy. The big fox smiled contemptuously at that time. Then he said something like it would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. It sounds even more pretentious than Sasuke. Although the big fox's statement is a bit exaggerated, at least it should be able to solve the problem. At worst, he still has a golden reincarnation eye in his laboratory. If he really can't handle it, he can just use the reincarnation eye to seal it. There are many ways to deal with those monsters, and he doesn't worry about them spreading out. The only thing that worries him is the two cults. Now the two cults are about to fight their brains out. And friends who often fight wars know. The technological explosion came with the war. Maybe nothing can be seen now, but in a dozen years, decades later, the style of the whole world will be distorted by them. Naruto feels tired when he thinks of this. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have cared about those big guys and let them fight with bayonets in the village. Alas! Who can save this ninja world that is in such a state of disarray? Sasuke was scolded and froze for a moment, then he pointed at the gate and started shouting. What are you doing? If they keep dragging it out, the monsters will come out sooner or later. Can't they send someone over first? The 5 cage had been in there for 4 hours, and Sasuke really couldn't stand the efficiency of these village leaders. If he asked him to call someone, he would just let Naruto open a light gate and go over side by side. There's no need to think too much. Why don't we go check out the situation first? Naruto thought that he was free anyway, so he could go check out the situation in the land of grass first, and by the way, he could assess the level of those monsters. He was able to beat Uchiha Xiaoyan, who possessed the strange fire, and make him flee in panic. Okay. Sasuke finally let go of his worries when he heard Naruto say that. Although Naruto is not always reliable, at least the results are flawless. Anyway, as long as we can deal with those monsters, it will be fine. Naruto threw a light gate, and then arrived at the land of grass with Sasuke one after the other. At this time, Tsunade in the meeting room and Jiraiya, who had just left for a while, didn't know that the two boys had sneaked out again. Impossible. To put it bluntly, this matter was caused by Orochimaru, the traitorous ninja from your Konoha village. Let everyone help. You Konoha can't just pay for nothing, right? Onoki had a sour face, and was very unhappy with Tsunade's behavior of getting free rides from everyone. Although those monsters are indeed dangerous, isn't it a bit too much to let their Iwagakure take the lead? And let everyone bear the ninja tools, medicines, etc. by themselves. Isn't this obviously taking advantage of everyone? Tsunade closed her eyes slightly and leaned back in her chair. When she heard Onoki's words, she was not angry at all, but wanted to laugh. Pay money? Sorry, Konoha has everything now. Except money. Even if she had it, she wouldn't pay for it. Tsunade spread her hands, stood up and patted her clothes, then spread her hands and said very shamelessly. You want money, right? Go ask the daimyo. I believe the daimyo is very willing to pay for it. Anyway, I'm going to say this, you can take care of it or not. At worst, we'll all die together. All afternoon, no matter what she said, the Raikage and Onoki next to her always found fault. And that Kazekage brat. Tsunade found that there was always a murderous look in this kid's eyes. I think it should be because she went to the village before the reason why Naruto was taken away. As for the Mizukage, his attitude was the best among these people. He helped when he said he would, and he didn't mean to refuse at all. Tsunade turned around and left immediately after saying that, which made Onoki and Raikage very angry. Damn! They just want Konoha to pay a price. This thing is like bargaining. Tsunade should at least give everyone room for negotiation. How can you leave without reaching an agreement like this? Hokage! Wait a minute. Calm down, calm down. Fortunately, Mai Terumi stopped Tsunade first, otherwise the alliance just formed today would fall apart. Finally, under Tsunade's rogue negotiation, the 5 villages agreed to form a ninja coalition to go to the land of grass. However, it would take another day to deploy the ninjas in the village. Gaara immediately said that there was no problem. He said that the Sand Village had discovered the problem of the land of grass a long time ago and sent people there early. It can fully support the ninjas from other villages to come. Of course, it is hard to say whether it is to judge the heretics and promote the reputation of the Mechanikyus, or to destroy those monsters. Tsunade appeared and was about to look for Naruto, and saw Jiraiya holding a bottle of wine and staring blankly in the corner outside the door. This scene made Tsunade so angry that she almost went berserk again. She walked in front of Jiraiya and grabbed Jiraiya's collar with one hand. "Tell me. Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on them? Where are they? Don't tell me they ran to the land of grass." Jiraiya had a bitter face and felt that he was going to be beaten again. He was only away for a few minutes. How come this traitor disappeared while buying a bottle of wine? After not seeing his apprentice, Jiraiya felt like the sky was falling. He didn't even need to think to know that this kid had probably run to the land of grass. "Tsunade! Tsunade! Calm down! Naruto! Sasuke should be fine." Jiraiya tried to break free from Tsunade's restraints, but he couldn't stand the terrifying strength of the other party. No matter how hard he tried. Tsunade's hand holding the collar was like a pliers and didn't move at all. Bang! With a loud bang, Jiraiya was directly embedded in the wall. Tsunade didn't intend to deal with Jiraiya today, but his words just now were really infuriating. Is she worried about those two guys? She was just afraid that the situation in the land of grass would only get worse with Naruto. Chapter 151. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke were working together to pin a monster to the ground. I have to say that the monster created by Orochimaru is really something. It was the first time that Naruto encountered such a strong creature. He and Sasuke had to work hard to catch this thing, which was even harder to catch than a pig during the Chinese New Year. "Sasuke, hold him down first." After saying this, Naruto took out a bottle of weakness potion with his left hand and a golden apple with his right hand. He was even worried about being bitten, so he took out another alloy rod to pry the monster's mouth. "Hey! Roar!" The roar of the white monster stopped under the effect of Naruto's big stick. After that, he used the iron rod to pry open the monster's mouth first, and then directly stuffed the weakness potion and the golden apple into it. But the monster's mouth was only slightly larger than that of a normal person, and it was completely unable to swallow these two things. Considering this, Naruto aimed at the monster's mouth and stepped on it several times. He didn't stop until the weakness potion and the golden apple were completely crushed. Sasuke, who was holding the monster, was so scared that he trembled. He didn't understand why Naruto had to go to such great lengths to do this. Feeling the monster stop struggling under him, Sasuke was silent for a while and spoke. "Naruto! Did you crush it to death? How is that possible? Its head is still there." Naruto squatted down, glanced at the monster's bloody head, and expressed his judgment. But within 2 seconds of his words, the two were suddenly blown away by a strong air wave. Roar! The monster that stopped struggling just now stood up again, and judging from its breath, it seemed to be stronger than before. "Look! I said it's not dead. Sasuke! Isn't your focus a little wrong? Is it a matter of life or death now? Isn't it that the monster's strength has become stronger?" Sasuke really wanted to kick Naruto now. He always felt that Naruto was here to cause trouble. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Naruto scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "What the hell? This monster is not a zombie?" Looking at the powerful monster, Naruto sighed and slowly moved his hands to his waist. "No matter what, let's kill this monster first." But at this moment, the two suddenly found that the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and the surrounding stones rushed to the sky. The impact in the city was even worse. Countless white monsters seemed to lose gravity and gathered in the air. "Fuck! Chibaku Tensei!" Such a familiar move made Sasuke and Naruto exclaim at the same time. Naruto never expected that Nagato would come to the land of grass. What is this? 5 villages did not move, and Pain went first? And the range of this Chibaku Tensei was a bit fierce, directly covering the entire land of grass. Only the 2 of them were on the periphery, otherwise they would have been sucked up to the sky and become stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Naruto quickly ran away with Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the big ball in the sky while running, and was envious again. Damn! I really want this ninjutsu. Another day I want to learn Chibaku Tensei. Look at this power. It seems to be more powerful than the one used by the disabled person Nakad at that time. It's a pity that according to the disabled person Nakad, he has to wait for a few years to open the Samsara Eye. After running out of the range, Naruto's expression was very unnatural. From the big ball in the sky, it is not difficult to imagine that Nagato paid a huge price for this. He estimated that Nagato might not be able to hold on until the day he went to Konoha to carry rice if he continued like this. In the Grass Kingdom, all the white monsters were sucked into the mouth. Only Orochimaru's mutant was still roaring on the ground. At this time, its body size has almost mutated to 5 meters, and there are 8 white snakes on its back. A normal person would collapse just by looking at it. It looked at Nagato in the air and roared angrily. Pain, who was suspended in the sky, was already sweating profusely behind his back. The consumption of the Chibaku Tensei just now was too great, so he could no longer use any powerful ninjutsu. Fortunately, the members of the Akatsuki organization arrived in time. Soon, the culprit snake was surrounded. Everyone looked at the monster in the middle with a serious expression. If the leader had not acted in time just now, they might have been consumed by the group of monsters. Everyone looked at each other, nodded, and rushed towards the mutant of Orochimaru at the same time. After Uchiha Itachi threw Amaterasu, he ran to the periphery and started to fish. There was no way, this monster had no eyes at all, and illusions had no effect on it. And he had to leave these eyes for Sasuke. It was impossible to use all his strength here. Uchiha Itachi watched his teammates fighting fiercely, feeling it's a bit complicated. As a qualified trader, he doesn't know how to define Akatsuki now. Just as Uchiha Itachi was watching the battle, birds chirped suddenly around, followed by Sasuke's polite greeting. Uchiha Itachi. You are the singer. Die. Before he finished speaking, Sasuke had already appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi and threw a handful of lime powder. Sasuke thought of the screams of the 1-on-7, and when he looked up, he saw the goggles on the other party's face. Sasuke was really shocked now. He really didn't expect that the 1-on-7 would play such a trick on him. The tried and tested lime powder tactics finally encountered an unprecedented failure at this moment. Uchiha Itachi didn't even blink, and raised his foot to kick Sasuke in the stomach. Sasuke, who was still in a daze, was kicked 5 meters away on the spot. In order to prevent his brother from joining the battle on the side of Akatsuki, Itachi also considerately led Sasuke to the periphery of the battlefield. My stupid Odoudou! Do you really think you can defeat me with such a despicable trick? Take off your goggles before you talk. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke got up from the ground and started to curse, while his hand was reaching into another pocket. Hee. Itachi didn't really think that wearing goggles would be useful, did he? He prepared more than just lime powder. There was also a large amount of special powder made from croton powder, which would cause diarrhea uncontrollably as long as you smelled it. This trick was still inspired by the last time on Urashiki. But he didn't dare to use this trick on Naruto. Because if Naruto really got hit, Sasuke felt that he would most likely be beaten to death on the spot. It seems that you have fallen for the pursuit of power. My stupid Odoudou! You have no chance of winning under my eyes. Itachi said something to attack his brother and walked slowly towards him. After Sasuke took the pill, he picked up the Xianzhong ruler again and rushed up. While performing the 3000 thunder movements, he kept sprinkling various special powders around. He was not sure whether the attacker in front of him was real, so he had to sprinkle these powders around as much as possible. Attacker, hiding in the dark, shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Thinking of this, Itaki opened the manjaki and was about to sneak up to give Sasuke a Tsukuyomi. But he had just taken 2 steps when his stomach suddenly made a rumble. Gurgle gurgle. Uchiha Itaka's expression changed drastically in an instant. Feeling the churning in his stomach, it seemed that it would pour out in the next moment. Uchiha Itaka left Sasuke on the spot and ran into the forest with awkward steps. Chapter 152. Naruto, who was watching the Akatsuki group, noticed Sasuke coming back and asked casually. "Where did you go?" "Nothing." Sasuke had a sour face, obviously very dissatisfied with the fight just now. He had been fighting for a long time just now, and finally found out that he was under an illusion. But it's not that he didn't gain anything. At least before he left, he found yellow filth along the way. I think it's likely that he got hit before he left when he was fighting 7 people alone. It's even possible that he didn't have time to find a place to solve it, and he was gushing while running. When Sasuke thought of that scene, he immediately felt that this trip today was worth it. Have they solved it? It should be soon. I think Orochimaru's mutant is almost dead. Naruto watched the battle with a telescope and found that Orochimaru's mutant had been beaten by Nagato's 6 paths and the justice of others, and finally fell behind. I have to say that the Akatsuki organization's ability to fight in a group is amazing. What puzzled Naruto was that Itaki Uchiha was actually AFK. Damn! He hated teammates who were AFK during team battles the most. But thinking that Sasuke had just left, Naruto turned his head and looked at the boy, and asked in confusion. "You didn't go to find your brother again just now?" "He's not my brother." Sasuke responded on the spot when he heard this, and argued with his neck stiff. In his mind, his brother had long died with the night of genocide. Now Itaki Uchiha is just his enemy. Seeing that the boy was so excited, Naruto didn't intend to argue with him. He looked at the mutant of Orochimaru who was pressed to the ground and beaten on the battlefield, and didn't intend to continue watching. He had to go back and talk to Tsunade now. There was no need to assemble troops. The crisis of the Land of Grass had been resolved by an evil organization. Let's go back. Throwing out the light gate, Naruto took Sasuke back to the Land of Iron and the Akatsuki organization. With everyone's efforts, they finally solved the mutant of Orochimaru. This made everyone feel relieved. In the previous battle, they can be said to have used all their trump cards to solve this monster. If they had fought for a few more minutes, it would probably be them who fell. However, Obito still had a sad face. He just noticed that when the monster fell, it separated several small snakes and escaped. This thing. Could it be alive? Thinking of this, Obito threw the corpse on the ground into the Kamui space to prevent anyone in the ninja world from using this for experiments. After doing all this, he left the scene without saying goodbye. At this time, Scorpion and Deidara were in the corner, both holding a flyer in their hands. "Brother Scorpion, what did you gain today? I tell you that everyone in the Scientific Truth Society is talented." Deidara was so excited that he danced with joy when he talked about his experience of going to the Scientific Truth Society today. He was worried that the other party would not accept him, but when he just walked into their territory, he was warmly received. The believers around him kept talking about new ideas, making Deidara feel as if he saw a beautiful painting. If the leader hadn't urged him too much, he would have filled out the application form on the spot. However, when he left, he was very considerate and asked the people from the Scientific Truth Society to leave the scene to prevent the leader from using large-scale ninjutsu to accidentally hurt his good partner. "Not bad," Scorpion said calmly, with a complicated mood. He defected from the village because his ideas were not recognized by everyone before. As a result, when he went to the Mechanicues today, he heard that the headquarters was actually in the Sand Village. This almost made Scorpion drop the puppet core. He really didn't expect that the new generation of ninjas in the village would take the same path as himself. Brother Scorpion, why don't you join the Scientific Truth Society with me? I heard that the church also studies puppetry. And I agree with what they say about peace. The source of war is all caused by chakra. And we don't need chakra to create art. It's really wonderful. Deodara, who has not yet joined the Scientific Truth Society, now turned into a missionary and kept instilling doctrine into Scorpion. When Scorpion heard Deodara say that he wanted to destroy chakra, the puppet's arm stiffened. What the hell is this kid talking about? Destroy chakra? Isn't it obvious that he wants to destroy me? If Scorpion was not unable to make expressions, he would definitely let Deodara know that he is very angry now. I think you are a little extreme. The teachings of the Mechanicus righteousness is right. My current state is what the church calls a machine soul. Why don't you join the Mechanikus with me? We also have people who play with explosions in our church. The machine soul that Scorpion mentioned instantly made Deodara explode. Scorpion! What are you talking about? Chakra is just an external force. The Scientific Truth Society is supposed to restore the world to its original state. The two were originally sharing today's gains, but they got angry instantly while chatting. You want to fight me? Damn! Who's afraid of who? The sound of the quarrel also attracted the attention of other people around. Pain saw that his subordinates were about to fight, and hurried forward to inquire about the situation. He always felt that something was wrong with Scorpion and Deodara today. According to the past situation, weren't they the best of friends? Why are they fighting now? You two! What's going on? The leader's sudden appearance forced Sasori and Deodara to stop arguing. The two looked at each other and fell silent. Because there was another difficult problem in front of them. How should they resign from the leader? In the past, they pursued art and didn't care about the organization or their lives. Because they both thought they had reached the end of art and there was no way forward. But now, after seeing the church, they realized that their art was just a beginning. At the beginning, there is still a wide road waiting for them to walk ahead. This made the two of them a little afraid of death. Scorpion and Deodara looked at each other, snorted at the same time, and decided not to bother with each other for the time being. Wait! I will let you know that you are wrong. Nagato saw the two guys angry, and after the fierce battle just now, he felt even worse. Alas! Why does it feel that the team is getting harder and harder to lead? Especially thinking of Uchiha Itachi who was slacking off throughout the battle, Nagato's heart became even more tired. Leader! At this time, Uchiha Itachi came late, and everyone found that this guy actually took off his uniform. Pain glanced at this guy and said in a cold tone. Uchiha Itachi, where did you go just now? Why don't you wear a uniform? Itachi opened his mouth, hesitating for a long time but couldn't say anything. After all, he couldn't tell the leader that he had to use his uniform to wipe his butt because he was in a hurry, right? If he said that, not to mention whether Pain would kill someone, he himself would feel like committing suicide. Chapter 153. Are you kidding me? My troops are all assembled. Now tell me that the matter of the grass country is settled. Tsunade was confused and angry when she heard what Naruto said. Now the fighting forces of the 5 villages have been assembled, waiting for Naruto to open the light gate and teleport to the grass country to fight. And Naruto disappeared for more than an hour, and now he ran back to tell her that the matter was settled? Then what are they? Is it a joke? Although the great crisis of the ninja world has been resolved, Tsunade just can't be happy. She closed her eyes slightly, and her hands kept pulling the corners of her eyes, and kept telling herself in her heart not to care. It's not worth it to grow a few more crow's feet because of this matter. Tsunade couldn't calm down thinking about it, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Seeing Tsunade's angry look, Jiraiya subconsciously moved towards the door. He really didn't want to be punished again today. But just as he was about to walk out of the door, Tsunade smiled and suddenly called out his name. Jiraiya. Why don't you wear the Konoha forehead protector? Jiraiya? Wait. I haven't worn it all the time. Tsunade snorted coldly, raised her hand and punched Jiraiya's head twice. But Naruto didn't think Tsunade was too angry. After all, after being punched twice, the white-haired old deng just squatted on the ground and cried in pain. At least he didn't fly out, nor did he faint. It was considered mercy. After Tsunade vented her anger, she felt much better and turned to ask Naruto. So, is this matter solved by that mysterious organization? Is it? Naruto said this with a strange look on his face. After all, in this Akatsuki fight, the one with the highest output was not Pain. Instead, it was Uchiha Obito, the good friend of the white-haired old deng. Seeing Obito's desperate attack, I thought Orochimaru was his enemy. I don't know what kind of mood Obito was in to become the MVP of this group battle. Tsunade felt better when she heard that a mysterious organization had taken action. What a great organization! Not only is it powerful, but it also stood up to solve this trouble, and its efficiency is also very good. If she couldn't leave now, she would have wanted to have a good contact with this organization. If Naruto causes any trouble again, they can still help. Okay, you go back first. I'll go talk to a few Kage about the situation. Tsunade left 2 words and turned to leave, but when she was about to walk out of the door, she turned back. Jiraiya, take Naruto to Myaboka Mountain tomorrow. Naruto, study hard and don't cause trouble. You don't want to fail to get the impure world reincarnation, do you? Naruto was speechless when he heard Tsunade's remarks. Mr. Hokage, please stop your Japanese-style speech. After seeing Tsunade leave, Naruto first went to find Sasuke. The boy was sitting on the steps in a daze, and he seemed to be a little depressed. Is it because of the beauty? Orochimaru is gone? Naruto sneaked behind him, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Fool! Don't worry, Medusa won't die so easily. Bang! Sasuke grabbed the Xianzhong ruler and swung it directly to the yellow-haired man. Shut up! He wouldn't be sad even if Orochimaru died suddenly. The novel was taken from the Reliz website. Close where you're reading it and support us on our website for more free novels. Mainly because he felt that it was a bit difficult to fight 7 people alone. After the lime powder failed, he realized that the same trick probably couldn't be used twice on the opponent. He estimated that the Croton powder would probably not work the next time they met. Sasuke felt that Uchiha attack would be more difficult to deal with next time, and he was inevitably a little depressed. Another point is that he has not forced that guy to use his eye power to transform into armor this time. Thinking of this, Sasuke felt more and more that he had to hurry up and get the 3rd strange fire. As long as he could collect 5 or 6 different strange fires, he would not need to test Uchiha Ataki and would just throw out the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. At that time, no matter what trump card you have, you will be killed before you can use it. Sasuke even planned to ask Naruto to get an immortal totem to die with Ataki, and he could also go to the Pure Land to see how the tribe dealt with this guy. Naruto patted the dust off his body and walked up to Sasuke to ask. I'm going back. Together. Sasuke stood up and replied lightly. No, Orochimaru is not dead yet. I have to study strange fire recently, and practice the lightning escape of the disabled. It's not convenient in the village. Naruto felt that Sasuke's words made a lot of sense. The lethality of this kid's strange fire is not low. If they do it in the village, they might blow the village up to the sky or burn it to ashes. Thinking of Orochimaru, Naruto suddenly slapped his head. I wonder if Ant Snake has got the death mask. He still needs Ant Snake to do it if he wants to revive the yellow-haired old deng at home. Well, leave professional things to professionals. lest he use the death mask to do something weird again. By the way, when you see Orochimaru, remember to tell him that if you want to recover your hands, remember to find the death mask. When you're done, summon the death god to perform a cesarean section on it. Okay. Although Sasuke didn't quite understand what Naruto said, he still remembered it in his heart and said that he would convey it to Orochimaru. After saying a few more words, Naruto returned to Konoha to send off Orochimaru's team, and then went to find the white-haired old Deng. During this time, he also saw the shadows of several villages. Their faces were very bad, and they kept cursing. They had every reason to suspect that Konoha village had deliberately created this incident and was playing tricks on everyone. However, they were all curious about the powerful and mysterious organization. What a great organization! They actually cared more about the survival of the ninja world than they did. Several villages wanted to win them over. Especially Gaara, who was very excited when he received the news from the church that the red sand scorpion was suspected to have been found. If he could not leave now, he really wanted to meet this old senior right away. In the end, the crisis caused by Orochimaru ended with the efforts of the Akatsuki organization and the cursing of the 5 Kage. The ninja world once again returned to its former tranquility. Naruto went back to the village and spent a day with his girlfriend, then followed the white-haired old man to Myaboka mountain. There are many roads, this is where your master and your father practice. The direction that Jiraiya pointed to was filled with many giant plants that Naruto had never seen before, including many toads that were about the same size as humans, resting on the leaves. The types and appearances of toads were also varied. Naruto was thinking in his mind whether there was a garlic toad in Myaboka mountain. So was he going to find Uzumaki Stark for the entire Master Ball? It's little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sage jumped in front of the two of them, making Jiraiya nervous. He was worried that Naruto's disrespect for the big toad sage would be known to everyone, and then he really couldn't survive in Myaboka mountain. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have to stay in Konoha and get beaten, he really didn't want to come to Myaboka mountain. Little Jiraiya is here to train with Naruto, right? Come with me, the kid's mom is just cooking. Sage Fukasaku glanced at Naruto and roughly guessed the purpose of the master and apprentice's visit. Jiraiya was relieved at first when he heard that the other party did not mention the great toad sage, but then his face froze. Eat, eat. Don't do that. Chapter 154. Jiraiya refused the enthusiastic invitation of Fukasaku, but Naruto was a little curious about the special food of Myaboka mountain. Judging from the performance of two-dimensional animation, those things can be said to be dark cuisine. But if he really wants to eat a big meal of insects, Naruto said he is not panicking at all. Insects. He has eaten roasted silkworm pupae and fried locusts. As long as you overcome the psychological barriers, it's just like that. As for whether it tastes good, it depends on the cooking method. And Fukasaku also said that eating this thing will help practice immortal arts. Naruto immediately pulled the very reluctant white-haired old man to follow, and Jiraiya felt the huge force coming from his arm and followed with his head held high. Damn it! Naruto, this kid, hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. That kind of thing is simply not edible by humans. He would starve to death today. He would not eat a single bite of food here even if he died in Myaboka mountain. Not long after, they arrived at the home of Fukasaku Sage. Shima Sage brought all kinds of colorful insects and placed them on the dining table, which made Jiraiya want to flee the scene on the spot. Naruto saw that Lao Deng wanted to run, so he stepped on his feet tightly and didn't let him leave. Look at the insect feast on the table again. He suddenly felt that he was a little naive just now. Damn! Is the cooking method of Myaboka mountain only steaming and boiling? If it was fried or stir-fried, he could eat a few more bowls of rice. But steaming and boiling can restore the original flavor of the insects, and now the whole room is filled with a strong earthy smell. The master and the apprentice looked at each other and swallowed hard. Little Jiraiya, Naruto, eat quickly. Senran Fukasaku picked up the bowl and chopsticks and began to urge the two. Naruto stood up and walked to the kitchen on the spot. With the help of Senran Shima, Naruto quickly fried 3 dishes. Senran Shima praised Naruto's superb cooking skills and kept praising Naruto as a good child at the dinner table. Jiraiya was helpless when he heard it. Luckily, the child, whose good child set up a cult that attempted to destroy the world within less than a month of going on a mission. But Naruto's cooking skills are really good. Jiraiya picked up the fried insect pupae made by his apprentice and bit them. So delicious. After the master and apprentice finished their meal, Senran Fukasaku took them to a place full of stone statues of toads. There was also a waterfall with toad oil flowing not far away. Then Jiraiya and Fukasaku began to explain the essentials of practicing immortal arts. Naruto listened very carefully, and the fox in the sealed space also listened very carefully. Kurama was disdainful, but he wanted to learn from him and create his own immortal arts. Okay. We are white-haired demons. Grandpa, let's get started. The excited Naruto almost shouted out Yao Deng in a hurry, but fortunately Jiraiya saw that the situation was not right and gave the boy an elbow, which made him change his words. Fukasaku scratched his head. He always felt that what Naruto shouted just now was a little wrong, but he couldn't tell where the problem was. Jiraiya thought that Naruto was going to start training, and he was looking forward to it. You know, frog transformation is very common in the process of practicing immortal arts, which requires using a big stick to knock the practitioner back. It also means that he can finally take this opportunity to deal with the traitor. Thinking of this, Jiraiya's smile suddenly became unbridled. Old Deng, what are you laughing at? Naruto, who had just finished applying the oil, looked at Jiraiya in confusion, his face full of confusion. No. Start practicing. The master can't wait. Seeing that the white-haired old Deng looked more expectant than himself, Naruto scratched his head and became even more confused. But he didn't think much about it. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to feel the natural energy, and kept in mind the empty spirit that the immortal said. In general, it is similar to the Taoist meditation. But when Naruto really closed his eyes, all kinds of thoughts couldn't stop coming out of his mind. Bang! Outside, Jiraiya saw the characteristics of a toad on Naruto, raised his stick and swung it at Naruto's back. Ah! Old Deng, what are you doing? Naruto covered his back, kept breathing cold air in his mouth, and looked at the white-haired old Deng angrily. Because he was really hurt by the stick just now. I don't know what this thing is made of, but it hurts more than Tsunade's beating. Master is helping you practice. Jiraiya nodded, speaking with a righteous face. But he was puzzled in his heart. It's really weird. This stick it actually hurt this kid. When he was training, he rolled on the ground in pain after being hit by a stick, and couldn't get up for more than 10 minutes. Oh. Never mind, it's good to make this kid feel pain. Naruto's face darkened instantly when he heard Lao Deng's words. He suspected that Lao Deng was taking revenge for personal reasons. Wait. When I become a master, I will revive my mother. White-haired Lao Deng, you wait to be beaten by my mother. Naruto gritted his teeth and glared at him fiercely for a few times. In the end, he chose to tolerate it and continued to practice with his eyes closed. A week later. White-haired Lao Deng, you fucking horse. Naruto stood up and pointed at Jiraiya. He couldn't bear it at all and cursed at Lao Deng. This stick is really fucking weird. With his physique, he can obviously endure the pain of broken hands and feet, but he can't stand being beaten by this stick. What's even more outrageous is, Old Deng was laughing while beating him. In addition, he had been baptized by the information explosion era, and when he closed his eyes, he saw all kinds of wonderful worlds. Sometimes he would even play a background music for himself, and he couldn't be quiet at all. His training was not going well, and Old Deng was still beating him, so he couldn't stand it anymore. Naruto took out the black stick he got from Fukasaku Sennin and rushed directly towards Jiraiya. What are you going to do? Your master is helping you practice. What are you going to do? Are you going to beat me with a stick? Jiraiya saw the black stick in Naruto's hand, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Damn! If they really fight, Naruto can make countless mistakes, and he will have to lie on the ground and roll as long as he is hit once. Thinking of this, Jiraiya suddenly became serious. He looked at Naruto, sighed, and then said, "Forget it, come on. I've known you for so long, but I haven't taught you taijutsu." Speaking of Naruto's taijutsu, Jiraiya didn't know how to describe it. To describe it with the words that the trader often said, this kid is a numerical monster, and the previous battles didn't need any fancy skills at all. But this is not a good thing for Naruto's future achievements. He must learn to use the power in his body well. Okay. When Naruto heard that Jiraiya was going to teach him taijutsu, he became serious. Although the white-haired old Deng was often beaten by Tsunade and ridiculed by himself in the village, his strength was really not a bit of water. So, Naruto planned to fight his master seriously once. In a blink of an eye, the master and the apprentice held the black stick and fought together. But Naruto couldn't touch Jiraiya at all with pure taijutsu, and he was beaten several times by Jiraiya after rushing up a few times. Rubbing the wound, Naruto still felt that Lao Deng had some personal grudges. Keep going. After a few seconds of pause, Naruto rushed forward again. Fukasaku looked at the master and disciple fighting, and then looked at the half-consumed toad oil beside him. He suddenly fell into a long silence. Chapter 155. 1 month later. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with his hands behind his back and gave a heartfelt compliment. Not bad. Your taijutsu is finally getting good. When he said this, his hands behind his back were still shaking slightly. Damn it! Can't Naruto be gentler? Why is he so reckless when he hits his master? Ha ha ha! It's still Jiraiya, teacher who taught well. Naruto scratched his head and accepted the praise humbly. Even the old Deng who he subconsciously wanted to call was changed to teacher. Although the sparring between the master and the apprentice was somewhat personal, it did not prevent Naruto from being grateful to the white-haired old Deng. Because he really felt that he was different. In the past, he would only rush up and try to punch the opponent, or pull the opponent together to fight each other. But now he can fight back and forth with Jiraiya in terms of taijutsu. If Naruto were to claim that there were many roads in Foshan now, even Master Ye would not dare to point at him. During this month, in addition to using toad oil to practice immortal arts, he also practiced physical arts with Jiraiya. However, during this period, Naruto almost used up all the toad oil accumulated in Myaboku Mountain for so many years. But the good news is that he finally got started. Both the master and the disciple were in a very good mood. The only one who was upset was the immortal Fukasaku. He now regretted letting this yellow-haired kid practice immortal arts. Such a poor aptitude. In his 800 years of life, he had never seen a guy who used up all the toad oil before getting started. You two, follow me. Glancing at the master and the disciple, the immortal Fukasaku walked forward with a sullen face. A few minutes later, he brought the two to the second training site. Naruto looked at the countless mountains in front of him and was a little scared. Having watched the anime, he naturally knew that the second stage of the immortal technique was to sit on the top of the mountain with the help of stone slabs to maintain balance. But seeing that the top of the mountain was thinner than the black stick, Naruto couldn't help but do an anal exercise. Damn! Will it really be okay to sit on it? Naruto. There are not many stone slabs here. Take it easy. Senran Fukasaku looked at Naruto and felt a headache. He always felt that if this kid continued to practice, he would squander everything that Myaboku Mountain had accumulated over the years. Don't worry. I will definitely cherish it. Naruto nodded and answered seriously. After hearing the kid's assurance, Fukasaku slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. After a continuous sound, hundreds of shadow clones appeared around. Naruto waved his arm and began to call on his good brothers to start carrying the stone slabs. Ah! When Fukasaku Sage saw this scene, he lay on the ground with his head tilted up without catching his breath. Fukasaku Sage! What's wrong with you? Wake up! Jiraiya saw him and rushed forward to show concern. After finding out that he was unconscious, he quickly took Fukasaku Sage back. As for Naruto's subsequent training, he was not worried at all. Anyway, this kid didn't even cry out in pain after falling from hundreds of meters. I think a mere 100 meters here is not enough to tickle this kid. On the other side, Otagaku Village Orochimaru Base. Sasuke was fiddling with the materials on his body in the laboratory when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Ah! Lord Orochimaru! Are you okay? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru with shock on his face. He heard Sasuke say that Orochimaru's mutant had been solved by the Akatsuki organization, but why did he look fine now? While Orochimaru's sudden resurrection shocked everyone, they also discovered that there was a 5 or 6-year-old child behind Orochimaru. The most important thing is, this child is exactly like Orochimaru. What's going on? Kabuto, Yakushi and Kimimaro were shocked and confused. At this time, Sasuke walked out of the laboratory to see what was going on. As soon as he went out, he saw the boy behind Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru spoke first. What the hell, this child is the result of my fusion of your cells and mine. When Orochimaru was defeated by the mutant, his consciousness was instantly restored. When he used the escape technique to escape, he found that there was a child who was unconscious beside him. He guessed at the time that the child was most likely separated from the mutant. Later, after his examination, this guess was indeed verified. This perhaps because of the characteristics of Hashirama's cells and other cells, the only cells that were separated from the child were his own cells and the blood of the Uchiha clan. I'll name him Uchiha Yu. What do you think? What? Uchiha Yu looked at the black-robed man in front of him with curiosity, and timidly grabbed Orochimaru's arm. He was still mumbling to himself. Is it the father? But why do I have two fathers? Sasuke? Damn it! What is Orochimaru doing? Sasuke's cerebellum was about to shrink after hearing what he said. You can just make a test subject. Don't name this kid after me. Fuck. Shut up, little brat. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you up. Sasuke's furious words instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes were a little strange. Anyway, in Sasuke's eyes, he always felt that this group of people were saying that he was a scumbag who had sex with him and then abandoned him. And Karen's pupils trembled, and she was petrified on the spot. Originally, she thought her biggest opponent was that pink-haired guy, but who would have thought it was Orochimaru? Damn! What on earth is going on in this world? Father, so fierce! Uchiha Yu was so scared by the irritable Sasuke that he opened his single Megatama Sharingan. He hid behind Orochimaru tremblingly and never dared to look at his black-robed father again. What's going on? At this time, Naruto's clone walked out of the room, and Sasuke was so scared that he swung the Xianzhong ruler to blow up the clone on the spot. Damn! Never let that guy know about this. Otherwise, Naruto will laugh at him for the rest of his life. Oh! It seems that Sasuke doesn't like this name. Orochimaru chuckled and continued. How about Mitsuki? Sasuke's fist hardened again. He raised the Xianzhong ruler and shouted in the direction of Orochimaru. Orochimaru! Put away your bad taste. This is just your test product. It has nothing to do with me. Sasuke is like a bomb that can be ignited at any time, and it will explode on the spot with just a spark. He knew that he couldn't give his blood to Orochimaru casually at the beginning. Hey, idiot! Why did you call me over here? A purple light gate suddenly opened up at the scene, and Naruto's figure poked out from it. He asked without seeing Sasuke. Because Sasuke and he agreed that once the clone was blown up, he would open the light gate and go to the scene to find Sasuke. When Naruto's figure appeared in front of everyone, his eyes fell on the child behind Orochimaru. The child's skin was as pale as Orochimaru's, and he also had double and single Megatama Sharingan. Fuck! Uchiha Xiaoyan! Medusa really gave birth to a child for you. Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. Chapter 156. Pure Land. The Six-Path Sage, who was sitting in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was slightly startled, and he muttered to himself in confusion. Strange. Why did these people come to the Pure Land together today? The Six-Path Sage looked at the guys who appeared in the Pure Land and felt a headache. He just took a nap, and when he opened his eyes, he found that the guy closest to him didn't know what was wrong, and kept going back and forth between the Pure Land and the real world. Especially the white-haired ninja. He counted the number of times this kid came, and it added up to 86 times. The old man of the Six Paths almost had to deal with the white-haired ninja when he saw him flashing around in the Pure Land. Bastard! What do these people think of the Pure Land? A sex shop? They come and go as they please. The Six-Path Sage looked at the group of people, sighed deeply, and kept persuading himself in his heart. Forget it, forget it. The biggest crisis in the ninja world has not yet arrived, and it is not time for me to take action. After calming down, the Six-Path Sage closed his eyes and continued to doze off. S.A. Sasuke, where are we? Karin looked at the fog around her and was completely dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that she was in Orochimaru's base in the last second. How did she run to this strange foggy place in the next second? It was as if she was suddenly hit by an illusion. Hearing this, Sasuke was silent for a long time. Damn! I missed it. I actually blew myself into the Pure Land. Sasuke instantly regretted his irrational attack just now. Father, where are we? Mitsuki grabbed the corner of Sasuke's clothes and said something timidly that almost made Sasuke go berserk again. Don't call me father. Be careful or I'll beat you up. Sasuke snorted coldly and pulled the child's hand away. He always felt that he had not dealt with these little fart children, and always had a little fart. Sasuke did not answer the words of Zionjiu, and he walked towards the fog, and the two behind him hesitated for a while. Just after walking, the three saw a group of Uchiha people sitting in front of a bonfire. Come! It was found that the lime powder on his body was gone. After walking only 2 steps, he bumped into Karin who was rushing behind him. Sasuke! What's wrong? Karin was overjoyed to see Sasuke, but when she turned around, she saw a group of Sharingan looking at their position. Hang this kid up for me! Hang him up! Fugaku was obviously upset about not being able to deal with his son last time, and he called on his clansmen to rush towards Sasuke again. He also took out the iron rod he had prepared in advance and walked forward with a stern face. Swish, swish, swish. The Uchiha clansmen quickly surrounded Sasuke and the other two. This scene scared Sasuke so much that he almost stopped thinking. As for resistance, he felt that he would be beaten even worse. In addition, the Xianzhou ruler and the scroll were not on him, so he could not beat these red-eyed Uchiha at all. Karin was stunned in place, grabbing Sasuke's arm, and still didn't understand the situation. She always felt something was wrong. Didn't the Uchiha clan get wiped out? How could they be seen here again? Where on earth is this? Mitsuki, the only one who reacted, saw the enemy rushing towards his father aggressively, and ran directly in front of Sasuke, opened his arms and protected the two behind him. At the same time, he opened the single Megatama Sharingan and shouted with courage. You are not allowed to hurt my father. Fugaku? Uchiha clan member? Clang! Fugaku was so shocked that he could hardly close his mouth when he heard this, and the stick in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Mikoto covered her mouth with tears in her eyes. The couple immediately set their sights on the 5-year-old child. What's going on? Sasuke is actually a father? That's right. Judging from the child's pair of Sharingans, this is definitely Sasuke's child. And the child's mother? Could it be the red-haired girl next to Sasuke? Fugaku and Mikoto never thought they would see their grandson again. The two elders were not happy for long. The child's face suddenly became strange. Wait. This child's age is wrong. Sasuke should be only 14 years old now? He can't have a child with this girl at the age of 9, right? In comparison, Mikoto didn't think too much. Anyway, as long as the child is her grandson, it's fine. She walked forward kindly, hugged Mitsuki, and touched the child's head. Good child. I'm your grandmother. Mitsuki looked up in confusion, glanced at the person in front of him, and then turned his head to look at his father behind him. Sasuke heard Mitsuki's nonsense and his heart skipped a beat. Rough. It's over. Naruto. Save me. If his parents knew that this child was made by Orochimaru, they would definitely beat him up. Turning his head and glancing at the nervous Karin, the witty Sasuke immediately came up with a plan. It seems that if you want to avoid this disaster today, you can only make the best of it. Fugaku looked serious, waved his hand to signal the tribesmen not to do anything, and walked forward to ask Sasuke. Sasuke. Tell me. What's wrong with this child? He didn't know if it was an illusion or something, but he always felt that Sasuke's child had too fair skin. This situation. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Husband, be nicer. Don't scare my grandson. Mikoto hugged Mitsuki, turned around and yelled at Fugaku, like a tiger protecting his cub, and couldn't let his grandson suffer any grievances. Sasuke was so scared that he shouted for help in his heart. He felt that if his parents knew the truth, he would definitely be beaten to death. Sasuke, this child's mother should be her, right? Mikoto smiled kindly at the nervous Karin. Karin was confused for a moment and waved her hand to say no, but Sasuke would never let that happen. He covered Karin's mouth and answered first. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Mikoto's face softened after hearing this, and even Fugaku and the clan members beside him also relaxed a lot. It seems that the survival of the Uchiha clan will not be a big problem in the future. As long as Sasuke does not develop any taboo love with the son of the 4th generation, they can accept it. Just when everyone was happy about this, Mitsuki was unhappy. No. I don't have a mother. Mitsuki has 2 fathers. I was born to Orochimaru's father and Sasuke's father. Fugaku? Mikoto? Uchiha clan members? Orochimaru, Sasuke? Rough. What the hell is this kid doing? Why did she have a child with Orochimaru? The entire Uchiha brain crashed for half a second when they heard this, and Fugaku glanced at Mitsuki's fair skin again. Finally remembered who that familiar person was. Damn it! I told you it was wrong. Sasuke was so scared when he heard the kid talking nonsense that he pulled Karin and ran away. The two ran very fast, and they ran 100 meters in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, Sasuke suddenly heard his father's voice behind him. Susanoo. Chapter 157. What are you doing? Isn't Sasuke kid fooling around? I was just joking, as for using his ultimate skill right now. Naruto dragged the bodies of several people present and arranged them in a row. Just now, Sasuke used his ultimate skill at 0 frame, and no one on the scene was spared, even Orochimaru didn't react. Then the entire Otagakure base exploded directly. If it weren't for Naruto protecting everyone's bodies, there would probably be no chance of resurrection. Looking at the bodies of Kabuto Yakushi, Kimimaro, and Jago on the ground, and then looking at Sasuke and Karin, Naruto scratched his chin and slapped his head. With a sly smile, he placed Sasuke's body next to Orochimaru, and then placed their child between the two. A family should be neat and tidy. After doing all this, Naruto took out the immortal totem and placed it in front of everyone in turn. 10 seconds later, with a burst of golden light, Orochimaru sat up from the ground first. Naruto Uzumaki. What were we doing just now? Orochimaru stood up and asked doubtfully. He felt that he had just had a very long dream. In the dream, he went to a place full of fog. This was an experience he had never had before. Oh, you were injured just now. In order to avoid being entangled by Medusa, Naruto did not tell the truth. After all, he really didn't want to be a father like Sasuke. Is that so? Orochimaru smiled, puzzled in his heart, but did not ask more. At this time, the people lying on the ground woke up one after another. Sasuke saw Mitsuki lying next to him and was so angry that he picked up the boy on the spot. Damn it! I'm going to beat you to death today. After that, Sasuke pulled out the Xianzhong ruler from behind and slapped the boy's butt fiercely. Ah! The child who just woke up, his eyes were not open yet, and he screamed when he opened his mouth. Give it to me, you idiot! Calm down! Don't hit my nephew! Bang! Sasuke knocked the annoying yellow-haired guy away and continued to whip Mitsuki on his leg. Orochimaru watched with interest on the side. He was very curious why Sasuke wanted to beat Mitsuki when he woke up. Karin stood there without saying a word. She seemed to know where she and the others had gone just now. If she guessed correctly, I should have died once just now. Naruto rubbed his head and climbed up from the ruins. Looking at the happy scene of the family of three, he couldn't help but take out the Polaroid camera and took pictures on the spot. Naruto! What are you doing? Sasuke realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped his actions, tried his best to activate the 3000 thunders, and rushed towards Naruto. But Naruto was prepared. He lay down behind him and disappeared on the spot. He even left a shadow clone at the original place for the convenience of communication. Hey, idiot! If you hit me again, I will let my real body tell your ugly deeds. Fuck you! Sasuke suppressed his anger and hesitated to take action. He knew that Naruto would definitely do this. Humph! That kid has nothing to do with me. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, put away his weapon, put on his hood and turned away. Orochimaru looked at the ruined base and sighed. Damn it! The base was destroyed by Sasuke again. He had built a base in the ninja world for so many years, and 1/3 of it was gone in less than 2 months. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke and always felt that he had found a father. White-haired old deng! I have good news for you. Naruto just returned to Miyaboka Mountain and went to find Jiraiya as soon as possible. Have you mastered the magic? Jiraiya looked at his apprentice in confusion, feeling a little shocked. That's not right. It's impossible for Naruto to learn it so quickly. Don't worry about it. Naruto's smile froze, and he glared at Lao Deng fiercely. Why is this guy talking about something else? He was supposed to share good news with him. I'm telling you. Orochimaru has a child. Cough cough cough. What? When Jiraiya heard that Orochimaru had a child, he choked on his saliva and coughed. That's not right. Didn't Orochimaru say he wanted to pursue eternal life? How could he marry and have children? You, what are you talking about? Jiraiya suddenly felt that this world was so absurd, someone like Orochimaru actually had a child. And he was still an old bachelor. Impossible. I must have heard it wrong. Naruto saw that Lao Deng didn't believe what he said, and immediately he took out the photo he had just taken. Look! This child is called Mitsuki. It's Orochimaru's child. Look at this skin, isn't it made from the same mold? Jiraiya took the photo and was stunned. This is actually true. Wait. Didn't Orochimaru become a monster and be destroyed? How did he come back to life? Jiraiya was even more confused about the resurrected Orochimaru. However, Naruto said that Ant Snake only looked dead, and even if everyone in the world was gone, he could probably still hide in a corner. Jiraiya thought it made sense, and was stunned for a long time, and suddenly grabbed Naruto's shoulder. Wait! When did you, the traitor, get in touch with Orochimaru? He is a traitor to the village. And why is Sasuke on his side? Suddenly realizing the key point, Jiraiya suddenly felt that everything he didn't understand before was instantly figured out. Naruto learned how to dig out his eyes from Orochimaru, didn't he? Okay. I was saying that he looked scarier than Orochimaru. So you've been taking tutoring classes behind my back, right? Quick, take me to find Orochimaru now. I want to bring him back to Konoha myself. Naruto. Hearing what Lao Deng said, Naruto was speechless. Let's not talk about whether Orochimaru is willing to go back with you, even Tsunade doesn't agree with Orochimaru who just caused trouble to return to the village. You have to know that the grass country is a lesson learned. Now the whole country is destroyed by monsters, and people who deserve to die are dead and those who deserve to escape are fleeing. Especially those grass ninjas who once hurt Karin are all dead. Naruto can't find the troublemakers born in the grass village even if he wants to. What if Orochimaru returns to Konoha village? Uzumaki Naruto will be the first to disagree. What are you doing? Hurry up! Jiraiya had finally got the chance to catch up with his friend, so he certainly couldn't let it go. He grabbed Naruto's shoulder and started urging him. Seeing that Lao Deng was not giving up, Naruto pursed his lips and raised his hand to throw out a light gate. The next moment, the master and apprentice returned to the Sound Village again. They ran into Orochimaru and his group who were about to leave. Jiraiya looked at his old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years, and his heart was mixed with mixed feelings, and even felt a little embarrassed. Not knowing what to say, Jiraiya set his eyes on the child. He scratched his head, smiled, and then spoke. Orochimaru, congratulations! By the way, who is the mother of this child?